Ah, how vexing! Not a single beautiful female disciple, and they dared to call themselves the foremost sect of the sacred land, wasting this holy son's moment of joy. Lindsay cursed as he strode out of the Tianlon sect. After 2.5 years of searching, why had he yet to find a suitable wife? Indeed, he was a traveler from another world. While playing poker in a park, a bolt of lightning struck him, and he subsequently lost consciousness, awakening in the continent of Jiuzhou. This realm was unlike his previous world here. Mortals could tread the path of martial arts, traversing the heavens and earth, subduing dragons and tigers, shifting mountains and filling seas, obscuring the sun. Yet, due to his physical constitution, he had been unable to embark on the path of cultivation. Fortunately, he often assisted an elderly lady across the street, fortuitously transforming into a tadpole, and subsequently became the holy son of Qianling. The Qianling Sacred Land, a prestigious sect on Qianling continent, boasted a long-standing heritage and immense wealth, with few daring to provoke it. His father was a formidable martial emperor of the 8th stage, holding a distinguished position and remarkable renown. Not only was he the strongest in Qianling continent, but he also ranked among the elite in the entirety of Jiuzhou, a sovereign above myriad beings. Thus, even without any cultivation, Lindsay had roamed freely throughout his life. The benefits of being a traveler proved fruitful, as he successfully awakened on the very first day. Love system. By binding with a woman, one can earn points through daily romantic interactions. Points can be exchanged for martial arts techniques, treasures, and cultivation. Note, the better the bound woman's aptitude and the higher her status, the more points one can acquire. Holy Son, please calm your anger. It is still early. We could visit the Qinghe sect. At that moment, Lindsay's bodyguard, Eru, hurriedly interjected with a smile. Lindsay stroked his chin, a contemplative expression surfacing. I heard that the leader of Qinghe's sect recently had a daughter. Holy Son, no. That infant is merely a few months old. Shall we wait until she matures before making our move? Eru exclaimed in alarm. How desperate had the Holy Son become to even consider an infant. Such an act would defy the natural order. Upon hearing this, Lindsay turned back, casting a significant glance at him. Eru, whose physique resembled that of a wild bull, trembled, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Could it be that the Holy Son, in his years of fruitless searching for a female companion, had finally succumbed to despair and was now turning his attention toward the same sex? With this thought, Eru instinctively covered his ample chest. Should I resist or not? Lindsay lowered his gaze slightly, letting out a sigh. Over the years, he had leveraged his identity as the Holy Son of Qianling to search through nearly every woman on the Qianling continent. From maidens to matronly figures, from wives to widows, he had even sought the company of a woman over 400 years old at one point. Alas, none had met his satisfaction. Oh heavens! Could you not send me a breathtaking beauty? I would willingly trade the happiness of Eru's lower half as compensation. Lindsay bellowed skyward. Eru quivered in fear. Bang! In broad daylight, a sudden thunderclap resonated through the heavens. As fate would have it, it struck Lindsay directly. After a moment of stunned silence, Lindsay, feeling no pain in his body, suddenly realized he was cradling a woman adorned with a black veil. Though her visage remained obscured, the haunting contours of her figure were unmistakably alluring. Fair maiden, meeting for the first time, yet you find yourself in my embrace. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? You're the one, man. The woman offered no further pleasantries with a sudden surge of strength. She effortlessly hoisted Lindsay into the air, then tore through the fabric of space as they vanished. Eru stood frozen, and after a prolonged moment, he bellowed help. Someone has abducted the Holy Son. Lindsay was astounded. The woman's cultivation was beyond his comprehension. Yet, the ability to rip through space was a skill reserved solely for martial emperors. What on earth, when did a female martial emperor emerge from Qianling continent? Before Lindsay could ponder further, he was unceremoniously cast to the ground. With a resounding thud, his head buzzed with confusion. Instinctively, he glanced at the woman. The veil concealed her face, while her crimson skirt billowed in the wind, revealing her fair, delicate legs. Her slender waist and voluptuous bosom bestowed upon her a strikingly irresistible allure. Lindsay stood transfixed, his mind reduced to a mere 4 words. Such a captivating figure. Ding. Excellent binding target detected. Identity. Empress of the Netherworld continent. Cultivation. 9th stage martial emperor. Physique. 9 nethering body. Will you bind with her? By the heavens. This woman is an empress? Lindsay was utterly overwhelmed by this sudden fortune. Bind, bind, bind immediately. As Lindsay fervently exclaimed within, the woman began to sway her enchanting form, inching closer, her gown gradually slipping away. What is happening here? Panic surged within Lindsay amidst her increasingly rapid breaths. He began to grasp the situation, hastily clutching his chest and retreating. Dear, we have only just met. Let us first connect on an emotional level, before Lindsay could finish his thought. Words failed him. For, through the veil, the woman pressed her lips heavily against his. Subsequently, within the cavern, faintly enticing sounds emerged. Inside the cave, the battle raged with ferocity. A young man cowered in a corner, disheveled and sorrowful, his entire being trembling. Lindsay felt utterly wronged. Why must you treat me so? I have no acquaintance with you. Yet you brought me here to commit such bestial acts upon me. For 20 years, I safeguarded my chastity, only to have it ruthlessly snatched away. Are you even human? I am tainted now. I wish to perish. Woe is me. Lindsay covered his face in tears, yet his lips betrayed him, curling into an uncontrollable grin. The woman had donned her attire, her face obscured by a black veil, rendering her features indistinguishable, her tone exceedingly harsh. How annoying. Silence. What sort of decorum is this for a grown man? Weeping and wailing. In a fit of fury, she struck a nearby boulder with her palm, shattering it into fragments. Good heavens! How terrifying! Her words, delivered with such unyielding firmness, demanded respect. Fair lady, please show mercy. We can negotiate, Lindsay implored, stifling his cries. Her voice was frigid, laced with authority. What I have done to you is against my will. I shall marry you. This was precisely the affirmation Lindsay had awaited. How splendid! Fair Ladino, my beloved, what is your name? Where do you reside? I am the scion of the Qianling sacred land. I shall have my father propose tomorrow. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, You Iran. As for the proposal, there is no need. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. As you Iran spoke, she began to walk away. Noticing the pained expression upon her visage, Lindsay expressed concern. Do you not wish to apply some medicine before returning? No need. You Iran replied, her brow furrowed as she limped away. Wasn't this predicament of your making? What was the purpose of growing so strong? As Lindsay observed Yu Iran's departure, he began to attentively inspect the system notifications. System, redeem points. Ding. Due to your acquaintance with Yu Iran, you are rewarded with 5,000 points. Such a sum? My goodness! How formidable must the qualifications of the ghostly empress be? 100 points could enhance a single attribute. 1,000 points granted a chance at a grand roulette lottery. 10,000 points allowed for free exchange of items in the store. Lindsay chuckled. This was merely the first day of binding. Once they spent each day together, exchanging embraces and affection, would the points not flow in abundance? System, increase my charm by 20 points. I shall become the most handsome man in the world. Use the remainder for the lottery. Ding, point consumption complete. Host charm value has reached 100, surpassing 100% of all men in the world. Ding, due to the host's precious character and extraordinary luck, you have unexpectedly drawn an SS level reward. Enhanced breathing card. Ding, because the host shows respect for the elderly and love for the young, as well as affection for cats and dogs, you have unexpectedly drawn an SS level reward. Divine Beast Fire Phoenix. Ding, due to the host's 20 years of chastity and unwavering pursuit of high-quality women, you have unexpectedly drawn an SS level reward. Simplification card. The classification of realms in this narrative is as follows: martial artist, martial disciple, martial master, martial sect leader, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial deity. Chapter 2. Father, I have found you a fine daughter-in-law. Utilize it. Use it all. Lin Zishuang's laughter resonated, akin to the exhilarating shock of winning a lottery of astronomical proportions. Ding. Breath strengthening card, in use. Detection indicates the host is breathing. Host strength, 11111. 1 minute later. The host's cultivation has reached 100, successfully advancing to the first tier of a martial artist. The next tier, the second tier of martial artists, requires a cultivation of 200. Upon embracing the path of martial arts, Lindsay felt an immediate surge of power coursing through his veins. The weariness that had burdened him vanished entirely. In that moment, Lindsay brimmed with confidence. Should he engage in another 300 rounds with Iran, he would certainly not surrender prematurely. In a moment of distraction, ding! The host's cultivation has reached 200, successfully advancing to the second tier of a martial artist. The next level, the third tier of martial artists, requires a cultivation of 300. Host strength, 1111. Lindsay exhaled deeply, simultaneously releasing the divine beast, the fire phoenix. Bang! Within the cave, a crimson luminescence erupted. This brilliance surged from the depths, enveloping the area for thousands of miles. In the heavens above, a bird's head materialized, heralding its presence with a resounding cry. Then, a pair of ethereal wings, vast enough to obscure the sky, appeared on either side. With a gentle flap, the red-hued phantom ascended, dazzling and radiant like the blazing sun. Boom! In that instant, anyone within a 1,000-mile radius could simply glance upward and behold this magnificent crimson spectacle. In a flash, the entire Qianling continent was abuzz. This was the aura of a phoenix. Such pure energy could only signify the rebirth of a great phoenix from its lineage. Quickly, let us ascertain the source of this phenomenon. In an instant, throngs of people surged toward the direction of the red light. Meanwhile, far away on the Yaoyuan continent, the realm of the demon clans, within a grand palace filled with formidable beasts, an ancient fox demon elder, who had been in seclusion for 3 centuries, suddenly opened his eyes. An imperial aura rises from the south? The fox demon elder swiftly emerged, his piercing gaze fixed upon the southern horizon. Vaguely, he seemed to perceive the fiery phoenix apparition hovering above Lin Zay's head. Your Majesty, the demon emperor. The elder's emergence stirred unrest among the many powerful demons within the palace, who hastened to gather. Quick, dispatch someone to Qianling continent. Our holy son of the demon clan has manifested there. What? Our clan's holy son? The assembly of demons was taken aback. The holy son of the demon clan was the one they had tirelessly sought for many years without success. Even on the Yaoyuan continent, only 2 candidates had emerged, and their identities remained unverified. Now, the fox demon elder proclaimed that the holy son of the demon clan had been born in the realm of the human race on Qianling continent. How could this be possible? Yet, no one dared to question the elder's words, for he was the most formidable and esteemed figure in the realm of Yaoyuan continent. His words were akin to the sacred edict of the demon tribe, beyond reproach. Consequently, the demon Yuan continent promptly dispatched emissaries, heading straight for the Qianling continent. Not only the demon Yuan continent, but various other factions also sent their representatives to Qianling continent, all eager to uncover the secret behind that radiant fire phoenix light. Unbeknownst to Lin Zay, the instigator of this commotion, he had merely summoned a small, plump bird. Yet it had caused an uproar of monumental proportions in the distant demon Yuan continent. The thunder roared, yet the rain fell lightly. I have been deceived. Lin Zay cradled a bird, as round as a chick, in his palm, on the verge of tears. Where is the legendary divine beast, the fire phoenix? Chirp! The little plump bird tilted its head, seemingly questioning whether it was being underestimated. Just then, his personal bodyguard, Erhu, rushed in with a large contingent. Holy son, I apologize for my tardiness. Are you unharmed? Erhu knelt before him, concern etched on his face. Lin Zay placed the little plump bird on his shoulder, spun around, and chuckled. Do I appear to be in distress? Erhu nodded emphatically. Holy son, your current appearance resembles that of a small bride sullied by bandits. That wretched woman hasn't done anything inappropriate to you, has she? Lin Zay tilted his head. Inappropriate? She did pull down my trousers and kept me pinned beneath her. Does that count? In a fit of rage, Erhu drew his large blade, exclaiming, Where is that woman? I shall slay her. Lin Zay kicked him lightly. Quit shouting. Let us return to the Holy Land first. I have significant matters to discuss with my father. At the Qianling Holy Land. Father, your beloved son has returned. As soon as he stepped through the door, Lin Zay could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming loudly, If my son were to perish, how would I face his mother and our ancestors in the afterlife? Hearing that familiar voice, the Lord of Qianling, Lin Ruhai, paused his mutterings, a look of unrestrained joy sweeping across his aged face. Ha ha ha, my precious son has returned. Thud. Lindsay kicked the door open. The study lay in disarray. Precious pear-wood tables and invaluable porcelain lay shattered across the floor, clearly indicating that his father had recently been in a furious rage. Lin Ruhai rushed over and embraced Lindsay tightly, tears streaming down his face. My son, it's all my fault. I allowed you to suffer. No, father, I am not aggrieved at all. Lin Ruhai gazed at his sole offspring, gritting his teeth. Rest assured, my son, I shall avenge you. Quickly tell me, who was that woman? How dare she bully someone to the point of troubling me? I shall pluck every single hair from her. Lindsay's lips twitched. Father, have you not noticed any changes in me? Upon hearing this, Lin Ruhai scrutinized Lindsay for a moment, his eyes brightening. My son, you have become more handsome. Ha ha. Truly a chip off the old block. In my youth, I was renowned for my good looks in the surrounding areas. Lindsay felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Look at my cultivation level. Throughout my journey, I have already attained the 8th rank of martial arts. The host possessed a strength of 111, and Lin Ruhai's expression was one of bewilderment. You have a natural talent for the martial arts. Yet you have only just made a breakthrough. My son, are you at the 8th rank of a warrior? No, it's the 9th rank. Did you just achieve that instantaneously? Lin Ruhai exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Just this morning, he was an ordinary mortal, and by evening, he had returned home as a 9th rank warrior? My son is a genius. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Ruhai wept tears of joy, without a moment's hesitation. He pulled Lindsay and knelt before the ancestral tablet of the Lin family, bowing his head 4 times in reverence. Ancestors, if you are watching, my son has finally begun his cultivation. In a single day, he has transcended 9 realms. The heavens have blessed our Lin family. Seeing his father so elated, Lindsay was profoundly moved, wiping away the tears that gathered at the corners of his eyes. Though his father had never spoken of it, he knew that due to his own inability to cultivate, Lin Ruhai had often been the subject of ridicule behind closed doors. Now, everything had changed. Seizing the moment, Lindsay declared, Father, not only can I cultivate now, but I have also found you a wonderful daughter-in-law. What? A double blessing? Which young lady is it? I shall pay a visit at once. The Empress of Ghosts, you Iran. You are truly my father. Chapter 3. I will not leave. I shall have the Empress. Lindsay knew that upon revealing this news, his father would be overjoyed. Look, he is already calling him father. Father, I do not wish to take advantage of you. You should still call me son. Not a chance. Lin Ruhai angrily seized Lindsay by the ear and pressed him once more before the ancestral tablet. You foolish boy, you've made a grave mistake. Father, it was the Empress herself who proposed marriage to me. Soon, you will have an Empress as a daughter-in-law, and yet you are not satisfied? You are being somewhat greedy. Father, Lin Ruhai trembled with rage. Do you understand nothing? The Empress of Ghosts is known for her cruel nature. Those who fall into her grasp do not merely perish. They suffer immensely, often losing their sanity. It is rumored that she has slaughtered tens of thousands in a single day. Moreover, she went mad 3 years ago during her training, and the flames of her madness ravaged her face, leaving her disfigured. Should you marry her, your life will be worse than that of a dog. Lin Ruhai spoke earnestly, yet Lindsay felt even more jubilant, his complexion flushed and his blood surging with excitement. With no rivals to contend with, he need not fear losing favor. Lindsay corrected him. It is not I who will marry her, but rather she who wishes to take me as her husband. Rebellious child. Lin Ruhai delivered a sharp reprimand, his voice filled with ire. Lindsay protected the back of his head. Father, she wishes to take me as her husband. You cannot stop this. Fear not, I am here. Can you defeat her? Not likely, but I shall certainly perish before you do. Lindsay's lips twitched in response. Son, here is the plan. I shall send someone to escort you far away. You can hide for a few years until the storm passes, and then return quietly. Though the Empress of Ghosts possessed a fierce temperament and was utterly disfigured, he had endured a 3-year wait and now had finally found a partner with extraordinary potential. The moment of his glorious transformation was finally within reach. Moreover, the Empress possesses a truly alluring figure. Dimming the lights does not detract from the experience, as he has already indulged in it. Contemplating this, Lindsay was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. He sprang to his feet, chest out and head held high, declaring emphatically, I will not depart. I am determined to have her. Tomorrow, I shall go to the ghostly abyss and become her husband. What? Lin Ruahai was taken aback. Father, please prepare my dowry and craft a new groom's attire for me overnight. I intend to wear it. Faced with such a momentous decision, Lin Zai's expression radiated solemnity and sanctity. Lin Ruahai opened his mouth, incredulous. Have you lost your senses? The empress of the ghostly abyss is disfigured. He was acutely aware of his son's discerning taste. Over the years, Lin Zai had encountered numerous women, none of whom had captured his interest. With unwavering resolve, Lin Zai replied, I am not a superficial individual. I want her. Furthermore, she is coming to fetch me tomorrow, should she not find me. Might she not unleash her fury upon the Qianling sacred land? Lin Zai exaggerated, pondering why his father was still resistant. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruahai felt a surge of emotion. His son was willing to compromise his own happiness for the sake of the Qianling sacred land and the Lin family. In the future, should anyone dare to claim that his son was oblivious to the greater good, he would not hesitate to silence them. Tears streaming down his face, Lin Ruahai wiped them away and said, My son, I shall say no more. With your determination, even my death would be worth it. If you cannot cultivate, then so be it. But now you are on the verge of breaking through the ninth realm. Before he could finish, a crackling sound resonated within Lin Zai's body. Ding! The host cultivation has reached 1,000, successfully advancing to the first stage of martial disciple. The next target. The second stage of martial disciple requires a cultivation of 2,000. Host strength, 111. My son is a genius. At this moment, Lin Ruahai's conviction grew even stronger. His son need not compromise his desires. He would support him in leaving, and when he became formidable, he would return to exact vengeance for his father. Eru, prepare the intercontinental flying sword. Escort the Holy Son to safety. Lin Zai was bewildered. Father, I truly wish to marry the Empress. My son, I understand your heartfelt intentions. You understand nothing. Lin Zai trembled with rage. Father, you have been given an opportunity, yet you squander it. I will not leave. I want the Empress as my wife. Lin Zai clung desperately to a pillar, resolute in his refusal to depart. Lin Ruahai waved his hand decisively. Bind him. Take the Holy Son away. My son, I know your pain. My son, I know your pain. Eru, with a simple-minded determination, hoisted Lin Zai onto his shoulder and swiftly made his way to the intercontinental flying sword. As the name suggests, the intercontinental flying sword can traverse an entire continent in just 3 to 4 days. Lin Zai grasped Eru's arm. Eru, Holy Son, we are brothers. Lin Zai spoke with genuine emotion. It was essential to be sincere, yet Eru's thumb hovered over the activation button. This reckless fellow was as stubborn as they come. Nothing seemed to penetrate his thick skull. The crux of the matter lies in his ability to navigate the flying sword. For tomorrow remains an enigma as to where it may take him. Thus, it is imperative to employ both persuasion and cunning to secure his allegiance. Eru was moved to tears, exclaiming, Holy Son, I am unworthy. I am merely a humble attendant by your side. Lin Zai interrupted, If we are brothers, do not obstruct my path to fortune. My father is quite foolish, and you must assist me. I cannot depart. I wish to wed the Empress of Ghosts and Demons. Do you understand? But why? Eru protested. She is so fierce and unattractive. Lin Zai replied, I do not care. With tears welling in his eyes, he grasped Eru by the collar. I have waited for 3 years, searched for 3 years, to find a suitable partner. Countless points await me. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Eru, perplexed, responded, Holy Son, please speak plainly. Lin Zai clung tightly to Eru's neck, gritting his teeth. I have heard you fancy the ghostly fire sword. I shall gift you one. Eru questioned, But does that latest model of the ghostly fire sword have the ability to play tunes? I shall procure it for you. Eru, wiping his tears, exclaimed, Heavenly kinship is one thing, but nothing compares to the bond one share with the Holy Son. The heavens are vast. Yet no one treats me with such generosity as you do. Enough of this. Quickly render that sword inoperable. I shall find a place to hide for the night until the Empress arrives at dawn. Yes, Holy Son. The following day, Lin Zai donned his robes and joyously made his way to the mountain gate. However, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Father, why have you summoned so many people? As he had stated, every elder and disciple of the Qianling sacred land was clad in spiritual armor, wielding their swords. Poised for action, Lin Ruahai bellowed, Why have you not yet departed? Lin Zai rushed to his side. Father, I must clarify. I truly wish to marry the Empress. Son, I understand your plight. Suddenly, Lin Ruhai felt a weight upon his back and was forcefully brought to the ground. Yu Ran descended from the heavens, landing before Lin Zhe. With an air of surprise, she remarked, I did not expect you to remain. Very well, come with me. I shall take you as my wife and ensure your safety for a lifetime. Where are your family? Do you need to bid farewell? Lin Zhe smirked, gesturing to the ground. My father is right beneath your feet. Chapter 4. My dear, I wish to play some games. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Upon realizing the situation, Yu Ran quickly stepped back, inadvertently stepping on Lin Ruhai several more times in her flustered state. At that moment, even as the Empress of Ghosts and Demons, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, her marriage to Lin Zhe would make Lin Ruhai her father-in-law. What a shock. On the first day of meeting my father-in-law, I have stepped upon him. Lin Ruhai, supporting his aching back, stood up and glared at Yu Ran, which, as long as I am here, you shall not take my beloved son. Yu Ran disregarded his fury and turned to Lin Zhe. Are you willing to come with me? Without hesitation, Lin Zhe nodded fervently. I am willing. 1,000 times over, Ran. Son, the woman is a ruthless killer. Lin Zhe admonished. Father, be silent. I will not permit you to speak ill of your esteemed daughter-in-law. Lin Ruhai, enraged, felt darkness envelop his vision, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yu Ran tilted her head, puzzled by the relationship between father and son. Indeed, you exemplify filial piety. Lin Zhe, I offer you a choice. Since you are willing to accompany me, should you later renege on your word, do not blame me for taking your life. Renege? I fear you may not take me with you. Lin Zhe rejoiced internally. He twirled around a few times, then smiled. My dear wife, do you find my wedding robe pleasing? Yu Ran remained silent for a few moments before replying. Let us go. At that moment, Eru rushed forward, clinging desperately to Lin Zhe's leg, tears streaming down his face. Holy Son, take me with you. I, Eru, am destined to be with the Holy Son in life and in death. Lin Zhe, caught in the grip of this burly figure, found himself unable to move, and thus spoke gently. Eru, behave. When I return, I shall buy you a ghostly fire sword. I don't want that. Let go of me, damn it. My leg is numb. Lin Zhe shouted in exasperation. Eru, frightened by his outburst, cried even harder, tears mingling with snot on his large, hammer-like face. Beside them, Yu Ran watched coldly, her annoyance growing. She waved her hand, tearing through space to take both of them away. Lin Ruhai gazed at the closed space, helplessly shouting. Fear not, my son. I shall certainly rescue you from the demon's lair. The elders nearby exchanged hesitant glances, one remarking, that holy master. I see the Holy Son is quite willing. Lin Ruhai turned sharply, exclaiming, what do you know? The Holy Son sacrifices his personal happiness to protect our Qianling sacred land. My son is truly great. The onlookers displayed expressions of realization. Over the years, rumors had spread throughout the sacred land of the Holy Son seeking beautiful wives. They could hardly believe Lin Zhe would voluntarily choose to live with a cruel and disfigured empress. There must be hidden truths. Upon this realization, the elders and disciples of Qianling's sacred land wiped away tears from their eyes, crying, woe is us. The Holy Son is too great. We must rescue him. Indeed, we shall never yield to evil forces. Hearing these sentiments, Lin Ruhai nodded in satisfaction. He then issued a proclamation. Whoever can rescue my son shall be rewarded with 100 million spirit stones and honored as a permanent guest of Qianling's sacred land. As this announcement spread, Qianling continent trembled with excitement. Countless capable individuals and assassins surged forth, heading directly toward the neighboring Yusha continent. Meanwhile, oblivious to these events, Lin Zhe was devising a plan to draw closer to Yu Ran. He reviewed the system rules. By performing intimate gestures with his bonded partner, he could earn system points. The deeper the intimacy, the greater the rewards. With this thought, Lin Zhe reached out to grasp Yu Ran's delicate hand. Some are cool to the touch yet soft as cotton, inciting an irresistible urge to gently knead them in the palm of one's hand. Yu Ran trembled slightly, turning in shock to gaze at Lin Zhe. How audacious of this man to grasp her hand. Lin Zhe shrank back, and even through the black veil, he could feel the chilling glare in Yu Ran's eyes. My dear, isn't it quite reasonable for a couple to hold hands? Such audacity. Yu Ran, enraged, flung his hand away and promptly kicked him and Eru out of the void passageway. In the hall of Yusha, 2 meteors streaked across the sky, landing squarely in an outdoor hot spring. Splash! The sound of water echoed. Moments later, two disheveled figures emerged from the spring. I told you. That woman is not right in the head, Lindsay exclaimed. Silence. Do not speak ill of my precious. He retorted. To hit is to show affection. To scold is to love. Eru was utterly dumbfounded. Lindsay looked down at his right hand, which had just held Iran's, with a satisfied smile. Ding. One successful handhold, 10 points earned. Lindsay cast a sidelong glance at the dazed Eru and huffed. You wouldn't understand. He then headed toward the grand hall of Yusha Palace. Eru cautiously followed him, pondering. Could it be that the Holy Sun is a bit odd? No wonder. Everything makes sense now. Yusha Palace was vast beyond measure. Where on earth could he find his bride to consummate their union? Lindsay mumbled to himself. As a dominant force in Yusha continent, Yusha Palace was exponentially larger than the Qianling sacred land. The disciples of Yusha Palace traveled by shared flying swords. Just as he was lost in thought, a clear and melodious voice rang out beside him. What? Do you wish to experience the sensation of being kicked again? As the words fell, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and Iran materialized from the void. Lindsay was momentarily taken aback by her sudden appearance. This woman was truly elusive. He would need to be more cautious in his speech henceforth. With an awkward chuckle, he looked at her with eager anticipation. My dear, when shall we hold our wedding? A wedding? Is that what you desire? Iran glanced at Lindsay. Of course. It would be splendid to gather people from all over, to celebrate in grand fashion. You and I are a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Such joyous news deserves universal celebration. Iran was momentarily speechless, deeply perplexed. She could not comprehend why this man, despite her tarnished reputation and disfigured appearance, regarded her as a treasure. To be honest, a flicker of warmth began to thaw her icy heart. I shall personally arrange the wedding for you. Such a delightful prospect. Lindsay's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. My dear, I truly did not misjudge you. However, since the wedding might take too long to prepare, how about we consummate our union tonight? Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Iran's gaze sharpened, exuding an air of frigid menace. The ceremony of marriage and the consummation of the union is not merely a procedure, yet why does my wife regard me with such fierce disdain? Lindsay lamented, feeling an unsettling premonition rising within him. As he spoke, he followed Iran into her chamber. Wait for me outside. Do not enter, she commanded. Reluctantly, Lindsay craned his neck to peer inside. The room, adorned with an antique charm, was filled with a delicate fragrance reminiscent of a woman. On the soft bed lay an array of feminine garments, and the gentle scent caused Lindsay to feel a slight intoxication. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him with a creak. Iran instinctively turned at the sound, her voice turning cold as she demanded, Why did you close the door? The flickering candlelight illuminated the space as she observed Lindsay's advancing figure. For reasons unknown, a wave of apprehension washed over her. Lindsay smiled gently and said, My dear, I wish to engage in some intimate games with you. Chapter 5. Your Majesty, why not give it a blow? Intimate games? You insult me. Iran's tone turned icily detached. How dare this man flirt with her? Such audacity. Did he truly believe she would not retaliate? With a mere gesture, Iran emanated a formidable pressure, commanding, Get out. Should this happen again, I would not hesitate to arrange a ghost marriage. Taken aback by Iran's reaction, Lindsay scratched his head in confusion. He then produced a concoction of bubble solution, explaining, My dear, I merely wish to blow bubbles with you. How could that be an insult? Surely, you must have misinterpreted my intentions? At this, Lindsay cast a peculiar glance at Iran, questioning the nature of her thoughts. Iran furrowed her brow and retorted, Do not feign ignorance. You mean exactly that. With the situation escalating, Lindsay plucked a branch from a nearby plant, shaping it into a circular form. My dear, watch closely, he said, as he began to demonstrate. To her surprise, as Lindsay dipped the curved branch into the bubble solution, a delicate film formed over the hollow center, droplets of water cascading down, as if it would burst with a mere poke. Intrigued, Iran could not help but inquire about this peculiar sight and scent, having never encountered anything like it before. Lindsay, with a hint of pride, declared, Do you not understand? This is my self-developed new substance, which I have named the Super Invincible Colorful Bubble Solution. Super Invincible Colorful Bubble Solution. Iran coughed, her skepticism evident. Lindsay, feeling somewhat sheepish about the name, proceeded with a demonstration. He puffed up his cheeks and blew into the circular film. Instantly, dozens of varying-sized, vibrant bubbles floated into the air. What is this? Yui Ran's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she watched Lindsay roam about, blowing bubbles until the entire chamber was filled with a kaleidoscope of colorful orbs. The bubbles floated gracefully in the air, not easily shattering, and under the glow of the lights, they reflected an exquisite brilliance. How did you manage this? Yui Ran inquired curiously, gently poking one bubble and then delicately lifting another, captivated by this novel phenomenon. Hee, since my lady is curious, why not try blowing one yourself? Lindsay offered a wooden stick coated in bubble solution to Yui Ran. Me? Perhaps not. Yui Ran hesitated, brushing her fingers against the black veil on her face. It's fine, remove it. I brought the bubble solution to see your visage. Don't you wish to try blowing one yourself? Lindsay's eyes sparkled with mischief. You. Upon hearing this, Yui Ran bit her lip, her chest rising and falling with emotion. Lindsay, caught in a moment of distraction, instinctively focused his gaze, unable to suppress a swallow. What a magnificent sight. Are you certain you want to see my true face? Yui Ran sighed, uncertain if this man would flee in terror upon seeing her disfigured visage. Of course. I have seen your beauty in the scrolls, truly a sight to behold, captivating beyond compare. Your elegance and grace surpass even the most exquisite blooms. Lindsay expressed with enthusiasm. Silence. Yui Ran retorted, a hint of annoyance creeping into her tone. This young man was becoming increasingly audacious. Lindsay reflected that, given the Empress's disfigurement, his words were akin to pouring salt into her wounds. Moreover, a true man does not rely solely on words. He must demonstrate his intentions through actions. Thus, he approached the Empress and boldly removed her veil. This audacious act stunned Yui Ran, leaving her momentarily speechless. Before Lindsay stood a visage marred by scars and decay. Yet, there was no trace of disdain or disgust in his gaze. Instead, he gently prodded the distressing damaged areas, speaking with compassion. That must have hurt terribly. Do not worry. I will heal your face, I swear. Yui Ran's heart was profoundly stirred, trembling at his words. Ding. A notification echoed, 100 points for touching the cheek. So this could happen. Just as Lindsay reached out to touch her again, his hand was ruthlessly swatted away by Yui Ran. As an empress, she quickly regained her composure. Covering her face once more, her tone frosty. Enough pretense. No man can behold my face without feeling revulsion, not even I can bear to look. Seeing his plan come to fruition, Lindsay placed the bubble solution on the table, saying, My lady, do give it a try. It is quite entertaining. With that, he turned to leave. Just as he was about to depart, Yui Ran spoke. Go to the Sutra Pavilion and select a martial art as the bridal gift for my imperial favor. Lindsay turned around with a faint smile, remarking, So my dear wife is indeed cool on the outside, but warm on the inside. After leaving the chamber, Yui Ran immediately removed her veil and picked up a circular wooden ring, gently exhaling a breath of fragrant air. In that moment, the atmosphere was filled with a multitude of colorful bubbles floating beside her. Under the illumination of the lights, they shimmered beautifully. A smile involuntarily graced Yui Ran's lips as her melodious voice resonated far and wide, echoing throughout the Yusha continent. I, Yui Ran, alongside the saint son of Qianling, Lindsay, shall hold our wedding ceremony in 7 days' time. All are warmly invited. Upon hearing this declaration, various forces across the Yusha continent were left astounded. Numerous sect leaders, elders, and disciples gasped in disbelief, questioning if their ears were deceiving them. Heavens! What is happening? The Empress of Yusha is suddenly getting married? Oh my goddess! Why is she chosen to wed a member of the human race? How can a humble human be worthy of the noble Empress? Where did that Lindsay come from, to have won the favor of the Empress? I am so envious that I could grind my teeth to dust. As the outside world buzzed with excitement, Lindsay arrived at the entrance of the Yusha Palace's Scripture Pavilion. He sought to select a formidable martial technique, preferably one with a name that exuded dominance and flair. Scripture Pavilion. Lindsay bellowed at an elderly man with white hair. What did you just call me? The elder, a guardian of the pavilion named Guming, looked displeased. Young man, I did not insult you. Nonsense. I just asked you what the most formidable martial technique in the treasury is, and what did you say? Lindsay stood with his hands on his hips, fuming. The elder, with a sincere expression, replied, It's called curse your ancestors. What? Lindsay was taken aback. Guming shook his head, lamenting, The youth of today have such distorted thoughts. Society is indeed declining. Chapter 6. Instant comprehension of the sword technique. Shocking all, Lindsay, feeling a surge of frustration, could not help but curse the individual who named this martial technique. Such a name would make even the dogs on the street shake their heads. This will do. Lindsay reached out, insisting, "Elder, please give me the curse your ancestors technique." Gu Ming cautioned, "Young man, you would be wise to reconsider your choice. Although this sword technique possesses astonishing lethality, capable of killing a person within 10 steps and leaving no trace 1,000 miles away, it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. I have guarded the scripture pavilion for 300 years and have never seen anyone master it." The second elder, Li Wuya, studied the curse your ancestors technique for 80 years and nearly fell into madness. Best not to pursue it. Lindsay interrupted, "What a coincidence. I thrive on challenges deemed impossible. I want it." Beside him, Erhu clapped vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes. The saint's son is magnificent. Let us go with curse your ancestors." Ah, the youth of today do not heed warnings. Gu Ming sighed, retrieving a parchment from the cabinet. "Here. This is the renowned grass character sword technique from 8 centuries ago, famous across the 9 provinces. Should you fall into obsession, do not say I did not caution you." Lindsay took a glance and thought, "Well, I cannot comprehend this." His bewildered expression did not escape the notice of the surrounding disciples, who sneered. "Look, another jester, believing he can grasp the world's foremost sword technique, now appearing utterly befuddled. Ha ha ha. The grass character sword technique is quite sinister. I studied it for a time, and during that phase, I felt an urge to poke anyone I encountered, completely oblivious to my own limitations. Although the grass character sword technique possesses astonishing lethality, only true swordsmanship prodigies can comprehend it. He is merely a martial artist of the 8th stage. Ha ha. Lindsay cast them a disdainful glance. "Fools, you know nothing of the power of the absurd. System, activate simplification card." Ding. Simplification card activated successfully. Simplifying grass character sword technique. Simplification complete. Grass character sword technique is unworthy. Unworthy? What does that imply? Is it that one can comprehend the grass character sword technique merely by being unworthy? How could someone as earnest as I ever stoop to such folly? Ahem. Why are you all barking like dogs? Not to speak ill, but each of you present is the dregs of the dregs. Your own stupidity prevents comprehension. Do not presume everyone else shares your ignorance. As for this grass character sword technique, I merely glanced at it and grasped the first form. Curse your old wood. To comprehend with but a glance. Who dares to be so arrogant? A robust male voice resonated from the entrance of the scripture pavilion. Before the figure even arrived, an aura of sword energy enveloped the crowd. They swiftly parted to form 2 lines, respectfully declaring, "We greet elderly Wuyo." It was none other than the foremost sword enthusiast of the ghostly death continent, Li Wuyo. In his youth, to avoid delaying his sword practice, he severed his own wife with a sword. He famously declared, "With no women in the heart. The sword is naturally divine." Li Wuyo turned his gaze to Lindsay. "Is it you?" "Indeed, it is I. I have heard that elderly has dedicated 80 years to study. Such perseverance is truly admirable. Alas, I cannot match your relentless commitment, for I have learned it with but a glance." Hee hee. Li Wuyo was incensed. "Impudent wretch. If you can execute the first form, I shall stand on my head and relieve myself right here, consuming it with my mouth." Lindsay waved his hand dismissively, expressing disdain. "There is no need. The odor is too strong. I fear I would not withstand it." Ding. Unworthy 111. The host has comprehended the first form. Curse your old wood. Li Wuyo, infuriated to the point of pain, exclaimed, "Dare you demonstrate it for me to witness?" Lindsay did not refuse. Facing the provocation, he decisively nodded. "What is there to fear? Watch closely." With that, Lindsay closed his eyes, recalling the sword technique's first form. Moments later, he opened his eyes, stepped out of the scripture pavilion, and casually picked a blade of grass from the ground. Lindsay activated his internal energy according to the grass character sword technique, a sense of unparalleled mastery flooding his mind. With a handful of withered grass, Lindsay gently waved towards Li Wuyo while simultaneously exclaiming, "The first form of the grass character sword technique, grass you old wood." Such a seemingly simple gesture caused a drastic change in Li Wuyo's previously calm demeanor. An overwhelming surge of sword intent erupted from the withered grass in Lindsay's grasp, hurtling directly towards Li Wuyo. In that instant, The unremarkable piece of withered grass transformed into the 5-leaf sword grass. The 5 leaves resembled 5 unparalleled divine swords, radiating an incredibly terrifying aura of murder that instilled no thought of resistance in the onlookers. Li Wuyo's pupils contracted, his gaze fixated on the incoming sword energy. He attempted to evade, yet found himself unable to move, as if his very essence had been anchored in place. In desperation, Li Wuyo resorted to his martial saint cultivation, conjuring a defensive barrier in an effort to block the sword energy. Bang! The sword energy struck him, effortlessly penetrating his protective shield. Lin Zhe's sword energy collided with Li Wuyo, unceremoniously tearing through his garments and leaving a faint crimson scar upon his chest. Staring at the wound, Li Wuyo stood in stunned disbelief, his eyes brimming with incredulity. How could he, a disciple of the 8th rank of martial apprentice, have sustained an injury from this? Hiss! Unable to dodge, unable to defend, he could only brace for the onslaught. The grass character sword technique. He truly executed the grass character sword technique. If only his cultivation were slightly higher, that strike could have gravely wounded him. Even Yu Iran, who had been lurking in the shadows, was filled with astonishment upon hearing the commotion. She was well aware of Li Wuyo's formidable swordsmanship, which was renowned as the strongest in the Yusha continent. Yet now, in this clash of swords, this sword fanatic had actually been defeated by Lin Zhe, a mere 8th rank martial apprentice. If this were to be spoken aloud, even Yu Iran herself would struggle to believe it, yet this scene unfolded vividly before her eyes. Wasn't he supposed to be a naturally ineffective vessel, incapable of cultivation? Lin Zhe smiled brightly at Li Wuyo, saying, "Elderly, how does grass you old would fare?" Quite well, Li Wuyo responded, his eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. The domain he had so proudly claimed was now overshadowed by a disciple, though reluctant to admit it. The sword intent of Lin Zhe was undeniably superior. You are a genius, and perhaps I barked too loudly just now. After a lifetime of sword practice, I find myself outshone by your mere glance. Am I even worthy to wield a sword? Li Wuyo's face fell, and he sighed heavily. Observing Li Wuyo's disheartened expression, Lin Zhe paternalistically patted his shoulder, saying, "Elderly, as the grass character sword technique states, with a sword in the heart, all things can become a sword. My understanding is that being fixated on form yields but a single sword throughout one's life. However, when one transcends the surface to perceive the essence, every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every stone can be an extraordinary sword." Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Li Wuyo was profoundly shaken, and the long stagnant sword path within him began to stir. All things can become a sword? Originally, I found myself still at the initial stage of the sword path, while others had already reached the pinnacle. How foolish I was to revel in my own pride, looking down upon others through the lens of my limited perspective. Li Wuyi bowed deeply to Lin Zhe, acknowledging his teachings. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, nearly fainting from shock. My heavens! The most formidable elder Li Wuyi actually bowed to a disciple. Who is he? Such extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, yet I have never laid eyes upon him before. Wait, he seems to be human. Amidst the praises of the crowd, Lin Zhe felt a tinge of pride, placing his hands on his hips. How impressive I am! The Grand Elder. Indeed, he is the one. That individual is a spy infiltrating our ghostly Shroud Palace. At that moment, someone guided the Grand Elder of the ghostly Shroud Palace, Ji Mingyun, hastily toward Lin Zhe. The expressions of the crowd shifted, each looking at Lin Zhe with heightened vigilance. A spy? Where's the spy? Lin Zhe scratched his head, indicating his innocence. Chapter 7. He is the husband I summoned. Stop feigning innocence. I am speaking of you. The individual pointed at Lin Zhe, frantically reporting to Grand Elder Ji Mingyun. Ji Mingyun scrutinized Lin Zhe, his brow furrowing. I possess an impeccable memory. I remember the visage of every disciple of the ghostly Shroud Palace. Huh. Speak. Which faction sent you as a spy? Lin Zhe blinked innocently, replying, I am not a spy. I am the husband of your empress. Preposterous. You insolent wretch. Brothers, take him down. The moment Lin Zhe's words escaped his lips, the entire assembly erupted with fury. Ji Mingyun's gaze hardened. The empress is of unparalleled nobility. How dare you tarnish her honor? Prepare to die? Halt. At that moment, Yu Iran emerged from the void, gracefully landing before Lin Zhe. She lifted her alabaster neck like a regal queen, her voice cold and commanding. He is the husband summoned by this empress. From this day forth, regard him as you would me. Should anyone dare show disrespect, execute them. Boom. Yu Iran's words struck like thunder, leaving the crowd in a state of stunned silence, rooted in place. Empress, are you truly to be wed? Ji Mingyun, taken aback, had initially thought he was hallucinating from lack of sleep the previous night. Yet now, the Empress herself had spoken, leaving no room for doubt. What right does a mere 8th-level martial artist have to marry the Empress? Countless individuals silently screamed in disbelief, their hearts filled with envy and resentment as they gazed upon Lin Zhe. This young man has bypassed a lifetime of struggles. As the Empress, Yu Iran had no intention of concerning herself with the inner thoughts of the elders and disciples. Her announcement was a declaration, not a discussion. Grand Elder, the wedding ceremony will be held in 7 days. Ensure it is grand. With that, Yu Iran's figure vanished once more. Lin Zhe shook his head in distress. My dear, every time you finish speaking, you vanish without a trace. Where am I to chase after you? My points. What? My stone-hearted senior sister is getting married? In the abyssal demon pavilion of the Yusha continent, a woman sat cross-legged on the throne, surrounded by swirling black mist, her formidable dark energy commanding and awe-inspiring. Yu Shuiyao, the second disciple of the former empress of Yusha Palace and the junior sister of Yu Iran, had failed in her bid to seize the throne and was expelled by Yu Iran. Upon hearing the news of Yu Iran's marriage, she exclaimed in disbelief. The kneeling guard, Nuda, assured her, Master, the news is absolutely true, and the betrothed is the holy son of the Qianling's sacred land, a worthless individual incapable of cultivation. Yu Shuiyao frowned. When did that wretched senior sister of mine become interested in men? Why go through such elaborate means to announce it? Nuda hesitated. Master, could it be related to our scheme against Yu Iran with the desire pill a few days ago? According to the reports from spies in Yusha Palace, after Yu Iran drank the poisoned chicken soup, she vanished, only to return accompanied by that man. Yu Shuiyao's lips curled into a manic smile. Haha, I understand now. That woman has lost her purity. The opportunity to reclaim Yusha Palace is right before us. Do you comprehend, dog slave? Nuda nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. What do you understand? Nuda broke into a cold sweat. I understand nothing. Yu Shuiyao sighed. Indeed, you do not understand me. No one can comprehend my feelings. I am utterly exhausted. Nuda responded, Master. With a knowing expression, Yu Shuiyao continued, Yu Iran is cold-hearted and ruthless. If she was forced to lose her purity, she would undoubtedly resort to killing to silence anyone. Yet she has taken that man as her husband. Why is that? The answer is singular. Yu Iran has fallen in love with him. Ha ha ha. Women of the demon race are often infatuated. Yu Iran has no vulnerabilities. But that man is now her Achilles heel. With that worthless man as our leverage, the chance to reclaim Yusha Palace is within our grasp. Oh, so that is the case. Nuda seemed enlightened. Truly, as expected of my master, you see through everything. Naturally, Yu Shuiyao smiled. Now do you understand? I do. I shall infiltrate Yusha Palace and deal with that man. I will shatter Yu Iran's mental state. I will drive her to madness. You know nothing. Yu Shuiyao was so incensed she nearly leaped up. Find an opportunity to capture that worthless man, and then procure 1,000 courtesans. I want Yu Iran to witness how her beloved is defiled. Ha ha ha. I shall ruin her heart. Yes, yes. Nuda responded, retreating. As the door closed, a manic smile spread across Yu Shuiyao's face within the abyssal pavilion. Yu Iran, you have ultimately revealed your weakness. Just watch as that man is drained to a husk. I will make his life a living hell. From an unknown source, she produced a black leather whip, and with a determined flick, Yu Su unleashed it. The sharp crack of the whip resonated throughout the room. Beneath her flowing gown, her beautiful legs were adorned with black stockings, exuding an alluring sensuality, while her delicate feet were elegantly encased in high heels. In her mind, vivid images emerged of her striking him with the whip, her heels pressing down on his head as he pleaded for mercy, addressing her as my queen in endless scenarios. A cacophony of sinister laughter reverberated within the dim chamber. Yet amidst the mirth, Yu Su seemed to choke on her own saliva, coughing a few times. As night fell, the stars twinkled brightly against the backdrop of a full moon, illuminating a deep, tranquil palace. Inside, Yu sat gracefully before her vanity, shedding her robes. With delicate fingers, she removed the hairpin from her head, allowing her flowing locks to cascade like a waterfall. beneath the imposing and indifferent presence of the empress. There was an undeniable allure. She gently lifted the black veil from her face, pausing for a moment before slowly removing it. The mirror reflected a grotesque visage, with decaying flesh and a stark contrast between the dark scars on her cheeks and the smooth, alabaster skin of her collarbone. With a sharp crack, Yurn closed her eyes and forcefully shattered the mirror. "Enter," she commanded, turning to the shadow lurking outside the window. Lindsay, having realized he was discovered, opened the door and approached Yurn with a smile. "My lady, did you summon me to consummate our union?" Yurn cast a fleeting glance at him. "Here, take this back. It holds no interest for me." Upon hearing this, Lindsay was momentarily taken aback. Ordinarily, no one could resist the allure of bubble water. He skeptically opened the bottle, only to find it entirely devoid of its contents. How absurd. There's nothing left. "And you've consumed it all?" Lindsay pretended to pour the empty bottle in front of her, as if inquiring about the missing liquid. Yurn coughed awkwardly a few times, hastily changing the subject. "The wedding ceremony will be held in 7 days. Are you satisfied?" Lindsay nodded. "My lady, you are truly kind to me. Rest assured, I will find a way to heal your wounds. I have heard of a pill called Hyndn from the Medicine King Valley, said to restore one's appearance, but I have tried it, and it was ineffective." Yurn's voice was cold. "Do not waste your efforts. No one in this world can mend my face. Lindsay, in our demon clan, strength is paramount. If you wish to avoid being looked down upon, you must swiftly enhance your power." Lindsay retorted. "Would you look down upon me? In this era, there is no man stronger than I. You tell me, do I regard you with esteem?" Yurn spoke with a hint of arrogance, yet it was grounded in truth. Ding. The host's cultivation has reached 9,000. Successfully advancing to the 9th rank of martial disciple. The next level, Martial Master, requires a cultivation of 10,000. The host possesses a strength of 111, and the fluctuations in Lindsay's aura sparked a sense of curiosity within Yurn. Has he truly achieved another breakthrough so swiftly? Yet, he seemingly did nothing but converse with her. Although perplexed, Yurn, mindful of her pride, refrained from voicing her questions and instead issued a decree of expulsion. "No entry to my chamber without my consent. You may leave now." With that, she disregarded Lindsay's forlorn gaze and reclined on the bed, presenting him with an alluring silhouette. The loose sleep robe clung to her figure in a most enticing manner, particularly as she lay on her side, her knees bent, her curvaceous form accentuated, resembling a ripe peach. Lindsay reached out in vain towards the air, seething with indignation as he departed. Is there truly no one to oversee this? Chapter 8. He, a martial genius among millions. Although Yurn forbade Lindsay from sharing her sleeping quarters, the luxurious accommodations she arranged for him were nothing short of opulent. The function hall was one of the finest chambers in the Yusha Palace, and both Lindsay and heir who were taken aback upon their first glimpse. The entire hall was constructed from exquisite glass and gold, exuding unparalleled extravagance. Within, every amenity was provided, with tables and chairs adorned with jade inlays. Lindsay found himself alone on a grand bed, drifting into slumber until dawn. Contemplating whether Yurn had risen, he stepped outside his room only to be confronted by a figure clad in black, who suddenly emerged to block his path. Instinctively, Lindsay shouted, "Assassin!" The figure was startled and quickly moved to cover his mouth. "Do not shout, holy son. I am here to rescue you." The figure removed his mask, revealing his identity. Lindsay stared at him for a moment, uncertain. Jingku, the most renowned assassin of the Qianling sacred land, reputed for drawing blood with every strike and never failing a mission. Upon realizing Lindsay recognized him, Jingku exhaled in relief. "Phew, holy son. I have acquired the map of Yusha Palace. Quickly, follow me. We must escape this den of tigers." "Leave? Good grief. I have expended so much effort to enter. And you wish for me to depart without accomplishing anything? I refuse to leave." Lindsay pushed him aside with determination, his voice resolute. "I shall remain by the Empress's side for a lifetime. You, an assassin infiltrating Yusha Palace, would certainly meet a gruesome fate if discovered. You must flee." At these words, Jingku bowed his head in silence for a long moment, then suddenly looked up, his face filled with admiration. "Holy son, your righteousness humbles me. I, Jingku, have always considered myself a man of chivalry, yet I am outshone by your profound care for the common people. I feel utterly ashamed." Lindsay, unable to comprehend the gravity of his words, urged, "Please, just go. I beg you, do not let my efforts be in vain." He silently cried out, at last, "I have the chance to be by the Empress's side day and night. Please do not disrupt this." Tears welled in Jing Ke's eyes. His heart deeply moved. For the sake of Qianling Island, the Holy Son is willing to sacrifice himself, enduring the torment of the merciless Empress. How can outsiders comprehend the hardships he faces? Wiping away his tears, Jing Ke declared resolutely, "Do not worry, Holy Son. I shall rescue you from the clutches of the Enchantress. Allow me to devise a thorough plan. Await my return, Holy Son." With that, Jing Ke invoked a secret technique and vanished from sight, leaving Lindsay, his face a portrait of sorrow. "Please, do not save me," Lindsay lamented, tears unshed, yearning to remain with the Empress, yet feeling the weight of disbelief from all around him. Although the Empress had been disfigured, my love for her remains unwavering. How shallow-minded these people are, Lindsay muttered as he walked away. At that moment, a voice echoed behind him. "Indeed, you speak the truth. Though the Empress's beauty has been marred, my love for her endures." Suddenly, another figure emerged, glaring at Lindsay with a menacing intensity, as if he were ready to kill. Lindsay, perplexed, asked, "Who are you, my brother? Why do you regard me with such disdain? I have not taken your beloved." "Very well." Su Tianjiao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "How dare you rub salt in my wounds? I, Su Tianjiao, will not rest until I confront you." Su Tianjiao's reputation as the Empress's most devoted admirer was known throughout the ghostly palace. "What right do you, a mere human, have to aspire to be the Empress's consort? I refuse to accept this." Lindsay suddenly realized. "Oh, so you are a rival. Perhaps it is your lack of charm that puts you at a disadvantage." Su Tianjiao scrutinized Lindsay, then touched his own face, his confidence wavering. "I suppose we are somewhat similar." Su Tianjiao yelled. "What use is handsomeness? Can it fill one's stomach? In the demon realm, strength is revered. Are you bold enough to accept my challenge?" Lindsay sighed. His face darkened with frustration. "We are both esteemed individuals. Must we resort to violence?" "Haha, you are afraid," Su Tianjiao taunted. "If you are a man, step onto the martial arena and fight me. I train tirelessly every day, yearning for the moment I can enter the inner sanctum and catch the Empress's eye. Yet, the Empress dares to wed you. Do you have any idea how much that pains my heart?" Lindsay donned a pitiful expression and advised gently, "Take it easy. To navigate life successfully, one must occasionally wear a bit of green on their head." Su Tianjiao roared in anger. "Nonsense. Hurry to the martial arena with me. Today, either I shall defeat you, or you shall defeat me." He grasped Lindsay's clothing and forcibly dragged him to the martial arena. Soon, a throng of disciples gathered to watch. Who is this person? How dare he challenge the prince consort? Did the Empress not declare that we must show utmost respect upon encountering him? What a fool to begin his day with such recklessness. If memory serves, he appears to be the outer sect's top disciple, Su Tianjiao. In just a year of cultivation, he has already reached the second tier of martial prowess. It is said he will soon be accepted as a disciple of the Grand Elder, ascending to the inner sect. I was astonished. Would he not strike the prince consort dead with a single blow? Such words cannot be uttered lightly. Yesterday, the prince consort had an epiphany regarding the grass character sword technique, showcasing an astonishing talent in swordsmanship. But what of it? He is burdened with a congenital defect, and likely possesses only the cultivation of a martial artist now. Su Tianjiao is assured of victory. At this moment, Lindsay stood upon the martial arts platform, his expression devoid of any panic, instead engaging in fervent, deep breaths, gasping for air. Witnessing his actions, Su Tianjiao's confidence soared. This man is so terrified that he is having an asthma attack. Such a wretch is unworthy of the noble Empress. Su Tianjiao sneered, his form akin to a ferocious tiger, as he lunged towards Lindsay. "My painstakingly honed magic tiger heart-piercing claw can incapacitate you with a single strike. Prepare to meet your end." In the face of this assault, Lindsay remained motionless, as if rendered dumb with fear. Some spectators turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight of Lindsay being struck. Suddenly, a system notification resonated in Lindsay's mind. Beep. Host detected engaging in frantic, deep breathing. Cultivation level at 100100100100100. Beep. Cultivation level is maxed out. Host breaks through to the second stage of a martial artist. Boom. In an instant, Lindsay's aura transformed dramatically. He regarded Su Tianjiao with a faint smile, then raised his fist, striking towards him with tremendous force. Everything is perfectly aligned. Then came a resounding thud. Su Tianjiao's hands met an invisible wall, shattering upon impact, his bones fracturing completely. "Ah, my hands. It hurts so much." Su Tianjiao's anguished cries echoed across the martial arts platform. He collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The crowd of onlookers stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. One strike? Lin Zhe has defeated the outer sect's foremost disciple, Su Tianjiao, in a mere instant. His hands shattered. What a tragic sight. Moreover, Lin Zhe had not even moved, merely lifting his hand to unleash such terrifying power. Good heavens! What kind of prodigy is Lin Zhe? What is his true level of cultivation? It appears we have all misjudged him. Being able to be the prince consort to the empress surely indicates extraordinary capabilities. He may indeed be a martial genius, one among the multitude. Chapter 9. The empress displays her whimsical temper. How could this be? It turns out the fool was none other than myself. You are the true talent, while I am merely a pretender. Su Tianjiao lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Prince consort, I concede defeat. I am unworthy to vie for the empress' favor. Only a martial genius like you is deserving of the empress. At that moment, the ethereal figure of Yu Iran appeared before the crowd, as mysteriously as ever. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, then immediately bowed, proclaiming, "Greetings, your majesty." The empress. "My dear, have you missed me in just one day? Come here for a hug." Lin Zhe rushed forward at the first opportunity, hoping to embrace her. But unexpectedly, a single glance from Yu Iran froze him in place. His expression bore a hint of grievance, resembling a wronged young bride. Yu Iran, ignoring him entirely, spoke with a frigid tone. "You dare wager my authority? When did I become a subject of your discussions? Elder, is this how you manage the disciples within the palace?" The crowd sensed the fury in the empress's words, their hearts racing as they exchanged anxious glances, each lowering their heads, fearful of further speech. The elder, steeling himself, offered an explanation. "Your Majesty, it is my fault for not disciplining the disciples adequately. If punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me alone." Upon hearing this, Yu Iran huffed discontentedly. "If you are to be punished, they too must face consequences." The elder turned to Su Tianjiao, reprimanding, "Rebellious disciple. You are to be confined in the back mountains for 3 months. As for the prince consort at that moment, the elder found himself at a loss for how to punish Lin Zhe. After all, he was a prince consort. A harsh punishment might displease the empress, while a lenient one could appear unjust to the disciples. Fortunately, Yu Iran spoke up. "Are there any vacant positions in the maintenance department?" The elder hesitated. "Perhaps the task of cleaning the latrines? Let him do that." Upon saying this, Yu Iran felt an unexpected sense of relief. For reasons unknown, the thought of Lin Zhe facing hardship brought her joy. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide. To assign the prince consort to clean latrines, truly, the empress was merciless, not granting him an ounce of face. Lin Zhe looked at Yu Iran with a pitiful expression, feeling utterly dejected, while she couldn't help but chuckle. As time slipped away, evening fell. The sunset was exquisite, yet Lin Zhe's heart was heavy. Squatting outside the latrine, he sighed deeply, a faint sadness etched on his face. "Eru, how does one capture a woman's heart?" The Holy Sun replied, "I am unsure. But I must advise you to ascertain whether the object of your affection is indeed a woman before proceeding." Cleaning the latrine was a task Lin Zhe would certainly not undertake. Thus, it fell to Eru. At that moment, he pinched his nose, a mournful expression on his face. Scrubbing vigorously, lamenting aloud, "Holy Sun, I want to go home. I wish to return to Qianling's sacred land. Woe is me." "Be quiet," Lin Zhe retorted. "They say the demon empress has a twisted temperament and enjoys tormenting others. I have now experienced it firsthand." Hiding outside the latrine, Lin Zhe rested his chin in his hand. "Do not rush. First, ensure the latrine is clean. When under a roof, one must bow their head." Just then, a figure swiftly approached Lin Zhe, concern etched on their face. "Holy Sun, you have suffered. That empress is truly a demon, allowing you, a noble figure, to dwell in a latrine. It is all my fault for being inept." The person who arrived was none other than the stealthy Jingku, his heart seething with rage as he observed Lin Zhe and Erhu. Lin Zhe cast him a sidelong glance. "Why haven't you departed yet? What purpose does your presence serve here?" "I refuse to leave. If my wife discovers you, your fate is sealed." Jingku, unfazed, replied, Your Highness, I am not one to fear death. After several days of observation, I have concluded that we can excavate an underground tunnel to escape. I have already mapped out the route. Within 2 days, I shall breach the tunnel and lead you to safety. Upon hearing this, Lindsay's lips twitched uncontrollably. Was this truly the best a carbon-based life form could devise? Heaven has bestowed wisdom upon the world, yet you insist on wielding an umbrella to feign profundity. Lindsay retorted. Very well, then hasten to dig the tunnel, and do not disturb me. As you command. Jing Ke departed and promptly relayed all of Lindsay's circumstances back to the Qianling's sacred ground via a communication stone, embellishing it with his reasonable assumptions. Lin Ruhai, anxious for his son, was so enraged upon receiving this news that he shattered the communication stone with a single blow. Which, you have gone too far. You dare to subject my son to such indignities, to dwell in a lavatory, to wallow in filth. He bellowed skyward. His precious son, cherished as if he were a fragile treasure, was now subjected to such treatment. This was intolerable. The others at the Qianling's sacred ground, upon learning of this, were equally incensed. We must rescue the Holy Son at once. Eliminate the witch and bring back the Holy Son. Eliminate the witch and bring back the Holy Son. That night, hundreds set forth towards the Yusha Palace. Meanwhile, Lindsay remained blissfully unaware that, in the eyes of the cultivators of Qianling's sacred ground, he had been reduced to a mere plaything by the Empress. In the palace, Yu Yiran gazed joyously at the woman who had unexpectedly appeared, Aunt Shangguan. What brings you here so suddenly? The woman standing opposite Yu Yiran was clad in a flowing purple gown with a slender waist and ample hips. Her smile enchanting and her features exquisite, radiating the allure of a mature woman. Her name was Shangguan Yi, a sworn sister of the former Empress of Yusha Palace. Making her Yu Yiran's aunt, Shangguan Yi feigned irritation, her brows slightly furrowed. Humph. You've grown up, yet you don't even wish to share such a significant life event as marriage with your aunt? Had I not learned of it from the disciples returning from Yawang Valley, I would still be in the dark. After all these years of anticipation, you finally wish to marry, fulfilling your aunt's long-held wish. Yu Yiran's tone was somewhat awkward. Aunt, it's not that I am marrying. Rather, I am taking him as my spouse. What difference does it make? Aren't you both merely sharing a bed? Shangguan Yi teased with a smile. Surely you needn't meet him, Yu Yiran replied. Shangguan Yi frowned in displeasure. What do you mean by that? Is there some hidden secret between you two? Yiran, could it be that you're feigning a marriage? Are you trying to deceive me? Of course not. Yu Yiran let out a bitter smile. Her greatest fear had indeed come to pass. Chapter 10. The arrival of the kind Aunt Lindsay was squatting outside the lavatory when, without warning, he felt the collar at the back of his neck tighten. Abruptly yanked upwards. Damn, which foolish lady has finally come to see me? Yiran shot Lindsay a fierce glance, her tone stern. You must accompany me to meet someone. Remember, not a word shall escape your lips. Should you dare utter a single inappropriate remark, I shall sever your roots. So fierce. Lindsay was taken aback. My lady, you aren't planning to sell me off, are you? Silence. Just remember to act affectionate. With that, Yiran tugged Lindsay into the chamber. My lady, please be gentle. Watching this scene, Shangguan Yi couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Yiran, be a little tender with your husband. Upon hearing this, Yiran immediately loosened her grip on Lindsay's collar and whispered, We are going to pay respect to my aunt with tea. In an instant, Lindsay understood. No wonder his lady had sought him out. It was to deal with the elders. In that case, my lady, I shall not hold back. With this thought, Lindsay confidently took Yiran's delicate hand, boldly squeezing it a few times. Yiran's hand was soft and smooth, with a hint of coolness. Beep. Handholding. Points. 10101010. Yiran shuddered, feeling a surge of electricity coursing through her body. Just as she was about to forcibly shake off Lindsay, she met Shangguan Yi's gaze and was compelled to restrain herself. She allowed Lindsay to hold her hand as they slowly approached Shangguan Yi. She held great respect for the aunt who had raised her and understood that her aunt's main concern was her marital affairs. While she could feign indifference towards Lindsay, she could not afford to reveal any cracks in front of her aunt. That shameless scoundrel. He usually presents himself with such grace, yet turns out to be a lecherous beast. Yiran glared at Lindsay with indignation, utterly detesting his opportunistic behavior. Even through the veil, Lindsay could sense the murderous intent in the Empress's eyes. He quietly reminded her, weren't we supposed to act affectionate? Leave it to me. Lindsay had met the aunt before. He boldly approached Shangguan Yi and called out, Aunt. Good, good. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's address, Shangwan Yi broke into a beaming smile. Iran, feeling aggrieved, muttered under her breath, "She is my aunt, not yours. Such words from my lady are far too presumptuous. She deserves to be reprimanded." Beep. Points. 200. The room fell into an immediate silence. Both Iran and Shangwan Yi were momentarily stunned. Subsequently, Shangwan Yi's laughter grew louder, vibrant, and effusive. In front of her aunt, Iran was so infuriated that she nearly ground her silver teeth to dust. Were it not for Shangwan Yi's presence, she would have unleashed a torrent of magical flames to reduce Lin Zhe to ashes. Haha, you young people truly know how to have fun. Seeing your affection for one another brings me great comfort as an elder. As Shangwan Yi spoke, her gaze lingered on Lin Zhe, growing increasingly satisfied, akin to a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law. He was handsome indeed. Though his cultivation level was somewhat modest, merely a second-tier martial artist, it mattered little. After all, perfection is an illusion. Lin Zhe respectfully offered a bowl of tea to Shangwan Yi, smiling as he said, "Auntie, you are certainly not old at all. If I had encountered you on the street before, I would have thought you were a lovely 18-year-old young lady." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yi's laughter grew even more joyful. Iran internally scoffed. Humph. Flattering words. Shangwan Yi then said, "Stop standing. Take a seat. Are you two getting along well?" Lin Zhe, Iran can be rather proud. Please be patient with her. If she bullies you, just tell your aunt, and I will support you. Lin Zhe's expression lit up with excitement. "Auntie, we get along splendidly. It's just that she makes me clean the toilet." Before Lin Zhe could finish, Iran swiftly stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth. Shangwan Yi looked on with confusion, asking, "What was that? Did you just say clean what? The toilet?" Iran immediately interjected, "Auntie, it's nothing. What he meant to say is that we met in the restroom." "Yes, that's exactly it." Simultaneously, she communicated with Lin Zhe, "You want to have to clean the toilet tomorrow. Let us just forget this matter." Shangwan Yi's lips twitched slightly. "The place where you met is indeed quite special." Lin Zhe, disgruntled, continued munching on the pastry, muttering, "Isn't it? She's so domineering. The moment we met, she tore off my clothes. It was quite shocking." Uffed. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yi suddenly spewed out the tea she had just sipped, splattering Lin Zhe's face. Cough, cough, cough. "Lin Zhe, you should wipe your face." Realizing her lack of composure, Shangwan Yi retrieved a handkerchief and handed it to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Auntie, I'm fine." Noticing the silent Iran, Shangwan Yi understood that Lin Zhe was speaking the truth, finding the situation rather amusing. "Iran, dear, is it necessary to be so forceful upon first meeting? Can't we indulge in a little flirtation instead? The youth truly know how to enjoy themselves. I, as an older single woman, have clearly fallen behind." After finishing her tea, Shangwan Yi stood up, saying, "I have been traveling tirelessly these past few days and am feeling rather fatigued. I shall take my leave and not interrupt your sweet moments any longer. Auntie, take care. See you tomorrow." Lin Zhe waved goodbye. Once Shangwan Yi had completely vanished from sight, Lin Zhe's other hand swiftly withdrew from Iran's grasp, and he jumped back, adopting a serious demeanor. "Do not misunderstand. My earlier actions were solely to reassure Auntie. I had no intention of taking advantage of you. I am not that kind of person. Although I did not inform you in advance, I am sure my clever wife can comprehend this, right?" Iran's expression gradually turned icy. "If there's a next time, you shall pay dearly. There will be no next time. By the way, I'm heading back now." "Stop," Iran called out lightly, then with a tone of resignation, continued, "I know my aunt well. Given her personality, it's highly probable she will sneakily eavesdrop outside the door at midnight. If you go out to sleep, it will expose us. Are you suggesting we share the bed tonight? How wonderful. I shall take a bath right away." Lin Zhe felt an overwhelming rush of happiness. Iran's cheeks flushed slightly, and in annoyance, she bit her silver teeth. "What do you need to bathe for? You stay inside, and don't move around at night." The jade bed was quite large, measuring around 3 to 4 meters. They could sleep on opposite sides, which she could barely accept. She just needed to wait until tomorrow to send her aunt away. "All right," Lin Zhe replied with a smile. He did not rush to the bed, but instead removed his outer garments. Soon, he was left with only a pair of black shorts. A robust, graceful physique, smooth and fair, devoid of any blemish, was presented before Iran. What a perfect body, Iran thought, instinctively casting a few more glances. "My lady, are you admiring my physique?" Lindsay teased, observing Yu Iran's lowered gaze. Startled, Yu Iran quickly averted her eyes, assuming a demeanor of imperial authority, and coldly huffed, "Why are you undressing? Hurry and put your clothes back on. Do not entertain such thoughts." "But I have always preferred to sleep in the nude," Lindsay replied innocently. "And, my lady, what do you mean by such things? I don't understand." Yu Iran found herself momentarily speechless. Beneath the black veil, her fair neck flushed with a rosy hue. Seeing this, Lindsay couldn't help but marvel within. So even the empress can blush. But it made sense. She was first a woman and then an empress. With a chuckle, Lindsay climbed onto the bed, settling himself at the innermost part. Reluctantly, Yu Iran also shed her outer clothing and donned a form-fitting, sheer white silk nightgown that accentuated her alluring curves. She too enjoyed sleeping in the nude. Chapter 11. Sharing the same bed. This was the first time they had shared a bed since their acquaintance. Yu Iran lay on her side, presenting her back to Lindsay, who stared wide-eyed at her silhouette. From behind, her narrow shoulders and rounded hips evoked a plethora of imaginative thoughts. As Lindsay inhaled the faint, cool fragrance that lingered nearby, his mind was flooded with memories of that day in the cave. Meanwhile, Yu Iran felt the heat of his gaze upon her back, making her uncomfortable, so she pulled the blanket up to her nose. Yet, the lingering scent of Lindsay enveloped her, as if she were embraced by him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yu Iran finally spoke up. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lindsay paused momentarily before responding. "Aren't you also awake? How can one possibly sleep under such circumstances?" Lying next to a breathtaking beauty, with a delicate fragrance wafting from her, it stirs one's very blood. "With your eyes closed, just take a look at me." At that moment, Yu Iran abruptly halted her words, turning to face Lindsay, their faces mere inches apart, their eyes locked. "Oh no, my aunt is eavesdropping outside. What should I do?" Yu Iran's tone was fraught with urgency, her head spinning with anxiety. If she and Lindsay did not create some commotion tonight, her aunt would be far from at ease. "Do you know how to do that?" Lindsay blinked. What do you mean?" Yu Iran pulled the blanket over the two of them. Her heart raced inexplicably. Although she had an inkling of what was to come, she still gazed at Lindsay with profound confusion. "It's about, calling out." Lindsay's breath quickened slightly. Their faces were nearly touching, the coolness of the black veil brushing against them. A faint blush crept up Yu Iran's neck as she bit her silver teeth, declaring, "No, I can't." "You do it." "Huh. It wouldn't be appropriate for a man to call out, would it? Yet you called quite loudly in the cave." Lindsay's lips twitched. "I was startled by you. You came at me and tore my clothes. How could I not cry out?" "Don't say another word," Yu Iran scolded. Panicking. "What should we do now? What else can we do?" "You must hum a few notes, or else our affectionate moments will be exposed," Lindsay urged. He had already caught sight of a shadow outside the window. Yu Iran felt a rush of heat envelop her, her lips parting yet unable to produce a sound. "I'll help you." "Ah." Suddenly, Yu Iran found her breath quickening, feeling somewhat breathless, her mind momentarily blank. Ding. Points. 1,000 Lindsay, that's enough. It hurts. The commotion was such that even her aunt outside the chamber felt her face flush, hastily turning to flee. Once her aunt had departed, Lindsay swiftly withdrew his hands. "My dear, I did this for you. I had no intention of taking advantage." "Shut your mouth." Yu Iran was infuriated, her teeth nearly grinding to dust, yet she felt utterly powerless before this man. As long as her aunt remained in proximity, even her formidable prowess as a martial deity would be of no use. To be honest, she somewhat regretted taking Lindsay as her husband. Initially, she thought him rather foolish and innocent, merely adding a title without any real impact on her life. Now, however, she saw through the facade of this man's innocence. His shamelessness was blatant. He was brazenly infringing upon her, yet showed no remorse, instead behaving like a petulant child crying injustice, leaving her to bear the burden of villainy. She had truly brought a wolf into her home. Lindsay tugged at the only pillow, looking pitiful. "My dear, if you scold me, I'll go to sleep." "Sleep? Not a chance." Late at night, Lindsay had a peculiar dream. In his dream, a heavy stone pressed down on his chest, suffocating him. It was an absolute nightmare. And the worst part was that he could not awaken. Lacking a pillow, Yu Iran had inadvertently settled on Lindsay's chest. The aura of the martial emperor was formidable, akin to an immense boulder. During a nightly patrol, Shangwan stealthily peered through a crack in the door, only to discover a tender scene of a young couple nestled together. Yurian rested her head against Lin Zhe's shoulder, embracing him tightly. The sweetness of this moment was palpable, almost overwhelming. Witnessing this, Shangwan felt a mix of satisfaction and a twinge of melancholy. While the younger generation paired off in joyful unions, she remained solitary in her chamber, grappling with loneliness. Upon returning to her quarters, Shangwan discreetly lingered in the restroom for a while before collapsing into bed, lost in self-pity. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Yusha Palace, a man was tirelessly excavating. Jingku, resolute, declared, "Saint's son, hold on. I shall soon breach the tunnel and liberate you from the witch's grasp." The following day, Yurian's first task upon waking was to find Shangwan. "Auntie, I've prepared an intercontinental flying sword for you. You must return to the Medicine King's Valley. No hurry. I shall leave after your grand wedding in 2 days," Shangwan replied, producing a strikingly red bridal gown. She gently caressed the fabric, reminiscing, "Rian, this was sewn by your mother during her lifetime. Wear it on the day after tomorrow and become the most beautiful bride." "Most beautiful?" Yurian touched her cheek, a bitter smile crossing her face. "My visage is beyond redemption." Shangwan embraced her, tenderly patting her back with a heart full of compassion. "Do not worry, dear niece. I have dedicated these years to researching elixirs for restoring beauty. Once I perfect the rejuvenation pill, your appearance shall be restored." "Auntie, I have grown accustomed to it," Yurian replied softly. Lin Zhe sat cross-legged on the bed, calculating his points from the previous day with an air of obsession. Holding hands for 9 minutes translates to 540 seconds, which should yield 5,400 points at 10 points per second. Why did the system only grant me 1,000 points? And for all the intimate contact, I certainly spent at least a minute. Why is that also just 1,000 points? The system retorted, even when taking advantage of the system. There must be limits. Holding hands for 9 minutes? You wouldn't last that long in battle. Lin Zhe assessed his earnings, which totaled 2,310 points, and resolved to reach 3,000 for a triple draw. Just then, Jing Ku's head popped through the window, a triumphant expression on his face. "Saint's son, I toiled through the night and completed the tunnel. We can depart tonight." He thought to himself, with such diligence. Surely the Saint's son will view me in a new light. Upon returning to the Holy Land, I, Jing Ku, shall be an everlasting honored guest. Lin Zhe, infuriated, grasped this fool's collar, gritting his teeth. "Are you a pig? How many times must I reiterate? I shall not leave. I shall not leave. I shall not leave." Jing Ku, taken aback, reconsidered. The Saint's son must be concerned for my safety. The witch is so ruthless that once discovered by her, I would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Contemplating this, Jing Ku felt a profound sense of emotion. "Holy son, I understand your concerns, but rest assured. I have set up a concealed aura array within the tunnel, that which will never uncover us. This matter is foolproof." Lin Zhe was nearly overwhelmed with anger. Jing Ku promptly steadied him, his heart swelling with pride. "Ha ha ha, the Holy Son has been so moved by my loyalty that he nearly fainted." Chapter 12. A swift breakthrough shocks the Empress. After sending Jing Ku away, Lin Zhe proceeded to serve tea to Shangwan. Under the piercing gaze of Yuan, which seemed to hold the intent to kill, he said, "Auntie, it's such a rare occasion that you've come. Please stay a few more days." Shangwan nodded with a beaming smile. "I was thinking the same." Observing Lin Zhe, she noticed the change in his cultivation level and exclaimed in astonishment, "Lin Zhe, how have you advanced to the 5th stage of a martial master? Just last night you were only at the 2nd stage. My heavens, you can cultivate even in your dreams?" Lin Zhe nodded. "Indeed, I can cultivate in my dreams, although the progress is rather slow. Advancing only 3 minor realms in a night. Please don't laugh at me, Auntie." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yi's pupils widened in shock, causing her to spray a mouthful of tea onto Lin Zhe's face. "I didn't mean to. Quick, let me clean that." "It's nothing, I'm used to it." Lin Zhe retrieved the handkerchief Shangwan had given him the night before, wiping away the tea. The handkerchief was fragrant and seemed to carry Shangwan Yi's delicate scent, prompting him to inhale deeply. Shangwan Yi, astonished, asked, "You truly can cultivate in your dreams? Why do you suddenly inquire about this, Auntie?" Lin Zhe blinked in confusion. Shangwan Yi replied, "The notion of automatic cultivation in dreams is something I have never even heard of, let alone witnessed. How does this work?" Lin Zhe responded, "Is this really so strange?" "Strange." Yuan and Shangwan Yi echoed simultaneously. Lin Zhe scratched his head. "I don't find it strange. It seems quite normal to me." Aren't you all capable of doing the same? Surely you, having attained the ranks of martial saint and martial emperor, can also cultivate in your sleep? Lindsay had only just begun his formal training a few days prior and was not fully aware of the intricacies involved. He had always assumed that cultivation was entirely automatic. Shangwan Yi and Yu Iran inhaled deeply, feeling as if an arrow had struck their hearts, leaving them momentarily breathless. Yu Shangwan Yi's emotions were complex. She felt an urge to chastise Lindsay for his pretentiousness. However, seeing the genuine bewilderment in his innocent eyes, she realized he was truly perplexed. Isn't it common knowledge that the holy son of Qianling is considered to have a wasted meridian, incapable of cultivation? How can this be labeled as wasteful? At this moment, Yu Iran began to regard Lindsay with newfound respect, pondering. I once read in ancient texts about a constitution known as the chaotic body, which not only allows one to comprehend myriad techniques, but also enables automatic cultivation at any time and place. Lindsay, could you be a chaotic body? I don't know. No one has ever told me. Lindsay feigned ignorance, but inwardly he felt a swell of pride. I am the system brother. As Shangwan Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, she pondered the possibility that Lindsay might indeed possess a chaotic body, a divine physique. If this were true, the future would hold infinite promise. With that thought, her gaze towards Lindsay shimmered with golden excitement. He was a potential gem. After a brief discussion among the three, Shangwan Yi concocted a casual excuse to send Yu Iran away. Then, she turned to Lindsay, lowering her voice. Lindsay, last night I secretly listened for a while outside your room, and there's something I wish to inquire about. Lindsay was momentarily taken aback, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Had his aunt discovered something amiss? His feelings for Yu Iran were merely superficial, a fleeting performance. Was a woman's intuition truly that sharp? What should he do now? Should he confess freely or resist firmly? Aunt, Iran and I share a deep affection, Lindsay asserted earnestly. Is that so? Yet, I sense a lack of harmony between you two, Shangwani replied, her gaze piercing into Lindsay with the precision of a character from an anime he once watched. It was over. He felt utterly exposed under her scrutiny. As her lips moved, it seemed she was carefully choosing her words. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Could it be that you are lacking in that aspect? My apologies, Aunt. But you are correct. They both blurted out their responses almost in unison. Huh. Oh. For a moment, they stood frozen, absorbing each other's words. Lindsay was utterly bewildered. What had his aunt just asked? Was he truly inadequate? Meanwhile, Shangwan Yi wore an expression of certainty, as if she had anticipated this revelation. The silence from the previous night, lasting a mere minute or two, had clearly indicated Lindsay's struggles. Aunt, do not say any more, I understand. Shangwan Yi interrupted, her tone softening. After all, you are the holy son of Qianling, surrounded by countless maidens. Indulgence could indeed lead to complications. It's not that, however. Do not be too disheartened. As an alchemist, I can assist you in remedying this. She gently patted Lindsay's shoulder, offering him comfort. I possess a 3,000-year-old spirit ginseng that can nourish and replenish your vitality. Take it home and use it well. Rest assured, everything will improve. Upon hearing this, Lindsay nearly burst into tears. Damn it. I've maintained my chastity for 20 years. I have no issues whatsoever. Please don't spread such rumors. To Shangwani, Lindsay's expression appeared as if he were on the verge of tears, and she interpreted it as profound gratitude. She felt a sense of understanding, recognizing that no man overlooks such matters. Thankfully, she was there. Otherwise, what would become of Yu Iran's happiness in the latter half of her life? Aunt, please refrain from making such statements. Shangwan Yi nodded vigorously, assuring him, do not worry. I will keep your secret. I understand the stubbornness of men. A torrent of unseemly words lodged in Lindsay's throat, but he swallowed them back. Very well. Let it be as it is. At least I have earned a millennium ginseng. Without hesitation, Lindsay stuffed the ginseng into his mouth, beginning the process of digestion and absorption. Beep. The host's respiration rate is 101,010. Under the influence of the ginseng, the host's cultivation level is now at 100,100,100,100. Shangwan Yi was taken aback. Lindsay, why are you consuming it now? The 3,000-year ginseng is a treasure. You should wait until your realm is stable to consume it. It can directly help you break through. You have just ascended to the 5th stage of a martial artist. Taking it now will significantly diminish its refining effects. Oh, you cannot be so impatient. Shangwan Yi sighed, revealing a look of regret. What a waste. There exists a barrier between the fifth and sixth stages of a martial artist. If you consume it now, you will certainly be unable to successfully break through. Beep. The host has ascended to the sixth stage of a martial artist. The host's cultivation level is 100, 100. Boom. A surge of energy erupted from Lindsay. His aura had grown more than fivefold compared to before. Shangwan exclaimed, "What is happening?" Lindsay blinked. Aunt, what did you just say? I was too focused on absorbing the medicinal power to hear you clearly. Shangwan Yi's lips twitched. I said nothing. Very well. Lindsay continued to absorb the ginseng's medicinal energy. Shangwan Yi feigned calmness, but upon closer inspection, one would notice her pupils widened in astonishment. Internally, she was profoundly shocked. My goodness, just a few minutes have passed, and he has broken through again? When I was a martial artist, it took me a month to elevate just one stage. Yet, he has ascended 4 stages in less than a day. Her heart churned like a tempestuous sea, waves crashing incessantly. However, she quickly regained composure, reminding herself of her role as an elder. I must not display too much surprise. I must maintain my calm demeanor. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of accomplishment for having contributed to such a significant event. Tonight, Iran is truly fortunate. She was utterly convinced that Lindsay, after consuming the 3,000-year ginseng, would surely regain his former glory. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her cheeks began to flush with heat and color. Oh dear! How could I, as an elder, entertain such thoughts? How unbecoming. Chapter 13. A strike from the pill attack. As night fell, the moonlight shone brightly. Shangwan Yi pulled Iran close, wearing a mysterious expression. Iran, tonight Lindsay will undoubtedly astonish you. Rest assured, your aunt will ensure his recovery. You need not worry. Iran tilted her head, a myriad of questions swirling in her mind. Aunt, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. I understand. Such matters are indeed difficult to articulate. Every family has its own struggles. Iran responded, Huh? At this moment, Lindsay approached, his face aglow, radiating warmth. Darn it. The after effects of the ginseng are overwhelming. Now, he even found Eru to be quite handsome. Iran lifted her gaze to Lindsay, astonished, and asked, What is wrong with you? Lindsay was utterly exasperated, internally shouting, What is wrong with me? I feel like I'm about to explode. Aware of the situation, Shangwan Yi advised, Iran, quickly returned to the room with Lindsay to rest. Ying, sensing an ominous turn of events, took a few steps back and excused herself, saying, I have some matters to attend to. I will return shortly. Despite Shangwan Yi's calls, Ying left without looking back, her pace almost frantic. Lindsay intended to reveal the truth. Auntie, actually, I understand. Shangwan Yi interrupted, clapping her hands together, her eyes gleaming with insight. I can empathize with Iran. You must also understand her. After all, the process lasted only a minute. She certainly felt uncomfortable and reluctant to proceed. Lindsay responded, and Shangwan Yi patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. Your aunt can help you. Lindsay felt several dark lines appear on his forehead. Auntie, perhaps you should return to rest. Shangwan Yi sighed, her gaze towards Lindsay filled with sympathy. Aware of the man's pride, especially concerning that matter, she said, Prepare yourself in the room. I will try to persuade her. Lindsay clenched his jaw, barely containing his anger. Seeing Shangwan Yi's expression, he felt an urge to reveal his worthiness. Once Shangwan Yi departed, a disheveled Jingku emerged from the nearby thicket, proudly announcing, Holy Sun. After a day and night of effort, the tunnel is finally complete. We can safely leave this place tonight and return to the Qianling sacred land. Lindsay was on the verge of losing his mind. Why was there someone intent on taking him away? He shouted, I will not leave. I refuse to go. Jingku, casting aside his shovel, replied solemnly, If that is the case, I must apologize. Please do not take offense, Holy Sun. The next moment, Lindsay's eyes widened in shock as he found himself immobilized, unable to speak or cry for help. How dare you? Eru exclaimed, drawing his knife in anger. What have you done to the Holy Sun? Jingku responded, The Holy Master commanded that we bring back the Holy Sun by any means necessary. Do you intend to defy the Holy Master's orders? Reluctantly, Eru sheathed his sword. Let us return home. I have no desire to linger here any longer. Lindsay lamented. Whoa. Meanwhile, deep underground, a woman was making her way through the depths of the Yusha Palace. Yu Xiao looked into a mirror, exclaiming, How filthy this underground is. It has marred my face. Slave duh, who was diligently digging ahead, turned and apologetically said, "Mistress, it is my inadequacy that failed to disperse the guards of Yusha Palace, causing you distress. As long as you understand, hasten to complete the tunnel. I must personally capture that man," she commanded. "Then strip him of his clothing and hang him during Yue Ying's wedding ceremony." She cackled gleefully at the thought. Yu Shuiyao pressed on for over half an hour. The journey through the underground was unbearably stifling. "Once I capture that man, if I do not torment him to the point of utter ruin, I shall write my name backwards henceforth. Begone. Your tunneling speed is abysmally slow. It is truly a waste to keep you here. I shall personally break through this last stretch." Yu Shuiyao shouted at the slave, but suddenly, she felt the earth before her begin to shift. In the next moment, the soil erupted, revealing the faces of 3 filthy individuals. Jingku, Linzai, Yu Shuiyao, Erhu, protect the Holy Sun. Jingku swiftly retreated, exclaiming, "This was a miscalculation. I never anticipated that the underground of the Yusha Palace would be guarded. Run, Holy Sun. Where do you think you're going? Stand still." Yu Shuiyao commanded, her aura as a martial emperor surging forth. She unleashed her internal energy, instantly binding Lin Zai and the others. At that moment, Yu Shuiyao's heart raced. How could she have encountered others here? These 3 must surely be the underground guards of the Yusha Palace. They must not be allowed to escape. Jing Ke shouted in shock. 8th stage of the martial emperor. You are indeed at the 8th stage. Holy Sun, you must flee. I shall fight to buy you time. As he spoke, Jing Ke unleashed the aura of a 9th stage martial king, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and collapse under his might. However, in the next instant, smack. Yu Shuiyao casually waved her hand, pressing his head into the ground. How formidable! Erhu's hand trembled as he reached for his sword, yet after several seconds, he remained unable to draw it from its sheath. Observing this, Linzai shook his head and explained, "No, I did not intend to escape. I merely sought some fresh air. Do not misunderstand. Let us return to meet the Empress together. We are all esteemed individuals. Let us not resort to violence." Yu Shuiyao regarded Linzai, her brows furrowing slightly, before suddenly revealing an expression of realization and bursting into laughter. "Ha! So you are Linzai, my senior sister's husband. What a stroke of fortune to find you here without any effort." Yu Shuiyao's smile turned sinister. "You are now in my grasp, and I shall make you regret ever coming into this world." With that, she eagerly drew a whip, brandishing it with force in the air. Crack, crack, crack. Such cruelty? Linzai swallowed hard, steeling himself as he replied, "You are Iran's junior sister? That makes you my half-sister-in-law. We are a loving family. Sister-in-law, let us communicate amicably." Yu Shuiyao's expression darkened, and she retorted, "You dare take advantage of me? I shall whip you to death." With her high heels clacking ominously against the ground, Yu Shuiyao advanced towards Linzai. Left with no choice, Linzai internally shouted, "System, initiate a lottery. Draw twice consecutively. Ding. Due to the host's habitual daydreaming, you have drawn a comprehension card. Ding. As the host currently harbors rampant evil energy, this system has discreetly intervened to grant you the divine lust pill." Linzai's expression contorted in frustration. He wished he could drag the system out and thrash it. What use were these items to him now? What use were they? The divine desire pill. I am on the verge of being treated like a dog and mercilessly whipped. Moreover, do I truly need to purchase aphrodisiacs? Is it so apparent? At this moment, a trace of disdainful amusement graced the exquisite visage of Yu Shuiyao. "Oh, you dare to glare at me with such an expression? Young man, you have successfully ignited my ire." As Yu Shuiyao approached, Linzai gritted his teeth resolutely. "Damn it, I'll fight back." He produced a pill and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Yu Shuiyao scoffed dismissively. "Who cares what it is? If you wish to avoid demise, kneel and lick the soles of my shoes." "Very well. You have compelled me. Savor this pill." Linzai hurled the pill towards Yu Shuiyao. Childish. Observing the pill's trajectory, Yu Shuiyao waved her delicate hand lightly. Boom. In an instant, the pill shattered, enveloping both Linzai and Yu Shuiyao in a cloud of dust. Linzai's pupils dilated, and he bellowed, "We're doomed." Chapter 14. This is not poison. It is an aphrodisiac. Yu Shuiyao found Linzai's desperate struggles to be exceedingly comical. "Foolish swine. I am a master of the 8th stage of the martial emperor. How could a mere poison pill possibly affect me? Prepare to be tormented by me." "Ha ha. This is not poison." Linzai opened his mouth to speak, But suddenly, a surge of warmth radiated from his lower abdomen, coursing throughout his body. As the warmth spread, Lin Zhe's face flushed, and his breathing grew erratic. Noticing this, Yu Shuiao's lips curled into a mocking smile as she raised Lin Zhe's chin with her delicate hand. Her gaze taunting. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems you have been poisoned. I never imagined Yu Iran would take a liking to such a feeble man." Her taste remains as poor as ever. As his senses began to blur, Lin Zhe bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert. He shouted, "You foolish woman. This is not poison. It is an aphrodisiac." "What did you say?" Just as Yu Shuiao finished speaking, her own face began to flush as well. Yu Shuiao was taken aback. How could this happen? Logically, with the cultivation of a martial emperor, she should be immune to the effects of the pill. Unless that pill was the legendary divine-grade elixir. "No way," Yu Shuiao exclaimed, her cheeks turning crimson as the flush spread across her entire face and neck. In an instant, her eyes glazed over, and her gaze fell to the ground. Her consciousness began to wane, and her body trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was engulfed in a cloud of steam. It was scorching, so unbearably hot, with 3,000 years of spiritual ginseng. Combined with the effects of the divine desire pill, he felt as though he might explode at any moment. Yu Xiao forcefully pushed Lin Zhe away, her breath quickening. Her expression a mix of embarrassment and anger. "How dare you use such a pill on me? You have quite the audacity." She intended to scold Lin Zhe. But before she could voice her thoughts, the sensations coursing through her body intensified, and her consciousness began to fade away. She bit her lip tightly, breathing heavily, her gaze on Lin Zhe gradually becoming hazy. At the same time, Lin Zhe was observing her as well. The black silk dress clung perfectly to her form, accentuating her slender waist and curvaceous hips. Her long, elegant legs resembled two jade pillars, taut and straight, devoid of any excess flesh, adorned with sheer black stockings. She was utterly captivating, a veritable enchantress. "I'm so sorry, I can't help myself," Lin Zhe gasped, slowly leaning towards Yu Shuiao. "Don't move." Yu Shuiao, clinging to her last shred of consciousness, pulled Lin Zhe into the void. Witnessing this scene, Jing Ku, Erhu, and Nu Da exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired. However, with their master having vanished, they could no longer continue their fierce struggle. The trio politely inquired about each other's parents before retracing their steps along the subterranean path. Erhu expressed his concern. "Will the Holy Sun be all right?" Jing Ku replied with a knowing smile. "Make sure to find some bullwhip and tiger whip tonight. The Holy Sun will need them." Erhu, puzzled, asked why. Jing Ku rolled his eyes at the foolishness of his companion, exasperated. "You naive fool." Upon hearing this, Erhu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're talking nonsense. I lost mine ages ago." "Oh, then who was your partner?" Erhu extended his right hand, fingers splayed, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Silence spoke volumes. Meanwhile, in the void, time slowly passed. Lin Zhe felt his consciousness drifting, as if he were lost in a dream. In this dream, he seemed to be locked in an embrace with an unparalleled beauty, passionately entwined. The warm, moist sensations enveloped him in comfort. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, jolting Lin Zhe awake, a wave of discomfort coursing through his body. What had transpired? He struggled to recall the events. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, he stood up, his legs trembling and weak, even his lower back aching. What on earth had happened? As Lin Zhe pondered, he suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching. There was no time to react. He felt a pair of hands tightening around his neck. Upon focusing, he realized it was Yu Shuiao glaring fiercely at him. Her eyes filled with a mix of anger, embarrassment, and emotions Lin Zhe could not fathom. "You beast! What is wrong with you?" Yu Shuiao trembled in fury. "What do you mean, what's wrong? Take a good look at us and tell me you don't remember." "You?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's attention was drawn to the tattered state of Yu Shuiao's dress, now barely intact, with several large tears in her stockings. His own clothing bore similar signs of damage. In an instant, countless images flashed through Lin Zhe's mind. The preceding scenes flashed through his mind. "I remember now," said Yu Shuiao, her lips pressed tightly together as she tightened her grip around Lin Zhe's neck and growled fiercely. "It's good that you've recalled. Now perish." Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Zhe perceived tears shimmering in her eyes. Die, just die." Yu Shuiao was uncharacteristically irate, screaming in a frenzy, yearning to snap Lin Zhe's neck and rip his head from his shoulders. Yet, no matter how loudly she shouted, Her hands failed to muster any strength. Even she herself was oblivious to the reason behind it. In the mere seconds of her hesitation, an overwhelmingly terrifying force suddenly descended from the sky, striking directly towards her. Boom. In the aftermath, the heavens darkened, and the earth crumbled. Yu Shuiao was forced to release Lin Zhe and retreat to evade this powerful assault. She glared at the figure hovering in the air and sneered. "You ran. How dare you announce to the world that you have taken such a useless husband? You have no shame. Do not tarnish the reputation of the ghostly palace." Yu Ran remained silent, instead waving her hand to bring Lin Zhe back to her side. "Are you all right?" Lin Zhe clutched his tattered collar nervously. "I was merely reasoning with her." Yu Ran cast a peculiar glance at the disheveled Lin Zhe. Finding him identical to the last time he was forcefully pushed by her. Although puzzled, she dismissed the thought. She understood her sister well, proud and unyielding. It was indeed impossible for her to be bested by Lin Zhe, a mere martial artist. "Yu Shuiao, you have been expelled from the ghostly palace. Yet today, you infiltrate the palace and assault my husband. Out of respect for our past affection, I shall spare your life this time. Should you dare to offend again, I shall ensure your demise." With that, Yu Ran raised her delicate hand. An overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave towards her adversary. Neither Yu Shuiao nor Lin Zhe paid close attention, and soon they witnessed Yu Xiao being sent flying hundreds of miles away by a single slap, vanishing into a distant speck. "Ah, Yu Ran, just wait." Lin Zhe clapped vigorously. "My wife is formidable, truly formidable. You have no idea how she tormented me just now. Devoid of humanity, utterly ruthless." Yu Ran snapped. "Enough talking, let's return to sleep." Oh, Lin Zhe then realized that Yu Ran was clad in pajamas. The loose robe, caught by the night breeze, revealed glimpses of a red undergarment, tightly binding her voluptuous figure. "Wow, my wife is quite the catch." Yu Ran shot him a reproachful glance. "Look again, and I shall gouge out your eyes." "I want tea, look, I want tea. Just one more glance." Chapter 15, Astonishment. The prince consort has refined a divine pill. This fellow. Yu Ran gritted her teeth, several lines of annoyance appearing on her forehead. This damned man's gaze. How I shall deal with him. She glanced down and instantly understood the cause. The robe, not only loose-fitting but also somewhat translucent, subtly revealed her fair skin and alluring curves. In that fleeting moment, her cheeks flushed slightly. She had hurried out, forgetting to change her attire. Instinctively, the Empress reached to secure her skirt, but at that moment, Lin Zhe unexpectedly enveloped her in a bear hug, drawing her tightly into his embrace. "How audacious! What are you doing?" Yu Ran shuddered, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Had she just been assaulted? Lin Zhe blinked innocently. "It's chilly outside, and I feared you might catch a cold. How does my embrace feel? Warm, isn't it?" Whether it was warm or not, Lin Zhe couldn't be sure. But the kick he received from Yu Ran was undeniably painful. Nevertheless, it was a minor issue. The points were secured. Soon, the two returned to the palace. Lin Zhe lay upon the bed, his eyelids growing heavy, and within minutes, he succumbed to slumber. Yu Ran lay beside him, a flicker of confusion passing through her deep-set eyes. How peculiar. Why was this man so docile tonight? He didn't even attempt to find an excuse to take advantage of her. Could it be that he was exhausted from the torment inflicted by Yu Shuiao? Later that night, Shangwani returned for another inspection. Pressing her ear gently against the window, she heard no signs of any commotion within. Furrowing her delicate brows, she sighed. Alas, it appears Lin Zhe's issues are even more severe than I imagined. Consuming a 3,000-year-old spiritual ginseng and still unable to maintain his stamina in battle, what shall I do? I must concoct a vitality elixir and see if that helps. The following day, as Lin Zhe drifted between wakefulness and sleep, he groped around him, searching for the woman beside him. After a moment of fruitless searching, he exclaimed, "Where's my wife?" Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and raised his head. The room was tranquil, and the bed held only the remnants of the Empress's nightgown. She was nowhere to be found. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he reflected on the events of the previous night, anxiety creeping into his heart. That woman was his wife's junior, and what if she found out? Would she not dismember him? That woman, Yu Shuiao, certainly would not let him off easily. Analyzing the situation, he realized he was in a precarious position. After a moment's thought, Lin Zhe concluded that the immediate priority was to enhance his strength. He called upon Erhu and headed to the back mountain. He intended to refine pills. At the back mountain, on the grassy expanse, Lindsay emptied the contents brought by Erhu. It consisted of various herbs and a dilapidated alchemical furnace. Observing the collection, Lindsay couldn't help but grimace. Erhu, couldn't you find a better alchemical furnace? Though this is my first attempt at pill refining, one must maintain a semblance of grandeur, do you understand? Erhu, possessing his own wisdom, replied confidently, young master. You have previously taught me that seemingly shabby items often harbor mysterious elders within. I am merely adhering to your esteemed directive. Having concluded my response, please provide directions. Upon hearing this, Lindsay felt a surge of frustration. Get away from me. Certainly, holy son. May I inquire whether I should roll to the right or to the left? Should I complete 6 rolls per second or 8? After rolling, should my face or my legs touch the ground first? I implore the Holy Son to clarify my doubts. I must execute your commands flawlessly, with not a single imperfection. Lindsay advanced, ready to deliver a kick. You insolent brat, stand there. I shall surely kick you to death today. Eru turned his back, presenting his rear to Lindsay. Holy Son, I am tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Do take care not to injure your foot. Damn it. After venting his frustration, Lindsay took a breath and silently recited, System, activate, Epiphany card. Ding. Epiphany card successfully activated. Detecting the host is currently refining alchemy. Comprehension level at 100-100-100. A few seconds later, ding. The host has become a prodigy in alchemy. From now on, exquisite elixirs shall be effortlessly within reach. Meanwhile, within the hall of the ghostly palace, the Grand Elder Ji Mingyun knelt, his expression one of desperation. Your Majesty, the Empress, Master Dan, please save my daughter. Yu Iran and Master Su Guan looked at the girl before them, both shaking their heads. Master Su Guan, filled with resignation, stated, Elder Ji, I cannot cure your daughter's ailment. But Master Dan, you are a second-tier alchemist of the Medicine King Valley. Even you cannot save my daughter? Master Su Guan shook her head. She is missing one of her 3 souls by birth. It is a miracle she has lived for 18 years. I just checked her pulse. She has only a few days left. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. His eyes devoid of life. How could this be? How could this be? At that moment, the girl approached him, supporting Ji Mingyun, her voice sweet. Father, do not be sad. I am already content to have lived to 18. Now, all I wish is to be your daughter in my next life. A gentle smile graced her delicate features. She was Ji Mingyun's only daughter, Ji Yuner. Not only was she beautiful, but her cheerful disposition was also marked by her selfless acts of kindness. Witnessing this scene, Yu Iran felt a pang of sorrow. In the past, she had attempted various methods but had been unable to succeed in healing. Was this vibrant young girl truly on the verge of departure? Ji Mingyun covered his face and wept painfully. Is there truly no way to save her in this world? I am filled with rage. At that moment, Master Su Guan suddenly turned, speaking softly. There is a way, but it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, essentially equivalent to none. A glimmer of hope flickered in Ji Mingyun's eyes. Master Dan, whatever the method, I must try. Master Su Guan shook her head with a bitter smile. I am aware of a rumor. It is said that when a divine elixir is forged, thunder rumbles. The elixir light illuminates the heavens and the earth, and its fragrance envelopes hundreds of miles, possessing the power to summon souls. Ji Mingyun eagerly inquired, where can I find this divine elixir? It cannot be found. In contemporary times, the legendary elixirs of unparalleled mastery have become impossible to forge. It is not merely I, but even the esteemed master of the Apothecary Valley is incapable of such feats. As Shangwan concluded her statement, a resounding thunderclap echoed from outside. The previously clear skies were suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, and the heavens roared with thunder. Simultaneously, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, while a dazzling golden light enveloped the entire ghostly palace. Shangwani. In the rear mountains, Lindsay gazed at the dilapidated alchemical furnace before him. Astonishment etched upon his face. How could my casual attempt at concocting a potion create such a commotion? I should make my exit quietly, hoping no one has witnessed me. One must remain discreet. Just as Lindsay contemplated stowing away the furnace and departing, he turned to find hundreds of disciples behind him, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. Disciples, goodness! This uproar stems from the royal consort. The thunder roars, the golden light dazzles, and the fragrance of the elixir fills the air. The texts proclaim that this is the manifestation of a divine elixir. What? The royal consort has concocted a divine elixir? Astonishment ensued. A master of alchemy is right beside us. Chapter 16. The crowd's awe, adoration for Lin Zhe at that moment. Eru suddenly bellowed. The holy son of Qianling, unmatched in power, invincible in battle. The holy son of Qianling, with boundless prowess, unparalleled in skill. The holy son of Qianling, with virtues befitting the heavens, unequaled throughout time. Lin Zhe kicked him in annoyance. Eru, why are you making such a ruckus? Are you trying to show off? Isn't that what the holy son intended? I had no such intention. Eru insisted with certainty. Holy son, spare the pretense. I saw you raise your right hand. You once stated that whenever your right hand is raised, a rallying cry must follow. With that, Eru clenched his fist, leading the crowd of hundreds in a thunderous chant. The holy son of Qianling, unmatched in power, invincible in battle. Oh yeah. After their exclamation, an instantaneous silence fell upon the crowd, perfectly synchronized. Now, let us invite our esteemed and beloved holy son to address us. Let us applaud with fervor. Lin Zhe hurriedly approached, pulling Eru aside. What on earth are you trying to achieve? The holy son, look. They are already enamored by you. Eru exclaimed excitedly. From now on, within the ghostly palace, we can dominate and indulge without restraint. Ha. Lin Zhe delivered a swift kick to Eru's rear. Stop babbling. If that tempestuous woman becomes enraged, we shall suffer the consequences. Let us move. You just insulted me? Who do you think you are, my lady? A voice suddenly resonated from behind. Lin Zhe and Eru turned, trembling with trepidation. Before them stood the empress, clad in a flowing black gown. Lin Zhe broke into a cold sweat, hoping she hadn't overheard his earlier remarks. What brings her here? The empress, Yu Iran, let out a cold laugh. With such a significant disturbance in the palace, I came to ascertain the situation. Upon arriving, I overheard you all disparaging me. Oh, Lin Zhe, how you've grown. Yu Iran delivered a sharp slap to Lin Zhe's head. What? Speaking ill of me behind my back. You have some nerve. Lin Zhe shielded his head, exclaiming, ouch, that hurts. Go away. Yu Iran pulled Lin Zhe behind her and addressed the hundreds of disciples present. What was that strange phenomenon just now? Does anyone know? As soon as she spoke, all the disciples gazed at Lin Zhe with admiration and exclaimed, Your Majesty. That strange occurrence was caused by the prince consort refining a potion. He is a prodigious alchemist, and we witnessed him concoct the legendary divine elixir. Indeed, I was standing right behind the prince consort. I saw him mumbling incantations, hopping in place, and then, with a resounding pop, the divine elixir appeared. Quite effortless. I must say, the prince consort is truly a hidden master of alchemy, and we are all in awe. The prince consort is our role model. The holy son of Qianling, with boundless magic, invincible in battle. The disciples of Yu Sha Palace chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with admiration. An alchemist capable of producing divine elixirs is a coveted presence anywhere on the continent. Upon hearing the disciples, Yu Iran trembled slightly. What? Are you saying Lin Zhe produced a divine-grade elixir? Is that true? Shangguan Yi, momentarily forgetting her usual composed demeanor, exclaimed, Lin Zhe. Did you truly refine the legendary divine-grade elixir? Show it to me. With no choice, Lin Zhe handed the elixir to Shangguan Yi. Upon receiving it, her expression shifted dramatically. Utterly astonished. What pure medicinal potency. This truly is a divine-grade elixir. My goodness, I have witnessed a divine elixir in my lifetime. Lin Zhe, could it be that you are truly a genius? By the way, could you lend me this divine-grade elixir for a while? I believe my understanding of alchemy will advance further, allowing me to strive for the rank of first-tier alchemist. Lin Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Aunt, consider it a gift. Shangguan Yi's face lit up with joy. No wonder I hold you in such high regard. Your actions are so generous. I won't take your gift for free. Come to my room tonight for a reward. Huh. Lin Zhe was about to inquire about this reward when Ji Mingyun suddenly knelt before him. Clutching his leg with a pleading expression, Prince Consort, help. Save my daughter. I am willing to serve you like a beast. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Elder, what are you doing? Shangguan Yi interjected. Elder Ji, simply placing the divine-grade elixir on your daughter for the duration of an incense stick will summon her soul. Saving her is paramount. You should take it and use it. After receiving the elixir, Ji Mingyun expressed his loyalty and gratitude to Lin Zhe once more. Yu Iran turned her head, gazing at the self-satisfied Lindsay, a playful interest glimmering in her eyes. I never expected you to be a genius in alchemy. Concealing your skills until now. That is indeed impressive. A slight smile graced her lips, and she suddenly found herself intrigued by Lindsay. Initially, she rapidly ascended in her realm, seemingly embodying a chaotic entity. Now, she has refined an extraordinary elixir, emerging as a prodigy in the art of alchemy. She is eager to discover what other talents this man possesses. Lindsay felt a shiver run down his spine under the unwavering gaze of Yuiran. He thought to himself, "My dear, I hope your intentions are not what I fear." It was daytime, with many spectators present, so it would be prudent to refrain from such thoughts. As Lindsay's comments grew increasingly inappropriate, Yuiran, biting her silver teeth, swiftly reprimanded him. Upon hearing her words, Lindsay obediently sealed his lips. "When my wife speaks, I comply. I strive to be a model husband." Yuiran, with a hint of significance in her tone, remarked, "Tomorrow marks the grand wedding ceremony, and many will attend. Exercise caution, lest anything untoward occurs." Lindsay scratched his head, pondering what trouble could arise in a crowd. Yuiran did not elaborate further. Appraising him from head to toe, she stated, "I shall arrange for someone to craft a groom's attire for you shortly." "My dear wife is truly wonderful," Yuiran replied with a cold smile. "Oh, am I no longer irritable?" Lindsay, with utmost sincerity, expressed, "In my eyes, my wife is the gentlest woman in the world." "Nonsense. When I am furious, you were still playing in the mud." Her tone was fierce, yet a smile crept onto her face, concealed beneath her black veil. In the abyssal demon pavilion, Yu Shuiao merely turned in her sleep. Yet a dull ache began to throb between her legs. Furrowing her brow, she cursed angrily, "Damn that man." A whole day has passed, and the pain persists. Rising from her bed, she found that she could only walk with her legs slightly apart. Otherwise, she could hardly manage. "Lindsay, I will make you pay." She clenched her delicate fist, tears streaming down her cheeks from her fury. Last night was a nightmare she would never forget. Not only did she fail to capture her target, but she also ended up ensnared herself. Such a significant loss was intolerable for Yu Shuiao. Addressing the guard outside her door, she commanded, "Tomorrow, let the demon sect collectively strike. Viciously humiliate Lindsay. I want that pair of wretches to face utter disgrace. If I can provoke Yuiran into a murderous rage, I can seize command over the demon clans of Yusha continent and topple her once and for all." "Ha ha." The guard replied, My master, how should we humiliate him? Do you have any suggestions?" "My suggestion is that the man is a pretty boy, presumed to lack prowess. We can exploit this." "You are talking nonsense. That wretched man is quite strong. I nearly met my end at his hands." Yu Shuiao shouted in fury, only to realize she had inadvertently let her guard down. Observing the shock on the guard's face, she swiftly regained her composure. "What I meant was, isn't that fellow renowned for being useless? Tomorrow, let the various sects bring more young disciples, using the pretext of a martial arts competition to thoroughly humiliate Lindsay. Ideally, they should render him incapable. I shall reward generously." The guard immediately gave a thumbs up. "Understood. My master is wise." Meanwhile, a sweet-faced young girl arrived at Lindsay's residence. Jiyun Air timidly stood at the doorway, softly expressing her gratitude. "Prince, thank you for saving me." Chapter 17. "Prince, I can offer myself in return." Upon hearing her words, Lindsay lifted his gaze towards her. "Are you the daughter of Elder Ji?" Jiyun Air nodded excitedly. "Yes, indeed. I had prepared myself for death, but you, Prince, concocted a miraculous elixir. The fragrance of the elixir summoned back the soul I had lost, and I survived. I am deeply indebted to you. This is a pouch I embroidered. I implore you to accept it." As she spoke, Jiyun Air extended her delicate, fair hand, presenting a finely crafted pouch. Lindsay accepted it, complimenting, "It is beautifully embroidered. You truly possess remarkable skill." Jiyun Air, feeling bashful, lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping her skirt, hesitating to speak. She had vowed that whoever could cure her ailment, she would unconditionally marry, regardless of their identity, be they a woman, a beggar, a eunuch, or even an elderly man nearing his end. Reflecting on her past vow, Jiyun Air felt a stir in her heart as she furtively glanced at Lindsay. His features were well-defined, with a handsome countenance that exuded masculinity, devoid of any softness. How handsome! She felt immensely fortunate to have been saved by such a striking figure. Lindsay sensed something was amiss with the girl before him, but could not articulate why. So he inquired, "Little Yun, do you have any other matters to discuss?" Ji-Yun Air, lost in her thoughts, was suddenly jolted by his question, her mind momentarily blank, her heart racing. She placed a hand on her rapidly rising chest, feeling as though a fawn were bounding within. "Prince, do you still require a personal maid?" Ji-Yun Air bit her rosy lip, embodying the bashful demeanor of a young girl in emotional turmoil. Lindsay, however, wore a perplexed expression. "A personal maid? The kind that is intimately close? Surely, that could lead to misinterpretations. Am I the sort of person who would entertain such thoughts?" While Ji-Yun Air was indeed quite lovely, her figure, though not on par with my wife, was still quite acceptable, possessing a modest curvature. Lindsay regarded her with a curious gaze, contemplating whether the girl was insinuating a desire to offer herself. With this thought in mind, he took a renewed look at Ji-Yun Air. Yes, she is like a blossoming flower, evoking a sense of tenderness. Her lively eyes held a mixture of clarity, anticipation, shyness, and a hint of allure. At that moment, her cheeks, flushed with embarrassment, resembled delicate petals beneath a frost, making one feel an overwhelming urge to protect and cherish her. Lindsay swallowed hard. If this were in Qianling's sacred land, on his home turf, he would undoubtedly have Ji-Yun Air warming his bed every night. Alas, this was the ghostly palace. With a sigh, Lindsay replied, "Little Yun, there is no need. I am capable of taking care of myself." Ji-Yun Air pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with Lindsay's response. "Prince, I can fulfill any of your requests. I would even offer myself in return." Lindsay hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Yun, do not speak recklessly. I did not mean that." "Your Highness, I indeed meant it," replied Ji-Yun Air. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she drew closer to Lindsay. With a gentle pout of her rosy lips, she pressed a kiss upon his. Lindsay exclaimed, "I can no longer contain myself. Your Highness, I shall come to see you again tomorrow." Ji-Yun Air, feeling overwhelmed by embarrassment, covered her charming face and rushed out, flustered. After running for some time, she leaned against a pillar, panting heavily, her cheeks aflame. Heavens! How could I have kissed the prince? How humiliating! What if the empress discovers this? Yet at that moment, she truly could not hold back. The prince was undeniably handsome. The empress had treated her with such kindness. She could not compete with her, and being a maid would suffice for her contentment. Having come to this realization, she gradually departed, a faint smile of happiness gracing her lips. Lindsay touched his lips, as if the lingering fragrance still remained, and could not help but chuckle foolishly. Just as he was lost in his laughter, a clear and melodious voice interrupted, "What are you laughing at in broad daylight?" As the words fell, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and Ran appeared, lazily leaning against the doorframe. Upon seeing her unexpected arrival, Lindsay was momentarily taken aback, then immediately composed himself and said, "My lady, are you here to take me for the fitting of my wedding attire?" "I am ready, let us go." "Is kissing truly enjoyable?" Ran suddenly inquired. Lindsay instinctively wanted to respond to her query, but he quickly realized and awkwardly chuckled, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Oh no, she must have witnessed that scene. Flirting with other women, caught red-handed by his lady. What to do? "I am in urgent need of assistance." "Humph," Ran scoffed, casting a glance at Lindsay. "Since that girl wishes to be a maid, allow her to do so." "I do not want that, my lady. May I steal a kiss from you?" Lindsay leaned a bit closer to Ran. He was half a head taller than the empress. Lowering his gaze slightly, he attempted to discern her beauty concealed beneath the black veil. Ran turned away, her voice cold as she remarked, "My face is akin to decayed flesh, not comparable to that of an 18-year-old maiden." Follow me," she said, before gracefully striding deeper into the Yusha palace. Although Lindsay was uncertain of her intentions, he obediently followed. As they traversed through a series of palaces, Lindsay soon beheld a shrine. Inside, ancestral tablets of the Yusha palace's predecessors were enshrined. "My lady, what do you bring me here for?" Lindsay inquired, peering into the dimly lit, somewhat eerie shrine. However, Ran remained silent, walking through the shrine's corridor until she arrived before 26 tablets. Taking a handful of incense, she placed it in the incense burners before each tablet. Witnessing her actions, Lindsay suddenly understood. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony of their union, when he and the empress shall be wed, a truth known throughout the realm. This moment serves as a prelude to honoring their ancestors. Lindsay mimicked the ritual, grasping a handful of incense, following Ran in the ceremonial homage. Alas, tomorrow he will wed, yet his father shall not witness his son's marriage. A wave of discomfort washed over Lindsay. His father, who had given him life, nurtured him, and cared for him, could not behold this moment, and was even concerned for his safety. Moreover, he could not return home with his bride to pay respects to his father, nor could he introduce her, as his father had once been trampled underfoot by Uiran. This thought clenched Lindsay's fists, and he inwardly scolded himself for his unfilial conduct. As Lindsay wallowed in self-reproach, Uiran suddenly removed her veil and knelt before the final ancestral tablet. With a resounding thud, the empress bowed deeply. Lindsay glanced up, and the visage on the tablet revealed a stunning woman, with elegant brows and phoenix-like eyes, exuding a commanding presence despite her femininity. She was the previous empress of the Yusha Palace, and also Uiran's mother. Lindsay had heard tales of this extraordinary woman, who ascended to the martial emperor rank by the age of 30, achieving the 9th stage of martial emperor within a decade, dominating the world. In her time, she single-handedly subdued the entire 9 continents. However, this legendary empress had mysteriously vanished, and the entire continent remained oblivious to the truth behind her disappearance. Lindsay knelt beside Uiran, bowing respectfully before the tablet. "Mother, I am your son-in-law. Your son-in-law has come to pay his respects." Just as Uiran was about to rise, she heard Lindsay's heartfelt declaration and nearly stumbled, almost toppling over. She glared at him angrily. "What nonsense are you shouting? This is my mother." Chapter 18. Is Lindsay a thankless wretch? Lindsay cast a sidelong glance at Uiran, then bowed his head once more to the tablet, feigning a pitiful demeanor akin to a wronged wife. "Mother, look at her. She is scolding me and forbidding me to call you mother. Do admonish her in your dreams tonight." This remark sent Uiran into a furious rage, her delicate hand rising to strike this shameless rogue. "Mother, look quickly. She still wants to hit me." Lindsay cried out again. Uiran felt a pang of anger, her majestic bosom heaving violently in response. "You are truly insufferable," she retorted. In response, Lindsay slowly rose, adopting a solemn expression. "My dear wife, am I mistaken in my address? Since we are now wed, does that not make your mother my mother as well? I kneel here at her tablet with you. Surely I cannot call her aunt or lady. That would be a profound disrespect. If she were aware, she would surely be infuriated. Am I wrong, my dear? You." "If we follow this logic, it does seem you have a point," she conceded, realizing that, as they were to be wed on the morrow, it was indeed appropriate for Lindsay to address her mother in such a manner. Uiran pursed her lips, and mid-argument, the fervor of her indignation waned significantly. However, Uiran, possessing a proud disposition, was unwilling to admit her faults. Suddenly, a significant thought surged through her mind. "Who claimed that my mother had perished? My mother has merely been missing for several centuries." Uiran glared fiercely and exclaimed, "You curse my mother to death? Prepare to face my wrath." With that, she raised her foot and delivered a forceful kick towards Lindsay, caught off guard by the sudden assault from a martial emperor of the 9th realm. How could Lindsay, a mere martial master, possibly withstand it? Bang! Without surprise, Lindsay was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away, though his body felt no pain. The humiliation was unbearable. Rising to his feet, Lindsay glared at Uiran with wide eyes, seething with rage. "What? Not satisfied? I intend to bully you. What will you do about it?" Uiran held her head high, exuding an air of unreasonable defiance. Could this be tolerated? Lindsay bellowed, "Fine, you win. I concede." Uiran's lips twitched slightly, pondering that this man possessed a remarkable capacity for endurance. She donned her veil once more and prepared to leave. Just as she turned, Lindsay suddenly dashed forward and seized her arm. "Release me," Uiran commanded softly. Yet Lindsay tightened his grip, his expression solemn and his tone earnest. "I have something important to discuss with you." Uiran furrowed her brow, about to retort that she had no interest in listening, but upon seeing Lindsay's serious demeanor, she altered her response to, "Let go first, then we may speak." This time, Lindsay refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Instead, he respectfully released her and stood before Uiran. Taking a deep breath, he implored, "Could you return with me to the Qianling Holy Land?" Without a moment's hesitation, Uiran replied, "If you wish to return, do so on your own." Lindsay's brows furrowed deeply, his voice low and resolute. "No, we must return together. You have yet to serve tea to my father." Uiran scoffed, "Remember your position. You are merely a son-in-law by marriage. Even so, he is still your father-in-law." Serving him tea would surely bring him joy. What harm could it do? With a sardonic laugh, Yui Ran continued, walking outward. Father-in-law? Have you ever encountered one willing to spend 100 million spirit stones to hire assassins to eliminate his own daughter-in-law? Do not presume that I am unaware of the clandestine dealings of your Qianling Holy Land. Suddenly, Yui Ran's voice turned icy, her demeanor fierce. That assassin named Jing who infiltrated the Yusha Palace for days, stealing maps and digging tunnels. What a fool. Last night, 300 martial saints from Qianling Island united to assault the borders of Yusha Island. Their intent was clearly to annihilate me. Yui Ran halted, turning to face Lin Zhe, her tone laced with indignation, as if reproaching him for being an ungrateful wretch. Have I not treated you well? Even if I have taken your first time, I have granted you a title. You are the husband of the Yusha Empress. Wherever you may roam across the 9 continents, none dare to lay a finger on you. I have provided you with the finest chambers, and the cultivation resources of the Yusha Palace are at your disposal. Is that not sufficient? Yui became increasingly agitated as she spoke, eventually shouting at LNZ. She believed that she had been exceedingly kind and tolerant towards him. Yet, the outcome was a death warrant issued by Qi and LNGZHU and LNZ's relentless demands. Clenching her delicate fists, she forcefully suppressed the murderous intent swelling within her and departed, leaving LNZ alone, dazed and rooted to the spot. That evening, LNZ summoned J.N.K. with the help of our H. J.N.K., dressed in an impressive night garb, boasted. This attire is a treasured heirloom of assassins. It conceals one's presence and obscures one's form. No one can detect my existence when I wear it. LNZ, exasperated, kicked J.N.K. in the rear. Stop pretending. Sensing LNZ's foul mood, J.N.K. quickly became subdued. Assuming that Yui had once again tormented him, he exclaimed in indignation, the Demoness is ruthless, torturing the Holy Sun. I, J.N.K., vow to eradicate her and avenge you. LNZ rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront J.N.K. You little brat, don't move. Today, I shall have it out with you. R.H. restrained him. Hey, Holy Sun, we're all family here. No need to get worked up. LNZ, panting with rage, lamented why the Empress had grown increasingly distant after a few days of interaction. Who could remain calm after sincerely being treated like a dog? Understanding the circumstances, he now regarded Yui as a bodhisattva for not having killed him. Extending his hand, he demanded, hand it over. J.N.K., feeling guilty, asked, Holy Sun, what should I hand over? LNZ bellowed, the communication stone, the one you used to contact my father. Terrified, J.N.K. hastily produced the stone from his bosom. LNZ grasped the stone and infused it with his inner strength. Father, it's me. Revoke the death warrant and cease sending anyone to infiltrate Yush Palace to assassinate your beloved daughter-in-law. In due time, I shall bring her back to meet you for tea. Trust me. With that, he crushed the communication stone with force. He then placed an arm around J.N.K.'s shoulder, gritting his teeth. Remove that ridiculous outfit. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me as a guard, just like R.H. Understood? J.N.K. nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. LNZ exhaled deeply. Very well. Retrieve the bridal attire. I shall try it on to see if it fits. Dressed in a vibrant red bridal outfit, he spun in front of a bronze mirror. Not bad, quite handsome. J.N.K. applauded. The Holy Sun looks stunning in anything. R.H., not to be outdone, retorted, nonsense. The Holy Sun looks magnificent even without clothes. Get lost. All right. With that, R.H. and J.N.K. dashed out. Tonight, the Holy Sun was in a foul mood. They could not linger. Prince Consort, Master D, requests your presence in her chamber, a maid called from outside. LNZ tugged at his hair, pondering what his aunt could possibly want at such a late hour. Chapter 19. The reward from my Aunt Lin. Zhe swiftly approached the chamber, discovering the door ajar. Peering through the crack, he caught sight of a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her back to him, bending over to arrange something on the floor. The items scattered on the ground required considerable effort to organize, causing her to lean deeply. The quality of her dress was exquisite, hugging her form perfectly and unabashedly revealing the curves that a mature woman possesses. Lin Zhe quickly lowered his gaze, feigning ignorance as he entered, hearing the sound of footsteps. Shangguan straightened up, turning to face Lin Zhe with gentle eyes that radiated the warmth and admiration of an elder. Lin Zhe, come here. These are treasures collected by your aunt. Take whatever you desire. There's no need for such courtesy, Aunt, he replied. Nonsense. You have gifted me with a divine elixir. As your elder, I must reciprocate. Shangwan feigned seriousness, grasping Lin Zhe's hand and pulling him closer, pointing to the floor. Look, there are elixirs, talismans, cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and weapons. Following her delicate, Lin Zhe's gaze fell upon the items scattered on the ground, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, this is astonishingly wealthy. This is nothing short of a treasure trove. As the holy son of Qianling, Lin Zhe's discernment was naturally refined. The objects carelessly laid out before him were undoubtedly priceless treasures, capable of inciting a frenzy among countless cultivators outside. Aunt, you seem so modest. I never imagined you possessed such wealth. Lin Zhe exclaimed. Shangwan chuckled with pride. Of course, I am a second-tier alchemist, well known across the 9 continents. Many elders and disciples from significant sects seek my skills in alchemy. Indeed, alchemists are highly sought after. Lin Zhe couldn't help but express his admiration. He recalled a third-tier alchemist from Qianling's sacred land who, without lifting a finger, received 10 million spirit stones annually from his father. The thought made Lin Zhe feel a pang of sympathy for himself, as the spirit stones spent now would eventually become his inheritance. Shangwan picked up a copper mirror from the ground, explaining, Choose this one. It is the finest treasure, hailing from the Heavenly Emperor's palace in Central Divine Continent. Known as the Boundless Treasure Mirror, a heavenly tier artifact. When facing an opponent, simply infuse a trace of spiritual energy into it, and it will unleash a beam of spiritual light, immobilizing the enemy for 3 breaths. Central Divine Continent is the heart of the 9 continents, and the Heavenly Emperor's palace is a renowned sect there, famous for its mastery in artifact crafting. The artifacts they forge are widespread across the 9 continents, classified into 4 tiers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, with heavenly tier artifacts being the most formidable, capable of significantly enhancing the wielder's combat prowess when used correctly. Lin Zhe recalled that on his 10th birthday, his father had gifted him an exorbitantly priced artifact, a delicate soft armor that could adjust to fit one's physique and withstand formidable attacks. Regrettably, he had given it away in pursuit of romantic endeavors. Sighing, Lin Zhe shook his head. Aunt, I have no use for these. Who would dare to trouble me without cause? Indeed, with the delightful girl Iran present, while Shangwan continued to converse, Lin Zhe's attention was suddenly drawn to a black artifact placed at the edge. Oh, this seems somewhat familiar. The artifact, of modest rank, barely qualifying as yellow tier, was grasped in Lin Zhe's hand as he gently infused it with his inner energy. Buzzing, the circular tip vibrated rapidly, even creating afterimages. Noticing Lin Zhe's interest, Shangwan smiled and explained, This little item serves no grand purpose, but it is quite pleasant for relaxing the muscles during leisure time. As she spoke, she picked up the artifact and tested it on Lin Zhe's back. Instantly, a tingling sensation surged through Lin Zhe's mind. He shuddered and could not help but exclaim, Andy, what is this? Shangwan beamed. How does it feel? Quite delightful, I sent it. I often use it to massage and unwind before sleep. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Shangwan, hesitating to speak. Auntie, I'll take this one. This item holds little value. No worries. It's the thought that counts. Lin Zhe waved dismissively. Shangwan was deeply touched. This child is truly wonderful. First, he gifted her a divine-grade elixir. And now he deliberately chose the least valuable item. This child knows how to cherish others. Lin Zhe, I shall teach you alchemy from now on, Shangwan declared. Although you have produced divine-grade elixirs, I can see you are still not quite familiar with some basic knowledge and formulas. I will impart to you foundational skills, such as identifying herbs, controlling fire, and refining elixirs. Naturally, Lin Zhe would not refuse such an opportunity. Shangwan was a second-tier grand alchemist, and countless individuals outside sought her mentorship, yet few had the chance. Moreover, with her presence, Iran would not dare to act excessively, at least maintaining the facade of a loving relationship. Shangwan Yi's arrival was truly his formidable ally. After bidding farewell to Shangwan Yi, Lin Zhe returned to Iran's chamber. At this moment, the room was adorned with red lanterns and crimson fabrics, with large characters of joy affixed to the windows and walls, creating a festive atmosphere. Even the grand bed had been adorned with a complete set of red sheets and blankets. Iran lay quietly on the bed, her hands folded on her abdomen, breathing evenly. completely disregarding Lindsay. She could almost be said to perceive him as air. She is still upset. Lindsay chuckled softly, adeptly climbing onto the bed beside Iran. Dearest, are you asleep? Truly asleep? His eyes darted as he retrieved the cylindrical artifact from his pocket. Iran was, of course, not asleep. She simply chose not to acknowledge Lindsay. Ungrateful wretch. Earlier that afternoon, she had resolved in her heart that immediately after the wedding ceremony tomorrow, she would declare her seclusion, wishing to sever ties with this man. At that moment, while still sulking in silence, Iran suddenly felt something brush against her arm. A peculiar sensation coursed through her, tingling and electrifying, startling her into turning her head and snapping. What are you doing? Oh, nothing much. This is a massage wand. I'm merely helping my lady relax, Lindsay replied with a smile, holding the buzzing black device closer to her arm. Isn't it rather pleasant? I must say. It's quite enjoyable. I've been using it the whole way. Upon hearing this, Iran found herself torn between irritation and amusement, perceiving Lindsay as childish. How could he find such a trivial object so entertaining? After a moment of contemplation, she admitted to herself that it did bring a degree of comfort. The vibrations transmitted through the device eased her muscle tension, significantly alleviating her fatigue. Nevertheless, Iran maintained a frosty demeanor, coldly commanding, and a white barrier enveloped her body. Keeping Lindsay at bay, slightly disappointed, Lindsay withdrew the massage wand, cleared his throat, and with a serious expression proclaimed, "My lady, I can cure your complexion." Upon hearing this, the Empress's expression shifted slightly. Her jade hands, resting on her abdomen, instinctively tightened around her dress, though she retorted defiantly, "You're just boasting. This Empress doesn't believe you." Iran remained silent. Lindsay's smile widened as he calmly replied, "My lady, have you perhaps forgotten that I concocted a divine-grade elixir? As soon as I refine the miraculous rejuvenation pill, your exquisite beauty will be restored." Iran coldly countered, "By the time you manage to concoct it. Who knows what year it will be?" Lindsay poked her arm, his tone firm, "At most 10 days. 10 days. Upon hearing this figure, Iran's expression shifted, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. To produce a divine-grade rejuvenation pill in 10 days was an unprecedented feat across the continent. How could he dare to claim such a thing? Turning to Lindsay, she initially intended to mock him, only to be met with his warm smile. For reasons unknown, her restless heart seemed to settle in that instant. Yet, her lips remained frigid as she retorted, "Are you painting a grand vision for me? I don't wish to converse with you right now, and you are not allowed to sleep in my bed tonight." With a huff, Iran turned her head away, giving Lindsay's backside a few playful kicks. Aware that the Empress was still miffed about the earlier incident, Lindsay spoke softly, "My lady, please don't be upset. My father has rescinded the assassination order. He will no longer target you." "Oh," Iran replied coldly. After a moment, she curled up beneath the bright red quilt. After a while, a voice emerged from the covers, laced with feigned indignation. "Who said this Empress is angry?" Lindsay couldn't help but grin, playfully poking her through the quilt. "Hee, it's good that you're not angry. Shall we make a bet? If within 10 days I concoct the divine rejuvenation pill, my beloved shall accompany me back to the sacred land of Qianling. You see, my father has had a difficult life. He has wed but one woman and sired only me. You must allow him to meet you." Moments later, Iran tugged down the blanket, revealing a head veiled in black gauze. "What do you mean by having married only one woman? Do you intend to marry several more?" "Huh." Upon hearing this, Lindsay's mind momentarily short-circuited. "Is this the crux of the matter?" Iran lightly huffed, saying, "You had better not let me discover any infidelities." Lindsay's lips twitched. "My lady, regarding that wager, if you truly manage to refine the divine rejuvenation pill within 10 days, I shall return with you." "Very well, my lady. It is a promise." Humph. After a cold snort, Iran turned to her side, preparing to sleep. Suddenly, she felt a pair of strong arms slip under her armpits and rest upon her chest. "You rascal." Iran gritted her teeth, feeling her heart race inexplicably. A slight panic creeping in, she swatted Lindsay's restless hands away and shifted outward, adopting a wary stance. Lindsay followed suit, ensuring he remained closely pressed against her. "My lady, let me hold you. Do not take advantage. If you crowd me any further, I might fall off the bed. With me holding you. What is there to fear, my lady?" The following day, as dawn broke, Lindsay, still lost in slumber, was abruptly roused by Iran. Soon after, A host of maidens began to assist Lindsay in dressing. He was firmly seated in a chair, surrounded by more than 10 maids bustling about. The sensation was quite peculiar. In no time, Lindsay donned a resplendent red robe, and in the bronze mirror, he appeared dashing and elegant. How handsome! Just a glance. And I cannot help but feel enamored with myself. At the boundary of the Yaosha continent, a masked demoness, accompanied by a dozen skilled warriors, approached from the west, seeking entry into the realm of Yaosha. This rendered the commanding officer of the demon cultivators stationed at Yaosha somewhat flustered, prompting him to personally assess the situation. The young lady was Luo Ruling, the saintess of the Yao Yuan Palace, who sought to enter Yaosha in search of the saint son of the demon race. I implore you to grant passage. Her voice was ethereal, clad in azure, exuding a frosty demeanor, yet her expressive eyes revealed a hint of allure beneath her otherworldly grace. This subtle charm became irresistibly captivating. Her snow-white feet hovered above the ground, each ankle adorned with a delicate bell, and she wore no shoes. Her tender, jade-like feet were exposed to the air, enchanting all who beheld them. The commanding officer, gazing at Luo Ruling, felt his heart race uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. The saintess of the Yao Yuan Palace. He checked her credentials, finding no issues, and thus permitted her entry. Luo Ruling and her entourage stepped into the realm of Yaosha. Since the emergence of the Fire Phoenix, she had embarked on an intercontinental flying sword, traveling day and night, and at long last, she had arrived at this moment. Luo Ruling closed her eyes to sense the aura, ultimately directing her slender jade finger towards the north. The presence of the holy son of the demon clan emanated from that direction. "Let us hasten there," she exclaimed. "Indeed, we must not allow the holy son to linger in a place devoid of the demon clan's essence. The holy son of the demon clan must return to his people." Meanwhile, within the hall of the ghostly Shadewind Palace, the grand chamber was adorned with vibrant decorations, and many guests, their faces alight with smiles, strolled about the hall. Among them were sect leaders, holy sons and daughters, and imperial sovereigns from various dynasties. At one table in the hall, a group of somber-faced individuals gathered, their voices raised in conspiratorial whispers. "This is insurrection. We must rise against it. To take a human as a consort is a disgrace to our demon clan." At that moment, a burly man crushed the wine cup in his hand with a resounding crack, sneering, "You speak wisely, my friends. Do you believe such an empress is worthy to lead us in the ghostly Shadewind continent? Is she truly deserving of being our demon empress? Let us unite in our resistance and compel her to relinquish her power, and instead, elevate Empress Shuiyao as our rightful demon empress." Upon hearing this, the others instinctively distanced themselves from him. "Lord Black Demon, are you serious? We were merely jesting." The Lord of the Black Demon cursed inwardly, thinking them spineless fools. Yet, in an effort to win them over, he forced a smile and declared, "Empress Shuiyao has promised that if we assist her in reclaiming the ghostly Shadewind Palace, we shall all be her loyal subjects. The benefits will be immense. She has stated that she will acquiesce to any conditions we propose." Did you hear that? Any conditions? The Lord of the Black Demon was fervently excited. Upon hearing this, the thoughts of the gathered leaders began to stir. As the lords of the great sects of the ghostly Shadewind continent, should they unite in their efforts, the repercussions would be enough to shake the very foundations of the land. "Then let us adapt as the moment demands," they agreed. "Excellent, excellent. The auspicious hour has arrived." A booming voice resonated from outside the hall. The assembly immediately fell silent, ceasing their discussions. Chapter 21. Unrivaled in the same realm. Who dares challenge me? For a moment, the hall was enveloped in silence, as both sect leaders and imperial sovereigns maintained an absolute quietude. They understood that the empress was about to make her entrance. Ji Mingyun summoned his inner strength, his voice resonant. "Now, let us welcome the empress and her consort." As his words echoed, a formidable aura of the ninth-stage martial emperor descended upon the hall. Countless powerful figures paled, their bodies rendered immobile under the oppressive pressure. Is this the might of the ninth-stage martial emperor? Even in absence, her mere presence can dominate the entire assembly. What foolishness is this? Are we to rebel? They quickly turned their gazes towards the Lord of the Black Demon, their expressions seeming to say, "Rebel against what? We shall not play your game." With a thunderous crash, the grand doors of the hall were mercilessly pushed open, revealing Yu Iran, clad in resplendent red, stepping gracefully into the hall, her movements fluid. a red veil adorning her head, though her visage remained unseen. The air of arrogance and the allure of her mature curves were enough to drive the gathered crowd into a frenzy. A multitude gazed at you, Iran, with reverence, their hearts ablaze with fervor. The lord of the Black Demon sect, upon laying eyes on you, Iran, felt a surge of agitation, clenching his fists in frustration. Why was it not him, after years of devotion? Why must the groom be that worthless, untalented fool? Within the grand hall, many shared this sentiment. Their teeth gritted as they cast scornful glances at the man trailing behind you, Iran. There stood Lindsay, a smile gracing his lips, curiously surveying his surroundings. Seemingly a child in wonder, he occasionally waved to the crowd, cheerfully exclaiming, "It's my first wedding, and I'm not quite sure what to say, but please, enjoy the festivities." At his words, the expressions of the powerful in the hall turned peculiar, teetering on the brink of madness. This lad was flaunting his arrogance. He was boasting. Was this the so-called holy son of Qianling, born with a flawed meridian? The lord of the Black Demon sect felt a surge of jealousy and rage ignited within him. This man was merely a fraction more handsome than himself, yet his own prowess could effortlessly overshadow Lin Zai's. What gave him the right to become the emperor's consort? Hearing the commotion, Lin Zai glanced over, furrowing his brow. "Hey, who's barking like a dog? I'm talking about you." Just as the lord of the Black Demon sect was about to retort, he was interrupted by his disciples. His astute disciple, Lu Daoshi, quickly interjected, "Master, if you respond to him, it would be akin to admitting you are a dog. Indeed, we cannot fall into his trap. Can my master be likened to a dog? Have you ever seen such an ugly dog?" A dog enthusiast chimed in. The lord of the Black Demon sect was on the verge of exploding with rage. Turning sharply, he bellowed, "Where the hell are you from, master? We follow you with unwavering loyalty." The lord's face darkened, his gaze fixed on Lin Zai. "You, brat, wish to be the emperor's consort? We shall not permit it. You lack the qualifications." Upon hearing the lord's proclamation, the expressions of many in the hall began to shift. Was the confrontation commencing? Stealing a glance at the emperor, they noted her silence. The lord of the Black Demon sect felt a swell of triumph in his chest. It seemed the emperor too understood her misstep. Her chosen consort was beneath notice. He turned to you, Iran, stating, "Empress, please forgive my boldness. By choosing a talentless fool as your consort, the outside world will certainly have much to say. He will bring disgrace to the reputation of our demonic cultivators in Yusha continent. Not only do we oppose this, but all of my fellow demonic practitioners shall as well." Who dares to speak ill? Shangwan could no longer contain herself. "Listen well. Lin Zai is a junior I hold in high regard. Anyone who dares to challenge him shall face my wrath." The powerful figures in the hall were left speechless. The master of the dark magic sect, emboldened by unseen support, declared with confidence, "Master Shangwan, you are not one of my demonic clan. Hence you possess no authority to speak." "Very well, do not seek my elixirs henceforth," Shangwan responded coldly, her piercing gaze causing the dark magic sect master to break into a cold sweat. "Then do as you wish," he retorted defiantly. His foremost disciple, Lu Daoshi, interjected, "Master, you cannot refuse her assistance. Your impotence requires her elixirs for remedy." The dark magic sect master glared at Lu Daoshi. "Must you be so loud about my impotence?" Clearing his throat, Lu Daoshi proclaimed, "My esteemed master suffers from impotence." The dark magic sect master bowed his head, taking a deep breath, his mind buzzing with frustration. "Why are all my disciples so foolish? Can such private matters be aired publicly? You imbecile, master of the dark magic sect. Your obstinacy today suggests someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes." Yu Iran's voice was icy, yet commanded immense authority, causing the dark magic sect master to tremble. He shook his head. "Your Majesty, my actions are solely for the grand cause of our Yusha continent, devoid of any selfish motives." Lu Daoshi countered, "Master, that is incorrect. Did you not state before our arrival that we must fulfill the tasks entrusted by Empress Shuiyao?" The dark magic sect master nearly wept. Turning to Lu Daoshi, "Could you not announce it any louder?" Lu Daoshi nodded, raising his voice. "We are here to accomplish the mission assigned by Empress Shuiyao." "Silence, you fool." The dark magic sect master kicked him aside. "Empress, guess what? I shall no longer feign. If you insist on taking this useless one as your consort, we shall immediately rally behind Empress Shuiyao. Do you not agree?" Lu Daoshi chimed in, "Indeed, indeed." The grand hall fell into silence, the only sounds being the heavy breaths of the dark magic sect master and Lu Daoshi's boisterous exclamations. The majority of the powerful figures awaited the Empress's response. At that moment, Lin Zhe cleared his throat. "My lady, esteemed aunt, and all present, may I, the party involved, have a word?" Feeling he had observed enough, Lin Zhe felt it necessary as a man to express his stance. Of course, Shang Guanyi nodded in agreement. Ji Mingyun gathered his cultivation and bellowed, "Silence! The consort has something to say?" The crowd quieted, their expressions filled with curiosity as they turned to Lin Zhe. The dark magic sect master regarded him with disdain, questioning what words could emanate from this worthless individual. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Zhe." He bowed slightly, then stood tall, speaking clearly. "Regarding the matter of the Empress being my wife, I am aware of the many doubts you harbor towards me. Perhaps the greatest concern is your belief that I lack the ability to cultivate, possessing meager strength unworthy of the noble Empress. Indeed, I concede that aside from my handsome appearance, considerable wealth, and formidable lineage, including a father who is an 8th-tier martial emperor, I possess little else." As they listened to the initial part, many of the powerful figures nodded in agreement, yet as he continued, their expressions shifted to one of perplexity. What this young man was saying seemed rather off. "However, today, I wish to declare to you all, I am not a waste. I possess the ability to cultivate and am invincible within the same realm," Lin Zhe proclaimed boldly. "Haha, what a grandiose statement." The Lord of the Black Demon sect scoffed dismissively. Many formidable figures within the Grand Hall exchanged knowing smirks, thinking to themselves, "Is this young man a fool? To dare utter such words before the practitioners of the demon clan is either a death wish or sheer folly." With a flourish, Lin Zhe lifted his robe, fully unleashing the aura of an 8th-stage martial master. "As long as it is within the same realm, or if you force me down to the rank of martial master, if any one of you can defeat me, I shall concede that I am unworthy of the Empress and will never set foot in the ghostly demonic continent again." His words resonated powerfully, clear for all to hear. At this moment, even Yu Iran furrowed her brows slightly, as she had not anticipated Lin Zhe would dare to speak in such a manner. Although he possessed a modicum of charm, the audacity of his words was indeed excessive. It is well known that the combat prowess of the demon clan is unrivaled among all races. Shang Guanyi gazed at Lin Zhe with admiration. He truly was the son-in-law she had chosen, displaying such courage. "These are your own words. You indeed have guts," she exclaimed. "Lu Daoshi, bring your power down to the 8th-stage martial master and crush him." The Lord of the Black Demon sect erupted into laughter, his gaze filled with derision as he looked at Lin Zhe. He inquired of Yu Iran, "Your Majesty, you have no objections, do you?" Yu Iran's brows knitted together, wishing to interject, but upon seeing Lin Zhe smile at her, an inexplicable sense of unease evaporated from her heart. "Let us proceed." She nodded, raising her delicate hand to designate a combat area in the center of the hall. Chapter 22. "Everyone, come forth." Lu Daoshi taunted. "I have suppressed my 4th-stage martial king level to the 8th-stage martial master. I wonder if you dare accept my challenge?" Lu Daoshi's sinister laughter echoed as his clenched fists emitted crackling sounds. Lin Zhe smirked, a confident and radiant smile gracing his lips. "Bring it on. I accept." At his declaration, the expressions of the powerful figures within the Grand Hall shifted noticeably. Did he truly have the audacity to accept? TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this man genuinely capable, or is he simply lacking in judgment? Even if Lu Daoshi were to suppress his strength, his physique and martial skills would certainly not be something an 8th-stage martial master could contend with. Indeed, while Lu Daoshi may be somewhat foolish, his strength should not be underestimated, ranking among the top 3 of the younger generation within the ghostly demonic continent. Within the hall, various factions sighed internally. Knowing that the outcome of the duel was already a foregone conclusion, Lin Zhe was destined to lose. Even many elders and disciples of the ghostly demonic palace, upon witnessing Lin Zhe's eager acceptance, could not help but sigh heavily, their hearts filled with dread. After all, Lin Zhe's current status as the Empress's consort represented the dignity of the ghostly demonic palace. If he were to be defeated soundly by Lu Daoshi, how would the reputation of the ghostly demonic palace not be utterly tarnished, and how could they continue to dominate the Four Corners? Contemplating this, the elders were nearly driven to the brink of fury. "Ha ha ha, let me see what prowess the boastful consort truly possesses." Lu Daoshi sneered, striding confidently toward the center. Lin Zhe stood opposite him, a casual smile gracing his lips. At this moment, Hundreds of gazes were fixated upon him, each breath held in anticipation, eager to witness the true prowess of this esteemed prince consort. Yue, however, remained unperturbed, seated nearby with her eyes closed in serene repose. Entirely unconcerned about Lin Zhe's potential defeat, Shangguan leisurely sipped his tea, showing no interest in the unfolding battle. In stark contrast, the expressions of the grand elder Ji Mingyun and the second elder Li Wui were grave. In their eyes, despite Lin Zhe's remarkable talent, facing the formidable fourth stage of the martial king presented a daunting challenge, inevitably leading to a fierce confrontation. The grand hall was enveloped in silence. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Zhe showed no signs of hesitation. Like a cheetah launching an ambush, he swiftly approached Lu Daoshi. Lu Daoshi, not one to be caught off guard, unleashed his inner strength, manifesting a dark aura, and struck with a powerful punch. Lin Zhe similarly raised his hand, aligning two fingers in the form of a sword, meeting Lu Daoshi's attack head-on. In a flash, the arena erupted with a resounding thud, accompanied by the sharp sound of bones cracking. The assembled masters were taken aback, astonished that this seemingly graceful prince consort would initiate the confrontation so recklessly. Yet, before they could voice their concerns about Lin Zhe's impetuousness, they witnessed the overwhelming force of Lu Daoshi contorting dramatically upon contact with Lin Zhe's finger. Crack! The essence of the grass character sword technique erupted from Lin Zhe's fingertips, propelling Lu Daoshi like a cannonball, sending him hurtling away. Before Lu Daoshi could even exit the arena, Lin Zhe seized his ankle, yanking him back with ferocity. His right hand clenched into a fist, delivering a rapid succession of 6 punches akin to striking a sandbag. Bang! 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 The sequence was astonishingly swift and fierce, yet seamlessly fluid. Lu Daoshi did not even have time to utter a sound before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Seconds to the ground, out like a light. The entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. Most were unable to comprehend what had transpired, gazing at the arena with wide, bewildered eyes. The smile of the black magic sect master faded abruptly, his expression shifting from amusement to grave concern as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "Is this truly an 8th-stage martial master?" The assembled masters mirrored his astonishment, their faces filled with confusion as turbulent waves of shock surged within them. Just moments ago, Lin Zhe's speed and reflexes appeared no different from those of an ordinary 8th-stage martial master. However, the moment their attacks collided was utterly incomprehensible. Lu Daoshi had employed the black magic sect's ultimate technique, the demonic annihilation mountain-quaking fist, renowned for its sheer ferocity, which ordinary cultivators could not withstand head-on. Yet, Lin Zhe's seemingly casual finger strike had sent his opponent flying. This scene was undeniably extraordinary, as the masters in the grand hall grappled with their disbelief. A voice of shock pierced the silence. My heavens, that was the grass character sword technique. Wasn't he that the most challenging sword technique to master? The grass character sword technique. Is he not a worthless individual? How could he possibly wield the grass character sword technique? No wonder he claims invincibility within the same realm. It appears he speaks nothing but the truth. In this moment, the expressions of many formidable warriors shifted dramatically, as they collectively gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Lin Zhe's astonishing strike. The grass character sword technique is a formidable sword art that even they, the martial emperors and martial saints, have yet to master. Apart from that legendary sword demon of yore, they had never heard of anyone in the entire 9 continents capable of mastering it. Yet, here stands a young man of the 8th stage of martial arts, effortlessly executing it. The hall fell into a silence, as disbelief permeated the air, witnessing the astonished expressions of numerous power holders. Yue Ran feigned nonchalance. Lin Zhe's talent and swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. Such might is hardly surprising. There is some truth to this statement. The prince consort is, in fact, a genius of the sword? No wonder he has been granted such a title. The empress truly possesses keen judgment. Not only is he a sword genius, but he is also exceptionally handsome. Indeed, comparisons can be quite infuriating. The disciples of the Yusha Palace gazed at Lin Zhe with admiration, showering him with praises. Meanwhile, the lord of the Black Demon sect wore an expression as dark as ink, his teeth grinding in fury as he glared at the smiling Lin Zhe. Do not become too arrogant. Do you dare to let my disciples challenge you all at once? Oh, Lin Zhe appeared surprised, evidently not expecting such audacity from the dark figure. That is certainly acceptable, but we must wager, Lindsay casually remarked while cleaning his ears. What wager? I shall face all of you alone. If I lose, you may deal with me as you wish. If I win, the Lord of the Black Demon sect must perform a striptease for the audience. Lindsay chuckled, his gaze teasing as he looked at the Lord of the Black Demon sect. Unable to tolerate Lindsay's smug demeanor, the Lord hastily agreed without a second thought. One against all? Who do you think you are? Everyone, attack. Bring him down. The Lord of the Black Demon sect bellowed. All disciples of the Black Demon sect ascended the arena, their eyes filled with malice as they fixed their gaze upon Lindsay. Exchanging glances, they all suppressed their realms to the 8th stage of martial arts and began channeling their inner strength, preparing to unleash their most powerful strike. In an instant, an overwhelming barrage of attacks descended upon Lindsay, akin to a relentless tide crashing down, wielding immense force that threatened to obliterate all in its path. The powerful figures in the hall looked on in horror, their surroundings filled with assaults, leaving them nowhere to evade. Silence enveloped the room as everyone focused intently on this breathtaking scene. Yui Ran clenched her fists tightly, her thoughts enveloping Lindsay, ready to intervene the moment he found himself in peril. Yet, confronted with dozens of ferocious attacks, Lindsay remained unfazed, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. He casually summoned a chopstick, wielding the slender stick before him and lightly waving it, proclaiming, "Grass, you old wood." The crowd. Li Wuyo's eyes lit up, his blood surging with excitement. This move is splendid. Magnificent. Chapter 23. The manifestation of sword intent in an instant. A colossal golden sword's phantom materialized behind Lindsay. Within the sword flowed torrents of the yellow springs, wisps of the river of forgetfulness, as well as the essence of mountains, seas, flora, and fauna, an embodiment of all existence. The manifestation of sword intent, who could possibly rival it? Everyone stood in stunned silence. As the giant sword descended, the myriad attacks disintegrated as if made of paper. The path of the sword was one of ruthless annihilation. Lindsay wielded his sword with overwhelming force, as unstoppable as a bulldozer, shattering all resistance effortlessly. Boom. With a single stroke, Lindsay sent all challengers flying. Silence. The arena fell into an uncanny stillness. No one had anticipated that Lindsay's swordsmanship had reached such a level. The manifestation of sword intent, something that took centuries for many sword cultivators to achieve, was accomplished by Lindsay at the tender age of 20. Many secretly lamented. The Empress's foresight is extraordinary. Who dares to call him useless? Are their eyes positioned in the wrong place? If this young man continues to grow, his potential is limitless. Perhaps the continent of Yusha will see another sword demon arise. Yui Ran was equally astonished. Her man was this formidable? With a single stroke, Lindsay completely captivated the crowd, especially Li Wuyo, the sword enthusiast, who, disregarding his status as an elder of his sect, cried out in desperation to cling to Lindsay's leg. "Prince Consort, take me as your disciple and let me learn the sword from you. Please." "Apologies. I do not take disciples." Before the gazes of all, Lindsay approached the stunned leader of the Black Demon sect, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Sect leader, let the dance begin." The Black Demon sect leader ground his teeth in frustration, about to unleash a tirade, when suddenly, an oppressive aura of a 9th-tier martial emperor enveloped him. Yui Ran spoke coldly. "You wagered. You must accept defeat. Do not tarnish the honor of our demon clan." Sect leader, I find myself in a most awkward predicament, and I deeply regret my choices. He was a prominent figure, a 6th-tier martial emperor, a leader of his sect, someone of renown in Yusha. To dance, especially a shameful striptease, before acquaintances was akin to forfeiting his very dignity. The Black Demon sect leader swore inwardly, "Even if it cost me my life, I shall not dance. Not even under the Empress's threat. Is the Empress so formidable that she can demand my dignity?" Yui Ran's voice turned icy, sending chills down spines. "Sect leader, are you challenging me?" Boom. The Empress's terrifying aura sent the Black Demon sect leader trembling with fear. "Very well. The Empress is indeed formidable. I shall surrender my dignity and perform the dance." A reluctant smile crept onto the Black Demon sect leader's face as he stepped into the center of the hall. With images of dancers flickering in his mind, he awkwardly began to sway his waist and hips, desperately attempting to convey a sense of abandon. However, This scene, witnessed by the crowd, transformed into the spectacle of a bear with a visage as dark as coal, writhing in agony due to an itch on its back. Despite its undeniable ugliness, it ostentatiously flaunted itself, akin to a flower with its nostrils pinched, provocatively asking, "Brother, do you wish to revel with me?" The onlookers were met with waves of nausea, as if needles had pricked their eyes. Even the typically aloof Iran could not stifle a laugh at such a ludicrous sight. With the Empress leading the way, the others could no longer contain themselves, erupting into hearty laughter. I might just die from laughter. The Black Demon Sect master dances as if stricken by polio. I must say, I am compelled to remark, though I hesitate to do so. Lindsay squinted playfully, exclaiming, "What kind of striptease is it if one doesn't strip?" The Black Demon Sect master bellowed in fury, "Do not push your luck." Iran interjected, The prince is right. A striptease should indeed involve stripping. The Black Demon Sect master, despair etched upon his face, shut his eyes and began to dance while shedding his garments, tears of frustration welling within him. At this moment, he felt utterly humiliated. Suddenly, a few female disciples' voices echoed within the grand hall. He is really undressing. How shameless. He is so small. Upon hearing this, the Black Demon Sect master's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily clasped his legs together, utterly mortified. "You lot shouldn't speak so recklessly. I am wearing underwear. On what grounds do you claim I am small?" Such remarks, to a man, are undeniably a profound disgrace. The Black Demon Sect master roared in indignation, seeking to vindicate himself. However, an experienced female disciple bluntly revealed the truth. Cough, Black Demon Sect master, your endowment is so diminutive. It's as if it doesn't exist at all. You speak nonsense. The Black Demon Sect master fumed in embarrassment. His chief disciple, Lu Daosher, suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, "Master, her guess is astonishingly accurate. It's almost supernatural. In the past, when we bathed together, one would need a magnifying glass to discern it." The Black Demon Sect master turned to him, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. "You might as well shout it out." Lu Daosher nodded and shouted, "My master's member is no larger than a thumb." The Black Demon Sect master lunged at him, covering his mouth. "How did I end up with such a foolish disciple? What a calamity!" At that moment, the Black Demon Sect master wished only to find a crevice in the earth to hide within. "You, cease your laughter." Spotting Lindsay still chuckling nearby, the Black Demon Sect master's face flushed with rage, his teeth grinding in frustration. Today his humiliation was entirely due to this man before him. "I shall never share the heavens with you, Black Demon." Lindsay grinned broadly. "I am getting married today, and will soon enter the bridal chamber with the Empress. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Why shouldn't I laugh?" The Black Demon Sect master, in a fit of rage, coughed up blood, a flicker of indignation flashing in his eyes, utterly incensed by Lin Zay's mockery. As the laughter echoed within the grand hall, a disciple rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, a multitude of demon cultivators have breached the palace gates." Boom. No sooner had the disciple finished speaking than a resounding explosion erupted from the distance. Subsequently, numerous figures swiftly approached from that direction. Yuin's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed towards the distant horizon, coldly stating, "Does the demon Yuan continent seek to wage war against me?" The Empress was right, regardless of who they were. It was best to eliminate them before inquiring their names. We, the Demon Clan, are not to be trifled with. At this moment, many formidable beings within the hall were equally incensed, their curiosity piqued regarding the identity of those audacious enough to intrude upon the gates of the Yush palace. "I am the junior, Luo ruling, here to pay my respects to the Yush Empress." As her words fell, a graceful figure clad in azure and barefoot gradually materialized before the assembly. Hiss! It is indeed the holy maiden of the Demon Clan. Goodness! She is as breathtaking as the rumors suggested, almost inhuman. Ahem, yet she is not human, after all. A chorus of gasps filled the hall as many powerful figures exchanged astonished glances. Yuin regarded Luo ruling with a slight furrow of her brow, her tone frigid. "What brings you here?" "By the command of our ancestor, I am to escort back our clan's holy son." Chapter 24. Is the prince consort a holy son of the Demon Clan? Upon hearing this, the assembly was left in a state of bewilderment, their minds racing with questions. seeking the holy son of the demon clan amidst a gathering of demon cultivators in the treacherous YUSH continent. Was that not madness? Holy maiden, you have come to the wrong grave to mourn. We have no holy son here. Please do not disturb my wedding. Lindsay coughed lightly, subtly expressing his desire to hasten the matrimonial proceedings. However, to his astonishment, Luo Ruling soared directly before him, her words startling. Holy son, I implore you to accompany us back. This left Lin Zhe utterly bewildered. How could a pure-blooded human like himself suddenly be mistaken for the holy son of the demon clan? The title sounded rather imposing. The others were equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. The leader of the Black Demon sect, reveling in the chaos, inquired, "Isn't he the holy son of the Qianling? Could it be true? Is he actually a demon? Hiss, does that imply his father is from a lineage of demons?" The information was overwhelming, and the crowd leaned in, eager for the gossip. Astonishing. The Holy Lord of Qianling has indeed sired a holy son of the demon clan. Is this a genetic anomaly or a moral degradation? Lin Zhe's expression darkened. Do not presume that your beauty grants you the liberty to speak recklessly. My parents are both human. I am not a demon. Luo Ruling's gaze remained resolute. Impossible. My clan's treasure, the 10,000 demon diagram, cannot be mistaken. You are the holy son of the demon clan, descendant of the fire phoenix. Listen, even the lineage of the illicit lover has been revealed, with substantial evidence to support it. It seems there can be no mistake. This is indeed a sensational scoop. Many powerful figures in the hall, munching on seeds, were captivated by the unfolding drama, their expressions filled with excitement. Even YUYRN was no exception. Her ears perked up, absorbed in the unfolding tale. Lindsay clenched his fists. Enough. Once more, I shall reiterate. And this shall be my final declaration. I am not the so-called scion of the demon race. My father has not been wronged in that manner. Lindsay's voice emerged through clenched teeth. Luo Ruling remained unmoved, her expression serene. I am indifferent to whether your father has been wronged. What I do know is that you are the one guided by the 10,000 demons diagram. Just as Lindsay was about to erupt in anger, a sudden thought of the little plump bird bestowed upon him by the system crossed his mind. Could it be the cause of this? With this contemplation, Lindsay swiftly retrieved the creature from his spirit pet pouch. So much had transpired lately that he nearly forgot to feed it. He hoped fervently that it had not perished from hunger. The little plump bird flapped its wings and chirped excitedly as it flew out, circling around Lindsay and calling incessantly. Instantly, the attention of the onlookers was captured by this entirely fire-red little creature, or rather, little bird. The master of the beast sect exclaimed, "What splendid plumage! This little rotund bird is truly remarkable." It was unexpected that the prince consort had an affinity for birds and cared for them so well. Such a plump creature surely indicated that it was well fed. Chirp, chirp. The little plump bird vigorously shook its head, directing its beak towards the empty plate on the table, its message unmistakable. I, the little bird, have not consumed a single morsel of grain from him. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Ruling felt an incredulous thought arise within her as she leaned in for a closer examination. Can you understand human speech? The little bird hesitated momentarily, shaking its head like a rattle. You do not understand what I am saying? This reaction, although somewhat foolish, indicated an understanding of human language and an awareness to conceal its intelligence in the presence of outsiders. Its intellect was not significantly inferior to that of a human. Luo Ruling lightly parted her red lips. Dear friend, could you grant me this bird? I am willing to exchange anything for it. No longer shall you refer to yourself as the scion of the demon race. The alteration in this title was instantaneously noted by the crowd within the grand hall, tinged with an unusual undertone. Could it be that this little plump bird is a descendant of the fire phoenix? Immediately, someone shouted, the prince consort cannot trade it. This fiery little bird belongs to our Yusha continent. Indeed, indeed. This peculiar little creature is too unique to exchange. Doing so would be a grave mistake. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Yui Ran's eyes as she raised her delicate hand, capturing the bird within her grasp. Luo Ruling's brow furrowed, her tone displeased. What do you mean by this, Empress? Yui Ran chuckled softly. Lindsay and I are wed. This bird constitutes our communal asset, and I have no desire to trade it. Lindsay, what say you? Do as my wife wishes. Lindsay blinked, quickly grasping the implication behind Yui Ran's words. Luo Ruling inhaled deeply. Despite her unwillingness, she found herself at an impasse. Yui Ran's strength far surpassed her own, and to forcibly seize the bird would be unwise. We shall take our leave. Luo Ruling cast Lin Zhe a wistful glance before turning to depart, resembling a wronged little bride. That gaze left Lin Zhe utterly bewildered. Thus, the farce drew to a close, and the wedding ceremony continued with renewed vigor. In that moment, no one perceived Lin Zhe as unworthy of the empress. Indeed, some even began to lavish praises upon him. Once again, the essence of the sword takes form, and the legacy of the fire phoenix emerges. In their eyes, Lin Zhe's future is destined to shine brilliantly across the 9 continents. Meanwhile, Luo Ruling halted her steps outside the Palace of Dark Shadows. A guard behind her remarked, "Saintess, that plump little bird must surely be a descendant of the fire phoenix. We must retrieve the holy sun." After pondering for a moment, Luo Ruling replied, "First, let us report this information to the ancestor for his judgment. Until we receive a response, we shall remain hidden, waiting for the opportune moment." Simultaneously, Yu Shuiao quickly learned of the events that transpired within the Grand Hall and erupted in fury, nearly demolishing the entire palace. "Useless. All of you are utterly useless. Especially that wretched charcoal, who was sent to humiliate Lin Zhe, only to end up dancing in a striptease." Yu Shuiao gritted her teeth, her anger causing her to stomp her delicate foot. However, the fact that Lin Zhe dared to challenge everyone for Yu Yiran's sake genuinely astonished me. Could this be what they call love? Yu Xiao approached the window, gazing at the abyssal demon pavilion shrouded in black mist, her expression shifting to reveal a hint of loneliness and yearning upon her exquisite face. A nearby guard, perplexed, inquired, "Empress Shuiao, what is love?" Yu Shuiao spoke slowly. "A friend once told me that love is the companionship between 2 people, supporting one another through thick and thin. I have been alone for far too long. Perhaps experiencing such a feeling wouldn't be so bad, don't you think?" The guard, realizing the implications, nodded in understanding. "Indeed, the Empress is a woman too. It is only natural to desire love." As this thought crossed his mind, the guard felt a rush of warmth. "Empress, if you wish, I can help you experience love." Yu Shuiao turned to him, her eyes cold as ice. "You?" she responded, then stepped forward to gently caress the guard's head. "It seems you have failed to recognize your place. You are merely a dog I keep. A dog cannot speak to me in such a manner. Moreover, the notion of a dog offering to share love with me is utterly repugnant." "What, Empress?" Before the guard could comprehend her intentions, a sharp pain struck his head. As he felt her hand applying relentless pressure, overwhelmed by a surge of terror, he was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Empress, I was wrong. I was wrong. I am merely your dog. Spare my life." With his cries echoing, the guard's head split apart, blood spilling across the floor as he fell silently. Yu Shuiao displayed no emotion, cleansing her hands before conjuring a rift in the fabric of reality. She stepped through, her slender, delicate legs disappearing from the palace in an instant. Chapter 25. Mayan has come to eavesdrop once again. In the Palace of Dark Shadows, the wedding ceremony concluded. As night fell, Lin Zhe and Yu Yiran naturally entered their bridal chamber. Before departing, numerous envious glances were cast towards Lin Zhe, which filled him with a sense of secret delight. "Continue to envy me," he thought. Through a thin veil, he caught a glimpse of a remarkably alluring figure, shedding her garments. This sight stirred a restlessness within him, igniting a tingling sensation in his heart. Regaining his composure, Lin Zhe stepped inside. At that moment, Yu Yiran had changed out of her vibrant red robe into a light nightgown, barely acknowledging Lin Zhe as she coolly remarked, "As per our usual arrangement, no moving about at night." Observing Yu Yiran's graceful silhouette, Lin Zhe swallowed hard and settled himself by the bed, declaring, "My dear, tonight we must stir up some commotion." Aunt will come to check." Seemingly recalling something, Yu Yiran clasped her hands to her chest, flustered yet irritated, retorting, "Even if Aunt comes, you mustn't touch me there." Lin Zhe blinked. "But you won't make a sound. Is there no other way?" Yu Yiran, clearly inexperienced in this matter, turned to Lin Zhe for guidance. A thought crossed Lin Zhe's mind, and a subtle smile graced his lips. This smile sent a shiver through Yu Yiran, warning her of his mischievous intentions. Lin Zhe retrieved a treasured item gifted by Shangguani. "My dear, I have a plan." Upon overhearing his whispered words, Yu Yiran's anger flared, and she shot him a cold glare. In that glance, there was an icy ruthlessness, tinged with a hint of menace. "Do you seek your own demise? Do you believe I won't use it against you?" "What? No. I was merely My dear, I was wrong. Lindsay recoiled slightly, adopting a sincere demeanor. Ran scoffed and reclined on the bed. As the night deepened, boredom and loneliness began to plague Lindsay. He resorted to entertaining himself with a small, chubby bird, a descendant of the fire phoenix, playfully rolling it on his stomach, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The chamber remained quiet for a while until Ran noticed a stealthy shadow lurking outside the door. A few dark lines appeared on her forehead as she thought, "Aunt, are you not sleeping at this hour?" Turning to face Lindsay, she whispered, "Stop playing with your little bird. Aunt is coming." At her words, both Lindsay and the chubby bird came to a halt, tilting their heads in unison, awaiting further instruction. Ran tightened her grip on the blanket, feeling conflicted and quite vexed. "Then how should we proceed?" Lindsay's eyes brightened. "Ahem, my dear, I am quite adept at this. Allow me to instruct you. First, you must, and then, ha ha ha." If Ran had not been veiled, Lindsay would have certainly noticed the crimson flush that crept across her ears. Soon, a commotion echoed throughout the palace. Outside, Shangwan listened with satisfaction, nodding in approval as she counted on her fingers, feeling immensely gratified. Excellent, excellent. This time it lasted over 2 minutes. Thus, the night slipped away in the blink of an eye. Lindsay awakened from his slumber, only to discover that Ran had vanished without a trace. His wife, who accomplished nothing throughout the day, why did she rise so early? Just as Lindsay pondered this perplexity, the grand door of the chamber was abruptly pushed open, and a ghostly figure swiftly invaded the space. It seems your bond with Ran is not as profound as one might think. You didn't even indulge in some intimate activities on your wedding night. A mocking laughter reverberated in Lindsay's ears. "Do you still remember me?" Accompanied by teasing words, a figure clad in a yellow gauzy dress emerged from the bed, her snowy skin barely concealed. Upon recognizing the visage, Lindsay instinctively covered his waist. "Yushuiao, how could you come here?" Seeing Lindsay's reaction, Yushuiao's brows knitted together, revealing her displeasure. "You do not wish to see me?" Lindsay thought to himself, "My dear elder sister, you greet me with a whip. How could I possibly want to see you?" Just as he contemplated calling for help, Yushuiao swiftly sealed his mouth. "Fear not this time. I shall not humiliate you." A gentle smile suddenly adorned Yushuiao's face as she caressed Lindsay's cheek. "I intend to toy with you. Furthermore, it will be upon the matrimonial bed you share with Ran." "Wait, you play so extravagantly? You ought to pursue a career in media creativity. Your talents would be wasted otherwise." Lindsay shook his head vehemently, his heart screaming, "I do not want." Observing his resistance, Yushuiao felt an exhilarating thrill surge within her. She licked her lips and pushed Lindsay down onto the bed, draped in crimson. Unable to utter a word, Lindsay glared at Yushuiao with indignation, embodying a spirit of defiance. Meanwhile, Yushuiao slightly lifted her chin, her lofty demeanor exuding an air of supreme arrogance, gazing down at Lindsay as a queen would regard her servant. "Tell me, who is more beautiful, I or Ran?" Silent, are we? That must mean I am the more enchanting one. At least you have an eye for beauty." Yushuiao giggled, her laughter as delicate as the blossoms swaying in the breeze. Lindsay inwardly cursed, why won't you let me speak? Before he could voice his grievances, Yushuiao leaned closer, pressing herself against him. Lindsay could distinctly feel the warmth of her body and was enveloped by her gentle fragrance. He turned his head away in protest. "What's this? Are you shy?" Although Yushuiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her tone remained casual and lighthearted. "Do you not feel anything special?" Yushuiao pressed her entire form against Lindsay's chest, her crimson lips brushing against his ear as she exhaled softly. "Look, this is your new home with Ran." Lindsay could not help but swallow hard. "Don't say a word. There exists a certain sensation, indeed. I can sense it. You must have a penchant for this, do you not?" Yushuiao playfully lifted Lindsay's chin, teasing his innermost thoughts, reveling in his embarrassment. In her eyes, Lindsay was the beloved husband of Ran, and thus, tormenting him was tantamount to tormenting Ran herself. The mere thought of it brought her immense joy. Ha ha! Amidst the witch's unrestrained laughter, soon echoed a series of indescribable sounds. Chapter 26. Aunt. I wish to learn alchemy. This indulgence lingered until midday. Lindsay lay on the bed, utterly drained, on the verge of tears. He gazed at the chaotic state of the bed, troubled by the mess. How on earth was he to clean this up? How indeed? If Ran returned and beheld this, With her fiery temper, he would not survive the day. At that moment, the door creaked open. Ran gracefully stepped in, and as expected, she halted immediately upon entering the chamber. Surveying her surroundings, her beautiful eyes, concealed beneath a black veil, flickered with confusion. She turned her gaze to Lindsay sprawled on the bed and admonished, "What have you been doing all morning?" "This is my bed." Lindsay, face flushed with embarrassment, pointed at the chubby little bird bouncing about on the floor, adamantly declaring, "It was it. All it's doing. You mischievous little bird, today I shall pluck all your feathers." The little bird, thoroughly enjoying itself, tilted its head as if to say, "How can you blame me for this? Have you lost your sight or your sense of justice? Get up and clean this mess." Ran coldly commanded. Lindsay hesitated. "I wish to sleep a little longer." Ran's frustration mounted. With that attitude, do you expect to concoct the divine Huanyin pill within 10 days? Ran had initially harbored some hope for Lindsay. In fact, she had resolved that even if he failed to produce the elixir, she would accompany him back to the Qianling sacred land, simply for his earnest effort. Yet on the very first day, Lindsay slept until noon and still desired to continue. She had never encountered anyone so indolent. "I shall not concern myself with you any longer." Seemingly sulking, Ran uttered coldly, then waved her hand to seize the little bird before vanishing from sight. Lindsay lamented his misfortune. Casting a glance at the disheveled bed, he begrudgingly rose to tidy up. "Prince Consort, allow me to assist you." At that moment, a curious little head poked in from outside the door, revealing Yuner, who gazed inquisitively at the scene within the chamber. The disarrayed bed, the tangled sheets, and the somewhat worn-out Prince Consort. Yuner's cheeks immediately flushed as she comprehended what had transpired the previous night. Lindsay also noticed Yuner standing at the door, fidgeting with hesitation, and beckoned her. "Yuner, come in. I wish to ask you for a favor." Yuner immediately burst into joyous cheer, dashing towards Lindsay with her sparkling, radiant eyes. "Your Highness, please tell me, what would you like me to do? I am so delighted to have the chance to repay you." Lindsay waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing of great significance. I simply wish for you to tidy up." Yuner responded with a puzzled expression, her lips pouting in disappointment. "Oh." Lindsay encouraged her. "Take your time, Yuner. I will go seek my aunt to learn alchemy." With a serious demeanor, Yuner declared, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall complete the task." Ding. Last night, the host engaged in a flirtatious game with their bonded partner, earning 2,000 points. On the way, Lindsay heard the system notification echo in his mind. He opened his personal panel. Host, Lindsay, Realm, Martial Master 9th Stage. Martial Skill, Grass Character Sword Technique, Spirit Pet, Fire Phoenix, Treasure, Massage Stick. Points, 2,310, out of curiosity. Lindsay opened the system shop, where all items required 10,000 points for exchange. The first item captivated his interest. Confinement Card. Can immobilize the opponent for 1 hour, ignoring cultivation level. If only I had this treasure earlier, I wouldn't have been humiliated under that witch. Lindsay clenched his fists. Points. I must accumulate points. With points, I can attain everything. Lindsay approached Shangwani. Aunt, I wish to concoct the rejuvenation pill. Is it for Iran? Shangwani asked, setting down her teacup with a gentle smile. Lindsay nodded. Shangwani straightened her back, adopting the demeanor of a teacher, and seated herself properly. Lindsay, do you know that pills are categorized into 9 grades, with higher grades being increasingly difficult to concoct? The quality of pills is divided into 4 tiers: low tier, mid tier, high tier, and divine tier. Generally, successfully concocting 3 consecutive mid-tier pills qualifies one as a mid-tier alchemist. For instance, during my assessment, I successfully produced a high-tier 2nd-grade blood explosion pill. Thus, the Alchemist Association awarded me the 2nd-grade alchemist certificate. And what about me? I produced a divine-tier pill. What grade does that make me? That should count as 9th grade, considering you concocted the most ordinary chi recovery pill. However, that doesn't seem quite right. Divine tier pills are something even 1st-grade alchemists cannot create. As she spoke, Shangwani found herself befuddled. The situation of Lindsay was truly unprecedented in the history of the 9 continents. His first attempt at alchemy yielding a legendary divine tier pill was beyond her belief. Had she not witnessed it herself? After pondering for a moment, Shangwani said, How about this? I will first concoct a rejuvenation pill, and you can observe how much you can comprehend. Lindsay nodded in agreement. Shangwani walked to the garden outside the hall, raising her jade-like hand. A golden small furnace, shimmering with a radiant glow, gracefully ascended into the air. Lin Zhe was taken aback, to his astonishment. The alchemical furnace before him was a heavenly-grade artifact. His aunt truly was a wealthy individual. Lin Zhe, pay close attention, she instructed. As her words fell, Shangguan Yi formed hand seals and unleashed a sphere of crimson flames towards the furnace. Simultaneously, she released a formidable soul consciousness that enveloped the entire alchemical furnace. Soul consciousness was essential for every alchemist to cultivate. Its strength directly determined the quality of pills an alchemist could produce. Before long, beads of cold sweat began to surface on Shangguan Yi's forehead. Crafting the revitalizing elixir proved to be exceedingly strenuous for her, a second-tier alchemist. Gritting her silver teeth, she divided her soul consciousness to manipulate the herbs, placing them into the furnace. By stimulating the properties contained within the herbs with her soul consciousness and following the formula, she meticulously blended each property in precise proportions. Lin Zhe observed this scene in silence. Ding. The host is witnessing alchemy. Enlightenment on pill crafting. 101-010-1010. Ding. The host has successfully mastered it. Previously, Lin Zhe had employed the Enlightenment card on alchemy, allowing him to instantaneously grasp all matters related to pill crafting. The system guaranteed the highest quality. Finally, Shangguan Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the excessive use of soul consciousness had drained her, leaving her complexion pale and weary. She opened the furnace lid, only to reveal a look of disappointment. Alas, it is still a high-tier revitalizing elixir. After 3 years of diligent study, why am I unable to advance and produce a divine-tier elixir? Aunt, allow me to give it a try? Lin Zhe proposed. Shangguan Yi glanced at him and shook her head. Do not overestimate yourself. The revitalizing elixir is a second-tier pill. It is not that I wish to discourage you, but you genuinely lack the capability. If you could produce it just by looking, wouldn't all my efforts be rendered meaningless? Lin Zhe smiled nonchalantly. Aunt, I will simply give it a shot. Whether I succeed or fail is left to fate. Chapter 27. The Divine Pill Emerges. Astonishing all Shangguan Yi shook her head once more. But your soul consciousness is too feeble. Forcing the creation of a second-tier pill could damage your spirit, potentially leaving you foolish. The risk is too great. I cannot allow you to proceed. Lin Zhe patted his chest in assurance. Do not worry, Aunt. If anything feels amiss, I will stop immediately and ensure my safety. Eventually, Shangguan Yi relented, handing him a portion of herbs. Lin Zhe took a deep breath and, following the steps in his mind, began to craft the revitalizing elixir. At first, the process went smoothly, even causing Shangguan Yi to cover her mouth in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes at Lin Zhe's proficiency. However, as he reached the final step of merging the herb properties, countless beads of sweat appeared on Lin Zhe's forehead, and his back was drenched with cold perspiration. This was a sign of soul consciousness overexertion. Noticing Lin Zhe's change, Shangguan Yi called out urgently, Stop immediately. No, I can still hold on. Lin Zhe gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, desperately pushing his soul consciousness to forcefully merge the properties of the herbs. In a state of distress, Shangguan Yi paced anxiously, while at that moment, Lin Zhe was at a critical juncture in his alchemical endeavor. She wished to intervene, yet found herself powerless to do so. Should any external force intrude, there was a significant risk that Lin Zhe might succumb to madness. The alchemical furnace erupted with a series of explosive sounds, and Lin Zhe's form wavered precariously. His vision blurred, and a splitting pain throbbed in his head. Nevertheless, he persevered. He must concoct the divine rejuvenation pill, not only to restore Iran's beauty, but also for his own sake, to bring his beloved bride home, and to bring joy to his father. Ah, melt for me. Ah, Lin Zhe roared, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, his latent potential seemed to be unleashed, and a surge of formidable spiritual energy emanated forth, merging the medicinal properties within the furnace into a cohesive whole. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted from the alchemical furnace. Immediately, the sky darkened, ominous clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. Accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, permeating the entire Yusha palace. My goodness, what an exquisite fragrance! Could it be that the kitchen has finally prepared something edible today? The scent of herbs? How familiar! It resembled the aroma of the divine pill concocted by the prince consort that day. I've broken through. After a year of stagnation at the martial artist level, I have finally advanced. Me too. How is this even possible? Just 3 days ago, I had barely reached the 6th stage of martial artists. It must be the prince consort. Surely, it is the scent of the divine pill he has refined that has caused this breakthrough. The prince consort is remarkable. In an instant, the disciples of Yusha Palace were filled with exhilaration. They all sensed their own energies strengthening significantly. Just a single inhalation of the medicinal fragrance equated to months of arduous cultivation. They revered Lin Zhe utterly, elevating him to the status of a deity in their hearts. Taking advantage of the moment, Erhu shouted, "If the prince consort were not born, the path of alchemy would remain shrouded in eternal night." With a leader to rally them, countless disciples echoed the chant. If the prince consort were not born, the path of alchemy would remain shrouded in eternal night. The fervent cries of the disciples quickly attracted the attention of the elders. They too caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma and were instantly entranced. The Grand Elder, Ji Mingyun, stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his heart racing. Had the disciples collectively broken through? Could it be that today was an exceptionally auspicious day not seen in a century? No, it was all due to the medicinal fragrance. The prince consort had once again refined a divine pill, and it must be of at least third-tier quality for such extraordinary effects to manifest. Ji Mingyun swallowed hard, his admiration for Lin Zhe reaching new heights. Overwhelmed by the disciples' cheers, he could not help but shout, "The prince consort is remarkable." His booming voice echoed through the air, drawing the attention of nearby disciples. Ji Mingyun's face flushed crimson. Although shouting loudly before the disciples might detract from his authority, his excitement was simply too great to contain. With the prince consort among them, they were truly blessed in Yusha Palace. Let us go. We shall seek out the esteemed prince consort and must pay our respects in person. Indeed, after the miraculous rejuvenation elixir was concocted, Lin Zhe's form began to falter, on the verge of collapsing to the ground, when a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Subsequently, his body encountered a softness. Lin Zhe's head rested upon Yu Yiran's bosom. As he slightly lifted his gaze, he beheld her. "My dear, look what I have crafted. Remember to return home with me." After uttering these words, darkness enveloped him, and he fell unconscious. Lin Zhe? Lin Zhe? Prince consort. The hastily assembled crowd, upon witnessing this scene, was consumed with concern. Shangguan Yi wore a face of self-reproach, lamenting, "It is my fault for not stopping him. Did he risk his life, exhausting his soul, and inflicting such severe damage?" Yu Yiran's heart abruptly ached. She swiftly scooped up Lin Zhe and soared towards the sacred healing grounds of the Yusha Palace. Hearing Yu Yiran's words, the hearts of the elder disciples were tightly gripped with anxiety. "Prince consort, you must not come to harm." "Oh, Prince consort, I have yet to bear you a child. What shall I do if you perish?" Many female disciples sobbed in despair. "Oh, my divine son." Erhu fainted in the restroom. Unbeknownst to them, the denizens of Yusha Palace had come to regard Lin Zhe as the most vital individual, verging on a leader in their eyes. At the Yusha Palace, within the magic dragon pool, the most treasured locale, brimming with the purest spiritual essence and a trace of dragon energy, which greatly aids in the recovery of injuries, Lin Zhe lay submerged, with only his head above the surface. A faint mist emanated from the depths of the pool, continuously flowing into Lin Zhe's body, mending his soul's wounds. Ugh, it hurts. After a day and night of slumber, Lin Zhe gradually regained consciousness. He attempted to rise, but discovered his entire body unresponsive, especially his head, which throbbed with excruciating pain. He emitted a series of pained groans. Splash! At that moment, a commotion arose at the periphery of the magic dragon pool, followed by a waft of fragrant air. "My dear?" Lin Zhe summoned all his strength to turn his head. Indeed, he beheld Yu Yiran, clad in a flowing black gown, gracefully approaching the water's edge. As she walked, she began to shed her garments, soon revealing a figure of extraordinary perfection before Lin Zhe's eyes. One could not deny that his beloved's physique was utterly remarkable. Could it be that an unexpected delight awaited? With this thought, Lin Zhe swiftly shut his eyes, feigning unconsciousness, anticipating Yu Yiran's next actions. Why is the recovery taking so long? Yu Yiran furrowed her brow and murmured softly before making her way towards Lin Zhe. The magic dragon pool glimmered with a milky light as Yu Yiran's delicate form submerged, her proud bosom sinking beneath the water's surface, revealing only her exquisite collarbone and sculpted shoulders. Her long hair flowed through the water, undulating like seaweed with the waves. Lindsay was not of the demonic race. The dragon pool rejected him. Only through the union of yin and yang with Yu Yiran could the essence within the dragon pool be hastened, mending Lin Zay's wounded soul. Chapter 28. A blessing in disguise, points exceeding 10,000. How fortunate for you. Upon saying this, Yu Yiran extended her delicate hand towards Lin Zay. Hiss. As her icy hand made contact, Lin Zay felt an exhilarating chill surge through him, causing his body to tremble slightly. This subtle change did not escape Yu Yiran's notice. She furrowed her brows, observing Lin Zay's agonized expression, her heart filled with concern, and she murmured softly, could his injuries have worsened? Surely. He must be suffering from the torment of a torn soul. Fear not, I shall save you, Yu Yiran reassured him. Lin Zay was deeply moved by her words. Alas, she could never fathom that his apparent anguish was not due to his damaged soul, but rather the gentle, chilling caress of her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Yiran sighed and made a decision. She suddenly embraced Lin Zay tightly, and with a surge of energy, the scene within the dragon pool became shrouded in mist, obscuring all visibility. He found himself in a dream. In this dream, he returned to the gentle waters of the lake. The wounds on his body gradually healed, leaving only joy in their wake. As the dream neared its conclusion, Lin Zay's consciousness became fully aware, and he could not help but sigh in delight. Wait, how am I back here again? Yu Yiran rose from Lin Zay, donned her garments, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Why hasn't he awakened? His injuries are so severe. Beep. Outdoor scene unlocked. Points. 8,000. Lin Zay had intended to feign sleep a while longer, curious about Yu Yiran's next move, when suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. 8,000. Startled from his near-death stupor, Lin Zay instinctively shouted aloud. Oh my, you startled me. The Empress jumped, her delicate frame shivering. In the next moment, her expression shifted to one of anger as she glared at Lin Zay. You scoundrel, were you awake all along? Huh? What just happened? Wait, why are my clothes missing? Lin Zay sat up, gazing at Yu Yiran with a look of bewilderment. You brat. Yu Yiran's ears flushed with heat. Her teeth clenched in a low curse, realizing too late that she had been deceived. How foolish she had been to worry for this scoundrel's safety. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. In a swift motion, she raised her hand and struck Lin Zay, sending him plunging into the dragon pool. Hee. Dear wife, don't be angry. Have you taken the divine rejuvenation pill? Lin Zay's head bobbed above the surface, a broad smile adorning his face. Upon hearing the name of the rejuvenating elixir, Yu Yiran felt a significant portion of her tension dissipate, causing her tone to soften. Not yet. I wish to wait until your injuries have healed. Oh, is my beloved wife hoping for her husband to personally feed her? Lin Zay chuckled, gradually making his way towards Yu Yiran. At his words, Yu Yiran was taken aback. A flush of crimson swiftly gracing her cheeks before vanishing as she shot Lin Zay an indignant glare. I have no such intention. However, since it is you who concocted the elixir, should you insist, I shall give it due consideration, she added, though her confidence appeared somewhat lacking. After speaking, she turned abruptly, presenting her back to Lin Zay. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the rosy hue adorning her alabaster neck, utterly enchanting. To his surprise, she blushed so easily. Lin Zay mused with a chuckle before donning his garments. My dear wife, let us return. Yu Yiran nodded, her mood having settled, regaining her usual aloof demeanor. The couple departed from the dragon pool, soaring towards the hall of Yusha Palace. Along the way, numerous elders and disciples paused their activities, respectfully bowing as they greeted. We pay our respects to the Empress and to the Prince Consort. In their eyes sparkled fervent admiration, excitement radiating as they gazed at Lin Zay. The fragrance of the divine elixir had permeated the Yusha Palace the previous day, benefiting all and elevating their cultivation levels. Such an elixir was indeed divine. In this world, who but the Prince Consort could effortlessly concoct such a marvel? Pondering this, the hearts of the elders and disciples raced with exhilaration. At that moment, Lin Zay was akin to a deity in their eyes. Upon entering the grand hall, they were met with the urgent voice of Shang Wanyi, laced with a hint of tears. Yiran, something terrible has happened. What has transpired with my aunt? An ominous premonition surged within Yu Yiran. Shang Wanyi wore a face of deep regret. Yiran, the divine rejuvenating elixir has been stolen by Shui Yao. Just now, for reasons unknown, she suddenly appeared, binding me in place and snatching the elixir. What? Yu Iran's rare scream echoed, revealing the depths of her fury. Lin Zhe's brow furrowed in concern, his anger mounting. The elixir he had painstakingly refined was gone. If Shui Yao were to destroy it, would his suffering have been in vain? Unthinkable, Lin Zhe muttered. We must capture her and impose severe punishment. Let me handle it. I have endured her antics time and again, yet she continues to overstep her bounds. Truly believing me to be easily trifled with? With a sudden burst of fury, Yu Iran ascended, her formidable aura as a ninth-stage martial emperor enveloping the Yusha palace, leaving no escape for even a fly. Search. We must find her. Yu Iran's wrathful voice resonated throughout, prompting the elders and disciples to spring into action, commencing a thorough search. As dusk approached, however, they were still unable to locate Shui Yao, not even a trace of her presence. I shall visit the abyssal demonic pavilion. Leaving behind those chilling words, Yu Iran tore through the fabric of space, replete with murderous intent. Be safe, my lady. Ensure you capture her alive. I shall avenge you, Lin Zhe exclaimed, gazing at the vanishing figure of his beloved wife, calling out to the empty air. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall, accompanied by a cool evening breeze. Lin Zhe wrapped his cloak tighter around him, preparing to return to his quarters and await Yu Iran's return. However, as he turned, he was startled to see a familiar silhouette leaning against a tree trunk, coldly smirking at him. My heavens, what are you doing here? Lin Zhe instinctively attempted to flee, his panic rendering him directionless. Yet, Yu Shui Yao was swifter. She seized the collar of his garment and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Then, as before, she pushed him down and sat atop him. Looking down imperiously as she chided, I hear you've been looking for me? Do you wish to punish me? Huh, you are nothing more than my plaything. How dare you act so arrogantly? Lin Zhe, his face contorted with fury, glared at her and demanded, Which, hand over the divine rejuvenation pill. You seek death. Yu Shui Yao's brows knitted tightly in anger. Why should the rejuvenation pill be given to you, Iran, and not to her? If you desire it, I shall deny you. I will destroy it before your very eyes, condemning you, Iran, to live with a grotesque visage for eternity. Yu Shui Yao tightened her grip around Lin Zhe's throat, her exquisite features twisting into a menacing snarl. As she spoke, she indeed produced the divine rejuvenation pill, her fingers poised to crush it. In a moment of desperation, Lin Zhe disregarded all else, fervently calling out, System, exchange 10,000 points for the confinement card. Use it immediately. Ding. Exchange successful. Usage successful. Boom. At that moment, a dark aura emanated from Lin Zhe's body, instantly binding Yu Shui Yao in place. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Shui Yao's beautiful eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping in, but it was too late. Seizing the opportunity from her momentary distraction, Lin Zhe reversed the situation, pinning her down with a triumphant smile playing at his lips. What are you so proud of, little sister? He snatched the pill from her grasp and, to prevent further struggle, turned her over, forcing her face down, pressing her firmly against his thigh while applying pressure to her back. In this position, Yu Shui Yao was thoroughly restrained, unable to move or even lift her head. The posture was somewhat intimate, and a wave of humiliation surged through Yu Shui Yao as she felt degraded as a mere plaything. Her eyes blazed crimson, akin to an enraged lioness, as she struggled with all her might, nearly grinding her teeth to dust, but to no avail. All she could do was shout in fury. Scoundrel, release me at once. Lin Zhe had no intention of letting her go. Remembering the humiliation he had previously endured at her hands ignited a fire within him. If I do not properly punish you for this transgression, I would be remiss for having spent that 10,000 points. As the light rain pattered softly, Yu Shui Yao lay across Lin Zhe's thighs, her bulging garments flattened beneath her. The hairband slipped loose, countless strands of hair clung to her cheeks, and her entire form was drenched by the rain, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The pose she struck was one of indescribable shyness, reminiscent of her childhood when she was reprimanded by her mother for misdeeds. In a desperate bid for freedom, Yu Shui Yao struggled fiercely, even biting down hard on Lin Zhe's thigh. Hiss, are you a dog? Lin Zhe inhaled sharply, noting her complete lack of remorse, and decided to show no mercy. With a swift crack, Yu Shui Yao, amid her fierce struggle, suddenly trembled, her body stiffening, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Seizing the moment of her bewilderment, Lin Zhe's right hand descended once more, his voice stern as he inquired, Were you wrong? Do you yield? Will you continue to be arrogant? Yu Shuiyao gasped heavily, her eyes reflecting shock and confusion. After a few moments of daze, she regained her composure, her gaze filled with indignation. Lindsay, you are shameless. I will have you torn to pieces. I will cast you into the den of 1,000 snakes. With a rapid motion, Lindsay aimed to extinguish the arrogance of this enchantress, determined to show her that he was not to be trifled with. Do you yield? If not, I shall continue. Yu Shuiao's vitriolic words faltered as the fiery sensation at her rear nearly drove her to despair. With remarkable resilience, she twisted her body to glare at Lindsay, spitting. You wretched creature. Smack, smack, smack. What did you say? I'm in pain. Yu Shuiao's brows knitted tightly, her mind beginning to swirl from the strikes, leaving her tongue-tied. Lindsay showed no signs of compassion, continuing his relentless actions. Yet Yu Shuiao remained defiant, refusing to utter a single conciliatory word, persistently hurling insults at Lindsay, vowing to dismantle him piece by piece in the future. Gradually, she began to acclimate to the searing sensations, her body numbing to the pain. Lindsay shook his hand, acknowledging that it had begun to ache. Calculating the time, he realized an hour had nearly passed. Reluctantly, he released Yu Shuiao, feeling a sense of unease within. Though he maintained an exterior of calm, should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. Like a startled rabbit, Yu Shuiao sprang up from Lindsay's thigh. Ignoring the lingering sting, she contemplated striking down the odious man before her. Yet, recalling her inexplicable confinement of strength and her ongoing inability to recover, she hesitated. Fearing further provocation of Lindsay would lead to more humiliating subjugation. Grinding her teeth, she coldly declared, You wait. Lindsay chuckled lightly, raising his right hand in a wave. Would you care to try again? Bah, shameless. Yu Shuiao, her teeth gritted in frustration, quickly turned and fled, clearly anxious to avoid capture. Lindsay, hands clasped behind his back, stood unmoving, exuding an aura of mastery as he watched her figure gradually disappear into the rain-soaked night. As the figures disappeared from sight, Lindsay abruptly turned and sprinted back with all his might, shouting, Help! Protect me! Halfway through his frantic escape, Yu Shuiao suddenly halted in her tracks, having regained her composure. You scoundrel, you are doomed. She seethed, attempting to confront Lindsay, but by this time, he had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a formidable presence surged through the air. Yu Shuiao recognized it as Yu Yi ran returning. She cast a furious glance ahead, unwilling to concede defeat, and tore through the fabric of space to depart. Meanwhile, Lindsay continued his panicked flight, heedless of his path, until he collided with something soft. What happened to you? A familiar fragrance enveloped him, and Lindsay realized his beloved had returned. My dear, you are finally back. Yu Shuiao, she. Lindsay transformed into a wronged spouse, recounting the myriad misdeeds of Yu Shuiao. Yu Yi ran, inexplicably moved, placed her delicate hand upon Lindsay's head, gently caressing him. It's all right. I shall avenge you, she replied, her usually cold voice imbued with an unusual tenderness. Seizing the moment, Lindsay grasped her hand, grinning. My dear, although I have endured much suffering, look what I have. He released his other hand to reveal the divine revitalizing pill, which shimmered with a golden glow in the dim rain-soaked night, radiating brilliance. Yu Yiran's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her voice trembling. You retrieved it? Lindsay, feigning sorrow, replied, For this. I have endured countless torments at the hands of that woman, being beaten and scolded, feeling as weak as a lamb. Upon hearing this, Yu Yiran's heart ached even more. Lindsay seized the opportunity to bring the pill to her lips, his tone gentle. My dear, open your mouth. Experiencing the sensation of being fed by a man for the first time left Yu Yiran feeling intensely uneasy yet inexplicably pleased. Thus, the formidable empress of the 9 regions, known as Yusha, slowly closed her eyes and parted her crimson lips. Lindsay removed her black veil, casting one final glance at the decayed and darkened flesh. My dear, your face will be restored shortly. With that, Lindsay placed the pill into Yu Yiran's mouth. Ding. Intimate feeding, heartfelt connection, critical points awarded, 10,000. Hearing this, Lindsay's heart soared with joy as he hastily opened his status to check. Host, Lindsay. Level, Martial Master 9th Stage, Breakthrough Progress, 90. Martial Technique, Grass Character Sword Art, Spirit Pet, Fire Phoenix, Juvenile. Treasure, Massage stick, yellow grade. Points, 10. 310. As Lindsay continued to peruse his status, a melodious voice broke through his thoughts. Am I beautiful? Lindsay looked up, instantly captivated by her stunning visage. In that moment, he imagined a shimmering golden light fading away, for it could hardly encapsulate the astonishment Iran's beauty inspired within him. Yet, Lindsay felt that even with that layer of light, it was impossible to achieve such an effect, for she was simply too beautiful. Her beauty was so surreal, akin to a hazy full moon. Even the most exquisite and elaborate words would struggle to capture her stunning visage. Why aren't you responding to me? The ethereal and cool voice of Iran echoed in Lindsay's ears, prompting an involuntary nod from him. I have never encountered a woman as breathtaking as you. Iran's delicate face remained frosty, yet her tone carried a hint of pride, reminiscent of a little girl boasting. Humph, that is only natural. Noticing her elevated spirits, Lindsay ventured, ahem, when shall we return to the Qianling sacred land? Iran cast a sidelong glance at him. Whenever you wish. How about tomorrow? That works. But first, you must take me somewhere. My lady, where are you leading me? Just come with me, Iran replied, shaking her head without further explanation. Intrigued, Lindsay followed her, and together they made their way toward the sect's treasury. Along the way, numerous elders and disciples were meticulously inspecting for enemies. Upon seeing Iran restored to her former beauty, expressions of shock washed over their faces, igniting a tempest of emotions within. The Empress's beauty has returned. My heavens, she is even more exquisite than before. Empress, Ji Mingyun exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, tears streaming down her face. Iran, this is truly wonderful. Shangwan rushed over, enveloping Iran in a tight embrace, gently caressing her cheek with both hands. Yes, this is all thanks to Lindsay. Upon hearing Iran's words, the gazes of the elders and disciples turned toward Lindsay, filled with fervor, admiration, and gratitude. Our Yusha palace is indeed fortunate to have such a prince consort. Ji Mingyun could not help but shout. Indeed, from this day forth, the prince consort shall be my idol. Lindsay, it is truly wonderful to have you here. Shangwan remarked, her face radiating contentment. Suddenly receiving such attention and praise from so many, Lindsay felt a twinge of pride swell within him. Hee. Allow me to strike a pose. I am simply remarkable. Stop standing there foolishly. Come inside with me, came Iran's voice beside him. Realizing, Lindsay quickly followed suit. Once Lindsay entered the treasury, the awe in the eyes of the elders and disciples gradually faded. In the sect's treasury, the Grand Elder inquired, where are the 3 celestial artifacts? Replying to the Empress, they are secured at the very back of the treasury. I inspect them daily to ensure their safety. Ji Mingyun replied respectfully. Very well, deactivate the protective formation. I need to enter, Iran commanded. Understood, Ji Mingyun responded. Iran nodded and led Lindsay to the innermost part of the treasury. The sect's treasury housed treasures collected by Yusha Palace over the generations, and it was typically inaccessible to ordinary individuals. My lady, what brings us here? Lindsay surveyed the treasures surrounding him, swords, axes, halberds, hammers, and shields, all of commendable quality. Yet he felt a twinge of confusion. Iran remained silent as she walked to the innermost part of the sect's treasury. There, on 3 elevated pedestals, glimmered a radiant golden light. These were celestial artifacts, superior to the earthly treasures of the Huang Xin tier. Iran's gaze fell upon the 3 celestial artifacts, and she finally spoke. I wish to gift you 1 celestial artifact. Choose freely. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lindsay could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Select a celestial artifact? Such treasures were invaluable and rare in the outside world. Although he was the holy son of Qianling, he had never possessed a celestial artifact of his own, and now he had the liberty to choose one. Good heavens, such unexpected delight. Standing outside, Ji Mingyun overheard Iran's words, his heart brimming with envy. Countless individuals toil their entire lives without being able to afford even a speck of dust from a celestial artifact. Yet Lindsay was presented with the opportunity to choose one directly. Even he, the Grand Elder, wielded merely an earthly treasure, which had consumed a significant portion of his life's savings. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Choose. Iran observed Lindsay's reaction, a slight smile curving her lips. The display of her generous spirit seemed to convey, now you understand the benefits of being with me, don't you? Lindsay approached the pedestal, his eyes scanning the celestial artifacts displayed before him. The first was a defensive tortoise shell, its dark luminescence shimmering, remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding all harm below the sixth stage of a martial emperor. The Xuanwu celestial armor, a low-tier celestial artifact. The second was a red orb, its luster captivating, exuding an alluring aura, as if possessing a soul-binding magic. The soul-capturing demon pearl, a low-tier celestial artifact. The third was a sword embedded within stone, forged from deep black Xian stone, with a black Xian iron-heavy sword protruding from it, a most peculiar sight. The sword bore signs of rust in several spots, subtly radiating an ancient essence. Lindsay's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "My dear, what is this celestial artifact? I am unfamiliar with it." Ran blinked. "This is an antique. It existed long before my birth. It was the sword of the sword demon, devoid of rank, entirely reliant on the strength of its wielder. The stronger the master, the mightier it becomes. There are no limits, neither lower nor upper." Upon hearing this, Lindsay's heart surged with excitement. This was a true treasure, far superior to the other celestial artifacts. "My dear, I shall take this one. Are you certain?" A flicker of surprise crossed Rant's beautiful eyes. "What is it? Is something amiss?" Lindsay, now standing on the pedestal before the stone sword, sensed the hesitation in Rant's voice and turned to her in confusion. "Nothing, just that this sword is quite peculiar. No one can draw it out. If you doubt my words, feel free to try." Upon hearing this, Lindsay felt an even greater curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly grasped the hilt of the sword and pulled with all his might. However, the sword remained utterly immovable, as if it were fused with the stone itself, impervious to his efforts. Even with all his strength, he could not budge it in the slightest. "I've already mentioned that this sword is peculiar. You should choose one of the other two," reminded Ran, noticing Lindsay's face turning crimson. Ding. The system detected a sealed treasure. The host can exchange for an unsealing card to unlock it. Just as Lindsay was about to concede defeat, a notification echoed in his mind. He felt a surge of joy at the unexpected system alert. However, the unsealing card was rather expensive, costing 10,000 points. Nevertheless, considering this was the sword of a sword demon, it seemed a worthy investment. Perhaps there would be unforeseen rewards. Lindsay fixated on the sword embedded in the stone. His curiosity piqued. He silently recited, "Exchange for the unsealing card, and unseal immediately." Chapter 31. Subjugating the Demon Dragon. The power of the dragon spirit. As soon as he uttered these words, his 10,000 points vanished in an instant. Ding. Unsealing successful. Lindsay immediately sensed a faint, yet mysterious energy emanating from the heavy sword in his grasp. This power did not radiate outward, so Ran remained oblivious to it. "Lindsay, don't waste your effort," she began, but before she could finish, the heavy sword embedded in the stone showed signs of loosening. "How is this possible?" Ran's expression shifted dramatically, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. With renewed determination, Lindsay pulled fiercely. With a clang, the heavy sword was extracted from the stone crevice. Boom! Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred as a chilling black mist erupted from the sword, swiftly enveloping Lindsay's arm and surging into his body in the blink of an eye. Roar! As the black mist entered him, Lindsay's mind was filled with the furious roars of a savage beast. The terrifying sounds rattled his spirit, causing intense pain, even more agonizing than the experience of refining a divine-grade rejuvenation pill. Startled, Lindsay instinctively wished to discard the heavy sword, but his body felt as though it were ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him immobile. Thus, as the black mist completely enveloped him, he sensed something penetrating his consciousness. Hastily, Lindsay examined his mind and found a mass of black mist coiling at its center. In that moment, the mist rapidly began to take shape, forming the silhouette of a demon dragon, its body entirely black, with blood-red eyes brimming with ferocity. Although the demon dragon was but a phantom, its aura was overwhelmingly savage, reminiscent of an ancient beast from the abyss. Lindsay felt a surge of astonishment at this revelation. He had not anticipated that within the heavy sword resided a ferocious spirit. Once the demon dragon materialized, its crimson eyes immediately locked onto Lindsay's soul, filled with greed and exhilaration. Roar! In the next moment, the demon dragon opened its massive maw and lunged at Lindsay. "What is this? Another trap? System? You've deceived me." Ding. "Rest assured, dear host, This system is not like certain and scrupulous merchants. I guarantee after-sales service. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Suddenly, a golden cage materialized, ensnaring the dragon within, rendering its struggles futile. How dare such a diminutive human attempt to confine me, the mighty dragon? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to unleash the fury of a dragon. Enraged, the dragon roared, its ancient lineage making it inherently unruly. Having just emerged from its seal, now trapped once more, it could not acquiesce to its fate. Bang, bang, bang. The dragon violently slammed against the cage, producing a series of thunderous echoes. Witnessing the dragon's ferocity, Lindsay silently rejoiced, grateful for the system's after-sales service. The consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise. How could this be possible? The dragon repeatedly crashed against the cage, striving to break free. Yet, the power of the system far exceeded its expectations, leaving it unable to budge even an inch. What deepened its despair was the cage's gradual inward constriction, exuding an oppressive force that seemed capable of erasing its existence in an instant. As it sensed the threat to its life, the dragon's fury was overshadowed by a profound fear. It had assumed that a mere human could easily usurp its form, but it had encountered an insurmountable barrier. Great human, do not slay me. I am willing to submit to you. As the cage shrank further and the pressure intensified, the dragon was gripped by fear, no longer defiant. It bared its teeth at Lindsay, its enormous visage betraying an expression of human-like subservience. Aha, now you recognize who the true master is, Lindsay observed coldly. You are the master. You are the true master. I am but a humble Karami dragon. Hearing Lindsay's words, the dragon hastily nodded. In that moment, all remnants of its once proud lineage had vanished, as it regarded Lindsay as a formidable human overlord. Is that so? Yet, I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. Lindsay raised his hand, halting the cage's constriction. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of the Dragon King's demeanor. Come now, imitate a cat. Let us meow together. At this, the dragon seethed with fury. I, a formidable dragon who stirs the world, am commanded to mimic a cat? Are you mocking me? Just because you possess strength, do you think you can disregard the dignity of a dragon? A dragon may be slain, but never humiliated. Refuse to comply? Then perish. Lindsay raised his voice, and the cage began to constrict once more, swiftly encroaching upon the dragon's form. The dragon's soul trembled, engulfed by fear. Very well. You are indeed formidable. You can treat me like a cat. Meow, meow, meow. Meanwhile, in the outside world, upon witnessing Lindsay enveloped by the sudden emergence of black mist, the unexpected turn of events caused Iran to furrow her brow, her delicate features tinged with anxiety. She swiftly flew towards Lindsay, immediately sensing a terrible demonic presence within his body. Is that the sword spirit? What a formidable magical aura. Could it be attempting to seize control of Lindsay? Iran furrowed her brows, a wave of unease washing over her. In a swift motion, her delicate hand lifted, ready to forcibly extract the sword spirit from Lindsay's body. Yet, before she could act, an odd sound reached her ears. It resembled the gruff voice of a burly man, straining his vocal cords to produce a cacophony reminiscent of the deceased. Is this demonic dragon some sort of pervert? A flicker of surprise crossed Iran's beautiful eyes as her hand rested upon Lindsay's forehead, allowing her to witness the events unfolding within his consciousness. This fellow, a few dark lines appeared on Iran's forehead. Her heart swelled with both irritation and amusement. Lindsay had managed to subdue this dragon sword spirit, forcing it to crawl like a dog while mimicking a cat's meow. How audacious! For centuries, no one had been able to wield this demonic sword. And if he could master it, that would indeed be remarkable. Iran stepped back, a slight smile gracing her lips as she watched Lindsay with keen interest. She was eager to see what transformations would occur once he tamed the demonic sword. Meanwhile, the dragon transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, withdrawing from Lindsay's body and re-entering the heavy sword. With the crisis seemingly averted, Lindsay couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He had been quite anxious moments before. Opening his eyes, he found Iran gazing at him with curiosity. Ahem, my dear. I intend to make use of this sword. Iran inquired. What makes it special? In response, Lindsay communicated with the dragon sword spirit. What is your purpose? Master, upon recognizing you as my lord, you will be able to harness my dragon spirit's power, significantly enhancing your combat strength for a limited duration. The greater your own prowess, the more formidable the increase in power. Lindsay nodded. In that case, pledge your allegiance. The dragon spirit, knowing it could not defy Lindsay's command, immediately manifested a mysterious rune upon the sword's body. The intricate patterns of the rune were complex, with a black dragon spiraling at its center, pulsating with dark light. What is this about? You must drip a drop of your essence into it. Iran advised Lindsay. Enlightened, he swiftly deposited a drop of blood at the rune's center. Instantly, the sword radiated a brilliant glow, and Lindsay felt a subtle stirring within himself, sensing a newfound connection to the heavy sword. It was a sensation akin to dominance, an absolute control over the dragon spirit. Master, I am now your weapon spirit. You may harness the dragon spirit's power to enhance your strength. The dragon's voice resonated with an unmistakable tone of respect. Elated, Lindsay eagerly tested, activate the dragon spirit. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying and ferocious power surged from the heavy sword into Lindsay's body, rapidly coursing through him. His aura transformed dramatically as he ascended from the 9th stage of martial master to the 9th stage of martial sovereign, elevating to an entirely new realm. The strength, speed, and physical fortitude have been significantly enhanced. This is merely the beginning. As Lindsay's level continues to ascend, the power of the dragon spirit will grow ever more formidable. Indeed, this is precisely tailored for the art of feigning weakness to ensnare the unsuspecting, Lindsay mused inwardly. Beside him, Iran's eyes flickered with astonishment, equally impressed by the might of the Xian Tai heavy sword. My dear. Suddenly, Lindsay's brow furrowed as he sensed a swelling energy within him, relentlessly surging. What is this? A breakthrough? With a contented expression, he exclaimed, Ding. The host has successfully advanced to the 1st stage of martial sovereign. To reach the next level, a cultivation of 100,000 is required. The system reminds, the martial sovereign realm necessitates the consolidation of martial veins. The host is advised to proceed promptly to establish a solid foundation. Chapter 32. Consolidating Martial Veins. The Empress guards the path. Lindsay possessed a fair understanding of cultivation, knowing that the more martial veins one consolidates at the martial sovereign level, the further one can progress in their journey of cultivation. My dear, I am going to consolidate my martial veins. After addressing Iran, Lindsay unhesitatingly settled into a cross-legged position. He promptly began to channel his spiritual energy to consolidate the martial veins. Having just experienced a breakthrough, he was imbued with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, ample enough to support the formation of numerous martial veins. Observing Lindsay fervently entering a state of cultivation, Iran couldn't help but feel a glimmer of brilliance in her beautiful eyes. Just a few days had passed, and he had achieved yet another breakthrough. This is astonishingly swift. While the realms prior to martial sovereign are quite ordinary, it is only upon reaching the martial sovereign that the consolidation of martial veins begins, thus elevating the difficulty of cultivation. Nonetheless, the martial sovereign realm remains an insurmountable hurdle for many. Lindsay's rapid advancement within mere days is a feat few can rival. Could he truly be the fabled chaos body? Iran attributed all of this to Lindsay's enigmatic physique. At this moment, Lindsay sat cross-legged, diligently following the cultivation techniques of the Qianling sacred land, the Eternal Life Sutra, to consolidate his martial veins. The Eternal Life Sutra is a secret art of the Qianling sacred land, a miraculous method specifically designed to nurture martial veins and elevate one's potential. According to Lindsay, the first sovereign of the Qianling sacred land, his ancestor, had once opened a staggering 100 martial veins, a deed that reverberated throughout the entire continent of Jiuzhou. Excellence surpasses excellence. I must at least achieve 101 martial veins, Lindsay muttered to himself. He then commenced the circulation of his spiritual energy. Feeling the spiritual essence flowing within his body, he focused on transforming this energy into martial veins, replacing the ordinary meridians within his physical form. Boom, boom. As the Eternal Life Sutra activated, spiritual energy surged within him. Minutes later, martial veins began to materialize. 1, 2, dozens of martial veins emerged. In an instant, Lindsay felt a significant improvement in the flow of spiritual energy within his body. However, this did not meet his expectations. Sensing the internal conditions, Lindsay gathered his resolve and continued to condense his martial veins, striving towards the monumental goal of surpassing 100. After another hour, he exhaled a cloud of stagnant air and turned his focus inward to assess his condition. 101 martial veins were operating in perfect harmony. Yet, before he could rejoice, cracks suddenly appeared in those very veins. Gradually, Lindsay's complexion began to flush, and his body emitted waves of heat. It turned out that the spiritual energy stored within the veins was escaping at an alarming rate. Startled, Lindsay hurriedly attempted to draw the energy back. As a result, his martial veins swelled dramatically. A sense of foreboding crept over him. Would he explode? Outside, Ran, who had been closely observing Lindsay, suddenly heard a peculiar sound emanating from his body. Was he truly unafraid of death? A look of grave concern flashed in her beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated that Lindsay would dare to condense so many martial veins at the first stage of martial sovereign. This fool, did he not fear self-detonation? The typical cultivation process involved gradually condensing more martial veins as one's realm progressed. Generally, one would reach the 9th stage of martial sovereign before achieving the maximum number of martial veins. Yet, Lindsay attempted to condense all of them at the first stage, which his body simply could not withstand. Such recklessness was akin to a tortoise hanging itself, a futile endeavor leading to certain demise. Ran felt utterly speechless, unsure whether to berate Lindsay for his foolishness or commend him for his audacity. He truly lacked even the most basic understanding. As Ran fumed, she noticed Lindsay's body expanding uncontrollably. She stepped forward slowly. In an instant, a soft coolness brushed against Lindsay's lips. Subsequently, gentle energy flowed through the narrow passage, continuously entering Lindsay's body to mend the cracks in his martial veins. As the veins gradually returned to a state of calm, Lindsay's body began to normalize, and his consciousness emerged from a haze of confusion. So soft, so fragrant. Before Lindsay even opened his eyes, he sensed a cool softness on his lips and a fragrant breeze enveloping him. Instinctively, he extended his tongue forward. Unprepared, Ran loosened her grip, allowing the foreign entity to invade. Yet, in a fit of insatiable curiosity, it stirred wildly. Excessive. Ran's eyes flew open just as Lindsay's gaze slightly lifted. Their eyes met, and she felt a surge of irritation. With a gentle bite, her silver teeth clamped down on Lindsay's tongue. Lindsay whimpered, attempting to withdraw. But Ran conveyed through a thought. If you wish to self-destruct, feel free to continue your reckless movements. At her words, Lindsay immediately fell silent. The lady is assisting me in solidifying my martial veins. A formidable warrior of the 9th rank martial emperor personally employs his innate power to fortify my realm. One must ponder, who else in this vast world is afforded such privilege? Contemplating this, Lindsay couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Who claims that a first-rank martial sovereign cannot consolidate all martial veins? With an empress as my wife, I can do as I please. 101 martial veins have become more stable and robust. The amount of spiritual energy stored within these veins is astonishing. Even Ran was slightly taken aback, for she did not expect Lindsay to have consolidated 101 martial veins. Is he still human? With his eyes closed, Lindsay savored the softness of her red lips, oblivious to the shock reflected in Ran's beautiful eyes. He mused, this is truly delightful. However, it would be even better if my tongue could be freed from the grip of her teeth. After half an hour, Lindsay's martial veins had completely stabilized, and likewise, his tongue had lost all sensation. Ran gently pushed Lindsay away, rising with an expression of calm. Fool, whether out of concern or anger, she coldly uttered a parting remark before vanishing. Lindsay paid it no mind, feeling rather pleased. This only proves that his wife truly cares for his well-being. Ding. Their first intimate kiss lasted over half an hour, earning him 5,000 points. Now, Lindsay was even more elated. Upon my return, I shall surely astonish my father. Laughing heartily, Lindsay departed from the sect's treasury, making his way toward the palace. Meanwhile, news of Lindsay's recent exploits quickly reached the Qianling sacred land. Lin Rahai gripped the communication stone tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. My son is a genius. Everyone look. My son is not only a 9th rank martial master, but he has also single-handedly defeated all the young prodigies of the Yusha continent. Truly, he is my son, possessing 7 or 8 parts of my former grandeur. Lin Rahai's voice resonated like a bell, echoing throughout the grand hall. The seats on either side were filled with people. Upon hearing this news, some laughed and applauded, while others scoffed disdainfully. After a few seconds, an elder in a gray robe with white hair stood up and spoke slowly. Our holy son of the Qianling sacred land has gone to the Yusha continent to become a door-to-door son-in-law. The outside world has already made us a laughingstock. Holy master, I do not understand what brings you joy. At this utterance, Lin Ruhai's laughter abruptly ceased, and those around fell silent. The hall plunged into an oppressive stillness. The speaker was none other than Lin Chongyuan, the Grand Elder of the Qianling sacred land. Having emerged from a decade-long seclusion just yesterday, his cultivation had reached the 8th rank martial emperor, his strength on par with Lin Ruhai's. At this moment, within the Qianling sacred land, the faction represented by Lin Chongyuan had begun to covertly vie with Lin Ruhai for dominance, seeking to usurp the position of holy master. Lin Ruhai was acutely aware of his cousin's ambitions. Calmly lifting his teacup, he took a sip and remarked, "Ah, the youth today, advocating for the freedom of love. How unsurprising." It became evident, perhaps it was time to consider a new candidate for the position of the Holy Son. Lin Chongyuan straightforwardly broached the subject. The second elder, standing nearby, immediately chimed in, "I have no objections. I propose Lin Hao as the new Holy Son." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruhai's expression darkened immediately, and he cast a cold gaze at the second elder. The second elder, Lin Ji, instinctively recoiled, chuckling nervously, afraid to utter another word. Rising to his feet, the first elder, Lin Chongyuan, declared, "Master, tomorrow Hao will return." Lin Hao was none other than his son, endowed with extraordinary talent and recently accepted as a core disciple at the esteemed Divine King Palace in the Central Divine Continent. The position of Holy Son should rightfully belong to the capable. Among the youth in the sacred land, who possesses qualifications surpassing my son. Lin Chongyuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, almost explicitly stating that Lin Ji's son paled in comparison. Boom! Lin Ruhai slammed his hand on the table, shouting furiously, "Lin Chongyuan, you may insult me, but you shall not speak ill of my son." As his voice reverberated, an overwhelming aura erupted, surging towards Lin Chongyuan like a tidal wave. Taken aback, Lin Chongyuan stumbled back, his face ashen. "Lin Ruhai, do you intend to kill me?" Lin Ruhai hesitated for a moment, his hand poised in the air, before he let out a resigned sigh and slowly lowered it. The assembly in the grand hall collectively exhaled in relief. Lin Chongyuan smirked, "Just wait, once my Hao returns. You will have no choice but to concede the position of Holy Son." Chapter 33, Apologies. I am a 9th Dan Martial Emperor. Lin Zhe returned to his quarters and immediately spotted Yu Iran languidly reclining on the bed, feeding a plump little bird. "Hey, Lin Zhe, turn around, and I'll give you this." Chirp. The little bird obediently spun around. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Zhe couldn't help but twitch his lips at the name bestowed upon the bird. Yu Iran glanced at Lin Zhe, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully. Not convinced? Lin Zhe dared not retort. "Not at all. I merely wish to inquire when we shall return tomorrow, my dear wife. And what is your opinion?" Yu Iran set down the food and posed the question. Lin Zhe smiled. "Of course, the sooner, the better." In the Qianling continent, Qianling's sacred land sprawled majestically, with towering pavilions and grand palaces, an expanse of sacred territory that seemed boundless. The Qianling sacred land boasted an ancient lineage, profound heritage, and an unmatched status, an entity that no other force in Qianling continent could hope to challenge. At dawn, Yu Iran and Lin Zhe traversed the void, arriving from the Yusha continent, gracefully landing within the sacred grounds. This time, Yu Iran came in the capacity of a daughter-in-law, which inevitably stirred a sense of discomfort within her. A brief glance at the surroundings revealed a picturesque environment, lush and serene. "Let us proceed, my dear wife. Come with me to meet my father," Lin Zhe said as he took the delicate hand of Yu Iran, gracefully leading her toward the grand hall. Yu Iran furrowed her brows, feeling an unsettling discomfort, and considered withdrawing her hand from Lin Zhe's grasp. However, recalling their wager, she sighed and allowed him to guide her. Before long, several figures rushed towards them. "Who dares to intrude upon my Qianling sacred land?" a middle-aged man bellowed. "It is I, the third elder," Lin Zhe replied with a hint of amusement. He recognized the man from afar. The third elder had been quite fond of him in his childhood, often taking him to the flower wine pavilion for enlightenment. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, the third elder, Lin Xiaoyao, was initially taken aback, his mouth agape, but soon a glimmer of joy illuminated his fierce eyes. Holy Son, you have returned. Ha ha. I knew you would escape from that demoness. The disciples behind him promptly knelt, joyfully and respectfully proclaiming, Congratulations, Holy Son, for evading the clutches of the demoness. At these words, Lin Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. Cautiously, he turned to glance at Yui Ran, only to find her gritting her teeth in evident restraint. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyao noticed the enchanting woman accompanying Lin Zhe, a spark of astonishment flickering in his eyes. What a beautiful lady! No wonder the Holy Son is so remarkable. Even in flight, he manages to attract such a stunning figure. Lin Zhe, not daring to let him finish, quickly interjected. Third elder, please be silent. I wish to introduce my wife to my father. He hastily pulled the fuming Yui Ran past the group. Wife? The Holy Son was not betrothed to the Demon Empress? Where did he find this wife? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyao recalled the woman's likeness. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the Demon Empress. He stood frozen, his gaze wide with disbelief as he looked at Lin Zhe and Yui Ran. To insult the Empress in her presence could lead to dire consequences. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. To prevent further mishaps, Lin Zhe paused, turning back to offer a stern reminder. Ahem, third elder, I have brought my wife to pay respects to my father. Please inform the others to be cautious with their words in the coming days. Understood. Lin Xiaoyao nodded vigorously, his heart racing with tumultuous waves. What? The Holy Son has truly returned with the Demon Empress. Remarkably, she appears quite docile. Such an achievement was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. We welcome the Holy Son and his esteemed wife back home. Lin Xiaoyao proclaimed respectfully to Yui Ran, desperately attempting to salvage his own fate. As Yui Ran walked ahead, a dark line appeared on her face. I shall endure. Soon, news of Lin Zhe's return with the Demon Empress spread throughout the entire Qianling sacred land. Countless disciples hurriedly gathered, eager to catch a glimpse, all in disbelief, for this was more astonishing than the sun rising from the west. Truly, he is the Holy Son. Indeed, aside from the Holy Son, who else could possess such striking handsomeness? Is the woman beside him the fabled Empress Yusha? How exquisite! According to Elder San, the Holy Son has returned with the Empress to pay respects to the Holy Master. Hiss! Does this not imply that the Empress Yusha has wed into our sacred land? The Holy Son is not merely taking a bride. How remarkable is the Holy Son! Having even won the Empress, we have a model to emulate. Although the crowd spoke in hushed tones, Yui Ran heard every word, her fair face growing increasingly displeased. How dare they discuss the Empress in such a manner? I wish to crush these ants. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall, where Lin Zhe turned to Yui Ran and said, My dear, remember to cooperate with me a little. I wish to extinguish this place with a single strike. Ahem. A wager. Yui Ran took a deep breath. Let us proceed. Lin Zhe grinned, playfully drawing a smile on her face with his finger. Soon, he would meet his father. He could not appear cold, but must wear a smile. Get lost. Yui Ran, irate, swatted his hand away, immediately regaining her former imperial grandeur. Lin Zhe, intent on providing his father with a grand surprise, was about to push open the great door when he overheard a heated argument within. By the sound of it, it appeared to be his uncle, Lin Changyuan. Lin Rahai, will you or will you not appoint Howard as the Holy Son? I shall tell you frankly. Howard returns with the backing of the divine King's palace. Think it over. Lin Changyuan, do you wish to hand over the foundation of the Lin family to others, paving the way for your son? Let me be clear, that is impossible. Even if I perish, I will not allow the future of Qianling's sacred land to be squandered. Huh? Do you truly believe that relinquishing our legacy to your useless son will ensure the future of Qianling's sacred land? Lin Changyuan, should you dare to insult my son as useless again, I will render you incapacitated this very moment. As martial emperors of the 8th stage, do you think I fear you? You believe you are of the 9th stage. Compared to my son, your son is nothing but a waste, indeed the waste among wastes. Ha ha. Lin Changyuan's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the grand hall. Hearing these words, Lin Zhe's smile vanished instantly. He clenched his fists tightly, his expression contorting in anger. Yui Ran also frowned in displeasure, coolly stating, He may insult your father, but he cannot insult you, for you are my nominal husband. With that, Yui Ran unleashed her terrifying aura, and with a thunderous crash, The precious rosewood door shattered into splinters. In the next instant, an oppressive force surged into the grand hall like a torrent. The divine might descended, and the faces of the two within the hall drastically changed. Yua ran. With her long, graceful legs, walked forward, the sound of her footsteps echoing with a rhythmic thud as she approached the center. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, and her unparalleled grace exuded an imposing aura that rendered others unable to meet her eyes. In contrast, Lin Zhe, who trailed behind her, bore a furrowed brow. Yu Ran halted before Lin Changyuan, her cold voice echoing in the silent hall. I am the martial emperor, 9th stage. The moment her words settled, Lin Changyuan was sent flying by a single slap before he could even register what had happened. Lin Ruhai, standing nearby, was left in a state of shock. Chapter 34. Introducing the daughter-in-law to the father-in-law. Father, I have returned. It was only after Lin Zhe called out that Lin Ruhai regained his senses slightly. His voice hoarse as he asked, Son, what on earth is happening? You've completely bewildered me. Father, I have brought your daughter-in-law to meet you. Lin Zhe replied with a smile, pulling Yu Ran forward to kneel respectfully before Lin Ruhai. However, Yu Ran did not kneel, but instead inclined her body slightly in a gesture of respect. Following prior instructions, she spoke. Your daughter-in-law, Yu Ran, pays her respects. What? The Empress? This is too much indeed. Lin Ruhai felt his soul nearly escape him. The fearsome Empress of the demon clan was bowing to him, and he dared not accept it. He had not forgotten the sight of her effortlessly sending Lin Changyuan flying with a single strike. If she could do that to Lin Changyuan, she could certainly do the same to him. Faced with Yu Ran, Lin Ruhai was filled with trepidation, trembling visibly. Yet Lin Zhe chuckled. Father, she is your daughter-in-law, offering you a respectful greeting. Isn't that quite normal? Please, sit back down. Cautiously, Lin Ruhai glanced at Yu Ran and noted that she merely pursed her lips, showing no sign of anger. A bold thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that my son has conquered the Empress? My son possesses great prowess. With this thought, Lin Ruhai returned to his seat, allowing his anxious heart to settle somewhat. At that moment, Yu Ran suddenly turned her delicate hand, presenting a cup of tea to Lin Ruhai. Her words somewhat stiff. Father, please, have some tea. Yes, Lin Ruhai replied, sipping the tea while gazing at Lin Zhe with a mix of confusion and delight. He had thought he would never see his son again. Yet, unexpectedly, it had only been a short while, and here was this lad bringing the Empress home as his wife. It was quite sudden. Truly, he was Lin Ruhai's son. My son, Lin Zhe, possesses the qualities of a great emperor. Empress, my daughter-in-law, this is a family heirloom of the Lin family, Lin Ruhai said, producing a jade bracelet and handing it to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe took it and approached Yu Ran, clearing his throat. Ahem, my dear. Yu Ran stepped back, seemingly inclined to refuse, though she recognized the extraordinary nature of the jade bracelet, capable of warding off attacks and harboring a trace of ancient luck. It was at least a mid-grade celestial artifact. However, she was reluctant to wear it. After all, donning it would mean acknowledging herself as the daughter-in-law of the Lin family, which was utterly unacceptable. Did the emperor not care for his dignity? Observing this, Lin Zhe blinked, signaling Lin Ruhai that he was being watched from above. My dear. A wager, a show of affection. Yu Ran shot a fierce glare at Lin Zhe, feeling once again that she had been ensnared by this fellow. My dear. Be good, extend your hand. Ultimately, the jade bracelet found its way onto Yu Ran's wrist. Throughout this entire exchange, Lin Ruhai had been watching intently. The relationship between my son and the Emperor of Yusha seemed quite affectionate. Excellent. Son, I've heard that you have defeated numerous prodigies from the demon race in Yusha continent. Allow me to test your prowess. With his mind at ease, Lin Ruhai suddenly swung his palm, launching an attack at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe remained stationary, countering with his own palm strike. The two palms met, and in an instant, spiritual energy surged, creating a violent wave of spiritual force that swept through the entire great hall. Surprisingly, Lin Ruhai, who had reached the first stage of martial sovereignty, found himself at a disadvantage, being forced back several steps, while Lin Zhe stood his ground without moving an inch. What a remarkable lad. Your foundation is impressively solid, far superior to your father. Lin Ruhai initially expressed astonishment, then burst into hearty laughter. It is worth noting that Lin Zhe had previously been devoid of any cultivation, and in just over a mere 10 days, He had ascended to the first stage of martial sovereignty. Such a feat is indeed rare across the 9 continents. Compared to those prodigies from various sects, my son shines like a firefly against the bright moon. Lin Ruhai couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, the heavens have favored the Lin family. Lin Zhe remained silent, standing quietly by, awaiting Lin Ruhai's praise. Everyone in the Qianling sacred land knew that Lin Zhe had once outrun a wild rabbit in a 100-meter race, a tale Lin Ruhai had regaled for months, not to mention his rapid advancement in cultivation. Once Lin Ruhai had finished his accolades, Lin Zhe retrieved a glimmering golden breakthrough pill from his bosom. This was a high-grade first-tier elixir, only capable of being concocted by a first-tier grand alchemist, exceedingly precious and rare. This pill had been given to him by Shangguan Yi before his departure, designated as a gift for the family-in-law. Son, this is Lin Ruhai. Of course, recognized the item, and his eyes nearly bulged at the sight of the shimmering elixir. Father, this is a gift from Yi Ran's little aunt, entrusted to me for you. With it, your chances of breaking through to the 9th stage of martial sovereignty in the future will significantly increase. As he spoke, Lin Zhe offered the elixir to Lin Ruhai. Oh dear, such a treasure that money cannot buy. How could I possibly use it? You should keep it. Lin Ruhai earnestly refused. However, his actions made it difficult for Lin Zhe to believe his words were sincere. Lin Ruhai tightly grasped Lin Zhe's hand, desperately attempting to tuck it into his own pocket. Oh, you really are something. Father has already said no, yet you insist, forcing it into my pocket. If I were to refuse any further, it would surely hurt your feelings. Enough, I shall take good care of this elixir for you. As the martial emperor's breakthrough pill slipped into his pocket, Lin Ruhai immediately clutched his pants tightly, though his expression betrayed reluctance. Lin Zhe's lips twitched uncontrollably. He was at a loss for words. Yi Ran, too, was overwhelmed with exasperation, pondering how these two truly were a father-son duo. Lin Ruhai beckoned Lin Zhe and Yi Ran to sit down and expressed with heartfelt sentiment, Son, your return to see your old father is something I could never have dreamed of. Lin Zhe responded with a faint smile. It is all thanks to your daughter-in-law's filial piety that I am here. Such virtue brings me shame. Come, let me give you a kiss. You be quiet. Yi Ran interjected, her face flushed with embarrassment. While it was one thing to speak so when they were alone, doing so in front of Lin Ruhai was utterly mortifying. Observing this exchange, Lin Ruhai's smile broadened, utterly unable to contain his delight. My son is truly remarkable. Father, what was that about earlier? I heard from uncle that there is talk of replacing the Holy Sun? Lin Zhe inquired, lifting his teacup for a sip. Lin Ruhai's expression shifted to one of sternness as he scoffed. You need not worry about that. As long as I am here, the position of Holy Sun is undoubtedly yours. No one can take it away. Humph. That old coot Lin Chuanyuan thinks he can rally a few elders to pressure me into a change of Holy Sun. Does he truly believe I, Lin Ruhai, am a soft persimmon? Oh, is that so? Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes, concealing his thoughts. He was already aware that Lin Chuanyuan intended for his son Lin Hao to assume the role of Holy Sun. However, he had not anticipated that they would dare to confront his father directly. Could they have some sort of leverage? Otherwise, even if they had 100 times their courage, they would not dare to act so brazenly. However, there is one person you must be wary of. Who is that? Lin Zhe inquired. Lin Chuanyuan's son, Lin Hao. It is said that he is a core disciple of the Divine King's palace, and his return is likely aimed at seizing the position. Lin Zhe was well aware of this individual, renowned as the most gifted prodigy of the Lin family in a century. Back then, he was unable to cultivate, often becoming the target of Lin Hao's ridicule, while elders frequently compared the two. One praised, the other disparaged, leaving Lin Zhe feeling utterly diminished. Yet now, it was time for the title of the Lin family's foremost prodigy to change hands. At that moment, a disciple rushed in to report, Holy Son, Lin Ming is causing a ruckus in the martial arena, claiming he wishes to duel you. Oh, it seems the second elder has chosen his side, Lin Zhe noted. The Lin Ming mentioned by the disciple was the son of the second elder, Lin Ji, and also Lin Hao's loyal lackey. Setting his teacup down, Lin Zhe rose and proceeded towards the grand hall's entrance. Son, where are you going? I will handle this matter, Lin Ruhai called out. Lin Zhe turned back with a faint smile. No need, I shall personally attend to him. Chapter 35, Dare to strike at me? My wife is a great emperor. In the Qianling sacred land, the martial arena was already teeming with spectators, their ranks divided into two factions. Bang! After a resounding crash, a figure was hurled from the edge of the high platform, crashing heavily to the ground. With your capabilities, do you even dare to challenge me, Lin Ming? In the arena, a young man with an arrogant demeanor and a disdainful expression approached the edge of the platform, mocking the defeated man. Hiss! In just 3 moves, Lin Ming has vanquished Lin San, who is also at the first stage of the martial sovereign realm. This kid possesses some talent. His audacious challenge to the Holy Sun today is likely to bolster Lin Hao's reputation, the onlookers speculated. Especially with the recent news of Lin Hao's imminent return as the next Holy Sun, many began to waver in their loyalties. Lin Ming boasted arrogantly, "What is Lin Zhe? Merely fortunate to be born into a good lineage. He is nothing compared to my brother Hao. I advise you disciples to open your eyes, otherwise, you shall reap the consequences." At that moment, Lin Zhe entered the training grounds, hand in hand with Yu Ran. The moment they stepped onto the arena, their presence drew the attention of the crowd. Upon seeing Yu Ran's breathtaking beauty, envy surged within the hearts of many. Is this the fabled ghostly empress? The legendary woman of the 9th stage of martial emperor, whose prowess is off the charts. Yet here she is, like a docile maiden, allowing our Holy Sun to lead her. The Holy Sun is impressive. Numerous disciples respectfully bowed, proclaiming, "Greetings, Holy Sun, greetings, Holy Sun's lady." In contrast, Lin Hao's entourage turned away, failing to acknowledge Lin Zhe and Yu Ran. Leading this group was Lin Ming. With a cold expression, he declared, "Holy Sun, I have heard that you have begun your cultivation. Do you dare to compete with me?" At this proclamation, those supporting Lin Zhe erupted in outrage. Lin Ming, you shameless fool. The Holy Sun has just begun his training. Are you attempting to bully him due to your superior realm? Holy Sun, do not be deceived. Lin Ming is already at the first stage of martial sovereign. To this, Lin Zhe replied with a calm smile, You are not worthy. Holy Sun, swords and blades are merciless. If I injure you, do not blame me for being too forceful." Lin Ming shouted fiercely, swinging a massive sword towards Lin Zhe. The gigantic blade sliced through the air, creating a howling wind. Many were knocked back several steps by the gust. Yet, Lin Zhe remained steadfast, effortlessly catching the descending sword with a single hand, as if it were a mere casual gesture. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their pupils dilated, jaws agape in amazement. Lin Ming's colossal strike was so easily caught by Lin Zhe, it appeared as though they were merely performing in a play. Among the most astonished was Lin Ming himself. While others may not grasp the weight of the massive sword, he was fully aware. The sword in his hand was a terrestrial-grade artifact, weighing at least 10,000 pounds once infused with spiritual energy. Coupled with the full force of his strike as a first-stage martial sovereign, it was effortlessly caught with the mere lift of a hand. Moreover, Lin Zhe remained utterly unscathed. How could this be possible? In just over a fortnight, how has he become so formidable? Even the elders who rushed over were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief upon witnessing Lin Zhe catch the sword with a single hand. Goodness! After just a few days, how has this young man become so ferocious? Did he consume some sort of elixir before arriving? Among the crowd, only Yu Ran maintained her composure, entirely unsurprised by the outcome. From what she understood, although Lin Zhe currently occupied the first level of the martial sovereign realm, he possessed 101 martial veins to bolster his strength, rendering him capable of looking down upon others of the same rank. Furthermore, with the aid of the dragon spirit's power, his strength could elevate him to an entirely new level. A mere insect, newly entered into the first level of martial sovereign, dared to provoke him. This was nothing short of courting death. Lin Zhe did not afford Lin Ming much time to process the shock. With a single hand, he yanked the colossal sword, causing Lin Ming to be propelled towards him. By the time Lin Ming reacted and attempted to escape, it was already too late. Lin Zhe's fist struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! Lin Ming flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the stone steps several dozen meters away, rendered motionless. One punch. Merely one punch was sufficient to defeat Lin Ming. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Xiaoming. At that moment, the second elder, Lin Ji, rushed out in a flurry, cradling the unconscious Lin Ming. His expression was exceedingly grim as he accused, Lin Zhe, you are truly malicious. Xiaoming merely wished to spar with you, yet you have injured him with a single blow. What is your intention? In response to Lin Ji's reprimand, Lin Zhe remained unfazed, speaking nonchalantly. Second elder, the saying that blades and swords are blind, and fists and feet are merciless, was your son's own words. Moreover, it was he who initiated the challenge. In truth, I only utilized half of my strength. I did not anticipate that he would be so fragile. Alas, you are so glib. I shall summon the elders to hold you accountable for harming a fellow disciple. Lin Ji pointed an accusing finger at Lin Zhe. His face flushed with anger. Lin Zhe merely shrugged, adopting an air of arrogance that suggested he was untouchable. Such a person can actually be the holy son of Qianling. It truly opens my eyes. Suddenly, an arrogant voice resonated from above the crowd. Subsequently, two figures descended gracefully from the sky. Upon recognizing the newcomers, both Lin Ji and Lin Changyuan were filled with overwhelming joy. However, Lin Changyuan exclaimed. Lin Zhe also ceased his amusement and scrutinized the individuals. One of the young men, clad in white, possessed a fair countenance, though his expression bore an air of arrogance reminiscent of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. To his right stood an elderly man with white hair, tall and imposing, his eyes sharp, exuding an aura that belied his age. He was undoubtedly a formidable expert from the Divine King Palace. Mo Rong, Protector, what brings you here? Lin Ruohai asked, his expression turning grave as he regarded the white-haired elder. The elderly man named Mo Rong chuckled casually. I am the protector of the young master. When venturing outside, it is only natural that I safeguard him. Whoever dares to be reckless shall face my wrath. As he spoke, Mo Rong unleashed the oppressive aura of a martial emperor at the 8th tier, instantly enveloping the entire training ground in a terrifying force. Lin Zhe furrowed his brow, feeling as though a colossal mountain had been placed upon his back, causing his bones to crack ominously. This old scoundrel was deliberately attempting to humiliate him. Damn that old beast. Just as Lin Zhe was on the verge of collapse, a disdainful snort rang in his ears. In an instant, he felt a lightness in his body, and the overwhelming pressure dissipated entirely. Thank you, my dear, Lin Zhe remarked gratefully, glancing back at Yu Iran. With a calm demeanor, Yu Iran raised her delicate hand, unleashing an even more formidable force that surged towards Mo Rong and Lin Hao. Get down. What? The two in the air instantly changed their expressions, their bodies uncontrollably plummeting towards the ground with great force. The elegance they once possessed was now replaced by utter disgrace. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhe laughed mockingly. Is the mud delicious? Did you not realize that my wife is an empress? Chapter 36. A resounding slap. What? Mo Rong exclaimed in terror, gazing at the woman behind Lin Zhe. You are the ghostly empress? How could you be in the sacred land of Qianling? I am merely accompanying my husband home. What business is it of yours? Yu Iran replied coldly, her tone laced with disdain. At her words, Mo Rong felt his dignity slip away, his anger rising, yet he dared not retort. As for Lin Hao, he stared at Lin Zhe in shock, an overwhelming tide of disbelief crashing within him. How can a mere waste be worthy of the empress? Especially after Lin Hao beheld Yu Iran's beauty, he found himself entranced, unable to look away. Such a beautiful and powerful woman was not his, but rather had been claimed by Lin Zhe, whom he had always deemed a worthless fool. This ignited a fiery rage in Lin Hao's eyes. I am a waste. Lin Zhe scoffed, and his subsequent action left everyone present utterly astonished. A resounding slap echoed throughout the training ground as Lin Zhe struck Lin Hao across the face. I was slapped? Lin Hao instinctively covered his reddened, throbbing face, incredulous. Lin Zhe's slap had stunned him completely. The onlookers were equally taken aback, never expecting Lin Zhe to dare deliver such a blatant slap to Lin Hao. Even Mo Rong, standing beside Lin Hao, was momentarily at a loss. Lin Zhe had just slapped the young master he vowed to protect right before his eyes. How audacious! Mo Rong glared at Lin Zhe in fury, ready to chastise him, but before he could utter a word, he too received a slap from Lin Zhe. The sound was crisp and resonant. What a fine face! The Empress of Ghostly Death, do you truly believe my Divine King Palace is so easily trifled with? Mo Rong clenched his fists tightly, glaring ferociously at Yu Iran. As a formidable warrior at the 8th stage of Martial Emperor, how could he possibly evade Lin Zhe's slap? However, just moments ago, when Lin Zhe struck his face, Mo Rong was horrified to realize he had been restrained by an unseen force. Only Yu Iran possessed such power in this gathering. In the face of Mo Rong's threats, Yu Iran remained utterly composed, unperturbed, declaring, "What significance does the Divine King Palace hold?" With a swift motion, Lin Zhe retaliated with 2 more slaps. I smack. Smack. Young master, we must depart. The searing pain radiated from Mo Rong's cheeks, rendering him speechless as he hastily pulled Lin Hao away, their figures vanishing swiftly from the training ground. So ferocious. This individual is truly terrifying. Witnessing the scene, Lin Changyuan attempted to salvage his son's dignity, threatening Lin Zhe, prepare to be punished at tomorrow's Sacred Sun competition. Feigning a pursuit, Lin Zhe exclaimed, "Oh, old man, if you possess the courage, do not flee." Lin Changyuan promptly turned and ran, declaring, "I shall take my leave." Are they truly gone? Lin Zhe observed their retreat with mild surprise. He had anticipated Lin Hao would be unable to resist striking back, which would have provided him the opportunity to eliminate both with his beloved's assistance, thus averting future troubles. To his astonishment, they chose to endure. It seems my beloved's reputation precedes her. Had I known, I would have delivered a few more slaps. Lin Zhe felt a twinge of regret, but was nonetheless content that his objective was accomplished. He had established his prestige and indicated to the wavering onlookers which side would lead to success. "My dear, do you think those slaps I delivered were impressive?" At that moment, Yu Ran stood beside him, casting a sidelong glance filled with dissatisfaction. Was it not simpler to eliminate them outright? Lin Hao, being merely at the first stage of martial sovereign, could have been effortlessly dispatched with a single strike using the dragon spirit's power. Why wait for the competition tomorrow? How bothersome. In response to Yu Ran's discontent, Lin Zhe leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "My dear, you do not grasp the thrill of playing the fool to ensnare the tiger. Slapping faces is a most joyous affair." He relished the sensation of publicly humiliating opponents. And indeed, it was quite exhilarating. He looked forward to the morrow's arrival. Yu Ran let out a cold huff, clearly dismissive of Lin Zhe's perspective. In her view, a powerful individual should crush their adversaries with absolute dominance, allowing them to perish in despair. "My dear, are you returning to your chamber to rest? Allow me to escort you." "No need. Keep your distance from me," she replied. Yet, Lin Zhe remained closely by her side, their playful banter visible to all. A deluge of affection thrust upon the onlookers. Lin Rahai's smile never faltered. These two truly were at it again, publicly exchanging flirtations. "Uncle Mo, I cannot endure this humiliation any longer." After departing, Lin Hao's expression twisted into one of near madness as he bellowed. Mo Rong, equally enraged, pondered why, as a protector, he could not strike Lin Hao instead of confronting him directly. Damn it, that lad's slap truly stung. Mo Rong grimaced, wincing in pain. "How are you and Protector Mo all right?" Lin Changyuan rushed over, his face etched with concern. He had anticipated Lin Hao's triumphant return, expecting him to make a grand entrance and restore his honor. Little did he expect that he would be publicly humiliated with a slap. Through clenched teeth, Lin Hao seethed. "Father, what on earth transpired? Why would the ghostly empress assist that good-for-nothing Lin Zhe?" Lin Changyuan himself was uncertain about the situation. Lin Hao, with a swollen face, roared in fury, "Regardless of who supports him, I shall kill him." His heart brimmed with resentment at the thought of enduring such humiliation. Lin Changyuan, in a calm tone, advised, "However, do not forget our goal is the position of the Saint's son. No matter how formidable she may be, she has no reason to meddle in the affairs of the sacred land. I have made the necessary arrangements. The great competition of the sacred land will commence tomorrow. As long as you defeat Lin Zhe, the position of the Saint's son will be yours." This was of utmost importance. Lin Hao, still reluctant, replied, "Father, I simply cannot accept this." Mo Rong consoled him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Do not worry, young master. I have already sent a message to the Divine King Palace requesting support. A mere ghostly empress cannot stir up much trouble." Lin Changyuan was correct. The immediate priority was to secure the position of the Saint's son. "Very well, I shall allow them to revel in their arrogance for a while longer." That night, Yu Ran sat gracefully at her vanity, loosening her attire, exuding a unique charm. After a lapse of several days, Lin Zhe found himself once more lying on the familiar large bed, invitingly saying, "My dear, let us sleep together. Get lost." Yu Ran frowned slightly. "This empress has shown you ample grace today. Do not take liberties." Feeling wronged, Lin Zhe protested, "How could I? Primarily, I fear that my father, like my aunt, has a penchant for eavesdropping at night. If we sleep apart, it would surely raise suspicion." "What? Your father has such a hobby?" Yu Ran's tone revealed her surprise. Lin Zhe nodded affirmatively, silently thinking, "Dear father, for your son's sake, just act a little peculiar." After a moment's hesitation, Yu Ran gracefully stepped over to the bed and lay down, warning Lin Zhe in a soft voice. I warn you, do not let your hands wander. Hee. Holding hands while we sleep should be permissible, right? Humph, Yu Ran scoffed, choosing not to argue further, closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. Soon, the candlelight extinguished, and the dimly lit room was filled with the sound of rustling and a woman's exclamation. Lin Zhe, where's your hand? Remove it at once. Hee. I can't help myself. Chapter 37. He is not worthy to challenge me. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Saint Sun competition arrived as scheduled. Whether inner disciples, outer disciples, or even many who had ventured out for training, all hurried back to the Qianling sacred land. At this moment, the place was teeming with life and vibrant activity. The martial arts arena was overflowing, filled to capacity with an uproar of voices. This grand competition would determine who would be proclaimed the holy son of the Qianling sacred land, a matter of considerable significance that spurred much debate among the crowd. It was rumored that Lin Hao had already reached the second stage of martial sovereign and had comprehended the secret techniques of the divine king's palace, boasting remarkably formidable combat power. The position of holy son surely belonged to him, declared one disciple with unwavering conviction, prompting gasps of astonishment from those around. At just 21, Lin Hao's attainment of the second stage of martial sovereign was indeed extraordinary. Such strength was nothing short of terrifying. In response, another disciple furrowed his brow and retorted, Humph. Are you all unaware that Lin Zhe has already commenced his cultivation? Not only did he defeat Lin Ming with a single punch yesterday, but he also slapped Lin Hao in front of everyone at the arena, causing Lin Hao to flee without even retaliating. Is that so? Although Lin Zhe has begun his cultivation, it has only been a few days. Could he possibly have broken through to martial sovereign? Surely not. That is utterly impossible. The crowd gasped in disbelief, expressing their incredulity. They found it more plausible that behind all of this lay the hidden support of the Empress for Lin Zhe. Amidst the fervent discussions, the focal point of the conversation, Lin Zhe appeared on the high platform, accompanied by Yu Ran. With an ethereal grace and a handsome visage that exuded an air of nonchalance, he seemed utterly unconcerned about the impending competition. Meanwhile, Yu Ran, with her exquisitely beautiful features, displayed a hint of fatigue, yet her natural beauty remained undiminished. Their entrance captivated countless gazes, making them the center of attention. Upon the Empress's arrival, the previously raucous arena noticeably quieted. Is she truly the fearsome and tyrannical Empress of the demon race? She is remarkably beautiful, and she appears far less terrifying than rumored. The spectators could not help but marvel at Yu Ran's striking beauty while simultaneously feeling a deep admiration for Lin Zhe. He had indeed brought the Empress home. Lin Rohai, who had taken his seat early on the platform, spotted the pair and immediately waved them over. Lin Zhe affectionately took Yu Ran's hand and sat beside Lin Rohai. This scene astonished the onlookers once again. The rumored ruthless Empress of the demon race was so docile before the Holy Sun. It seemed the Holy Sun held a significant status at home. Yu Ran, feeling helpless, thought she could not possibly kick Lin Zhe off the platform in front of everyone. She merely wished for this all to conclude swiftly. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, with his eyes closed and an expression of utter enjoyment, gently massaged Yu Ran's hand, checking their points. Points, 55-10. Today, the host has reached the maximum limit of 200 points. Ding. The host's cultivation is complete, and he has transcended to the second stage of the martial sovereign. As he sensed the change in Lin Zhe's aura, Yu Ran turned her head in confusion to look at him. Has this fellow broken through again? At that moment, Lin Zhe opened his eyes and discovered Yu Ran staring intently at him. My dear, why do you gaze at me so affectionately? There are so many people around. In an instant, a few dark lines appeared on Yu Ran's forehead. How absurd. Lin Zhe chuckled. Darling, you don't look well. Did you not sleep well last night? Humph. Wasn't it because someone was always fidgeting last night? Lin Zhe chose not to argue. After all, what she said was the unvarnished truth. However, he truly did not intend for it to happen. It was all due to some irresistible force that rendered his hands uncontrollable. Here, have a strawberry to replenish your energy. With that, Lin Zhe picked up a few plump, red strawberries from the table and offered them to Yu Ran. Come, my dear. After a brief moment of silence, Yu Ran finally leaned forward, parted her lips, and accepted the strawberry that Lin Zhe presented. Oh, how delightful. Yu Ran's eyes sparkled, but she quickly reminded herself. I am merely fulfilling my bet. This is not an acceptance of Lin Zhe's offering. Ahem, sitting beside them, Lin Ruhai awkwardly cleared his throat to remind them. Please be mindful of your surroundings. This young man seemed oblivious to the current occasion, flaunting their affection before thousands in the sacred land, which was rather excessive. He should consider the psychological impact it might have on the single disciples present. At that moment, Lin Changyuan, Lin Hao, and others descended from the sky and took their seats on the high platform. Lin Zhe soon sensed several hostile gazes directed at him. Lin Changyuan merely shot Lin Zhe a cold glance before closing his eyes, ignoring him. Meanwhile, Lin Hao continued to glare at him with ferocity. The guardian of the Divine King Palace, Missouri Rome, also cast a resentful look at Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe paid no mind and continued to merrily feed Yuan. At that moment, Lin Changyuan slowly rose, gathering his strength, and addressed the entire arena. Silence. His deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the martial arena, and instantly, the place fell into a hushed silence. One could hear a pin drop. This Sacred Sun competition was orchestrated by Lin Changyuan, who had rallied several elders to vote for its organization. Naturally, the role of host fell upon him. He then spoke to the gathered crowd. The position of Sacred Son of Qianling must be held by one of virtue and capability. Lin Zhe is born with a defective pulse, utterly unfit for use. Lin Hao possesses exceptional talent and has joined the Divine King Palace, becoming a core disciple. Therefore, for the sake of fairness and the future of our Qianling sacred land, this competition is convened with a single purpose: to select the most outstanding descendant of the Lin family. The martial arena was particularly quiet, for everyone present was already well aware of the underlying truths. The contest is but a facade. The true spectacle lies in the clash between Lin Changyuan and Lin Ruhai's factions. Yet, none dare to voice this reality. Observing the silence, Lin Changyuan, with a self-satisfied gaze, commanded, "Hao, ascend the arena." Lin Hao leapt onto the stage, disdainfully declaring, "Who wishes to contest my claim as the Holy Son? Step forward." As a second-tier martial venerable, who among the younger generation could rival him? Elder, simply announced the outcome. Lin Ji laughed heartily. Indeed, the heavens did not give birth to anyone like my brother Hao. The martial path shall endure like the eternal night. Lin Hao is destined to be the Holy Son. A chorus of disciples erupted in fervent support for Lin Hao. Hearing this, Lin Hao's face brimmed with pride. My innate talent for cultivation is undoubtedly unparalleled in the Lin family. Lin Changyuan felt a surge of confidence, as though victory was already secured. With a malicious glint in his eye, he turned to Lin Ruhai and Lin Zhe. According to the rules, Lin Zhe, as the current Holy Son, you must face Hao in battle. Me? No need for that, Lin Zhe replied, rising slowly with a calm smile. What I mean is, Lin Hao need not challenge me, for he is not my match. To me, he is merely a weakling. Chapter 38, Crushing Lin Hao. Shocking the entire audience at these words, the crowd gasped, turning to Lin Zhe in astonishment. Such audacity. Lin Hao, a second-tier martial venerable, is merely a weakling in his eyes. Though Lin Zhe's voice was soft, it resonated deeply within every heart present. Lin Hao's eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched. How dare Lin Zhe belittle him so brazenly? This only fueled his resolve to thrash him mercilessly. At that moment, Lin Zhe had already soared to the high platform, emanating an aura that left everyone bewildered. A second-tier martial sovereign? Is there a mistake? There exists a vast chasm between their realms. How can this be a fair fight? Lin Hao is assured of victory. The Holy Son is overly eager. I suspect he will soon find himself thoroughly beaten by Lin Hao, came the mocking voices. How could a second-tier martial sovereign hope to contend with a second-tier martial venerable? Lin Zhe beckoned Lin Hao with a finger. Why do you hesitate to strike? Ha ha. Lin Zhe, even if you strike first, what difference will it make? Lin Hao scoffed, believing he could dispatch this fool with a mere flick of his finger. Very well. I shall make my move, Lin Zhe replied with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, he slowly drew a heavy sword of mysterious iron, murmuring, "Awaken the dragon spirit." As his words fell, Lin Zhe's spiritual power surged dramatically, his presence transforming as an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire platform. A fearsome dragon silhouette materialized behind him, letting out a series of roars. What incredible power is this? How has he suddenly ascended to the second tier of martial venerable? Lin Hao's expression shifted drastically, fear etched across his face. He felt a profound sense of fear emanating from Lin Zhe. Yet, before he could react, Lindsay raised his longsword and struck with a fierce blow. The resounding force of spiritual energy, intertwined with the essence of the grass character's sword intent, sent him crashing to the ground, creating a deep chasm on the high platform. Good heavens! He had just sent Lin Hao flying with a single stroke. Am I seeing this correctly? Isn't he merely at the second stage of martial sovereign? Such terrifying sword energy. In that moment, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, their eyes reflecting deep astonishment as tumultuous waves surged within their hearts. Lindsay's strike left everyone in utter shock. You tricked me. Lin Hao's face contorted in rage as he rose from the ground, launching a furious punch towards Lindsay. Lindsay did not evade. Instead, he extended a hand and calmly caught Lin Hao's fist. You are far too weak, Lindsay remarked coolly. He had expected this young man to possess considerable prowess, given his confidence. Yet, with such meager strength, how dare he claim to be the foremost genius of the Lin family? With that, Lindsay exerted force through his wrist, snapping one of Lin Hao's arms with ease, prompting a pained cry of agony from the latter. Then, with a sharp slap, Lindsay struck Lin Hao across the face. Lin Hao spun through the air, rolling and scraping along the ground until he reached the edge of the platform. This scene left everyone present in stunned disbelief. While the previous sword strike could be attributed to Lin Hao's overconfidence and lack of vigilance, this was a complete and utter display of dominance. Not only did Lindsay effortlessly intercept Lin Hao's full-force attack, but he also sent him flying with a mere slap. After all, Lin Hao was at the second stage of martial sovereign. Such strength was utterly unreasonable. It appeared that the Holy Son hadn't even exerted his full capabilities. We were all blind to his true power. The Holy Son's might is so formidable that Lin Hao is unworthy of comparison. Who was it that spoke those words earlier? Heaven does not give birth to Lin Hao. Martial arts remain an eternal night. I believe it should be. Heaven does not give birth to me, Lindsay. The Holy Son. Martial arts remain an eternal night. Indeed, Lindsay, the Holy Son, is divine. The fervent shouts erupted, each voice praising Lindsay. Lin Chuanyuan and Mo Rong, seated among the spectators, were rendered speechless, rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, Lindsay seized Lin Hao by the neck, lifting him into the air. Lin Chuanyuan finally regained his senses and trembled as he pleaded, "We are all family. Can we not show some mercy?" Lindsay blinked. What? You want me to hold back? Understood. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Lin Hao's dantian. Bang! Lin Hao's complexion turned ashen as the essence of his martial sovereign stage rapidly dissipated. Lin Chuanyuan, in a frenzy, charged towards Lindsay, but in an instant, Yu Ran appeared before him and struck with a single palm. Boom! With a muffled thud, Lin Chuanyuan was sent crashing into the ground below. Mo Rong trembled as he spoke. Not only is he a member of the Lin family, but he is also a disciple of the Divine King Palace. You dare to cripple him? The Divine King Palace will not let you go. You may as well summon the people from the Divine King Palace to confront me directly. Yu Ran replied coldly, displaying no fear. To outsiders, the Divine King Palace might seem like a colossal entity, but Yu Ran held it in utter contempt. Mo Rong's face darkened considerably. He cast a venomous glance at Lindsay, devoid of any further words, before turning to leave. Just then, a shadow flickered past. Mo Rong's expression shifted dramatically as he whirled around, and in the next moment, a slender jade hand struck towards his throat. Crack! Mo Rong's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed to the ground. The crowd was momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed on Yu Ran, who had acted with such ferocity. Yu Ran glanced at Mo Rong's unblinking eyes, stating, "I find his tone quite displeasing." Silence enveloped the crowd. For this reason, you took the life of a protector from the Divine King Palace? He was a formidable warrior at the 8th stage of the martial emperor realm. The disciples of the Qianling sacred land were engulfed in fear. The rumored empress of the demon clan was indeed merciless. At that moment, Lin Rahai spoke up. Remove the body. Upon hearing this, four disciples hurried forward to carry the corpse away. This Mo Rong dared to attempt an assassination against our Qianling holy son. And now he has been dealt with. You have all witnessed it. Lin Rahai's booming voice echoed in every disciple's ears. The crowd nodded in agreement. Knowing it was not the time to voice dissent, Lin Rahai continued, Lindsay possesses extraordinary talent. The position of Holy Son is rightfully his. Furthermore, I have decided to allow him to enter the eternal life secret realm to receive the inheritance. What are your thoughts? We have no objections. The crowd replied in unison. Lin Rahai, satisfied, declared, I have always been fair and just. According to our ancestral teachings, to enter the eternal life secret realm, one must first pass a trial. Come forth, my son. If you can withstand a single palm strike from me, you will have passed the trial. Lin Rahai winked at Lindsay, conveying a hint. Lindsay understood and responded with an expression of assurance, signaling that he comprehended. After their silent exchange, Lindsay charged towards Lin Rahai and unleashed a punch upon getting close. Lin Rahai crossed his arms over his chest, bracing for the impact. Hesitating for half a second before pretending to be gravely injured, suddenly falling backward and landing on the ground. Truly, my son, such a fierce strike. You have indeed bested your father in a single blow. Lin Rahai sat on the ground, clutching a wound that was, in reality, painless, feigning a look of regret. The crowd was left speechless. Lindsay was also taken aback. Father, your acting is far too exaggerated. At least be a bit more professional. So many people are watching. Lindsay couldn't help but mentally critique the performance. As he had anticipated, the onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Although they all speculated that Lin Rahai would deliberately lower the standards of the trials for Lindsay to enter the long life secret realm, they did not expect him to act so nonchalantly. Lin Rahai possessed the qualities of a skilled actor, dismissing the crowd's bewilderment as mere clouds of discontent. He stood up, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, Lindsay has passed the trials and may enter the long life secret realm. As night fell, under a darkened sky with howling winds, a solitary figure stood in the woods, roaring at a black stone. It's all your fault. Because of you, my son has become a cripple. I foolishly believed in you, expending great effort to help you lift the seal and followed your instructions, and now it's all for naught. The figure was none other than Lin Changyuan, who had stealthily emerged from the Qianling sacred land. From the stone tablet, a humanoid shadow of black mist emerged, ignoring Lin Changyuan's fury. With a wave of its hand, it remarked, I did not anticipate that Lindsay would suddenly be able to cultivate, and the Empress of the Underworld seems to have taken a peculiar interest in him. Otherwise, our plan to seize the position of the Holy Sun would not have failed. What shall we do now? Lin Changyuan asked, attempting to quell his anger. We need do nothing. The core disciples of the Divine King Palace have been rendered useless, and the guardians have been slain. The Divine King Palace will not let this go lightly. They are the ones we should be concerned about. You merely need to play the role of the Yellow Sparrow, waiting for Lindsay to enter the long life secret realm to receive the inheritance. Once he retrieves the long life pearl, take it back for me. With it, once I break the seal, Lindsay will pose no threat. This world will be mine to command. The shadow declared haughtily, promising Lin Changyuan, at that time, I shall bestow upon you supreme powers to help you break through to the 9th stage of Martial Emperor, allowing you to become the master of the sacred land. And I will assist in restoring your son's vitality. When the time comes, you may exact your revenge in whatever manner you choose. Upon hearing this, Lin Changyuan's heart stirred, and a sinister smile spread across his face. Then I shall heed your counsel. Chapter 39. Entering the long life secret realm to seek the inheritance. The following morning, at dawn, outside a solemn cemetery on the back mountain of the Qianling sacred land, countless disciples gathered, eagerly awaiting Lindsay's entrance into the long life secret realm to acquire the inheritance. Under the watchful eyes of many hopeful disciples, Lindsay appeared leisurely before them. As he passed, every disciple bowed in unison, greeting him. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. After yesterday's grand competition, most disciples had been thoroughly convinced, wholeheartedly recognizing Lindsay's position as the Holy Sun. He was no longer merely someone who could reincarnate. He genuinely possessed the ability to serve as the Holy Sun of Qianling. In their hearts, Lindsay embodied the hero destined to lead the sacred land towards glory. At the cemetery gate, Lindsay spotted a graceful silhouette waiting for him from a distance. Just by her figure and demeanor, he knew it was Yu Iran awaiting him. My dear, I was quite worried not seeing you last night. You cannot imagine how lonely I felt in the empty room, Lindsay chided as he approached Yu Iran. Yu Iran was not to be coddled. She rolled her eyes and retorted coolly, I merely wish to enjoy a good night's sleep. After receiving the inheritance, let's bid farewell to your father before we embark on our journey back to the ghostly Shroud continent. What do you mean, your father? He is our father. Lindsay promptly corrected with righteous indignation. Next time, be wary of my family's discipline. Yu Iran's eyes gleamed with fury as she bit her crimson lip, glaring at Lindsay in embarrassment and annoyance. This fellow has truly become increasingly audacious. After returning for merely a few days, he has transformed into this brazen demeanor. Speaking of family discipline and daring to teach me a lesson, do you even comprehend your own familial standing? As Yui Ran contemplated how to torment Lindsay, a powerful arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, drawing her into an embrace unawares. Yui Ran lifted her chin, glaring with mock anger. And just as she attempted to break free, Lindsay remarked, "My dear, there are so many onlookers. A person of your integrity would undoubtedly adhere to your promises. Wouldn't you agree?" Seething with anger, Yui Ran gritted her teeth, and with no choice left, she sighed and allowed him to hold her as they strolled forward. "I shall endure for now, but I will surely take my revenge once we return." The two were closely intertwined, resembling a pair of celestial lovers, evoking envy from passers-by. The demon empress, with her unparalleled beauty, was deserving only of our holy son. Whoever called her the demon empress is mistaken. She is our holy son's lady. It was my error. I shall be punished. Slap. Several disciples lightly struck their own faces, then continued to gaze enviously at Lindsay and Yuran. Their affection was truly a remarkable and enviable romance. Does this mean we can openly visit the ghostly Shroud continent now? How splendid. Perhaps I too might find a beautiful demoness to wed. Hee. Yuran, closely pressed against Lindsay, listened to the idle chatter around her, her delicate face twitching slightly. These pests. How I longed to crush them. Her affection for Lindsay was non-existent. Her compliance was merely due to a wager lost, devoid of any personal sentiment. It is all this fellow's fault for constantly engaging in bizarre antics in public, leading to misunderstandings. Yui Ran glared at Lindsay, teeth clenched, wishing she could dismantle him piece by piece. Meanwhile, Lindsay reveled in the sensation, tightening his embrace even further. Hee, the more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Ding. The maximum duration of the embrace has been reached, awarding 500 points. Upon hearing this, Lindsay calculated in his mind, now boasting a total of 5,831 points. Quite the bounty. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the entrance of the graveyard. As they approached, Yui Ran suddenly noticed that the azure wooden door was unusual. It bore the marks of time, lacking any adornments, yet exuding an overwhelming vitality. Yui Ran was inwardly astonished. With her discerning eye, she immediately recognized this as a relic from ancient times. Indeed, this is the long-established Qianling sacred land, where treasures abound. Lindsay discerned that Yui Ran seemed to have some thoughts regarding the wooden door. "Do you desire this door, my lady? I shall take the liberty to procure it." Upon hearing this, Lin Rahai, who had just arrived, turned pale with shock. "You scoundrel, this is the gateway to your ancestors' mausoleum," he exclaimed. "Ahem, surely the ancestors wouldn't mind?" Lin Rahai resolutely shook his head. "Absolutely not." Yui Ran was also aware that dismantling the entrance to a tomb was inappropriate and stated, "This item is of no use to me." Upon hearing this, Lindsay had no choice but to relent. "You rascal, upon entering, be sure to identify yourself as a descendant of the Lin family. There is indeed little peril within. Of course, what legacy you may garner depends solely upon your own capabilities. In the past, your father ventured in and, due to his extraordinary aptitude, directly acquired a high-grade immortal artifact." Lindsay nodded, committing Lin Rahai's words to memory. "My lady, I shall return shortly. Upon my return, I will show you around Qianling Island," Lindsay declared, gently grasping Yu Iran's delicate hand. "I have no interest. I shall return directly to Yusha Island," Yu Iran coldly replied, turning her face away. Lindsay was undeterred, offering a faint smile as he turned and entered the Long Life Secret Realm. The Long Life Secret Realm is, in fact, the mausoleum of the successive sovereigns of the Qianling sacred land. This is a forbidden zone within the sacred grounds, accessible only to the sovereign and the saintly offspring. Lindsay strolled leisurely through the woods, occasionally glimpsing a grave of moderate size, each adorned with a statue at its forefront. Those interred within were the former sovereigns of Qianling. According to Lin Rahai, one need only reach the innermost chamber to attain the legacy, where the ancestors would bestow appropriate inheritances based on one's aptitude. Naturally, there would be trials left behind by the ancestors along the way, yet they would not pose a threat to life. Hence, Lindsay advanced swiftly towards the depths. Before long, he halted, not due to reaching the innermost sanctum, but because he sensed something unusual. Before him, at a junction, stood several ethereal soldiers, conjured by spiritual energy, brandishing iron swords and advancing toward Lindsay. Oh, so this is the trial, he mused. A glance revealed that they were merely soldiers at the second stage of the martial sovereign realm, on par with his own cultivation. They offered no thrill to ignite his fighting spirit. Casually, Lindsay picked up a twig from the ground, wielding it as a weapon. "You old tree," he bellowed. And in that instant, a surge of sword intent erupted from his being, unleashing a fierce sword aura that cleaved the soldiers before him with ease. With the area now tranquil, Lindsay continued onward, yet encountered numerous soldiers obstructing his path. However, they remained at the second stage of the martial sovereign realm, and in mere moments, they too were dispatched. Yet, Lindsay found himself perplexed. Why were there so many ethereal soldiers conjured by spiritual energy within the mausoleum? In theory, spiritual entities can only be born after a prolonged period of accumulation. Yet, within this realm of eternal secrets, a mere short distance reveals a considerable number of spiritual soldiers. All of them are uniformly at the second tier of the martial sovereign realm, as if they were specifically crafted for him. The only explanation for this phenomenon is the existence of a formidable unknown force within the secret realm, which must have birthed these spiritual entities. Such a feat is beyond even the capabilities of a martial emperor. Lindsay's curiosity regarding his ancestral grave grew ever stronger. As he continued forward, he soon beheld a towering statue, reaching several hundred meters in height. This must be the final site for receiving the inheritance. Just as Lindsay believed the trials had concluded and prepared to kneel before the statue in reverence, the space before the statue suddenly warped, and a 3-meter-tall armored soldier emerged, a third-tier martial sovereign. Chapter 40. Receiving the Inheritance, Supreme Imperial Weapon. The leap in realm was rather swift. Could it be that the opponent was already aware of his true strength? Lindsay swiftly drew his heavy sword forged from mysterious iron, channeling the power of the dragon spirit, and his realm rapidly ascended to the second tier of martial sovereign. With a mere difference in realms, he pondered whether he could prevail. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air as Lindsay took the initiative. The essence of his sword transformed him into the sharpest blade in existence, piercing directly at the spiritual entity. It was astonishingly rapid. The third-tier spiritual entity hadn't even had the chance to react before Lindsay cleaved it in two with a single strike. In the next moment, the spiritual soldier vanished into thin air. As Lindsay approached the grand statue, he mused that the trial should be over, and all that remained was to kneel before the statue to receive the inheritance. However, in the following second, an array of third-tier spiritual soldiers suddenly materialized around him. There were over 20 of them. Witnessing this scene, Lindsay couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Was this some sort of mistake? This was nothing like what had been described at the outset. Wasn't it supposed to be devoid of difficulty? "Father, you have truly led me astray," Lindsay inwardly complained about a certain someone. Simultaneously, a new question arose in his mind. His father, Lin Rahai, had entered with the realm of a first-tier martial emperor. How had he managed to overcome such trials? Or was it that he alone had received special treatment from their ancestors? Before Lindsay could ponder further, the spiritual soldiers surged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon him. No longer holding back, Lindsay released all 101 martial veins within him and once again executed the grass character sword technique. In an instant, sword energy surged forth, and the immense spiritual power intertwined, causing the very tomb to tremble. Occasionally, astonishing sword energies broke through the confines, their brilliance sharp and awe-inspiring. The disciples waiting outside the tomb were left dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be the acceptance of the ancestors' inheritance? Why was there such a commotion? Was the Holy Sun inside dismantling the place? Lin Rahai gazed inside with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend what Lindsay had encountered within. The third elder, Lin Xiaoyao, anxiously inquired, "Holy Master, are the trials within the secret realm particularly arduous?" Lin Rahai rubbed his large hands together and replied solemnly, "Not at all. It is merely a matter of dealing with a few lower-tier spirit soldiers. In my time, I emerged unscathed in merely half an hour. What is the matter with this little rascal?" Although Yui Ran remained silent, her gaze was fixed intently on the entrance of the tomb, as if striving to discern the scenes within. Yet, even she, with her formidable powers, could not penetrate the ancient barrier of the secret realm, prompting her to inwardly express concern. "I hope nothing goes awry." Within the eternal life secret realm, with a swift motion, the final streak of piercing sword energy sliced through, obliterating the last spirit soldier. Phew! That makes 46, Lin Zhe mused, having eradicated every spirit soldier in his path. The area around the grand statue fell into tranquility once more. With his black iron heavy sword in hand, Lin Zhe stood firm. Despite possessing 101 martial veins, he found himself somewhat depleted of spiritual energy. Alone, he had vanquished 46 spirit soldiers of the third tier of martial respect, while his actual cultivation level was merely that of the second tier of martial disciples. How terrifying! Such formidable combat prowess. After a millennium, my Lin family has finally produced another prodigy. At that moment, a voice of admiration emerged from the statue, followed by the slow emergence of a spectral figure. It was a lingering soul imbued with awareness. With the wind flowing gracefully, he exuded an air of elegance. "Well done, young man," the figure proclaimed loudly. Surveying Lin Zhe with increasing satisfaction, nodding repeatedly, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed. Upon catching sight of the figure, he was instantly taken aback, unable to suppress a shout. "Ancestor, lower your voice. I am indeed your forebear," the figure replied, exuding charisma and extraordinary presence. At merely 20 years of age, you are already at the second tier of martial disciples, yet your combat prowess rivals that of the third tier of martial respect. Truly, you are a fine son of the Lin family. And look at that physique, strong and well-proportioned. Lin Zhe fell silent for a few moments before kneeling and respectfully inquiring. "May I ask if you are the esteemed ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Bufan?" The man smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is I, descendant Lin Zhe. Pays his respects to the esteemed ancestor." Quite good. Rise," Lin Bufan said, his gaze fixed on Lin Zhe, a faint smile on his lips. "To possess such strength at your age fills me with immense joy." He then shifted the subject, his expression shifting to one of disdain and indignation as he pointed towards the graves at the far end, exclaiming, "What wretched beings were those before? With their paltry talents and meager strength, they seem to decline with each generation, nearly driving me to rise from my grave in frustration. Not to mention the last fool who came, a mere first-tier martial emperor. I was terrified he would be buried here among the tombs after I tossed a few minor spirit soldiers his way." Lin Bufan's anger escalated as he spoke. Wishing fervently to drag these unworthy descendants back and give them a sound thrashing, Lin Zhe stood silently to the side, refraining from uttering a word. It seemed that the target of the ancestral figure's ire was none other than his own father. As Lin Bufan's fury began to subside, he paused, his expression softening as he gazed at Lin Zhe. "Fortunately, I have finally found a promising seedling," he said with a sense of relief. Extending a hand, he placed it upon Lin Zhe's head to examine his martial veins. Lin Bufan's brows furrowed tightly, and suddenly he exclaimed in astonishment, 101 martial veins? One more than I possess." Lin Zhe replied with a sheepish grin, "I was fortunate to condense one more. Ha! With your innate talent, you shall undoubtedly revive the former glory of our Qianling sacred land." Lin Bufan could hardly contain his excitement, his expression invigorated, and his voice resonant. "Young man, I shall impart to you the true legacy of the Lin family." True legacy? Lin Zhe felt a flicker of doubt. As far as he knew, the legacies bestowed upon past holy lords and sons were merely compatible techniques or celestial artifacts. Could it be otherwise? Just as Lin Zhe pondered this, Lin Bufan waved his hand grandly, and a jewel of azure and blue, shimmering with brilliance, materialized before his eyes. Simultaneously, torrents of immense spiritual energy surged into Lin Zhe's body, cleansing his martial veins. In mere moments, his martial veins thickened and elongated by several centimeters. Lin Zhe gazed in astonishment. "Ancestral figure, what is this?" Lin Bufan, somewhat showing off, replied, "Have you never seen such a thing? Now, I bestow upon you this supreme imperial weapon." Imperial weapon? Supreme imperial weapon? Lin Zhe swallowed hard, disbelief washing over him. This jewel was an imperial weapon, even more advanced than celestial artifacts. It was known that throughout the entire 9 continents, only a few ancient divine clans still possessed imperial weapons. And now, at just 20 years of age, he had acquired his very first supreme imperial weapon. Lin Zhe stared longingly at the floating azure jewel and asked, "Ancestral figure, is this truly the case?" Lin Bufan waved his hand grandly. "The ancestral figure is not a miser. Take it." Without hesitation, Lin Zhe extended his hand, and a flash of azure light passed through it as the jewel vanished into his body. An imperial weapon, once bonded with its master, could reside within one's body and be carried at all times. Curious, Lindsay inquired, ancestral figure, what is its name? This imperial weapon is called the Longevity Pearl. Chapter 41. A greeting gift for your grandchild's wife. Oh, so it is that. Lindsay exclaimed, feigning surprise. You have heard of it? I have not. May I ask, ancestral figure, what remarkable abilities does it possess? Lin Bufon thought of giving Lindsay a slap out of frustration, but ultimately restrained himself, considering that the other was a favored descendant. Alas, one person must bear the burden alone. Lin Bufon took a deep breath and elucidated. The Eternal Pearl contains the long-lost principles of immortality, capable of condensing the essence of eternal life and mending all wounds in the world. It can also extend one's lifespan, alter destiny, and defy the heavens. In short, its applications are myriad, and you shall have to explore them gradually. Upon hearing this, Lindsay felt a profound astonishment, gaining a deeper understanding of the powers held by top-tier imperial weapons. He had previously believed that the Xian iron-heavy sword was extraordinary, but it turned out that the Eternal Pearl was truly a heavyweight. With it, would he not become an indestructible force? In future battles with adversaries, while their vitality diminished, he would grow ever more valiant, emerging unscathed from every encounter. As Lindsay indulged in such fantasies, Lin Bufon's voice continued to resonate. This is merely the first inheritance. There is a second. It is a long-lost technique known as the spirit control art. As he spoke, Lin Bufon personally demonstrated. Gradually, he spread his palm, and the microscopic spiritual energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, began to coalesce. In the center of his palm, it formed into a lark. Lindsay's pupils constricted, revealing his shock. Spirit condensation. It dawned on him that the spirit soldiers within the secret realm were crafted through such a method. How extraordinarily advanced. In Lindsay's experience, he had never heard of such a miraculous technique. What do you think? Lin Bufon asked, his nose raised with pride. You might as well have praise me written on your face. Lindsay unabashedly complimented. The ancestral powers are vast, truly awe-inspiring. If the younger generation could possess even a fraction of the ancestral strength, they would dominate the 9 continents in no time. Lin Bufon reveled in Lindsay's praise, his head nearly reaching the heavens, feeling as if he were standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Yet, he feigned humility, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. Past glories are but whispers in the wind. And a true hero does not dwell on bygone victories. However, in my day, I kicked across the seas and shook the lands." Here, we omit Lin Bufon's lengthy tales. Lindsay felt his patience wearing thin. Wasn't it said that a true hero does not boast of past glories? Yet, this man spoke of having dated 100 women. What need was there for him to elaborate on how virtuous human women are, how alluring demon women are, or how jealous monster women can be? Did he think Lindsay needed him to say such things? Could he not discover these truths for himself? Lindsay listened, his head aching, internally mocking the ancestor. However, he maintained an expression of curious intrigue, his eyes wide with feigned fascination. Whenever Lin Bufon spoke passionately, Lindsay would dramatically sigh in sympathy. Alas, ancestor, you missed out on a wonderful woman. Lin Bufon, adept at seizing the moment, lamented, Alas, what can I say? So many women have declared they would marry no one but me. After recounting his romantic history, Lin Bufon finally returned to the main topic and earnestly instructed Lindsay. I shall impart to you the spirit control art. You must contemplate it diligently. As his words echoed, Lindsay felt a sudden throbbing pain in his mind, followed by a series of unfamiliar incantations manifesting within his consciousness. The fate of the Qianling sacred land now rests upon your shoulders, Lin Bufon said, gazing deeply into Lindsay's eyes. At that moment, he had entrusted the destiny of the Qianling sacred land to Lindsay. Lindsay nodded solemnly. I shall not disappoint our ancestor. I have faith in you. Lin Bufon replied with assurance. His expression then shifted, and he cautioned, Be wary of the divine king's palace. Until you have matured, avoid any conflict with them. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, remember to seek refuge in the cold palace. In light of our past connections, she will lend you a hand. Lindsay nodded in understanding. Ancestor, I have taken it all to heart. Lin Bufon waved his hand casually. Well then, I have imparted the legacy to you. The remainder of your journey lies in your own hands. If there is nothing else, you may return. My mission is now complete. Lindsay respectfully bowed once more to his ancestor, and as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back. By the way, ancestor, may I bring a token for your granddaughter-in-law? Lin Bufan was momentarily taken aback. You are married at the age of 20? Oh. Matters of the mortal realm should be taken lightly. Having a few girlfriends is sufficient. 100 or so will suffice. Lin Zhe's lips twitched in response. Ancestor. She is the empress of the demon clan, and her realm is at the 9th tier of the martial emperor. How could I dare pursue another woman? Upon hearing this, Lin Bufan's pupils constricted, revealing a rare shock in his eyes. Young man, what did you just say? You have taken a demon empress as your wife? Indeed, Lin Zhe affirmed with a serious nod. In an instant, Lin Bufan appeared petrified, rooted to the spot. During his time as a martial emperor, he had only managed to court a female martial emperor as a girlfriend. Yet this young man, still at the martial disciple realm, had already acquired a female martial emperor as a spouse. This is simply too. Lin Bufan inhaled deeply, and upon learning this news, his gaze towards Lin Zhe softened considerably. Noticing this, Lin Zhe inquired with concern, Ancestor, why are your eyes turning red? Do you need me to help you wipe them? Lin Bufan thought to himself, damn it. He clenched his jaw, forcing a smile. Speak, what gift do you desire? Well, there is the wooden door at the entrance of the cemetery. I believe she would quite like it. That is made from everlasting wood, utilized for self-cultivation, specifically to dispel the distracting thoughts that arise during practice. If you want it, take it. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Bufan readily agreed. After all, he had no use for that wood now. It would be better suited for future generations. Thank you, Ancestor. I, Lin Zhe, take my leave. Lin Zhe clasped his hands in a respectful bow before turning to leave the secret realm. Lin Bufan watched him gradually fade away, his ethereal form growing weak and dim until it transformed into a wisp of wind, vanishing from the world. Upon exiting the secret realm, Lin Zhe noticed the sky was now adorned with a few stars, the moon obscured and the heavens dim. It seemed he had spent an entire day within, only to emerge into the depth of night. Soon, a figure approached swiftly, rushing up to Lin Zhe. You little rascal, what have you been doing in there? I was worried sick. Lin Rahai exclaimed, delivering a light slap to the back of Lin Zhe's head. Lin Zhe covered his head and spoke slowly. Father, I encountered our ancestral founder. What? Lin Rahai's hand froze midair, his eyes widening in disbelief, astonished. He had never heard of anyone meeting the ancestral founder after entering the eternal life secret realm. Even during his own entry, he had not caught a glimpse of the founder's presence. Lin Rahai's breath quickened as he eagerly inquired, what did the founder say? Did he mention me? Lin Zhe hesitated, recalling Lin Bufan's rather unflattering description of Lin Rahai, a stinky fish among rotten shrimp. To utter such words would surely wound his father's pride. Thus, he reluctantly said, the founder remarked that you possess extraordinary talent, and with you in the Qianling sacred land, our Lin family is truly blessed by heaven. Ha ha ha, naturally. Lin Rahai beamed with joy upon receiving such high praise, nearly bursting with the desire to rush back and bow before the founder in gratitude. Father, let us return. I must pay my respects to our ancestors. With that, Lin Rahai knelt reverently at the ancestral grave, preparing to bow. Just as his forehead touched the ground, he suddenly heard 2 loud thuds. In an instant, Lin Zhe had dismantled the gate of the ancestral tomb. What the hell? What are you doing, you little brat? Lin Rahai shouted in horror, covering his cheeks, resembling a masterpiece of renown. In the brief moment he was paying his respects, Lin Zhe had removed the gate to the ancestral tomb. Get down on your knees. Lin Rahai's face turned a deep shade of anger as he forcibly pulled Lin Zhe down to apologize to their ancestors. Yet Lin Zhe remained calm and replied, Father, the founder mentioned that he holds great affection for Ran, and this eternal life would is a gift for her. Really? I would never jest about our ancestors. Then, very well. Since it was the will of their ancestor, Lin Rahai felt it inappropriate to argue further. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zhe hoisted the wooden gate and approached Ran, smiling. My dear, you waited for me so late. I am truly touched. Ran replied coldly. You think too highly of yourself. I simply wasn't tired tonight and was taking a stroll, coincidentally arriving here. Lin Zhe maintained a gentle smile, choosing not to challenge her words, and presented the wooden gate to her, saying, Here, this is the gift from our ancestral founder, the eternal life wood. After a few moments of silence, Ran raised her delicate hand and accepted the wooden gate into her possession. Upon noticing, Lin Zhe skillfully wrapped his arm around Ran's slender waist and raised an eyebrow, saying, My dear, it's time to retire for the night. Chapter 42. The fire phoenix is too greedy. The couple returned to their chamber. To prevent Lindsay from being too forward, Ran enveloped herself in a shimmering white protective aura. My dear, this is rather excessive, Lindsay complained, poking the sturdy barrier with force, only to find it impenetrable. Ran closed her eyes and huffed. If you can't handle it, don't blame the uneven road. Such words were utterly excessive. Lindsay, indignant, sat up and summoned all his spiritual energy, unleashing an array of techniques to assault the protective barrier. In an instant, the room was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds, and the once sturdy bed shook violently before splintering into fragments. Goodness, what a ruckus! The Holy Son and his wife are quite affectionate. The demon empress is fearsome. Can the Holy Son withstand such fervor? Hurry, hurry! Do not delay the Holy Son in his endeavors. Several patrolling disciples, upon hearing the commotion, halted in their tracks but were promptly shooed away by the leading steward. The following morning, both Lindsay and Ran appeared utterly fatigued, while Lin Rohai exuded vitality and vigor. Lin Rohai looked at them quizzically. Son, Ran, did you not rest well last night? You both look so exhausted. Ran sat in her chair, her eyes weary, glaring fiercely at Lindsay, who sat beside her. Ask him. With that, she abandoned her meal and rose to leave, casting one last glare at Lindsay. Lindsay raised an eyebrow and responded with a radiant smile, which only incensed Ran further as she strode out. What has gotten into Ran? Is she not accustomed to the food? Lin Rohai inquired, puzzled. Lindsay waved his hand dismissively, signaling his father not to worry. Father, I will take her out for a stroll shortly. As he prepared to leave, he seemingly remembered something and turned back, saying, by the way, Father, my bed is broken. Please arrange for a sturdier one. Upon hearing this, Lin Rohai's chopsticks froze midair, his expression one of astonishment. Father, what is the matter? Lindsay asked, perplexed. Lin Rohai hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and returning to his meal. He appeared to understand why Ran looked so fatigued that she could hardly eat. Just as Lindsay was about to exit the door, Lin Rohai could not help but remark, Son, young people should exercise moderation. Also, treat your wife kindly. Do not be too forceful, or it may lead to unfortunate consequences. Lindsay. In an effort to placate Ran, Lindsay took her away from the Qianling Holy Land to a nearby dynasty, the Kanghan dynasty. With red bricks and green tiles, the streets were adorned with vibrant red lanterns, bustling with people and lively with the sounds of traffic, an epitome of prosperity. Hand in hand, Lindsay and Ran strolled through this lively and bustling marketplace. Upon the appearance of the two figures, countless youths were instantly drawn to them, their gasps of astonishment filling the air. Wow, look, that young man is incredibly handsome. What is so special about him? I must say, the lady by his side is truly a celestial beauty, breathtakingly exquisite. The man, with his charming demeanor, and the woman, with her unparalleled beauty, indeed formed a perfect pair, as if the heavens had conspired to bring them together. Today, Ran donned a flowing white gown, adorned with delicate pink plum blossoms that embellished the fabric. The hem of her dress danced gently, partially concealing her jade-like legs, while her slender waist seemed barely graspable. A gentle breeze stirred, causing her long, dark tresses to sway gracefully, resembling a blooming white lotus. Even in stillness, she appeared as a fairy descended from a painting, observing the mundane world with an air of tranquility. The passers-by were left in awe. They had encountered beauty before, but never to such an extraordinary degree. Many found themselves instinctively pausing, their minds blank, as if time itself had momentarily slipped away. Hey, why aren't you moving? One person called out, urgency in their voice. Suddenly, a series of carriages collided on the street. The drivers, too mesmerized, were rendered speechless as chaos ensued amidst the rumbling sounds of further collisions. Lindsay, with a slight smile, paid no heed to the commotion but turned to Ran, asking, My dear, what would you like to purchase? I'm not interested. Let us find something for Tang Tang to eat, she replied, cradling the little fire phoenix, her delicate fingers playfully teasing it. The name Tang Tang was given by Ran. She had initially considered calling it Little Lindsay, but found it unappealing and decided against it. Chirp. Upon hearing the promise of food, Tang Tang swiftly took flight, diving into the neckline of Ran's dress. It wriggled about, peeking its round head out, excitedly chirping. Chirp, chirp. Ran raised her hand and playfully tapped her garment, admonishing, You mustn't run around, or I shall stew you. Did you hear that? The little bird nestled in her collar, the tap not landing on it but rather beneath, causing the fabric to bounce several times, making Tang Tang swiftly close its beak and nod fervently. Lindsay caught sight of this delightful scene from the corner of his eye, feeling a twinge of envy, wishing his own head could nestle there as well. Soon, the two arrived at the Spirit Pet Pavilion. The pavilion was an establishment under the Beastmaster sect, designed to provide convenience for cultivators who raised spirit pets in the secular realm. Together, Lindsay and Yu Iran entered the grand hall of the pavilion. Surrounding counters were laden with numerous trays filled with dried meats, spirit fruits, and small insects. A multitude of spirit pets gathered eagerly beneath the trays, their eyes glistening with desire, unwilling to leave. One pure white spirit cat was tugging insistently at its owner's dress, nearly tearing it asunder. Yu Iran glanced around and inquired, "What does the fire phoenix like to eat? Eating insects seems rather peculiar." Lindsay was also unfamiliar with the dietary preferences of the little phoenix. He raised his hand to gently stroke Tang Tang's head and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Tang Tang tilted its small head, pondering for a while, before finally setting its gaze on several other cultivators' little spirit pets beneath the tray. "Gigi, that belongs to someone else. You cannot eat it." Tang Tang felt rather disheartened. Yet having something to eat was better than having nothing at all. It drooped its head, flapped its tiny wings, and flitted around the various trays, sampling a few bites from each dish. After a while, Tang Tang developed a fondness for the food on someone else's plate and, emboldened by its noble lineage, pounced over to snatch it. A few spirit cats and spirit dogs protested with some yelps, but Tang Tang spread its little wings and chirped loudly, silencing all the spirit pets in the Spirit Pet Pavilion with fear. Their owners shot angry glances at Lindsay and Yu Iran. "Isn't your bird a bit too domineering? Can you do something about it?" In response, Lindsay tucked Tang Tang into his sleeve and smiled, "My apologies, everyone. Whatever it has eaten, I will compensate you double." Upon hearing this, their tempers cooled. "Gigi." Tang Tang was somewhat dissatisfied and jumped out from Lindsay's sleeve, shaking its head and pointing its beak at a spirit dog that was eating, clearly indicating, "Why can't I eat the food on the plate?" Lindsay explained, "That food was purchased by someone else. The food on this plate is what I bought for you." "Gigi." Tang Tang's call grew louder. Lindsay's expression turned serious as he cradled it in his palm and admonished, "You must not snatch food from others in the future. Do you understand?" "Gee." Tang Tang, feeling wronged, nodded slightly, then flew from Lindsay's hand to Yu Iran's chest, appearing to seek comfort. Yu Iran gently ruffled its feathers, her voice unusually soft as she said, "Be good, Tang Tang." Noticing that Yu Iran was in a pleasant mood, Lindsay suggested, "Dearest, I heard that the Kanghan dynasty is holding a certain celebration today. Shall we go see?" "I don't want to. I'm not interested in such things." "Lindsay, how dare you?" "Release this empress's hand." Soon, Lindsay took Yu Iran's hand, and they made their way to the street. Chapter 43, Martial Arts Competition for Marriage. Princess Xiangzadai listening to the idle chatter of passing cultivators and common folk on the street. It seemed that Princess Xiangzadai of the Kanghan dynasty would be hosting a martial arts competition for suitors. Rumor had it that the princess preferred suitors older than herself, significantly reducing the competition. Good news. If that is the case, my martial arts skills at the first rank might have a slim chance. What nonsense. You've probably never laid eyes on Princess Xiangzanan. It is said that she is stunningly beautiful, even more so than the beauties depicted in paintings. For this martial arts competition, many talented princes from the major dynasties of Qianling Prefecture had come rushing over, including several experts at the martial sovereign realm. As for ordinary people like us, who lack strength and background, we might as well just enjoy the spectacle. A few passing cultivators' conversations reached Lin Zhe's ears, providing him with a general understanding of the city's circumstances. He turned to the elegant Yu Iran beside him and smiled gently. "My dear, shall we join the festivities? We might find something that catches your fancy. I have ample funds to procure anything for you." Such mundane items hold no allure for me. I am not interested." Yu Iran replied, her crimson lips parting slightly as she popped a candied hawthorn into her mouth, speaking with a hint of ambiguity. Yet, her bright eyes occasionally darted toward the street vendors lining either side, betraying her true desire to partake in the merriment while pretending to remain indifferent. "My wife is truly tsundere," Lin Zhe chuckled softly, choosing not to press the matter further as he continued on. Deep down, he knew that Yu Iran would eventually follow him quietly, Observing the knowing smile on Lin Zhe's face, Yu Ran felt an inexplicable annoyance rising within her. What was with that smile? Did he think her childish? Her delicate features took on a slight frown. Upon returning home, she vowed to double his punishment. At that moment, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, and the crowd on the street erupted into excitement, converging towards a particular direction. The red lanterns that had been hanging throughout the streets were now lit, and amidst the cacophony, the city transformed into a scene of vibrant jubilation. To avoid the throng, Lin Zhe and Yu Ran sought refuge in a nearby tavern. Ascending to the open-air top floor, they easily surveyed the situation not far away. There, amidst the gathering crowd, stood a grand crimson arena, resplendent and festive. The cheers of the crowd grew louder, and with the sound of firecrackers, the Princess's martial arts contest officially commenced. Princess Xiangzhe Dai, the most cherished daughter of the Emperor of the Kanghan dynasty, was the center of this momentous occasion. That pendant around her neck. Yu Ran had initially only glanced casually, but found herself captivated by the ornament adorning Xiangzhe Dai's neck, letting out a soft gasp. Lin Zhe also sensed a familiar aura emanating from the jade pendant, and, intrigued, inquired, "My dear, does that pendant possess any unique qualities?" "Indeed," Yu Ran affirmed with a nod. "It seems to harbor a trace of longevity aura. Such energy is exceedingly rare, typically birthed through the natural evolution of the world's laws. If this pendant were utilized to nurture a longevity tree, it might very well rejuvenate it." After a brief pause, she touched her own smooth, fair face, speaking wistfully. "Had I possessed a longevity tree by my side back then, my face would not have been marred by the demonic flames." "Oh, if that is the case, does this pendant not hold a connection to us?" Lin Zhe found his attention drawn irresistibly to Xiangzhe Dai. "Ah, what a beautiful woman." Just as he was examining her closely, Yu Ran's icy voice interrupted his thoughts. "Are you admiring the pendant or the person?" Lin Zhe cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. My dear, please do not misunderstand. I have a plan to retrieve the pendant." Yurn, with her enchanting countenance, nonchalantly remarked, "If you wish to marry the princess, then so be it." Though her words conveyed indifference, Lin Zhe discerned a hint of sorrow and jealousy in her profile. He could not help but chuckle and shake his head. "My dear, I never anticipated you to be one to harbor jealousy. However, it just so happens that I have a penchant for dumplings." Upon hearing this, Yurn's face donned an expression of mock indignation as she retorted, "What nonsense is this? Would the Empress ever covet your affections? Do you dare to believe I would sever your ties? Believe me, believe me." Lin Zhe raised his hands in a gesture of feigned surrender, repeatedly uttering the words with a sense of helplessness. Who would have thought that the Empress was a jealous soul? "What are you planning to do by standing up?" Yurn inquired curiously as she observed Lin Zhe stride towards the railing. "I shall reclaim that jade pendant after winning the competition," he replied with a smile, casting a glance back at her. Instantly, Yurn regained her former imperial authority, declaring, "Absolutely not. A mere secular dynasty, should I desire it, I could acquire it in an instant without your interference. Fear not, my dear. I seek only the jade pendant, not the princess," Lin Zhe assured her, and with that, he leaped from the 12th floor of the tavern, descending with the grace of a falling leaf. The first round of the competition had commenced on the arena. Those bold enough to step onto the stage were certainly no mere buffoons. Both contenders possessed the prowess of a 6th-tier martial artist, and at merely 20-something years of age, they were undoubtedly first-rate disciples, even within the esteemed Qianling sacred grounds. Each fighter exerted their utmost strength, leaving no room for leniency. Before long, one contender was sent sprawling, spitting blood as he was flung from the stage. Lin Zhe landed at the edge of the arena to observe. After several rounds of fierce combat, the last man standing was a towering, muscular brute. His formidable physique resembling a small mountain that exuded an overwhelming presence. Not only did he possess the strength of a first-tier martial sovereign, but his strikes were vicious, aimed at inflicting mortal harm, instilling fear amongst the onlookers who hesitated to challenge him. Though they aspired to be the imperial son-in-law, no one was willing to risk their life for such a title. "Let me give it a try." At that moment, Lin Zhe called out from the crowd, effortlessly leaping above the heads of the spectators and onto the arena. What a dashing entrance. What a handsome young man. Some female cultivators in the audience gasped in admiration at the sight of the smiling Lin Zhe. Seeing his spotlight stolen, the muscular man scowled. "Kid, I advise you to scram. If you value your life, get off the stage." Lindsay, dismissing him entirely, clenched his fists and charged forward. Do you underestimate me? Huh. Today, I shall finish you. The brute roared, his disheveled hair standing on end, and his eyes wide with fury like brass bells. With a fierce howl, his colossal fists came crashing toward Lindsay, eager to meet force with force. The spectators below, witnessing this scene, shook their heads in regret, lamenting for Lindsay. This young man is far too impetuous. That brute's fists are larger than his face. To confront him head-on is to court disaster. If he were to employ some finesse, perhaps he might have a chance to maneuver. Alas, before the words could fully escape their lips, the crowd erupted in a collective gasp of astonishment, their eyes wide and jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Before them, the formidable figure of the burly man, who had been charging with great ferocity, was suddenly sent sprawling to the ground by a single punch from Lindsay. His hefty form, propelled by inertia, executed an elegant 360-degree spin in midair. Lindsay, gazing down at the fallen giant, remarked with a hint of amusement, "Young man, I advise you to reconsider your approach. Do not seek your own suffering." At these words, the burly man's fury ignited, and with a fierce shout, he sprang back to his feet, declaring, "I will end you." Chapter 44. This young man is beyond brutal. Ignoring his injuries, the burly man swung his fist once more, attempting to catch Lindsay off guard. The wind from his punch howled, and the force was formidable. Given their proximity, onlookers believed there was no way for Lindsay to evade the blow. He could only brace for impact. However, Lindsay had already discerned the man's intentions. With a simple sidestep, he deftly avoided the punch. Impressive speed. The burly man was taken aback, never having anticipated Lindsay's remarkable agility. As his punch missed its target, he hastily tried to retreat, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, Lindsay's punch sent the burly man flying backward for several meters. The internal energy within him surged chaotically, his blood boiling in turmoil. And he vomited a copious amount of blood, despite having honed his body to an ironclad state through rigorous training. He was now injured by what appeared to be a casual strike. The burly man sensed something was amiss. This individual before him was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Before he could contemplate his next move, Lindsay's fingertips shimmered with sword intent. With a swift motion, infused with the fierce essence of his sword technique, it transformed into a spectral sword that sliced downward. Boom! The burly man had no chance to evade, and the sword energy struck him directly. Instantly, his hardened muscles convulsed, and a piercing scream of agony escaped his lips. His robust chest caved in, with ribs shattering under the force. The once mighty form of the burly man could no longer sustain itself, akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably soaring off the stage. Dust billowed as he lay lifelessly on the ground, utterly motionless. In a single move, in but one strike, the formidable giant, who had previously dominated the arena, was reduced to a pitiful state by this youthful contender. Who exactly is he? This power is astounding. The crowd below was left in utter shock, their eyes wide and breaths caught in their throats, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Even Princess Aizawa, who was secretly observing from the attic, found herself momentarily entranced by the unparalleled figure on the arena. "Princess, princess," her maid quietly called out several times, snapping her back to reality. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze and explained, "Ahem, I was merely recalling certain matters." However, her maid, Chuyer, playfully exposed her thoughts, saying, "It seems the princess has been captivated by a man." "Nonsense. I have no desire for marriage at this moment." Princess Aizawa retorted haughtily, turning her head away with a snort. Chuyer continued to gaze at Lindsay on the arena, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exclaimed, "This young man is exceptionally handsome. Moreover, his strength is remarkable, being a second-tier martial artist at such a young age. He is hardly inferior to the elite disciples of the Qianling sacred land. I believe you have taken a liking to him." Princess Aizawa shot a glare at Chuyer. "Did you not stare at him for quite some time as well?" Chuyer countered defiantly. Princess Aizawa furrowed her delicate brows. "I merely think he resembles someone." Deep within her heart resided a man from her past, albeit one she remembered only as a child of 10, when she was very young. The emperor of the Kanghan dynasty had taken her to pay respects to the Qianling sacred master. At that time, a boy with pure eyes and a sunny smile approached her without hesitation, gifting her a delicate soft armor, proclaiming that he would marry her when he grew up. Later, she learned that the soft armor was a celestial treasure. That boy was Lindsay, the sacred son of Qianling. Recalling the past, Princess Aizawa could not help but sigh with regret. I have heard he has gone to the Yusha continent to become a son-in-law. I wonder how he is faring. Understanding her princess's unspoken feelings, Chuyer gently advised, Princess, it is better to let go of sand that cannot be grasped. There is no future between you and the sacred son of Qianling. How could a princess of a worldly dynasty be worthy of a son of the sacred land? Upon uttering these words, Chuyer suddenly covered her mouth, realizing her blunder. Princess Aizawa, however, paid no heed, as her gaze returned to the arena. He does resemble him, but I feel he is even more handsome. At this moment, the arena had transformed into Lindsay's stage, a personal showcase of his prowess. Ever since he defeated a burly man, several challengers had stepped forward, including masters of the second and third tiers of martial arts. Yet all were effortlessly crushed and cast off the stage by Lindsay. More astonishingly, after engaging multiple opponents, Lindsay exhibited no depletion of his spiritual energy or strength, as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply. This led many to suspect he was merely pretending to be weak. How could a second-tier martial artist possess such abundant spiritual energy? Soon, no one dared to challenge Lindsay any longer. As Princess Aizawa gazed at his silhouette, she, who had never been interested in any other man, felt an unfamiliar stir within her heart. She had never envisioned that there could exist such an irresistibly captivating man in the world. Not only was he immensely powerful, but the charm he exuded was unlike anything she had ever encountered. In a fleeting moment, Xiang Zidi felt as if this person exuded a hint of Lindsay's essence. Yet, how could her elder brother Lindsay possibly be present here? Surely, it was merely an illusion. Chuyer, it is your turn to take action. With no one else stepping onto the platform, Xiang Zidi turned to Chuyer and spoke. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall first verify the merchandise. Chuyer replied with a graceful smile, enveloping herself in a cloud of pink mist. As the haze dissipated, her unadorned beauty transformed, radiating an enchanting allure that captivated the heart. Young master, may I take your challenge next? With a melodious voice, Chuyer soared from the pavilion, gracefully landing before Lindsay, her laughter bright and inviting. My word, what a stunning lady. Is she truly the princess's personal maid? The crowd erupted in astonishment at Chuyer's appearance on the stage. She seemed to have anticipated this reaction, casting a seductive glance at the audience below. The moment her alluring smile graced her face, the crowd was set ablaze with excitement. This is a celestial being. I am overwhelmed. What should I do? Amidst the commotion, Lindsay furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his opponent with utmost seriousness. The instant she appeared, a fragrant aroma filled the air, clouding his mind. A love potion? She has sprinkled herself with a love potion. After a brief moment of daze, Lindsay regained his composure. If it were any other man, he would likely succumb to such a subtle, enchanting tactic. However, having consumed the divine desire pill, Lindsay was particularly sensitive to this inferior aphrodisiac and possessed a degree of immunity. Nevertheless, he refrained from immediate action, feigning a dazed expression as Chuyer approached. Observing this, Chuyer couldn't help but look down upon Lindsay. Indeed, all men are the same, unable to resist the allure of beauty. Chuyer scoffed inwardly. Humph, men, you are all so predictable. She slowly placed her hand on Lindsay's shoulder, exerting force in an attempt to throw him off the platform. Yet, to her astonishment, the seemingly defenseless Lindsay swiftly seized one of her hands. He was not deceived. Chuyer was taken aback, attempting to withdraw, only to find Lindsay's grip unyielding. What are you trying to do? Release my hand, Chuyer exclaimed, her face a mix of humiliation and anger as she glared at Lindsay. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were instantly consumed by fervor, shouting in unison, Let go of our goddess Chuyer. She belongs to the princess. Do not overstep. Chuyer said anxiously. Overstep? A devilish smile crept upon Lindsay's lips. The smile sent a chill down Chuyer's spine, her heart racing uncontrollably. However, what transpired next was entirely divergent from her expectations. In an instant, Lindsay seized her slender arm and pivoted on his feet as if he were a spinning top. Round and round he twirled, and with a swift motion, Chuyer was hurled through the air, landing in a disheveled heap upon the ground. This scoundrel was more beastly than any creature. At that moment, the audience rose in unison. Chapter 45, The Empress's Embarrassment, A Kiss Beneath the Moonlight. The previously fervent crowd stood in stunned silence. gazing at the incredulous scene unfolding before them. The ethereal Chuyer, whom they had revered, was unceremoniously cast from the stage in the most humiliating manner. Her head struck the ground, limbs akimbo, in utter disarray. Was this truly the act of a human being? A multitude of spectators, eager for a live spectacle, erupted in outrage. Damn it. I've undressed for this. Don't let her catch a chill. Pull her up quickly. On the platform, Xiang Zidai witnessed the spectacle and could not suppress a chuckle, unexpectedly amused by the turn of events. She had never anticipated such a scenario. It appeared that perhaps her brother Lin Zhe could indeed be considered as a suitor. Unbeknownst to her, Xiang Zidai seemed to gradually embrace this notion. He is the one, isn't he? A nearby minister expressed great satisfaction with Lin Zhe as well. Xiang Zidai nodded. What is his name? From whence does he hail? The minister shook his head. I do not know. I shall inquire immediately. No need. I will go myself. With that, Xiang Zidai gently lifted the curtain and gracefully descended from the platform. Her skirt danced with the wind, and as her figure emerged onto the stage, the audience was left in awe. The enchanting princess, who could resist her allure? They lamented their lack of strength, unable to claim the beauty for themselves. Xiang Zidai approached Lin Zhe, their eyes locking in a shared gaze. Was there truly another in the world who resembled him so closely, especially in the eyes? For a moment, Xiang Zidai found herself momentarily entranced. Oh dear, there was something peculiar in the girlesque gaze. As Lin Zhe held her gaze, he suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. Once the system had maximized his charm, it became remarkably easy to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Clearly, this princess seemed captivated by him. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. In previous times, or under different circumstances, Lin Zhe would have been indifferent, perhaps even playful. But now, Yue Ran was watching from the uppermost floor of the tavern. This was perilous. On the stage, it appeared that all attention converged upon Lin Zhe and Xiang Zidai. The princess stood before Lin Zhe, demurely lowering her gaze, her delicate hands fidgeting with the sleeves of her attire, radiating bashfulness. This scene was undeniably abnormal. Even more unsettling was Lin Zhe's faint perception of a chilling gaze directed at him from behind. The gaze was markedly different from that of others. As frigid as the icy sea and as furious as a volcano. He was all too familiar with it. Lin Zhe, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly cut to the chase. Princess, would you be willing to agree to one condition? Upon hearing this, Xiang Zidi trembled slightly, her delicate fingers sinking nervously into her palm. Her mind seemingly blank. Was he planning to propose in front of everyone? Having won the duel, he was entitled to request anything. Yet, this particular request was rather sensitive. It's all right, speak boldly, she stammered, her ears flushing a deep shade of crimson. Lin Zhe replied, I want you. No. Although you are exceptionally handsome and possess remarkable strength, I believe that feelings should be nurtured gradually. Xiang Zidi was utterly flustered, her lips forming a series of whispered protests. Lin Zhe continued, the jade pendant around your neck. Huh. At that moment, it felt as if her mind had gone blank. Are you certain you haven't misspoken? Xiang Zidi was completely stunned. Of course, princess, isn't it true that you can agree to any condition? I desire that jade pendant. Lin Zhe maintained a serious demeanor. No, I refuse to believe it. Xiang Zidi suddenly furrowed her brows, her delicate face displaying a look of complaint. She could not fathom that such a man existed. One who would desire only the pendant and not the person. Could it be that he was employing a metaphor? Ostensibly requesting the pendant, was he actually asking for her, comparing her to a flawless, pristine jade? As realization dawned upon her, there was a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Lin Zhe observed her reaction. Recognizing that the princess had quite the imagination, her internal drama rivaled that of a grand historical drama. He knew he could not linger any longer, otherwise, he would surely face a night of penance upon returning home. Lin Zhe strode forward, closing the distance between them to mere centimeters. He slowly raised his hand and reached toward Xiang Zidi. Was he truly going to embrace her head and press it against his chest? Xiang Zidi gradually closed her eyes, her breathing quickening, a sense of anticipation welling up within her. His chest must be warm and solid, she mused, just as she indulged in this fantasy. In the next moment, Lin Zhe grasped the jade pendant around her neck and yanked it forcefully away. Thank you, princess. May we meet again in the world of Jianghu. By the way, this pendant is extraordinary. You may seek some compensation at the Qianling sacred ground. My name is Lin Zhe. With that, Lin Zhe leaped off the platform. disappearing into the crowd as he moved. What? Xiang Zidi trembled, her eyes snapping open, entirely frozen in place. He said his name was Lindsay. He truly was her Lindsay, but why? As she recalled the scenes that had just unfolded, Xiang Zidi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. You come back. She shouted towards the direction Lin Zhe had vanished. At an indeterminate moment, glistening tears began to swirl in the eyes of Xiang Zidai. Lin Zhe, however, did not turn around. What a deceiver. You cannot even recognize me. Xiang Zidai's body grew weak, nearly collapsing. Princess, are you all right? Fortunately, Chui'er caught her in time, expressing genuine concern. I. Xiang Zidai felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal, her heart aching, completely unable to control her emotions. He is my brother, Lin Zhe. Princess. It may just be a case of sharing the same name, someone suggested. I do not care. I must go to the Qianling sacred ground and ask for clarification in person. A multitude of cultivators in the audience witnessed Xiang Zidai's tears and felt a pang in their hearts, seething with anger. That scoundrel must not escape. Brothers, seize him and avenge the princess. He dares to harm her heart. I will take his life in exchange. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe returned to the tavern, brandishing a jade pendant before Yu Iran, saying, My dear, look what I have here. Yu Iran glanced at Lin Zhe, huffing, back so soon? Why didn't you bring that princess along? Perhaps if you had conversed with her a bit longer, we could have shared a bridal chamber tonight. Lin Zhe chuckled. I had no prior acquaintance with her. My purpose for entering the arena was solely for the pendant. Are you feeling a twinge of jealousy, my dear? What nonsense are you spouting? I, the Empress, could never feel jealousy. Yu Iran's heart suddenly became a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to counter his words, resorting instead to a playful threat. You, if you continue to speak foolishly, beware that I. Her words were abruptly silenced by Lin Zhe's lips, which pressed against her mouth, stifling her protest. On the uppermost floor of the tavern, a gentle breeze wafted through, concealing the embrace and kiss of a man and woman beneath the moonlight. Lin Zhe encircled Yu Iran with his strong arms, refusing to let her escape, fervently savoring her sweetness. Yu Iran's cheeks flushed crimson. Despite her myriad experiences, she had never felt so flustered. In Lin Zhe's embrace, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her entire being seemed to melt away. Ding! A notification chimed as they kissed. Points earned, 100, 100, 100. 1,000 points have reached the maximum limit. The host currently possesses 6,831 points. Chapter 46. My dear, I crave your form in the tavern. Lin Zhe and Yu Iran shared a kiss for quite some time before gradually parting. Yu Iran covered her flushed lips, stepping back in a flustered manner, her eyes shimmering with embarrassment. Lin Zhe, how dare you force a kiss upon me? You are utterly audacious. Lin Zhe nodded with a light chuckle. You are correct. My dear, so why not kiss me once more? That would make us even. Get away. Yu Iran retorted with annoyance. Upon our return, I shall administer a severe punishment. You better be prepared. That is precisely what I desire, Lin Zhe replied with a smile, teasing. Now, would you prefer candles or a little whip? At these words, Yu Iran fumed, smoke practically rising from her ears, raising her hand to strike Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe leapt gracefully, using the adjacent building as a landing point, akin to a nimble assassin bounding through the city. Observing this, Yu Iran could not help but feel curious about his intent, leisurely trailing behind him. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zhe came to a halt near the city gates. Beneath the night sky, the vibrant lights radiated a jubilant aura, shimmering with resplendence. Glowing kites floated high above, resembling carefree little birds, drifting contentedly across the heavens. Lin Zhe pointed upward and inquired, My lady, would you like to fly a kite? A child's toy holds no allure for me. Yu Iran attempted to divert her gaze, striving to maintain her aloof, imperial persona. I see, my lady. You must not know how to fly a kite. Fear not, I shall teach you. Lin Zhe procured a phoenix kite from a nearby stall, wound it with silk thread, and with a surge of spiritual energy, sent the kite soaring into the vast sky. Against the pitch-black backdrop of night, the fiery, golden glimmer appeared exceptionally dazzling. Gazing at the sky, a flicker of interest and longing unexpectedly graced Yu Iran's cool countenance. Lin Zhe handed her the thread controlling the kite with a smile, urging, Give it a try. Yu Iran tilted her delicate neck, retorting with a cold snort. Remember, I am not playing. I merely cannot bear to watch your pitiful kite flying. After this proclamation, She accepted the thread, recalling Lindsay's earlier movements, and began to maneuver the kite with a semblance of skill. Huh, it isn't so difficult, is it? However, before she could finish her proud declaration, the kite began to wobble, swaying with the wind, entirely beyond her control. As the kite threatened to plummet, Yui Ran turned to Lindsay, seeking assistance, only to find him suppressing a chuckle. You need to reel in some of the thread and angle your arms slightly. It shouldn't be vertical, he advised. My lady, your posture is incorrect. It should be like this. Is it not more comfortable now? Lindsay embraced her from behind, adjusting her arms, and immediately, the kite steadied. A faint blush adorned Yui Ran's fair cheeks. Due to his position behind her, Lindsay's hands inadvertently drew them closer together. Let go of me, she protested, as he only tightened his grip, teasing, my lady, am I not allowed to be tempted by your form? Yui Ran found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Brothers, I have found him. It's this scoundrel who bullies the princess. Let us all attack. Scoundrel! If you have no intention of marrying the princess, what business do you have in the arena? At that moment, a large group surged toward them. Hearing the commotion, Yui Ran's eyes widened, and with a swift motion, she broke free from Lindsay's embrace, regaining her usual icy demeanor. Frowning, she cast an annoyed glance at the uninvited guests before shifting her gaze back to Lindsay, her eyes seemingly questioning. Shall I strike them down with a single blow? At this juncture, Lindsay could no longer be bothered to elaborate. It was best to be straightforward. He squinted his eyes and covertly summoned the power of the dragon spirit, unleashing an imperceptible force that bore down upon the crowd like a mountain. Those with slightly higher cultivation could manage to bend their bodies, while the martial masters among them were rendered incapacitated, prostrating themselves upon the ground. This overwhelming pressure? It was the martial sovereign realm. This individual was indeed masquerading as a simpleton, shamelessly competing on the arena under the guise of a martial sect disciple, only to abandon the princess after his victory. What was his intention? Was his mind unhinged? Young man, if you fail to provide me with an explanation today, I shall ensure you leave the Kanghan dynasty in a prone position. Behind the group, another middle-aged man adorned in a dragon robe approached with a regal stride, exuding a commanding presence. In an instant, the suffocating atmosphere dissipated, leaving the crowd feeling lighter. It was Xiang Xiong. Lindsay recognized the newcomer with a flicker of memory. The emperor had arrived. It was indeed him. Violating the rules of the competition called for severe consequences. Upon Xiang Xiong's arrival, the crowd found their pillar of support and began to fervently expose Lindsay's misdeeds. Xiang Xiong was a martial king, the mightiest figure within the Kanghan dynasty. The crowd felt confident that Lindsay would be utterly powerless before him. Just as they awaited Lindsay to kneel in repentance, he merely smiled and calmly declared, I am Lindsay of the Qianling sacred land. This is my explanation to you. Lindsay, Xiang Xiong muttered, as if recalling something, his mouth agape and eyes wide with astonishment. Lindsay, the young man before him, was actually the holy son of Qianling. This humble king pays his respects to the holy son. At that moment, Xiang Xiong's earlier ferocity had vanished, replaced by a demeanor as docile as a kitten, adorned with a smile of submission. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. This young man was the holy son of Qianling? The very person they had just vilified? It was catastrophic. An identical thought surged through everyone's mind. Holy son Lindsay, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire about your meaning in this matter. Xiang Xiong questioned, his tone significantly more respectful. Aware of his own shortcomings, Lindsay sheepishly explained, the princess's jade pendant holds great significance for me, so I wish to borrow it for a few days. Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize for disrupting the competition. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask, as it would serve as my recompense. Xiang Xiong replied with a tone of resignation, Holy son, it is not that I am stingy, but that pendant is a cherished memento left for her by the late queen, her mother. Perhaps you could personally discuss this with her at the palace? Furthermore, you two were such good friends in your youth. She has always missed you. I recall you once expressed your desire to marry her. Xiang Xiong casually alluded to the past. The notion of the princess marrying the holy son was something he had never dared to entertain before. However, it seems that a glimmer of hope has emerged. Without affection, why would one step onto the arena for a martial arts contest for marriage? Your words remind me of something. It appears to be that girl. Oh, how true it is that women change greatly as they grow older. I hardly recognized her just now. Lindsay suddenly tapped his head, recalling events from the past. My lady, shall we go? He inquired of Yu Ran. Beside him, Yu Ran squinted her eyes, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Lin Zhe. It turned out they were already acquainted. Lin Zhe seldom witnessed Yu Ran's smile, yet her rare display of joy evoked an unexpectedly chilling sensation within him. Lin Zhe withdrew his head, suggesting, perhaps we should not go after all. Go. We shall go now. Chapter 47. My lady, permit me to defend myself. In the palace. Within a brilliantly lit hall, the doors stood wide open. Amidst the tranquil night, a soft sound of weeping echoed from within. Do not be disheartened, my princess. There are countless men in the world. Why fixate on just one? Chuier gently consoled Xiang Zidi, who was weeping inconsolably by the bedside. He can deceive me, but he would rather keep a jade pendant than me. Woo-woo. Xiang Zidi's eyes were red and swollen, her expression one of deep grievance. This incident had inflicted immense emotional pain upon her. In Lin Zhe's eyes, she was deemed less valuable than a mere jade pendant. At that moment, footsteps suddenly approached from outside the door. Xiang Zidi furrowed her brow and lifted her gaze towards the entrance. Upon recognizing the visitor, her mouth fell open in astonishment. Brother Lin Zhe, you have come to find me? Lin Zhe nodded. Observing the young girl before him, he sincerely explained, my princess. I regret my lack of foresight regarding this afternoon's martial arts contest for marriage. Please do not hold it against me. Initially, upon seeing the man she longed for, Xiang Zidi's heart soared with excitement. Yet, upon hearing his words, the joy on her delicate face evaporated instantly. Particularly, the thought that Lin Zhe would choose a jade pendant over her filled her with profound embarrassment and anger. If you do not want me, then I shall not return your jade pendant. She extended her hand forward, reproaching, return my pendant. Lin Zhe awkwardly scratched his head, clearly feeling uncomfortable as he spoke. How could he not feel constrained? Although Yu Ran had not entered, he was acutely aware that a certain eavesdropping lady was lurking in the corner, straining to hear every word. Any inappropriate remark would lead to a severe punishment. Xiang Zidi also noticed Lin Zhe's hesitation in speech. Initially puzzled, her heart soon swelled with sweet delight. It was said that a man appeared shy and awkward only when addressing the woman he cherished. Could it be that brother Lin Zhe felt bashful in my presence? The mere thought opened a door to a new world for Xiang Zidi. Her nose tinged with emotion, and her eyes brimmed once more with tears. It appears that brother Lin Zhe still harbors feelings for her. Yet, being a young man, he finds it difficult to express such sentiments openly. Upon this realization, Xiang Zidi could no longer contain the affection swelling within her heart, and with a swift motion, she leaped into Lin Zhe's embrace. Little did she know that brother Lin Zhe's intentions ran so deep. Had she not pondered so earnestly, she might have misinterpreted his feelings. With tears glistening in her eyes, she wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her resolve to marry no one but Lin Zhe solidifying further. Brother Lin Zhe, you need not shy away from uttering your feelings. I am willing. I understand your heart. Are you moved? I dare not move. Not even a bit. Lin Zhe raised his arms high and shouted into the air. See clearly. I have not touched her. I have not touched her. Nestled against Lin Zhe's chest, Xiang Zidi gazed up at him in confusion. How peculiar. What could brother Lin Zhe mean by such words? Surely, he must be hinting at something. Yes, it must be so. A rush of crimson adorned Xiang Zidi's cheeks, rendering her bashful. Lin Zhe felt a pang of discomfort. Princess, your actions frighten me. Brother Lin Zhe, I understand now. As she spoke, Xiang Zidi rose onto her tiptoes, her delicate lips instinctively seeking Lin Zhe's face. Her frail form trembled slightly, exuding an irresistible allure. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe felt himself momentarily entranced, only to be abruptly chilled, as if a frigid presence swept over him. Oh no! His heart quaked, sensing impending trouble. At that moment, he even envisioned a shadow sharpening its blade, lurking ominously nearby. Instantly, Lin Zhe's expression transformed into one of pristine clarity. Adopting the demeanor of a gentleman, Princess, please comport yourself. There must be a respectful distance between individuals. After all, beauty flourishes with distance. With that, he extended his palm and, with utmost propriety, gently pushed Xiang Zidi's shoulder away. Xiang Zidi was taken aback, standing there in bewilderment. Was she being rejected? No. Surely there was profound significance to this. Once again turning her romantic mind over the possibilities, she quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Chuier, please step outside and remember to close the door. Brother Lin Zhe must be shy because there are others present. Having uttered this, Xiang Zidi began to squirm, covering her mouth in bashful laughter, casting a furtive, flirtatious glance at Lin Zhe. Her gaze seemed to convey, "I understand your intentions." Thus, the perplexed Chuier, utterly confused, stumbled out of the room. To this day, she remains bewildered by the nature of their interaction. What on earth were they discussing? How did their conversation unfold? It was utterly baffling. Sensing the atmosphere was awry, Lin Zhe forced a smile, clarifying, "Princess, in truth, I am already married. My wife is as beautiful as a celestial being. Her every smile and frown ensnares my heart. Do you know? As long as a single day passes without seeing her, I feel an unbearable discomfort, the agony of longing rendering me nearly speechless." Upon hearing this, Xiang Zidai exclaimed in wrath, "What? Brother Lin Zhe, that which has tormented you to such an extent? Fear not, Dai will surely rescue you from the clutches of that sorceress." Lin Zhe, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "Auntie, you must have misheard me. Is that truly what I meant?" Xiang Zidai nodded, her expression one of concern. "Brother Lin Zhe, I comprehend your intent. Though your words are veiled, my mind is not dull. I understand. The witch's malevolence knows no bounds. Brother Lin Zhe, for the safety of our Qianling prefecture, is willing to endure her torment. I grasp it fully. From this day forth, I shall diligently cultivate my skills to vanquish the witch and rescue you." With that, a surge of affection overwhelmed Xiang Zidai, and disregarding Lin Zhe's protests, she leaped into his embrace, happily nuzzling her little head against his chin. "Brother Lin Zhe, I bang." Before Xiang Zidai could finish her sentence, the door was shattered with a resounding crash. Immediately thereafter, the coldly smiling Yu Ran stormed in, exuding an aura of menace directed straight at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, his lips quivering. "My lady, what you hear may be misleading, and what you see may not be the truth. Even sight can deceive. Please, allow me to explain." "Oh, then pray tell, why were you embracing her? Where were your hands? I demand to know their current whereabouts." Yu Ran's voice was ethereal and melodious, yet, in that moment, it sent shivers down Lin Zhe's spine. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he sheepishly withdrew his hands from Xiang Zidai's waist. "Is that so?" Yu Ran retorted, casting Xiang Zidai aside as she unleashed a formidable barrier that enveloped the palace. Clap, clap, clap. Half an hour later, Lin Zhe, disheveled and in disarray, rose unsteadily from the ground, his tousled hair rendering him an unruly sight. Of course, this chaos was certainly not the result of any untoward activities. After a heartfelt and affectionate exchange, he had managed to somewhat appease Yu Ran's ire. Dragging his weary body, Lin Zhe approached Yu Ran, his tone brimming with excitement. "My lady, you have finally calmed down." Yu Ran seemed to still harbor some residual anger, warning, "Should this happen again, I shall not be so lenient." After a brief pause, she added, "Do not misconstrue. I am not jealous. Not in the slightest. I merely wish to strike you. Understand?" Lin Zhe's lips twitched, nodding repeatedly. "Understood, understood. Please summon that woman." As the door swung open, Xiang Zidai rushed in, sword in hand, glaring at Yu Ran. "Witch, I shall fight you." Chapter 48. The Empress's Punishment. The sword-wielding girl stormed in with indignation, while Yu Ran cast a fleeting glance her way. "Do you believe that this empress could annihilate the Kanghan dynasty?" Upon uttering these words, the temperature within the palace seemed to plummet by several degrees. Xiang Zidai froze, her eyes blazing with resentment as she glared at Yu Ran, yet she dared not continue to wield her long sword. In that moment, Lin Zhe found himself positioned between the two women, uncertain of whom to support, and thus opted to remain inconspicuous, pretending to be as invisible as air. Yu Ran, her expression stern, inquired, "Did you just insult this empress?" It appeared that she felt compelled to impart a lesson on how one ought to comport oneself in the presence of a formidable martial emperor. As her words echoed, Yu Ran abruptly raised her hand and struck toward Xiang Zidai. Boom! The force of her palms surged forward, howling fiercely. Startled, Xiang Zidai closed her eyes tightly, recoiling her neck, causing her sword to clatter to the ground. After several agonizing seconds, she cautiously checked her body, relieved to discover that she was not missing any limbs. It dawned on her that Yu Ran had merely sought to intimidate her. With a look of astonishment, Xiang Zidai, though relieved, felt a lingering fear. She curled her hands against her chest, embodying a blend of terror and bravery, defiantly declaring, "I I shall undoubtedly surpass you in the future. Is that so? And what of the present? Yu Ran's lips curled into a peculiar smile as she coldly commanded, turn around. I refuse. Do you wish for the Kanghan dynasty to meet its demise? Anger surged within Xiang Zedai, yet she dared not resist and reluctantly complied. Yu Ran continued, now, turn your back and lie down. Though perplexed, Xiang Zedai suppressed her humiliation and obeyed. At that moment, Yu Ran added, lift your skirt. Xiang Zedai's face turned pale. Why, you are going too far. Yet within her mortified gaze, Yu Ran raised her delicate hand, which then descended swiftly. Smack! Lin Zhe's eyes widened in shock. Taken aback by the elasticity of the sound, Yu Ran, known for her vengeful spirit, would not slay Xiang Zedai outright, but other forms of punishment were inevitable. With a resounding slap upon Xiang Zedai's delicate form, she admonished, behave yourself. Do you now understand who holds power? Xiang Zedai, possessing a gentle yet resolute nature, had made her intentions clear from the outset when she had aimed to strike Yu Ran with her sword. Now, having been struck, and with such force, she instinctively gasped before turning to glare furiously, which, you have gone too far, too far. There is far worse to come, Yu Ran replied, her voice laced with menace. Xiang Zedai responded with a more intense sound of pain. The sting of the slap contorted her pretty face, revealing her agony. Yet, she found herself unable to struggle, glancing at Lin Zhe with a pitiful, pleading look as if to implore his assistance. Lin Zhe had intended to speak out in defense, but upon observing the massive pillar, easily capable of being embraced by 6 individuals yet shattered by a single strike, he felt his resolve waver. After all, the combined width of his 3 limbs paled in comparison to that solitary column. If a slap were to land, it would surely be devastating. Lin Zhe hurriedly stepped outside, not looking back as he said, Wife, Xiao Dai, you two have a good chat. I shall visit the restroom. Brother Lin Zhe, came a soft exclamation from within the palace, accompanied by the sound of muffled sobs. In the study, Xiang Xiong sat in a chair, a hint of melancholy visible on his brow, his gaze lifelessly fixed on the book in his hands. Before long, a figure entered the room. Upon crossing the threshold, the newcomer remarked, Your Majesty, you are holding the book upside down. Seeing the visitor, Xiang Xiong set his book aside and rose to offer a respectful salute, saying, I pay my respects to the Holy Sun. Your Majesty is too kind. Please sit and converse. Lin Zhe gestured with a wave of his hand, encouraging him to relax. His eyes swept across the modest and unadorned room. With a faint smile, he reassured, Do not worry, my wife will not bring down the dynasty. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiong visibly relaxed, a smile gracing his features as he replied, That is good to hear. When shall the Holy Sun take Dai heir as a concubine? Lin Zhe, having just taken a sip of tea, sputtered, spraying it everywhere. With utmost seriousness, Xiang Xiong continued, Holy Sun, do you not wish to take responsibility? Lin Zhe's lips twitched as he thought, What have I done to warrant any responsibility? Your scheming is evident. He forced a laugh and said, There is no rush regarding this matter. As the hours flowed by, night descended. Lin Zhe retraced his steps and, upon reaching the entrance, beheld Xiang Zedai emerging. Her face streaked with tears, limping as she walked. She appeared pitiful and utterly heart-wrenching. What has happened to you? Lin Zhe asked awkwardly. Nothing at all. Xiang Zedai exclaimed, bursting into tears as she ran away. She had intended to throw herself into Lin Zhe's warm embrace and pour out her heart. But the thought of Yu Ran's punitive measures compelled her to leave him with great reluctance. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Zhe silently mourned for her for 3 seconds. He then pushed against the door with force, only to find it resistant. He called out, Wife, open the door. It is time for us to rest. A cold voice from within replied decisively, devoid of any room for negotiation, You shall find your own place to sleep tonight. Clearly, she had not yet cooled from her anger. Thus, Lin Zhe reluctantly sought refuge in a random chamber for the night. In the late hours, a vague sense of something amiss stirred Lin Zhe from slumber. He slowly opened his eyes to find the chamber enveloped in a thick cloud of white smoke. Thud, thud, sounds of guards collapsing outside echoed through the air. Creak, the door was quietly pushed open. A man and a woman, both clad in black, stealthily entered. Are we certain they are all unconscious? The male assassin whispered. Are you still unaware of the effects of the specially crafted sedative? Even those at the martial emperor level will succumb to a brief state of unconsciousness, let alone these individuals, came the reply. The female assassin nonchalantly remarked. After waiting for so long, I've finally caught this boy alone. A glimmer of triumph flashed in the man's eyes. Killing this lad would earn them a fortune of 100 million spirit stones. Looking for me, Lindsay, feigning sleep with his eyes closed, felt a moment of astonishment. He had not been drugged. The white smoke that wafted near him had been absorbed by the longevity, pearl hidden within him. Both of these individuals were martial kings. A rather troublesome predicament. My dear wife, please save me. At that moment, the woman had already approached the side of Lindsay's bed. What a handsome man. In all my years, I have never encountered such a striking figure. Truly, he is deserving of the title of saint of our Qianling state. It is just unfortunate that after tonight, he will become a mere corpse. The female assassin couldn't help but exclaim. The male assassin frowned in displeasure and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "I want." The female assassin replied immediately, nodding enthusiastically. Chapter 49. Revenge from Yu Shuiao. The male assassin, enraged, growled, "You dare speak of other men in my presence? Do you take me for a fool?" The female assassin pondered for a moment and tentatively proposed. "How about we do it together?" Such brazen words. Even Lindsay, pretending to be unconscious, could no longer tolerate it. With a sudden leap, he sprang from the bed and dashed towards the door. "You weren't drugged?" Upon witnessing Lindsay's abrupt movement, both assassins were taken aback. Yet even so, escape was futile. In a moment of panic, the male assassin hurled a formation disc, and instantly a barrier materialized before Lindsay. "Don't waste your energy. This is a celestial-grade artifact, capable of sealing all sounds. Even if you scream for the Empress of Ghostly Death, it will be in vain. Ha! Someone has paid a hefty price for your life, so you might as well resign yourself to death." As soon as he finished speaking, the male assassin charged at Lindsay with eagerness, perhaps to complete his task swiftly or to quell his wife's perverse thoughts. Meanwhile, the female assassin shook her head in regret. What a pity, we cannot indulge in our desires. However, before she could finish her sentence, a deafening explosion erupted. In the next heartbeat, the barrier shattered, and her partner was sent flying back, crashing against the wall like a human-shaped sandbag. How is this possible? The female assassin stood there, stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. It wasn't until a figure emerged behind Lindsay that she regained her senses, shaking her head in terror. The martial emperor. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lindsay found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The figure was none other than Yu Shuiao. Her long black hair cascaded smoothly down her back, perfectly framing her slender waist. The hem of her dress lifted slightly, revealing her fair, elongated legs that seemed to emit a soft glow in the darkness, showcasing their exquisite form. The two assassins immediately sought to flee. But before they could even take a step, they were overwhelmed by an oppressive force that sent them crashing to the ground. The strength of a martial emperor lies in their mastery of the domain. Beneath their domain, ordinary cultivators appeared as insignificant as ants, utterly incomparable in stature. Confronted by the dark realm unleashed by Yu Shuiao, the assassin couple fell to their knees in unison, as though crushed beneath the weight of an imposing mountain, finding even the slightest movement a monumental challenge. "You are not the Empress of Death. Who are you?" Their faces were etched with terror. At that moment, the realization struck them that they had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Had they known that Lindsay was under the protection of a martial emperor, they would have never dared to accept this task, even at the cost of their lives. Yet now, it was too late for regret. "Who sent you?" Perceiving Yu Shuiao's intent to assist him, Lindsay seized the opportunity to interrogate the pair. "We are professional assassins. We can never divulge our employer's information. It is the code of our trade, and we uphold our professional ethics." The male assassin gritted his teeth. "Indeed, we have been in this profession for decades, relying solely on our impeccable reputation. We would never betray our employer." The female assassin echoed with unwavering resolve. Observing their steadfast demeanor, Lindsay raised an eyebrow. "Since you refuse to speak, then you shall meet your demise. Little sister, take action." Yu Shuiao frowned in displeasure, yet raised her right hand, conjuring a terrifying surge of energy. At this sight, the assassins turned pale. They had not anticipated that Lindsay would act so decisively. In unison, they exclaimed, "It is Lin Chuanyuan. The Grand Elder commissioned us to kill you. He offered 100 million spirit stones, demanding that we eliminate you without a trace and retrieve a certain pearl from you." Faced with the threat of death, they cast aside all notions of professional integrity, immediately betraying Lin Chuanyuan. Lin Chuanyuan, that old scoundrel. Lin Zhe paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. How could he know about the Eternal Pearl? The matter of the Eternal Pearl had never been disclosed to anyone. Clearly, Lin Changyuan was not to be underestimated. As Lin Zhe pondered this, Yu Shuiyao casually waved her hand, erasing the assassin couple without leaving a trace. Lin Zhe smiled faintly, remarking, "I never consented to anything. Speaking is merely a path to death." As he spoke, Lin Zhe quietly retreated toward the door. Just as he prepared to make his escape, he heard Yu Shuiyao's disdainful voice in his ear. "Do you wish to end up like them? Cough, cough, I feel a bit warm. I wish to step outside for some fresh air." Lin Zhe chuckled awkwardly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Indeed, he was drenched in perspiration. "Are you afraid of me? Yu Ran is far more fearsome. Why do you not fear her?" Lin Zhe was perplexed by the woman's intentions and could only acquiesce. "I am afraid. I am indeed afraid." Especially when he recalled the fierce beating he had given her that fateful night. Lin Zhe could not shake the foreboding that his life might very well be forfeit this evening. Seeing him in such a state, Yu Shuiyao let out a light laugh. Her previous aura of menace dissipating, replaced instead by a softness capable of ensnaring any man's heart. "You've perspired quite a bit. Shall I use my skirt to wipe you? Would that be agreeable?" As she spoke, she gently embraced Lin Zhe from the front, then seated herself at the edge of the bed, allowing Lin Zhe to lie across her lap. This position startled Lin Zhe, nearly causing him to leap away in fright. Was this not the very posture he had once taken with Yu Shuiyao? Surely not. A soft crack sounded, shattering the remnants of Lin Zhe's fantasies. Crack, crack, crack. Though his body lay still, his spirit writhed in embarrassment, lamenting his own frailty. With a tone tinged with reproach, Yu Shuiyao inquired, "Oh, why haven't you cried out yet? Is it that my strikes are too gentle? Then allow me to intensify them. Hold on tight." Crack, crack, crack. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until Lin Zhe, breathless, finally uttered, "Stop. I can't feel anything anymore. TSK, 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 you truly lack endurance." Yu Shuiyao remarked with a playful smile. "Huh, I am quite resilient. You must know that." Lin Zhe retorted defiantly, determined to stand his ground. Yu Shuiyao appeared momentarily taken aback, then, with a swift motion, transformed her hand from a slap into a grasp, lifting Lin Zhe and tossing him onto the bed. "What do you intend to do now?" Lin Zhe asked nervously, clutching his attire. Yu Shuiyao offered no reply, her face alight with mischief. In the next instant, she shattered all of Lin Zhe's garments with a single blow. Lin Zhe gasped in shock as Yu Shuiyao pounced upon him, pinning him down and biting fiercely at his neck. "You do realize that Yu Ran is not far away in her chamber, don't you? How exhilarating." Lin Zhe suppressed his hurried breath, retorting with pride, "I will never yield." "Oh, is that so? Let us put that to the test." Chapter 50, my dear. "I am here to delight you." Strange sounds soon filled the room, accompanied by Yu Shuiyao's disdainful scoffs. "Ah, Lin Zhe, you seem to be growing weaker by the day. Is this truly all you are capable of? Can you even manage this?" At last, Lin Zhe could bear it no longer. What man could withstand such taunts? "Yu Shuiyao, silence yourself," he shouted, unable to endure another moment. He puffed out his chest, attempting to turn the tables, only to be firmly pressed back down by Yu Shuiyao's hand. Huh, what use is bravado? In the face of this enchantress's mockery, Lin Zhe found himself filled with resolve, yet utterly speechless. Slander. She is slandering me. The wild night swiftly passed, fading with the dawn's first light. Suddenly, Yu Shuiyao stood tall, looking down upon Lin Zhe. As he attempted to rise, she pressed him firmly back down with her foot. Hiss. Lin Zhe emitted a pained sound. Do not tread carelessly, for Lin Zhe, rendered immobile, could only gaze upwards at the enchanting yet somewhat teasing smile of Yu Shuiyao. This enchantress, having concluded her antics, still would not release him. Is it comfortable? Can Yu Ran evoke such a response from you? The expression upon Yu Shuiyao's face was a beguiling blend of shyness and allure, captivating to behold. Fairy. Lin Zhe averted his gaze, coldly stating, "You can never compare to my wife. Oh dear, you wound me deeply. My heart aches, my liver aches, my entire being aches." Though he uttered these words, Yu Shuiyao's visage radiated an undeniable joy. "Surrender your struggles. You are now my plaything." Extending her delicate hand, she retrieved a stone that had been set aside, inquiring, "Do you know what this is?" "I do not care." Yu Shuiyao's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "It is a reflection stone. All that transpired moments ago has been recorded. You surely wouldn't want a certain woman to see this, would you? Is this how you amuse yourself? Engaging in secret filming? Aren't you afraid of the tech-savvy? Witnessing Lin Zhe's look of astonishment, Yu Shuiyao's laughter only intensified. Releasing her hold on him, she declared, "From now on, I shall toy with you at my whim, ha ha ha. Once I have successfully trained you, I am quite curious to see Yu Iran's reaction." Lin Zhe remained silent, yet inwardly mused. Who trains whom in the future is yet to be determined. The moment sunlight streamed into the room, Yu Shuiyao's figure vanished in an instant. Lin Zhe swiftly rose, donned a garment, and glanced back. The once pristine chamber was now in disarray, items strewn across the floor, while the polished surface reflected a glimmer of light. Lin Zhe stood in the room for a moment, feeling as though he were in a dream. With a sigh, he began to tidy up the space. Before dawn, Xiang Zedai ventured to the royal kitchen, personally preparing black-bone chicken porridge for Lin Zhe. A sense of satisfaction evident in her demeanor. After a night of mental turmoil, she had come to a realization. She must not distance herself from the man she cherished due to Yu Iran's threats. At worst, she would endure daily spankings. She could grit her teeth and bear it. Having resolved this, Xiang Zedai pinched her earlobe, covered the food box, and made her way to Lin Zhe's quarters. Just as she hurried along, she lifted her gaze to find Yu Iran approaching with an enigmatic smile. Clad in a form-fitting cloud-white gown, her hair simply styled with a wooden pin. She exuded an air of languid grace. Yet her stunning beauty and ethereal presence remained undiminished by such simplicity. Particularly, her ample bosom swayed gently as she walked, giving the impression of a celestial being gracing the earth. Xiang Zedai instinctively rubbed her dairy as if the fiery sensation lingered. With a huff, she exclaimed, "I will deliver the porridge to Brother Lin Zhe, and then you may strike me, if you please." Yurn cast a sidelong glance at her, a wave of amusement washing over her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She responded simply, "All right." The two women, one in front and the other behind, arrived at the room where Lin Zhe resided. The door stood wide open, revealing Lin Zhe in a black garb, busily tidying up within. She NGZD, carrying a food box, joyfully dashed inside, exclaiming, "Brother Lin Zhe, it's time for a meal." Lin Zhe, while engaged in the task of disposing of the bed linens to eliminate evidence, was startled by her voice, causing him to bundle the linens hastily. How did you come here?" He stammered. "I brought you lunch, made it myself, so you must try it." She insisted, "I'll help you clean the room." She NGZD set the food box down. "No need, I can manage," she replied. At that moment, Yurn entered leisurely. She wrinkled her brow slightly after catching a whiff of an unusual odor in the room. Lin Zhe, with an awkward expression, confessed, "There's a bit of a smell. Which is why I woke up early to clean." "Brother Lin Zhe, you needn't go to such trouble. We could just switch palaces as there are many vacant rooms in the Imperial Palace. Come eat first, it'll taste bad if it gets cold." She NGZD opened the food box, urging Lin Zhe to join her for the meal. Reluctantly, he sat at the table, ready to pick up his spoon, but inadvertently caught sight of Yurn's menacing gaze. "Dear, have you eaten?" he inquired. "Not yet," she replied. "Then perhaps you could try this." Lin Zhe, attempting to be courteous, thought it unlikely that Yurn would indulge in a meal prepared by she NGZD given her aloof demeanor. However, Yurn smiled and said, "Very well, I shall partake." She snatched the spoon and sipped the porridge delicately, not forgetting to critique. "It's a bit too sweet. Dear princess, you haven't put in much effort, have you?" The porridge, prepared with great care for her beloved, was now being savored by her rival, who deliberately disparaged its taste. She NGZD, incensed, shed tears, her small fists waving in the air, showcasing her last ounce of defiance. Content with the porridge, Yurn finished and stood to address Lin Zhe. "It is time to leave." Lin Zhe nodded. "Yes, we must first return to the Holy Land. I have matters to discuss with my father." "Are you departing already?" She NGZD raised her head, her eyes shimmering with a sorrowful yet endearing expression. "Brother Lin Zhe, travel safely and do come back to visit me often." She carefully retrieved a finely crafted sachet from her bosom, imbued with her lingering warmth and fragrance. "Please accept this, Brother Lin Zhe." Lin Zhe waved his hand to decline. "Perhaps it's better if you keep it." Before he could finish, he noticed she NGZD's eyes glistening with tears, her gentle form trembling as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Seeing her pitiable state, Lin Zhe sighed, confirming that Yurn was not angry, and then accepted the sachet. Brother Lindsay in an instant, she NGZD's eyes sparkled like stars, and she excitedly leaned toward him, as if wanting to leap into his embrace. Lindsay quickly extended his arm, pressing it against her forehead from a distance, and said in a deep voice, "It is improper for men and women to engage in close contact. Please maintain your distance." Lindsay, my brother, actually touched my head. Feeling the palm that rejected her, Xiang Zidai concentrated all her attention on her head. Although Lindsay's touch was not gentle, it was undeniably a caress. He spoke of propriety while his hand roamed over her head. What does this signify? Lindsay harbors feelings for me. With her eyes sparkling with emotion, Xiang Zidai seemed quite exhilarated. Brother Lindsay, I understand your intentions, but what exactly did she comprehend? Lindsay tilted his head, sensing that something was amiss with the girl. Never mind, he thought. Let us just leave quickly. Princess, we shall meet again if fate allows. But then, he heard Ran scoff from the side. So you still wish to meet again? Lindsay immediately sealed his lips. The two departed from the Kanghan dynasty and swiftly returned to the Qianling sacred land. Along the way, Lindsay deliberately sniffed the air and inquired, "My lady, do you smell something? I detect a scent of vinegar. Allow me to discern where this vinegar scent originates." "Oh, it seems to emanate from you, my lady." Lindsay leaned his head against Ran's shoulder, raising an eyebrow playfully. Unfazed, Ran continued walking, lightly tapping Lindsay's shoulder. "What? Are you reluctant to leave? Do not forget, you are the imperial consort." As she spoke, she suddenly noticed Lindsay encircling her waist, prompting her to swiftly evade. "What are you doing?" With a serious expression, Lindsay replied, "Since I am the emperor's consort, I must surely please my lady. My lady, permit me a kiss." "Get lost." A few dark lines appeared on Ran's forehead. "Ha ha." Lindsay couldn't help but burst into laughter upon observing the crimson flush creeping up the back of the empress's ears. "Allowing my lady to walk alone. I am a most unworthy consort, hence." As he spoke, taking advantage of her moment of distraction, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and dashed towards the main hall. Along the way, numerous elders and disciples of the sacred land were left dumbfounded by this scene. Seemingly catching a whiff of romantic tension, the single onlookers shed tears of envy. The saint and his lady are so affectionate. Chapter 51, My Lady, Dark and Frightening. Thud. As they neared the grand hall, the empress twisted her waist and leapt down from Lindsay's shoulder. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lindsay chuckled. "Why did you come down, my lady? Are you worried that your husband is too fatigued?" Ran, adjusting her garments, replied nonchalantly. "Sweating so profusely after such a short distance. Are you capable of enduring?" Her words brimmed with provocation. The reason Lindsay felt so drained was due to her covert mischief, employing various tactics. She wished to test Lindsay's endurance. Indeed, he was quite resilient. Lindsay was aware that Ran was up to mischief. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that such a slender figure could feel as heavy as a mountain when slung over his shoulder. Were it not for the invocation of dragon spirit power, he would truly struggle to bear her weight. Ding. Points gained, 1,000. Current points, 7831. Upon seeing his son and daughter-in-law enter, Lin Rohai smiled warmly. "Have you returned from your honeymoon?" Hearing this, Ran's cheeks flushed crimson, and she awkwardly replied, "We were just wandering about." Lin Rohai burst into hearty laughter, gesturing for the couple to sit and converse leisurely. "Father, Lin Changyuan has sent assassins to kill me," Lindsay stated bluntly. "What? He dares to do such a thing?" In an instant, Lin Rohai's expression darkened, his voice laden with astonishment. He was aware of Lin Changyuan's nefarious intentions, but since Lindsay had always been with the empress, he never imagined anyone would have the audacity to attempt an assassination. Ran was also slightly taken aback. "Last night." Lindsay nodded. "However, I saw through it. The assassin revealed Lin Changyuan's identity before dying." Lin Rohai's countenance grew grave as he looked at Lindsay. "What shall we do about this?" "Quite simple. For the sake of family unity, we must eliminate Lin Changyuan. The martial emperor of the 8th stage is somewhat formidable," Lin Rohai remarked. "I will handle it." Ran interjected gently, her words imbued with a subtle authority. Lin Rohai immediately slammed his hand on the table, filled with fervor. "Excellent. I have long found that old wretch displeasing. Were it not for the uncertainty of killing him, would I have allowed him to linger this long?" After discussing the details, Lin Rohai promptly dispatched someone to summon Lin Changyuan for a meeting. In the back mountain, Lin Changyuan, realizing the assassin had gone silent, understood that the plan had been exposed. He hurried to the stone tablet. I fear I will not survive the night. You must save me. Lin Changyuan shouted anxiously at the stone tablet. Unexpectedly, a shadow within the tablet chuckled ominously. Fear not. You may rest easy. At this, Lin Changyuan's heart trembled. What do you mean? Come forth. As the words echoed, a figure emerged stealthily from the woods. Upon recognizing the visitor, Lin Changyuan exclaimed, You are the son of the divine palace, Lu Qing. What brings you here? Before he could finish his sentence, a fist suddenly pierced through his chest. Lin Changyuan barely had time to emit a cry of anguish, his expression frozen in shock as he stared at the stone tablet, seemingly desperate to question. Why have you chosen to kill me? The figure from the tablet transformed into a swirling black mist, enveloping Lu Qing as he chuckled softly, to conceal my existence. I must send you to your demise. Son, if you assist me in retrieving the longevity pearl, I shall aid you in unifying the 9 provinces and dominating the continent. Dealing with a waste like you is but a trifling matter. As they spoke, the two departed. By the time they discovered Lin Changyuan, his body had grown cold. Lin Zhe approached the corpse, his gaze drawn to the wound entwined with a dark aura. Such an unusual presence. At that moment, the eternal life pearl suddenly trembled. Lin Zhe, following his intuition, attempted to absorb the dark energy using the pearl. In an astonishing turn of events, the dark energy swiftly escaped from Lin Changyuan's corpse before Lin Zhe's very eyes, fleeing into the distance. However, before it could fully escape, Yu Yiran raised her hand and extinguished it with a swift motion. She explained, This is the power of vengeful spirits. It appears that those behind Lin Changyuan feared discovery and thus eliminated him to silence him. But what could they be after? Could it be that the Qianling sacred land conceals some extraordinary treasure? As she spoke, Yu Yiran gazed thoughtfully at Lin Zhe. He chuckled awkwardly, offering no response. By evening, Lin Zhe and the Empress planned to return to the Yusha continent. Lin Rohai waved his hand grandly, exclaiming, Choose any level of flying sword you desire. No need. Lin Zhe replied, I will take him across the void directly. Yu Yiran turned to Lin Zhe and asked calmly, Are you prepared? Before she could finish, a wave of heat surged toward her. In the next instant, Lin Zhe wrapped his arms around her slender waist, grinning, My dear, I am ready. Let us depart. Noting his boldness, Yu Yiran shot him a glare, saying, No need to hold on. Just stay beside me. You won't fall. With a myriad of paths ahead, safety was paramount. The void was ominously dark and intimidating. As Lin Zhe tightened his embrace, Yu Yiran fell silent, then unleashed her spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, they shattered the space and slipped into the void. Watching their departing figures, Lin Rohai nodded, his face brimming with pride. My son truly is remarkable. Within the pitch-black void, a figure darted past like a shooting star. Yu Yiran's delicate face bore a few lines of annoyance. Once in the void, Lin Zhe clung tightly to her, every inch of him restless. Had they not yet arrived at their destination, she would have considered kicking him away. This man was becoming increasingly audacious. It was as if he had been given a taste of sweetness and refused to let go. What are you doing? Yu Yiran gritted her teeth and inquired. Lin Zhe replied with utmost seriousness, I'm afraid. My dear, I have acrophobia. Look how my legs are trembling. I must take responsibility for my own life. With that, he leaned even closer to Yu Yiran, his demeanor suggesting he wished to envelop her entirely. Yu Yiran's lips twitched. Then why are you licking my neck? I want to. I love it. I simply can't help myself. What are you trying to do? No reckless behavior. All right. Lin Zhe chuckled in response, then settled down quietly beside her. Soft and comforting, it was far more pleasant than a pillow. Plus, it was a way to earn points, making him feel quite content. Ding. Hand-holding, hugging, kissing. Today's total, 2,500 points. Current points, 9331. YUYRN felt a surge of exasperation, yearning to return to the YUSH palace and rid herself of this clingy individual. With this thought in mind, she gritted her teeth and accelerated her pace to its utmost limit. Half an hour later, Lin Zhe, sprawled before YUYRN, was in a deep slumber when suddenly a sharp pain jolted his ear. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, Ouch! It's going to break. My dear, be gentle. I can't take it anymore. Just then, a sharp pain struck his backside as YUYRN kicked him out of the void. A shooting star streaked across the sky, akin to the brightest star in the nocturnal heavens. Woohoo! Here comes the little aircraft. Observing the sudden appearance of a figure in the sky, A group of disciples from the YUSH palace craned their necks in confusion. "Ah, catch me." Upon hearing that familiar voice, they suddenly realized, it's the prince consort. "Quick, catch the prince consort." "Saint's son, I, Eru, am here. You may land safely." Fortunately, the esteemed elder Ji Mingyun had keen enough eyes to catch Lin Zhe, preventing him from meeting a disastrous fall. Lin Zhe sighed in relief, looking up at the sky. Infuriated, this woman is ruthless. Truly ruthless. From now on, I will cherish my dear wife even more and never disappoint her love for me. Noticing a chill behind him, Lin Zhe hastily altered his words. As he suspected, Yurn stood right behind him. Her gaze turned to Ji Mingyun, esteemed elder. "Were there any significant matters during my absence?" Ji Mingyun respectfully replied, "Nothing of great importance, just a matter concerning the prince consort." "What matter?" Yurn inquired with newfound curiosity. "Ahem. The saintess of the demon tribe has been keen on inviting the prince consort to her residence for a detailed discussion." "What?" Lin Zhe asked, bewildered. He had no ties with the demon tribe's saintess. Why would she wish to invite him for a discussion? How detailed could it possibly be? Could it be related to the fire phoenix? Stealing a glance at Yurn, he noted her calm demeanor, which allowed him to breathe a little easier. "Well, I shall meet with my dear wife. What do you think?" "Go ahead. It might be related to the fire phoenix," Yurn replied coolly, her voice devoid of any emotion. "Really?" Lin Zhe was somewhat incredulous that Yurn would genuinely allow him to meet a woman late at night for an in-depth conversation. This was not characteristic of her. "My dear, I've heard that the women of the Fox tribe are quite charming. Don't you fear that?" Lin Zhe said, half jokingly. "Fear? Humph." Yurn scoffed. "Would I be afraid of that? If you were to do anything untoward, I would simply ensure your sterilization." At this, Lin Zhe felt a sudden chill breeze sweep through his trousers, causing him to hastily cover himself. "My dear, I am not that kind of person. I will return shortly." After acquiring the location from Ji Mingyun, Lin Zhe set off with great haste. Yurn watched his retreating figure until it vanished from sight before she turned and returned to her palace. The Drunken Spring Pavilion. One of the most renowned landmarks surrounding the ghostly palace, it is greatly favored by numerous single gentlemen. Within the confines of the ghostly palace, it can be said that none are unfamiliar with the illustrious name of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Although it is late at night, the Drunken Spring Pavilion remains ablaze with lights, casting a radiant glow. Lin Zhe, clad in a flowing white garment, stands tall and graceful, his visage strikingly handsome, resembling a refined gentleman. Yet, awkwardly enough, this dashing figure now hesitates before the entrance of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Passers-by, both men and women, cast curious glances and knowing smiles his way. Look, that young man looks so dignified, just my type." "Humph, what good is being dignified? How many decent men stand before the Drunken Spring Pavilion? They are all full of schemes." He has been standing there for at least 10 minutes. Is the allure of the Drunken Spring Pavilion truly so potent? Even such a handsome young man is captivated to the point of being unable to move. Hearing the idle chatter around him, Lin Zhe feels an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The Drunken Spring Pavilion not only offers the entertainment of songstresses and dancers, but also provides an experience on the third floor where couples can engage in intimate exchanges. To put it bluntly, it is a high-end brothel, emphasizing quality above all else. This is precisely why he lingers at the entrance, hesitant to enter. As a pure-hearted individual, merely a baby of 240 months, would it be appropriate for him to step inside? Yet, the enchanting holy maiden of the demon tribe resides here, and it is this very place where she has invited him for a discussion. In the past, he would have confidently strode in. However, circumstances have changed. He now has a family, and his wife is known to threaten him with severance from their bond. This fills him with trepidation, making him feel akin to a cat caught in the act of infidelity, fearful of being discovered. This thought does incite a slight thrill within him. After a fierce internal struggle, Lin Zhe finally takes a step into the Drunken Spring Pavilion. He is merely here to confer with the holy maiden of the demon tribe, with no other intentions. This is a truth he can vouch for. Upon entering the Drunken Spring Pavilion, he is immediately enveloped by the fragrant aromas of cosmetics and is met with a lavish scene of indulgence. The interior of the Drunken Spring Pavilion is quite expansive, divided into two areas, one open to the public and the other reserved for private engagements. The external area features a grand hall where singing and dancing are offered, while the internal area is distinctly different in structure. The The corridor is long and winding, flanked by countless chambers on either side. Some doors feature small windows adorned with black bags, as if to shield the activities within from the gaze of passersby. At this moment, Lindsay finds himself in the internal area, while the abode of the Holy Maiden lies within the external area. After meandering through, he smacks his forehead in regret. Alas, I took the wrong path. He promptly retraces his steps, walking the same short distance once more, which opens his eyes to a plethora of sights. From some rooms, the melodious sounds of women's moans can be heard, while in others, men revel in the company of scantily clad, heavily made-up women. A woman, her demeanor brimming with excitement and wielding a crimson whip, held a man beneath her foot. It became apparent that the Zue Chun Lu engaged in a thriving business, catering not only to male cultivators, but also to those female practitioners with peculiar inclinations. Whatever one desired, it was available here. Truly, it deserved its status as a landmark of the Yusha continent. Lindsay inwardly marveled, realizing that this trip was far from futile. He had broadened his horizons and gained new insights. Embracing a spirit of learning, he wandered the corridors several more times, his curious gaze flitting about. However, a guard, unable to tolerate the sight any longer, intercepted Lindsay and challenged him. "Young sir, I have already taken 2 bathroom breaks, yet you still roam about? Are you here to enjoy a free live show?" Lindsay's cheeks flushed crimson as he stammered. "Ahem, I seem to have lost my way. Could you kindly direct me to the exit?" The guard, with a skeptical expression, responded, "Spare me your excuses. I hear such tales 800 times a day. You cultivators from the major sects lack any creativity, offering not a hint of novelty." As the guard grumbled, Lindsay hastily exited the corridor and entered the main hall. Almost instantly, his striking appearance caught the attention of numerous women. Upon witnessing such a dashing gentleman enter the Zue Chun Lu, a throng of ladies flitted toward him like butterflies drawn to blossoms. "Come here, young sir, let us enjoy ourselves," exclaimed one. "You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Allow me to show you a good time." Another chimed in. I'm here. I know so much, and I offer my services for free." In an instant, a chaotic yet alluring scene unfolded, with fragrant aromas wafting through the air. It was overwhelming. Lindsay felt utterly besieged. He quickly made his way toward the second-floor rooms, as several women attempted to pursue him. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached, her fierce demeanor evident, and with a mere glare, she sent the crowd of women retreating. "Your Highness, I am the supervisor here. You may call me Aunt Zhang. Pleasure to meet you." "Aunt Zhang," Lindsay replied, scrutinizing her closely and discerning at once that she was not human. "Oh, Aunt Zhang, are you of the demon race?" Aunt Zhang, leading the way, replied over her shoulder, "I belong to the Fox clan. Due to my inadequate talents, I was dispatched by the clan leader to engage in commerce." "What do you think of the Zue Chun Lu, Your Highness?" Lindsay pondered before responding. "It's quite impressive. To receive praise from Your Highness. Zue Chun Lu can bask in pride." Aunt Zhang chuckled softly. "Does Your Highness have a particular preference among the ladies here?" she inquired, gesturing toward the bustling hall. "The Holy Maiden has instructed that all your expenses today will be covered by her." Lindsay's lips twitched slightly as he waved his hand in refusal. "No need. I am already married. Moreover, I harbor no interest in female company." Though the temptation was immense, his heart remained steadfast and immovable towards his wife. However, Aunt Zhang interpreted Lindsay's declaration in an entirely different light. She widened her eyes in astonishment, quickly regaining her composure and saying, "I didn't expect the prince to have such interests. I have many handsome men available for selection here. Whether they are domineering, adorable, or embody the charm of a gentle dog or a fierce wolf." Lindsay felt a wave of confusion wash over him. This old woman seemed rather eccentric. "Zhang Pe, please take me to meet your saintess." "Very well, this way please." Lindsay followed Zhang Pe into a dim corner chamber. Upon entering, he beheld the barefoot demoness saintess, Luo ruling. Her face was veiled with delicate white gauze, and her eyes resembled a spring lake, exuding an alluring charm. Those eyes were now fixed intently on Lindsay, as if she wished to see right through him. "Is this how the saintess typically regards others?" Lindsay remarked with a faint smile. Chapter 53, Tonight. "You are permitted to hold me while we sleep." Luo ruling chuckled lightly at his words. "This is all because the prince is simply too handsome." As she spoke, she removed her veil. A stunning beauty, sculpted to perfection, emerged before him, with willow-like brows, crimson lips, bright eyes, and a radiant visage that exuded a hint of seduction. Well, what do you think, Prince? Luo Ruling inquired playfully. She was quite confident in her looks. Otherwise, she would not have arranged a private meeting with Lin Zhe to reveal her true self. Throughout her life, countless men had fallen at her feet, and suitors swarmed around her like bees, impossible to shoo away. She believed Lin Zhe would be no exception. Lin Zhe scrutinized Luo Ruling, silently comparing her to his beloved wife. Her face is acceptable, yet overly seductive, lacking the serene allure of Yu Iran. As for her figure, it pales in comparison. She is far too youthful. In terms of temperament, she possesses neither the aloofness nor the imperial bearing that Yu Iran commands. Nor does she have her endearing shyness when angered. The only commendable feature is her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Overall, she cannot compare to my wife. Of course, compared to other women, Luo Ruling was undoubtedly a celestial being, but when placed alongside Yu Iran, she fell short in essence. Noticing Lin Zhe's unabashed gaze, Luo Ruling feigned shyness and lowered her head. Simultaneously, she began to feel a sense of surprise. Although she had often been the object of many lewd stares, she sensed none of that distasteful feeling in Lin Zhe's gaze. Though he gazed at her intently, his eyes were remarkably clear, rather than observing. It felt more like he was appreciating her. This made the typically confident Luo Ruling question herself, and she hurriedly asked in a sweet tone, "Prince, are you not finished admiring me?" Lin Zhe shook his head, expressing his lack of enthusiasm. "How should I put it? It's passable at best, compared to my wife." It's a stark contrast. Upon hearing this, both Luo Ruling and Zhang Pe, who stood by the door, were left in a state of astonishment. No matter how one puts it, Luo Ruling is indeed the holy maiden of the demon clan, her beauty celebrated as the most exquisite in 1,000 years. Countless individuals yearn for a mere glimpse of her, and yet you, having gazed upon her for an extended duration, merely utter a phrase about the disparity between heaven and earth? And with such reluctance? Your Highness, do you perhaps suffer from a vision impairment? Zhang Pe could not help but inquire. She was truly indignant. How could such a stunning beauty of our clan be perceived as mere mud in your eyes? If you claim not to have an eye ailment, Zhang Pe found it hard to believe. Lin Zhe shot her a glance, his expression conveying the question. Do I seem like someone with poor eyesight? Luo Ruling also furrowed her brows, feeling a mix of confusion and indignation. Although she was not vain, she considered herself quite beautiful and believed Lin Zhe's gaze lacked merit. Lin Zhe chuckled lightly. Holy maiden, are you attempting to seduce me? Luo Ruling huffed coldly. No, I merely wish to discuss terms with you in exchange for the conditions regarding my demon clan's holy son. Lin Zhe shrugged. In that case, you have come to the wrong person. That little chubby bird is in my wife's possession. Luo Ruling noncommittally replied. I know you lack any standing. I sought you merely to request a favor. Her words were utterly unyielding, as if deliberately seeking to retaliate against Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe immediately felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead. Do you hear the words of the people? Lin Zhe retorted angrily. Holy maiden, you are mistaken. Do I truly lack standing? I simply choose not to express my opinions haphazardly. Once I say something, cough cough. Consider it as if I have said nothing. Luo Ruling looked at him with sympathy. Lin Zhe, if you cannot handle it, do not force yourself. Is it your intention to rub salt in the wound? Lin Zhe stubbornly turned his head. What exactly do you wish to discuss with me? If not, I shall take my leave. Luo Ruling directly addressed the matter. That fire phoenix, where did you acquire it? Were there any other items at that time? Lin Zhe replied irritably. I found it on the road. I thought it was just a wild sparrow, so plump, only capable of eating, and nothing else. The corners of Luo Ruling's mouth twitched slightly, utterly disbelieving Lin Zhe's words. Very well then, I shall consult the Empress about this matter tomorrow. I hope your Highness can advocate for me. As compensation, your expenses at the Drunken Spring Pavilion will be waived in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe hastily exclaimed, Do not speak recklessly. I have no expenses at the Drunken Spring Pavilion. If my wife hears this, I shall, seeing Luo Ruling stifling a laugh. Lin Zhe halted his words and changed his tone. Humph, even if she knows, she would not dare to say much. Having said this, Lin Zhe departed from the Drunken Spring Pavilion, soaring towards the ghostly palace. Watching his receding figure, Luo Ruling narrowed her beautiful eyes, her brows furrowing. She sighed softly. If the Empress is unwilling to return the Fire Phoenix, our demon clan is in grave danger. At this point, I can only brace myself. Outside the Empress's chambers in the ghostly palace, a sneaky figure appeared. It was Lin Zhe, who had just returned. At this moment, he quietly leaned against the window, softly murmuring to himself, "One more piece, just one more piece." Ran's delicate hand lingered on the strap of her garment, and with a gentle command, she said, "Come in." With a playful smile, Lin Zhe pushed open the door and stepped inside. His aunt had not yet departed, implying that they were to continue sharing the same bed. Ran chose to ignore him, her gaze fixated oddly on a golden pill resting on the table. It was a gift from her aunt, who suggested it was for his enhancement. "Oh, what is this?" Lin Zhe inquired. "A vitality pill," Ran replied, her tone somewhat awkward. Lin Zhe retorted, "Why would your aunt think you need this?" He sighed, "Isn't it because of you? My reputation is at stake." Since the matter was indeed her fault, Ran refrained from teasing him further. "Don't worry, my aunt won't speak out of turn. Tonight, I permit you to hold me while we sleep." With that, Ran gracefully reclined on the bed, closing her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Lin Zhe's face lit up with joy as he climbed onto the bed, placing his hands on either side of her petite form, leaning in close to her cheek, and softly whispered, "My dear, let me help you change." Ran remained silent, her charming face tinged with a hint of crimson, perhaps from the heat. She could distinctly feel Lin Zhe gently removing her robe and unfastening the hairpin that held her hair in place. Her flowing locks cascaded over her shoulders, leaving her clad only in her undergarments, a sight that was undeniably alluring. Eventually, Ran could not hold back her voice. "Don't go too far. I will only allow you to hold me. Isn't me being on top of you the same as holding you?" he teased. Ran's forehead was lined with annoyance, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Lin Zhe, feeling the tension, smiled slightly. "My dear, are you giving me a massage?" The following day, when Lin Zhe awoke, he found the charming figure beside him had vanished, leaving only a lingering fragrance in the air. Recalling the events of the previous night, a satisfied smile crept across his face. The comfort of his beloved's embrace was far superior to that of a pillow. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Intimate sleep, 2,000 points awarded. Current points, 11331. Surprised, Lin Zhe exclaimed, "System, was that announcement a bit late?" The system replied with pride, "Host, I didn't want to interrupt your sweet moment with the Empress last night. How thoughtful of me to save the announcement for this morning. Discovering such a bounty of points first thing in the day must invigorate you." Lin Zhe scratched his head and gave the system a thumbs up. He then opened the system store, realizing he could freely exchange for items with his 10,000 points. A quick glance revealed an array of enticing options, igniting a desire to clear the entire shop. "Alas, my wallet is rather empty, and I find myself devoid of funds. With a mere 10,000 points, I can exchange for but a single item." Thus Lin Zhe has resolved to reserve them for a dire situation. In the grand hall, Ran sat regally, a subtle weariness barely perceptible on her otherwise serene visage. Below her, the Ling bent slightly, her mind grappling with the appropriate words for the impending conversation. Suddenly, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she pointed towards Ran's chest. "Empress, your dress appears to be soiled. It seems there are some water stains on your bodice." Maintaining an outward calm, Ran raised her hand, channeling her spiritual energy to cleanse the stains, while inwardly cursing Lin Zhe. This wretched man, drooling in his sleep. Is he but a weaned child? Regaining her composure, Ran spoke. "If you desire the fire phoenix, you must earn it through your own merit." Her voice carried an undercurrent of authority. "Then, Empress, might we borrow it?" Ling implored, her silver teeth clenched. "Borrow? Why is it that you are so insistent upon the fire phoenix?" Ran inquired coolly. "Empress, this concerns the secrets of the I cannot divulge further." "Then why should I lend it to you?" "In earnestness, we are willing to accept one condition set by the Empress." At this, Ran's surprise was palpable. The cost was not insignificant. The condition proposed by Ling represented the entire. To her astonishment, though was prepared to make such a considerable sacrifice for the sake of a single fire phoenix. "Empress, do you acquiesce?" Ling gazed at Ran anxiously. If this did not entice her, then she would find herself utterly at a loss. "I consent," Ran replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she nodded slowly. "The condition is to allow Lin Zhe entry into the transformation pool." Ling's brow furrowed at this, revealing her distress. The transformation pool was a closely guarded secret of the containing not only a trace of true dragon blood, but also the legacy of the dragon clan. Within the, only those of the saintly lineage could gain entry. Now, allowing an outsider into the transformation pool was a considerable risk. Should you refuse, then the fire phoenix shall not be lent to you. Yur stated calmly. No, we agree. Let the prince accompany me back too. How does the empress find this? Tomorrow morning we shall depart. Is the empress in such haste? Yur appeared astonished at this sudden decision. Casting a glance at her, Yur prompted. And Yur quickly amended her words. I shall follow the empress's wishes. Withdraw. Yur waved her hand. And Yur took her leave. In the evening, Lindsay was taken aback. What? My dear, you wish for me to go to? Are you intentionally trying to send me away? As he harnessed the longevity essence from the longevity pearl, this news felt like a calamity descending upon him. His eyes brimmed with skepticism as he confronted Yur. Indeed, Yur replied with a slight nod, an enigmatic smile dancing upon her lips. The scene seemed to convey an unmistakable message. You were entirely correct. Lindsay, with a resolute expression, declared, No, I cannot part from my beloved. Furthermore, considering that the Fox clan is notorious for producing enchanting women, are you not at all concerned about a man as handsome as I am venturing forth? Ran, with an air of disdain, responded with a faint smile. In truth, I am fully aware of your actions outside. Should you overstep, I would not hesitate to confiscate your instruments of mischief. Upon hearing this, Lindsay felt a chilling gaze flit past him, causing him to instinctively tighten his legs and cover himself. No, my eyes are solely for my beloved. I truly do not wish to leave you. At worst, I shall behave more modestly while we sleep, ensuring my hands remain to myself. He clasped his hands together. Looking pitiful, Ran gave him a sidelong glance before her tone shifted to one of seriousness. I send you for your own good. Entering the dragon transformation pool in the Demon Yuan Palace may lead to a significant enhancement of your strength. Moreover, the fire phoenix is exceedingly precious. I cannot trust it to anyone else, hence I must entrust it to you. Then, my beloved, will you accompany me? Ran shook her head, saying no. As a member of the demon race, I cannot easily tread upon the western regions, lest I incite unnecessary troubles. Should you go, I shall permit you to sleep in my bed tonight. Well, if you put it that way, I shall certainly go tomorrow. For now, let us retire to bed. With that, Lindsay leaped onto the bed, patting the empty space beside him. Beloved, come to bed. Ran furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating before the mirror as she began to loosen her garments. Lindsay, lying on his side, propped his chin on his hand, unabashedly fixated on her delicate silhouette. Such a back deserves a cupping treatment. Ran, sensing his unabashed gaze, cast him a reproachful glance. If you dare to misbehave again, I shall not spare you. Ran extinguished the candle and gracefully approached the bed, lying down. This time, she chose to face Lindsay. You have misunderstood me. Am I truly that sort of person? Last night was merely an accident. Lindsay vociferously defended himself, though his playful tone made it difficult to believe his words. What about the previous instances? I see through you. Ran scoffed, choosing not to argue further, and closed her eyes to sleep. Lindsay smiled faintly, refraining from any untoward actions. Instead, he covered them both with the blanket and gently embraced Ran's slender waist, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The dark room lay enveloped in utter silence, with only a hint of moonlight seeping through the window. Ran slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze fixed on Lindsay, revealing a hint of complexity in her expression. This was the first time she scrutinized his visage with earnestness at that moment. It seemed as though every pore on Lindsay's face was laid bare to her observation. He is rather handsome, with an involuntary smile gracing her lips. Ran gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, she and Lindsay arrived at the grand hall side by side. Inside, several elders and Luo ruling awaited their presence. Upon seeing Lindsay and Ran approach, the assembly greeted them with respect, acknowledging the empress and the prince consort. Ran waved her hand, releasing the fire phoenix. Upon seeing the multitude within the hall, Tang shrank against Ran's chest, too timid to fly about freely. Can you ensure its safety? Ran inquired of Luo ruling. I, Luo ruling, shall protect the fire phoenix with my life. I met my husband. Coughing lightly, Luo ruling reassured. Fear not, empress. Ran nodded, raising her hand to form a magical seal, which she promptly handed to Lindsay. Within this seal lies a fragment of my consciousness. Should you encounter peril, shatter it. No matter where you are, I shall come to your aid. Yui Ran gazed at Lindsay as she spoke softly. Lindsay looked at the shimmering seal in his hand and smiled, saying, "My dear wife is truly kind to me. I shall repay you handsomely upon my return. Ha ha ha." Understanding the implications of his words, Yui Ran shot him a playful glare, as if to say, "There are so many people around. Behave yourself. Quickly. Go with the saintess of the demon clan." Yes. As the group departed the grand hall, a soft glow emanated from Luo Ruling's hand, revealing a palanquin adorned with dragons and phoenixes. She gracefully stepped inside, inviting, "Prince Consort, please join me." It seemed Luo Ruling wished for Lindsay to share the palanquin with her. However, Lindsay gazed at the somewhat cramped carriage, lost in thought. Being in such close quarters, there would inevitably be some physical contact, wouldn't there? He shook his head, declining, "I shall refrain, for it is inappropriate for men and women to engage in such intimacy." Luo Ruling was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Countless young talents desired to spend time with her alone, yet now, when she extended an invitation to Lindsay, he had refused? Beside them, Yui Ran regarded Lindsay with an expression of satisfaction. She then raised her hand with a flourish. Boom! A tempest surged, and a colossal shadow descended from the sky, landing outside the grand hall. "What is that?" Lindsay questioned, a hint of intrigue gleaming in his eyes as he beheld the giant figure. It was a beast-shaped spiritual pet, measuring several dozen meters in size. "This is the azure water golden-eyed beast, akin to a warrior of the 9th rank." Yui Ran elaborated. "It will escort you to the demon origin continent." The azure water golden-eyed beast. A creature of martial prowess? Lindsay's eyes sparkled with excitement. The majestic creature exuded an air of authority. The name seemed familiar. Wasn't this the steed of the Bull Demon King? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lindsay approached the beast, gently stroking its round head. Witnessing this scene, Yui Ran was momentarily taken aback. The temperament of the azure water golden-eyed beast is quite tempestuous. Aside from herself, the presence of others tends to irk the creature. To her surprise, however, it harbors no aversion towards Lindsay. Unbeknownst to Yui Ran, the reason for this creature's fondness lies in the lingering essence of herself that envelopes Lindsay, granting him the privilege of proximity. Observing that Lindsay had acquired a steed, Luo Ruling lowered the curtain of her sedan chair. "Come, my prince," she beckoned. As her words echoed, the dragon and phoenix sedan chair ascended gracefully into the sky, soaring towards the clouds. Noticing this, Lindsay commanded the azure water golden-eyed beast to follow at a leisurely pace. With its hooves striking the clouds, the magnificent creature propelled itself skyward, transforming into a shooting star that swiftly vanished from sight. Gazing in the direction where Lindsay had disappeared, Yui Ran found herself momentarily taken aback. As the reality of his departure sank in, an unfamiliar sense of unease washed over her. "What is happening to me?" she pondered. Observing her reaction, Shangwan teased, "Iran, are you already pining for him the moment he leaves?" Yui Ran adopted an air of indifference, retorting, "Humph, this empress would never yearn for him." Before turning away and striding into the grand hall, high above, the dragon and phoenix sedan chair glided steadily, pursued closely by the massive spiritual beast. On the back of the beast sat Lindsay, marking his inaugural journey to the demon origin continent. As he understood, the 9-continent realm is divided into 5 regions. Apart from the central divine continent, which occupies a domain of its own, the other 4 regions each encompass 2 continents. Each continent is vast beyond measure, teeming with myriad sects and countless cultivators, while the population of the mundane world is incalculable. The Yusha continent and the Qianling continent belong to the eastern region, while the demon origin continent lies in the west. Even with the aid of spiritual artifacts and beasts, it would take the 2 of them 7 days to reach their destination if they traveled day and night. Lindsay was reluctant to squander this week-long journey. Thus, he settled upon the back of the azure water golden-eyed beast and began practicing the spirit control technique. This remarkable art is divided into 9 tiers. The first tier enables the condensation of a warrior-grade spiritual weapon, while the second tier allows for the condensation of a martial disciple-grade spiritual weapon, and so forth, culminating in the 9th tier, which can produce a martial emperor-grade spiritual weapon. With a sigh of admiration at the potency of this technique, Lindsay focused his mind and entered a meditative state. Possessing 101 martial veins, he harbored an abundance of spiritual energy, alleviating any concern of depletion. Before long, he activated all 101 martial veins, enveloping his body in a rich aura of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Luo Ruling, who was resting within the sedan chair, suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from behind. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. What could be the source of such dense energy at such heights? With curiosity piqued, she drew back the curtain and beheld Lin Zhe, seated cross-legged atop the azure water golden-eyed beast. The source of the potent spiritual energy was emanating from him. Is he leaking energy? Luo Ruling was unaware that Lin Zhe was practicing the spirit control technique. She mistakenly believed that he had fallen into a state of madness. A flicker of concern passing through her eyes. She hurriedly spoke, "Prince Lin Zhe?" Upon hearing her voice, Lin Zhe opened his eyes, filled with curiosity, and inquired, "Saintess, what did you say?" Luo Ruling's lips parted slightly, her gaze reflecting incredulity. "I thought you were losing your mind." Lin Zhe smiled faintly, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I am merely in the midst of my training." As he spoke, Lin Zhe raised his hand, conjuring a small lark with his spiritual energy, which he then presented to Luo Ruling. This lark was at the level of a martial artist, indicating that Lin Zhe had already mastered the first layer of the spirit control technique. Gazing at the tiny bird in her palm, shock momentarily flickered in Luo Ruling's eyes. "Prince Lin Zhe, what kind of skill is this? How marvelous!" Lin Zhe responded with an air of mystery. "This is an esoteric art of my Qianling sacred land." Having said that, he resumed his meditation to comprehend the second layer. Just then, a voice from the system echoed. "Ding! Post-cultivation is now complete. You have reached the third stage of Martial Sovereign. The next level requires 200,000 cultivation points. Current cultivation, 111. How did this sudden breakthrough occur?" Luo Ruling, still reeling from her initial shock, was struck again with profound astonishment. Prince Lin Zhe has even managed to break through despite this setback? This is truly remarkable. No wonder he is the man favored by the Empress. He is indeed extraordinary. Admiration and astonishment danced in her beautiful eyes as she murmured to herself. In the subsequent 7 days, it seemed as though she had been spurred on by Lin Zhe as she began her own training. Her strength was at the 9th stage of Martial King. Time passed steadily. Before long, 7 days had elapsed, and they had entered the western domain of the demon origin continent. At this moment, Lin Zhe opened his eyes, standing in the air and surveying the majestic mountains below, where amidst the deepest ranges, clouds swirled, and palaces stood shrouded in mystery. The dragon and phoenix palanquin descended towards the palace, prompting Lin Zhe to hastily instruct the golden-eyed water beast to follow him. Eventually, they landed before the gates of the demon origin palace. Luo Ruling gracefully emerged from the palanquin, waving her hand as the dragon and phoenix palanquin transformed into a glimmer of light and returned to her body. "Little Bai, you may wander around," Lin Zhe said, leaping down from the back of the golden-eyed water beast and giving its head a gentle pat. The golden-eyed water beast shook its head, sniffing the air before joyfully seeking out the cow demon to play. Luo Ruling smiled faintly at Lin Zhe. "Prince, please follow me." Lin Zhe nodded, trailing behind her. They had scarcely taken a few steps when suddenly, a haughty voice rang out from behind them. "So you are Lin Zhe?" Turning to face the source of the voice, Lin Zhe found himself confronted by a figure accompanied by a dozen others, slowly approaching him. "Who are you?" Lin Zhe asked, recognizing no one. "I am Lu Qing, the son of the Divine King from the Divine King Palace." Lu Qing gazed at Lin Zhe and noticed that the latter only possessed the cultivation of a martial sovereign. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and he coldly scoffed to himself. "So the eternal life pearl is indeed in the possession of this young man. It should be a mere formality for me to acquire it." Luo Ruling, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Why has the esteemed Lu Qing come to the Demon Origin Palace?" Lu Qing, fanning himself with a paper fan, replied with a nonchalant smile, "I am merely passing through, wishing to witness the grandeur of the Empress's consort, the Emperor of Yusha." Upon hearing this, the onlookers from the Demon Origin Palace were taken aback. Their gazes towards Lin Zhe shifted dramatically. It is worth noting that Lin Zhe's reputation had been resounding throughout the 9 continents of late, particularly among the cultivators of the Demon Origin continent, who were especially attentive to him due to the Fire Phoenix. "Oh, so he is the Empress's consort. How handsome. A throng of female Fox clan cultivators were immediately captivated by Lin Zhe, their hearts aflutter. This only intensified Lu Qing's irritation. You'll soon regret this. Chapter 56. Entering the Transformation Dragon Pool, emerging severely wounded? Prince Lin Zhe, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. A hearty laugh resonated as a modestly dressed elder, leaning on a cane, approached with a smile. Chief, Palace Master. Upon seeing the elder, the demon clan cultivators instantly bowed and paid their respects. Lin Zhe followed suit. For this elder was none other than the Palace Master of the Demon Origin Palace and the strongest of the demon race. Lu Qing clasped his fists in salute to the elder, yet a sense of worry stirred within him. With Mei Qianhua present, he certainly could not brazenly act against Lin Zhe to seize the Eternal Life Pearl. Otherwise, offending the demon clan would yield dire consequences, far too great to bear. Even for a scion of the Divine King Palace. In his mind, a shadowy figure urged, be patient, wait for the opportune moment. Mei Qianhua observed Lin Zhe with a genial smile, yet his divine sense was scrutinizing Lin Zhe intently. Upon this inspection, he was profoundly astonished. 101 martial veins? Could it be true? Witnessing this scene, Mei Qianhua's expression shifted, and a flicker of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Although he had anticipated Lin Zhe's extraordinary martial talent, he was still profoundly shaken. He silently praised, this young man possesses the bearing of a great emperor. Thus, he became even more courteous. Prince Lin Zhe, may I have the honor of seeing the fire phoenix, if it pleases you? Lin Zhe nodded and released Tang Tang from his spirit beast pouch. Chirp. Having never encountered such a grand spectacle, Tang Tang, overwhelmed by the myriad powerful auras around, burrowed desperately into Lin Zhe's chest while squawking. Chirp, chirp. I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Seeing this, a glimmer of golden light burst forth in Mei Qianhua's eyes as he confidently declared, indeed, it is of the Fire Phoenix bloodline. Prince Lin Zhe, I kindly request you to lend me the Fire Phoenix for a moment. What do you intend to do? Do take care not to overexert my bird. Lin Zhe gently caressed Tang Tang's feathers, casting a dubious glance towards Mei Qianhua. Mei Qianhua shook his head, assuring, rest assured, Prince Consort, I would never harm the Fire Phoenix. Turning to the Saintess, he continued, during this time, please accompany the Prince Consort on a little adventure. Luo Ruling replied affirmatively. Of course. At that moment, Lin Zhe directed his gaze towards Mei Qianhua, inquiring, may I first visit the Dragon Transformation Pool? Oh, Mei Qianhua narrowed his eyes. You wish to go now? Aren't you going to take a few days to rest? There's no need, Lin Zhe replied, shaking his head. Youth indeed possesses vigor. Mei Qianhua remarked. Then come with me. With a look of appreciation directed at Lin Zhe, he led him to the back mountain of the Monster Origin Palace. In the back mountain, at the Dragon Transformation Pool, dozens of disciples stood guard, with several elders present as well. An elder from the Black Bear tribe voiced his concern. Elder, are we truly permitting him to enter? A promise made should be honored. Mei Qianhua waved his hand, signaling the guarding disciples to step aside. The Black Bear elder hesitated, but what if this frail lad perishes inside? The ghostly empress would surely seek retribution. After all, the Dragon Transformation Pool was fraught with peril. Even a martial king like Luo Yadu emerged severely injured. As for him, a martial sect practitioner, it seemed unlikely he could fare any better. Mei Qianhua, unfazed, countered. How can one ascertain their fate without facing it? Besides, Prince Consort Lin Zhe is quite eager to test his mettle. With that, Mei Qianhua beamed at Lin Zhe, devoid of any concern that the dragon lineage's legacy might be seized by him. What a jest! He himself had braved bloodshed and death, yet failed to obtain the dragon's inheritance. He had no doubt that Lin Zhe would not succeed either. This conviction bolstered his confidence in agreeing to Yu Iran's request. If I allow you to enter and you fail to obtain it, do not blame me. As this thought crossed his mind, Mei Qianhua admired his own cleverness, almost wishing for Lin Zhe to enter and emerge lifeless. With a resounding boom, the seal of the Dragon Transformation Pool was lifted. Mei Qianhua gestured for Lin Zhe to enter, saying, Prince Consort Lin Zhe, please proceed. Luo Ruling, ever considerate, added, go with confidence. I will summon the Apothecary Hall personnel to treat you when you emerge, should you be injured. Mei Qianhua, feigning flattery, chimed in, Luo Yadu. Could you show a bit more faith in Lin Zhe? What if he is truly gifted and manages to attain the inheritance? Had it not been for the sight of this old fox grinning broadly, Lin Zhe might have almost believed him. Nonetheless, he felt no trepidation. For this place was suggested by his beloved. She would not wish him harm. Mei Qianhua patted Lin Zai's shoulder once more, encouraging, "Do not mind their words. Although I am not particularly optimistic about your chances, you must possess confidence." Lin Zai felt a few dark lines forming on his forehead, silently cursing this crafty old man. "Elder, I shall enter now. I sense it. Go forth. I will await your return outside." Without responding to Mei Qianhua's words, Lin Zai plunged into the transformation pool. His figure instantly vanished from the sight of the onlookers. What? He truly went in? Do you think he can obtain the Dragon Clan's legacy? I doubt it. After more than 1,000 years, no one has succeeded. How could he? They speculated that he would likely emerge empty-handed and gravely injured. The surrounding Demon Clan cultivators began to voice their opinions. A few Fox Clan maidens joyfully remarked, "If that's the case, then our opportunity has arrived." Your good fortune? One queried, puzzled. "Don't you understand? If Prince Lin Zai emerges severely injured, we could seize the chance while he is unconscious." "Sister, you are so clever. With a handsome man like the prince, I can hardly contain my excitement." They blushed at the thought. The crowd was interrupted by Luo Ruling's admonition. How disgraceful. She then turned to Mei Qianhua. "Chief, if he truly acquires the legacy, wouldn't we suffer a great loss?" Mei Qianhua shook his head, wearing a confident expression. "That is impossible. I have always been astute in judging character. If he were to acquire the Dragon Clan's legacy, I would be a mere puppy." Meanwhile, Lu Qing, who was watching, thought to himself, Here comes the opportunity. At that moment, Lin Zai found himself in complete darkness at the bottom of the transformation pool. Feeling somewhat bewildered, there is nothing down here. It was too dark to see anything. Just then, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from the darkness. Lin Zai's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a drop of blood, golden blood. Could it be dragon blood? Is this the legacy? Cautiously, Lin Zai approached the drop of golden blood. But where was the danger? Wasn't this place supposed to be fraught with peril? Just as he pondered, another golden light appeared, slowly coalescing before him into the shape of a dragon. I never expected our demon clan to decline so. Is this current holy sun merely at the martial sovereign level? Do you still have the audacity to enter? Get out. As the words left their mouth, a mighty dragon's presence enveloped Lin Zai. How am I supposed to fight this? Lin Zai found himself completely immobilized. At that moment, he began to suspect whether Yui Ran truly intended to set him up. How could he possibly contend with this dragon? Just then, the voice of the demon dragon's sword spirit resonated within Lin Zai's mind. Master, let me handle this. Chapter 57. Oh my. Lin Zai has become a little dragon. As the words echoed, the demon dragon's sword spirit surged from Lin Zai's body. In the next moment, as demonic energy emanated, the ferocious roar of a beast erupted from the depths of the pool. The terrifying roar reverberated through the water, a sound that seemed even more soul-shaking than the thunder outside. The golden dragon's shadow was quickly cornered, its large vertical pupils reflecting a hint of confusion. What just happened? I have been suppressed? Why is my entire dragon in a state of confusion? Glancing at the magic dragon sword spirit beside him, it acknowledged its own incompetence. Meanwhile, Lin Zai felt a surge of confidence as he gripped the heavy sword of mysterious iron, cursing under his breath. In an instant, sword energy surged forth, intertwining with the immense demonic aura. The entire dragon transformation pool trembled violently, with sword light piercing the surface, sharp and resplendent. The onlookers outside the pool were utterly astonished. This commotion seemed unprecedented compared to previous holy sons and daughters' entries. Mei Qianhua covered her face in terror, beads of cold sweat trickling down, trembling in fear. What on earth is this boy doing inside? It feels as though he intends to dismantle the dragon transformation pool. Lu Qing secretly rejoiced, the more intense the commotion. The worse Lin Zai must be faring inside. He was drawing closer to his plan. Swish. As a flash of sword light passed, the golden dragon shadow cowered in the corner, trembling. In bewilderment, it exclaimed, "What terrifying sword energy! Although I cannot comprehend the method you used to suppress me, I can certainly see that you are indeed a genius. I apologize for my previous insolence. Please, noble one, sheath your sword. It's merely a matter of the Dragon Clan's inheritance. I shall yield it to you." Oh, is it truly that easy? Lin Zai withdrew the heavy sword from the dragon's neck. The golden dragon rolled its eyes, internally lamenting, "You put a sword to my throat. Would I dare refuse? Noble one, are you ready? I am about to enter. Come on, I can hardly wait. Just remember to be gentle." Indeed, I shall be quite gentle. With that, the golden dragon shadow transformed into a droplet of golden blood, surging towards Lindsay. The blood swiftly penetrated his body. In an instant, a golden radiance blossomed from within him. Roar! The resounding dragon roar echoed in all directions. As the blood merged, an overwhelming noble pressure emanated from Lindsay, spreading outward. My strength, my speed, my physique seemed to have become even more formidable. Lindsay tightened his fists, feeling as if he were brimming with boundless power. Ding! The host has acquired the physique of the dragon clan, capable of transforming into Little Dragon Man. Dragon might suppresses all, commanding the subservience of myriad beasts. Physique enhancement. Remarkably resilient. Lindsay twitched his lips, finding the name Little Dragon Man rather absurd. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have obtained the inheritance. This journey had not been in vain. Contemplating the vast amount of spiritual energy still present in the golden blood, Lindsay promptly seated himself in meditation, commencing the refining process. Outside, as the night fell, several female disciples of the Fox clan could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming, "Why hasn't Prince Lindsay emerged yet? I can't stand it. He's only been in there for half an hour. Why the rush? Even if he is gravely injured, it will take some time. Give Prince Lindsay a moment. He must be severely wounded and struggling to crawl out. Surely, crawling out will take time." Everyone believed the words were beautifully spoken. The Fox clan maiden covered her face, shyly murmuring, "But I am already parched with longing." The mere thought of Prince Lindsay, gravely injured and at my mercy, made my heart race uncontrollably. Many female cultivators harbored similar thoughts, their minds wandering into fanciful realms. Just as they were lost in their vivid daydreams, a thunderous roar erupted, and the dragon transformation pool began to tremble violently. Everyone was taken aback. What is happening? Is there another earthquake? Hurry, I'll go first, you all follow. At that moment, several disciples pointed towards the bottom of the pool, exclaiming in shock, "This isn't an earthquake. Look, there's a dragon in the pool." As the crowd gazed down, they indeed witnessed a dragon's shadow breaking through the water's surface, surging upwards with astonishing speed before vanishing in mere seconds. Upon witnessing this, Mei Qianhua's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. Goodness, did I see that correctly? It truly is a dragon. There really is a dragon in the dragon transformation pool. The ancients did not deceive us. A flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Ruling's beautiful eyes as she inquired, "But what about Prince Lindsay? Could he have been devoured by the dragon?" At her words, a heavy silence fell over the group. Mei Qianhua felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, urging, "Quickly, descend and search for him. If he is dead, the Empress of the Underworld will surely come for blood." Lu Qing's expression was one of unrestrained joy. "Dead? Ha ha. If he's dead, I'm one step closer to my plan." Luo Ruling glared at Lu Qing, displeased. "Lu Qing, how can you laugh when Prince Lindsay is dead?" Lu Qing retorted with a cold smirk, "If he is truly dead, what is wrong with me laughing a bit? Is he going to rise from the dead and attack me?" Just as Lu Qing finished speaking, he sensed the water behind him boiling. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him. The figure that leaped from the water had inadvertently landed squarely on his head. Emerging from the water, Lindsay took a deep breath of fresh air, casually exclaiming, "Ah, finally out. That blasted dragon could have at least warned me that the dragon transformation pool was collapsing. Huh, what is that soft thing under my feet?" Lindsay remarked, stomping down a few more times. "Hey, that is my head," Lu Qing protested. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd turned their attention to Lindsay, utterly astonished. "Prince Lindsay, you're alive?" They gasped, noticing the radiant glow emanating from him, golden and dazzling. Luo Ruling, her cherry lips agape in surprise, asked, "Prince Lindsay, what on earth happened down there?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely acquired a legacy, fused with dragon blood, and ultimately attained the physique of a dragon. Look, isn't there a dragon shadow flying within the light?" Upon hearing this, everyone focused intently on him, and indeed, they beheld the ethereal image of a dragon. Goodness! In that instant, the entire assembly inhaled sharply, their breaths caught in awe. A number of elders, suffering from heart ailments, collapsed to the ground, experiencing cardiac arrest. The legacy of the dragon clan, a heritage unattainable by the demon race for centuries, had astonishingly been acquired by the esteemed Prince Linza. Does this not imply that Prince Linza has garnered the dragon's acknowledgement? Oh, divine heavens! This is utterly unbelievable. I had foreseen it. Prince Linza was destined to succeed. You were all skeptical just moments ago. How absurd. When you dismissed Prince Linza, you were the loudest in your protests. A few demon cultivators argued passionately, their faces flushed with indignation. Meanwhile, a throng of other cultivators gazed at Linza with fervent admiration, their eyes almost stripping him bare to admire him fully. Let it be known, Prince Linza has obtained the Dragon Clan's legacy, unmatched by any. Let it be known, Prince Linza has been favored by the dragon, and none dare to gaze upon him. Linza? Chapter 58. You all desire my form. Just as the crowd was struck with astonishment, the golden light within Linza surged dramatically. Within this radiant glow, a dragon's silhouette emitted a faint dragon's roar. Instantly, the expressions of all demon cultivators shifted dramatically as they felt an overwhelming pressure from their bloodlines. My goodness, why have my knees gone weak all of a sudden? Brother, why are you kneeling? I don't know. I just felt compelled to do so. Even Mei Qianhua, a martial emperor of the 9th rank, was affected, feeling a profound reverence for Linza, the aura of the Dragon Clan. Has he truly seized our demon legacy? Mei Qianhua felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The elder of the Black Bear tribe, his face darkened, indignantly remarked, Elder, did you not claim to be astute in your judgments? Did you not assert that this young man could never attain the legacy? What shall we do now? Mei Qianhua, his expression grim, shouted, Keep your voice down. Since the legacy has already been claimed by him, we must navigate this situation with grace. Let us all present a facade of generosity. Smile for me. Ha ha ha, sob sob. Linza blinked, retracting the golden dragon silhouette, feeling perplexed. What has befallen them? Why are they both laughing and crying? With one large black bear even blowing his nose. Elder Mei, why are you all shedding tears? We are simply overjoyed for you. Ah, I see. Mei Qianhua wiped his tears, forcing a smile. Prince Linza, it is late. You have labored throughout the day. I shall have Miss Luo escort you home to rest. He feared that he might lose control and burst into tears himself. Linza nodded. Very well. I shall return the Fire Phoenix to the clan leader tomorrow. By the way, I am rather sensitive to the cold. Could you assist me in finding a warmer place to stay? Choose any. Miss Luo, you make the arrangements. Linza nodded in satisfaction. However, upon turning around, he was met with a throng of Fox Clan female cultivators, their gazes burning with intensity as they stared at him. Their eyes seemed to convey a desire to consume him entirely, bones and all. Linza was taken aback. What is it that you all wish to do? In the chilly embrace of a mountain night, I could offer warmth to the esteemed Prince Linza. Allow me to assist, being naturally attuned to fire. Prince Linza would find solace from the cold merely by holding me close. A throng of Fox Clan maidens eagerly proclaimed this, causing Prince Linza to be quite alarmed. My goodness, there are infatuated women. I must escape. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Qing's fury nearly drove him to gnash his teeth. As a dignified son of the divine, why was he not bestowed with such attention? Contemplating this, Lu Qing interjected, Ahem, truth be told, I too am rather sensitive to the cold at night. Upon hearing this, one of the Fox Clan maidens cast him a disdainful glance, scoffing, a grown man afraid of the cold? How pathetic. Indeed, how could he, a divine prince, be so pitiful? Oh dear. Sisters, look, I found a lesser man. They resumed their pursuit of Linza, their eyes sparkling with infatuation, moving with the fervor of ravenous wolves. Lu Qing's countenance darkened, trembling with indignation. It was utterly unjust. Why was it that when he expressed his discomfort, he faced ridicule and was labeled pathetic, while Linza received adoration and offers of warmth? I refuse to accept this. Linza, brace yourself. Everything you possess shall ultimately belong to me. As the night deepened, Linza was settled into a luxurious chamber within the Demon Yuan Palace. After a day of exertion, fatigue enveloped him, and he reclined upon the bed. With the vitality of a dragon and the benefit of a breathing enhancement card, even without deliberate cultivation, his prowess ascended effortlessly. Ding! Prowess at full capacity. The host has reached the 4th stage of Martial Sovereign. Prowess 10101010. Huh. Automatic cultivation is truly splendid. After privately commending the system, Linza prepared to embrace slumber. Knock knock. A sound interrupted his repose. Who is it? Linza inquired, furrowing his brow. Outside, a voice as seductive as a sireness sang, Prince Linza, I have come to bring you warmth. I am the sun. Without a second thought, Linza rolled over and resumed his rest. Knock knock. The persistent knocking returned. This time, a soft voice chimed, "Prince Linza, I can perform a backflip. Would you care to see?" "I fear I might develop a sty," Linza replied, his expression darkening as he declined. "Humph, just a horde of women lusting after my form. I shall not be deceived." Throughout the night, the door to Linza's chamber was incessantly disturbed. Countless Fox clan maidens arrived, their intentions unambiguous. They sought nothing less than to procreate with Linza. "I shall report this to the authorities." As dawn approached, Linza found himself not only deprived of rest, but also with an additional pair of dark circles under his eyes. He had gleaned an essential truth. When journeying far from home, a young man must take great care to safeguard himself. In the early morning, Luo Ruling visited Linze and noticed his spirit appeared somewhat diminished, prompting her curiosity. She smiled and inquired, "Lord Linze, did you perhaps overexert yourself last night? Could it be due to the enchanting female cultivators of the Fox clan?" Luo Ruling's smile widened, her words tinged with deeper meaning. Linze merely rolled his eyes, too weary to engage in banter. His sole desire was to swiftly conclude his affairs and return to the Yusha continent, where he could embrace his beloved wife and indulge in a restful slumber. "Prince, please follow me," Luo Ruling said, refraining from further teasing. She promptly led Linze toward the rear of the monster Yuan Palace. They soon arrived at the mountainside behind the palace, where Mei Qianhua, several elder members of the demon clan, and a gathering of disciples awaited them. Before Linze stood a long-dead ancient tree, its presence foreboding. "What is this?" he inquired, frowning at the sight. The withered tree emanated an unpleasant aura, exuding an indescribable strangeness. Mei Qianhua sighed and addressed Linze. "To be candid, Your Highness, this is the ancestral spirit of the Wood Demon clan. Once a guardian deity of our kind, it has recently undergone a bizarre transformation, beginning to devour our clan's fortune. We have no choice but to eradicate it. Only the pure yang flames of the fire phoenix possess the capability to accomplish this task." Linze nodded. After all, this was an internal matter of the demon clan, and he did not wish to pry too deeply. He simply asked, "Is Tang Tang, still so young, able to manage this?" Mei Qianhua waved his hand reassuringly. "There is no cause for concern, even if she cannot completely eliminate it. She can at least suppress it for a time." "Very well, Tang Tang, unleash your flames upon that tree," Linze instructed nonchalantly. Immediately, Tang Tang, who had been resting on his shoulder, nodded her small head and began to flap her wings, gliding toward the withered tree. Her feathers ignited, her form expanding, radiating an immense power. Witnessing this spectacle, the demon cultivators were invigorated. The fire phoenix is about to strike. It is said that the flames of the fire phoenix can incinerate all, particularly effective against wood demons. If this is the case, our clan may yet be saved. The elders and disciples breathed a collective sigh of relief, their excitement palpable as they gazed at Tang Tang soaring in the air. Chapter 59, Lord Linze. "I have heard you are quite the poet." Linze felt a twinge of skepticism upon hearing the murmurs of the surrounding demon cultivators. This deadwood demon had managed to corner the clan to such an extent. Was it possible that Mei Qianhua, a formidable warrior at the 9th tier of the martial emperor realm, was unable to contend with it? Lost in thought, he suddenly saw Tang Tang enveloped in a blazing inferno, transforming into a streak of crimson light. With a gentle flap of her wings, a vast, red-hued illusion surged upward, soaring to a height of 100 feet, trailing 9 long tails behind her. This colossal apparition, which could alter the very heavens, manifested out of thin air, casting a shadow over the world. The onlookers could only discern faint outlines, unable to fully grasp the grand spectacle before them. All stood rooted to the spot, gazing in astonishment at the colossal ethereal figure in the sky. Among them, several avian demon cultivators were filled with awe, and with a thud, they knelt in reverence before the apparition. Linze, equally stunned, found it hard to believe that this was the same little chubby bird he once knew. However, he quickly regained his composure, his anger bubbling over as he exclaimed, "What on earth? You've been playing me all along. Why didn't you step in when those women were bullying me?" Hearing the commotion below, Tang Tang, now transformed into the fire phoenix, glanced down at Linze, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance, as if to say, "I had no idea I was this powerful." Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, an endless tide of black mist suddenly surged forth from the gnarled tree. In an instant, the mist coalesced into countless sharp arrows that shot skyward. "Tang Tang, be careful. Holy son of the fire phoenix," With a sharp cry, Tang Tang, fierce and determined, released a torrent of searing flames towards the withered tree. Boom! Where the flames swept through, the black mist dissipated instantaneously. In the following moment, crimson flames burst forth from the branches of the dead tree. Flames that seemed capable of incinerating all worldly things, unquenchable. Crackle! The tree emitted the sound of burning wood, and the shroud of black mist completely vanished. Upon witnessing this, Mei Qianhua clapped his hands in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Ha! It has finally been subdued. For the next 3 years, this malevolent entity shall do no harm. When the holy son of the fire phoenix comes of age, we shall eradicate the wood demon once and for all." Ha ha! The elder demon cultivators joined in hearty laughter, their faces alight with joy. In stark contrast to the jubilant crowd, Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. The final tendrils of black mist that emerged from the tree felt eerily familiar to him. It was the vengeful spirit energy from Lin Chongyuan's corpse. Could there be a connection between the two? As Lin Zhe pondered this, Tang Tang appeared to grow weary, reverting once more to her unremarkable chubby bird form. She flapped her wings energetically, flying towards him. Mei Qianhua attempted to intercept her, but was met with a sharp peck from Tang Tang's beak. Observing this, the many demon cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with curiosity. Why did the fire phoenix heed only Lin Zhe's commands? Was it due to his exceptional ability to command birds? Yet, the fire phoenix was known for its pride. It was said that no one could tame it. Clearly, Lin Zhe was no ordinary individual. Having recently acquired the dragon lineage, he was now able to command the fire phoenix. Such a feat was truly remarkable. Around him, a crowd of people was silently astonished, convinced that Lin Zhe possessed extraordinary skills. Mei Qianhua awkwardly rubbed his hands together, adopting a respectful tone as he said, "Prince Lin Zhe, please take good care of her." Lin Zhe promptly returned Tang Tang to her spirit beast pouch, nodding in agreement, of course. Several elders of the demon clan cast grateful glances towards him, acknowledging that this time, it was thanks to Prince Linze. With Prince Linze's presence, the regions of Yusha and Qianling are poised for imminent rise. Without further ado, let us host a banquet tonight to celebrate. In stark contrast to the revelry of Linze and his companions, Lu Qing's countenance darkened upon hearing the news, unable to muster a smile. Damn it! Why is this brat so fortunate? A shadow in his mind whispered, "Patience, we shall act once he departs from the demon Yuan palace. Yet I can hardly wait." Lu Qing's expression turned sinister. "I refuse to believe that I, a dignified son of the gods, cannot surpass him. What are you planning to do?" "Humph. I am acquainted with several demon cultivators, each possessing remarkable skills. I will discreetly contact them, ensuring that Linze experiences a monumental embarrassment, leaving him unable to hold his head high before me ever again." A chilling laugh soon echoed within the room. Before long, the banquet commenced. Everyone took their seats, exchanging cups and engaging in lively conversation. "Prince, come drink with us." "Linze, my chest aches a bit. Could you perhaps give it a gentle rub?" "Linze, hey, don't touch me so recklessly." Linze shouted from his seat, surrounded by a dozen alluring female cultivators, their ample bosoms swaying tantalizingly before him. He could only silently recite a prayer, too intimidated to move. Mei Qianhua observed all this with a sly smile creeping upon his lips. If he could keep Linze here, it might not be such a bad idea after all. With this thought, he raised his glass and laughed heartily. "Come, everyone, let us drink. Don't just feast on the dishes." Just as Linze found himself in an awkward predicament, Lu Qing abruptly stood up, laughing heartily. "Ha! Such a banquet cannot be without a little entertainment. I have heard that Prince Linze is both cultured and martial. He must be quite adept at poetry, yes? How about a poetic duel with our little demon poet?" Before Lu Qing could finish his statement, Linze interjected. "Who told you that? I cannot do it." Lu Qing exclaimed. "What? You must perform. How can my plan proceed if you do not?" His lips twitched as he pressed on. "I have heard that before the age of 3, Prince Linze already competed with literary giants in poetry. By 4, he was renowned across Qianling, and by 5, he was unmatched, earning the moniker Little Poet Immortal. How could you possibly not know how to write poetry?" Upon hearing this, Linze sputtered, spraying his drink everywhere. "Am I really that impressive? I didn't even know." The demon cultivators present were left wide-eyed, incredulously gazing at Linze. "What? Prince Linze is indeed a literary genius." Linze stared at Lu Qing, dumbfounded. "Do you truly believe that?" Lu Qing, however, was unconcerned. He was intent on basking in the glory of his grand scheme. At that moment, the little poetic immortal of the demon clan addressed Chuan Chong, saying, "Prince Linzai, cease your masquerade and compose an immortal poem, so that I may witness the existence of extraordinary talent beyond the ordinary." Indeed, Prince Linzai, hasten to craft a verse. We wish to hear it too. Linzai, reluctant to compose a poem, seemed to imply disdain towards them. The individuals behind Lu Qing began to vociferate, suggesting that Linzai's silence was a slight against them. Linzai furrowed his brow, sensing an undercurrent of conspiracy. He glanced at Lu Qing, who wore a smug smile, eagerly anticipating his embarrassment. "To attempt to ensnare me? You are still too inexperienced." Linzai scoffed inwardly, turning to Mei Qianhua with a smile. "Tribe leader, a poem requires a theme. I implore you to provide one." Mei Qianhua laughed heartily. "Very well. Let Prince Linzai base it upon the theme of our tribe's saintess." Chapter 60. My heavens, this is the legendary essence of poetry. Allow me a moment to ponder, Linzai remarked, feigning deep contemplation as he paced within the grand hall. His gaze lowered in thought. In an instant, all eyes in the hall were fixed upon him. Some were filled with anticipation, while others reveled in schadenfreude. In such circumstances, one could only draw inspiration from the masterpieces of predecessors. A moment of clarity struck Linzai, and he halted abruptly. In the demon realm, there exists a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she captivates cities, and with another, she ensnares nations. Luo Ruling was momentarily taken aback. She had expected Linzai to utter merely a few banal phrases. To her astonishment, within mere moments, he had indeed crafted a piece that would echo through the ages. This poem was unlike any she had ever encountered. It transcended the mere description of beauty, achieving an ethereal realm of artistry. Was this poem truly inspired by me? In his eyes, am I truly so beautiful? A radiant shimmer filled Luo Ruling's eyes, as an indescribable thrill enveloped her heart. Nearby, Chuanchang gasped in disbelief. This poem was astonishingly profound. Looking at Linzai felt akin to beholding a poetic immortal. As for Mei Qianhua, his eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated. What kind of prodigy is this? In appearance, he is unparalleled. In martial prowess, his gifts are extraordinary. And in literary talent, he surpasses all others. Were I a woman, I would surely be entranced. Everyone was enraptured by Linzai's poetry, their gazes entranced, unable to extricate themselves from its spell. It was as if a transcendent beauty truly existed before them, gently beckoning. Suddenly, Chuanchang trembled, shouting in disbelief, "How can this be? This is poetry. This is poetry indeed. I could spend my entire life merely catching glimpses of its edges. Yet you, at merely 20 years of age, possess such mastery?" His exclamation jolted everyone from their reverie of beauty. Once again, they found themselves in the grand hall, where no beauty remained, only a throng of bewildered individuals. Observing the horrified expression on Dui Chuanchang's face, Lu Qing brushed aside his bangs and inquired, "Is his poetry truly remarkable? Could it possibly be plagiarized? Otherwise, I cannot fathom how he could compose such exquisite verses." Upon hearing this, Dui Chuanchang immediately shook his head. It is impossible for it to be stolen. If the verses were pilfered, how could they possess such profound poetic essence? Absolutely not. What exactly is poetic essence? Is it truly that impressive? Lu Qing, the mastermind behind the scenes, asked with a puzzled expression, as such concepts seemed to elude his comprehension. His limited understanding of poetry echoed the confusion shared by many others present. Dui Chuanchang trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Poetic essence. It differs from the sword intent, knife intent, and fist intent found in martial arts. One must reach a remarkably elevated realm in the art of poetry to grasp it. Once one comprehends poetic essence, all poems created will be imbued with a soul, capable of swaying emotions and evoking empathy. It can even silently take lives, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as piercing your spine with a pen." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They stared at Linzai, their admiration evident as they proclaimed, "Prince Linzai, truly a celestial poet. Initially, I thought it was mere nonsense, but it appears I have been narrow-minded. Prince Linzai, could you compose a poem for us?" In the next moment, a throng of female cultivators encircled Linzai, their eyes sparkling with desire, yearning to claim him for themselves. This did not please Luo Ruling, who furrowed her brows and reprimanded, "Step back. Is there no sense of propriety left? Prince Lindsay is a distinguished guest, not merely here to compose poetry for you. Instantly, the Fox clan female cultivators pouted and reluctantly returned to their seats. Meanwhile, Luo Ruling took her place beside Lindsay, smiling sweetly as she offered him a drink. Witnessing this scene, the other female cultivators simmered in indignation, muttering, "How outrageous! The saintess drives us away only to monopolize Prince Lindsay for herself. Sharing joy is far superior to solitary enjoyment. Can't she share him with us?" Upon hearing their words, Lindsay felt several beads of sweat form on his forehead. He instinctively shifted away, maintaining a safe distance from Luo Ruling. After all, if his wife learned of the events transpiring here, he might face dire consequences upon his return. Hopefully, she remains unaware. Returning to the matter at hand, we must express our gratitude to Lu Qing for his reminder, for otherwise, we would have missed witnessing the elegance of the celestial poet. Lu Qing, what troubles you? Is it a toothache? Several elder members of the demon race observed Lu Qing grinding his teeth and curiously inquired. Lu Qing managed a smile that was more painful than tears, saying, "I did not anticipate that he could truly compose poetry." What? Ahem. What I meant was that one poem is hardly significant. Why not compare who can create more? Lu Qing proposed, attempting to change the subject. He had initially hoped to embarrass Lindsay in public, but unexpectedly, Lindsay garnered even greater favor from the demon race. This absolutely cannot stand. Cough. Lu Qing, the son of the divine, speaks with reason. We shall compare in quantity. His words have awakened Chuanchang. If I cannot match his poetic essence, then let us compensate with quantity. At merely 20 years of age, what significance does his poetic insight hold? Crafting poetry swiftly relies not on innate talent or inspiration, but on the foundation built through diligent practice. I have perused countless tomes, and eloquence flows from my lips. When it comes to quantity, how could he possibly surpass me? What a clever scheme, indeed, from Lu Qing. He is right. If we are to compare poetry, we must also compare speed. Lindsay, would you dare? Chuanchang's gaze turned icy, his expression slightly menacing. Since he claims the title of the poetic immortal among the demon clan, he cannot allow anyone to overshadow him in literary prowess. Should he lose, the reputation he has painstakingly built would be reduced to mere stepping stones for this young man. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, the laughter within the grand hall ceased abruptly, as everyone recognized that Lu Qing seemed to be deliberately challenging Lindsay. Several fiery-tempered female cultivators, disregarding Lu Qing's status, began to scold him brazenly. Short of stature, yet you speak so arrogantly. If you have the ability, compose a poem yourself. I doubt you could measure up to even a single finger of Lindsay. How disgusting. Hearing these words, Lu Qing's face turned ashen, yet he found himself powerless. For this was their territory. Observing this, Lindsay offered a faint smile, requiring no words of his own. The onslaught from the demon female cultivators was sufficient to drown Lu Qing in their verbal barrage. Who says that good looks serve no purpose? Herein lies their utility. Once Lu Qing had been sufficiently berated, Lindsay gently cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Is it merely a contest of poetic speed? Very well, I shall partake." At Lindsay's acceptance, the young admirers gasped in disbelief, hastily attempting to dissuade him. "No, Lindsay, he is setting a trap for you. Do not fall into it. Indeed, heed my advice. The waters within are too treacherous for you to navigate. Do not agree. It is perilous." Even Luo Ruling frowned, as her keen intellect had already discerned that Lu Qing and his companions were not of benign intent this evening. "Lindsay, this Chuanchang is formidable. He is renowned for his rapid poetry, unmatched among the demon clan. Once, he composed a poem in 7 steps, earning the title of the fastest poet in the demon realm. In terms of speed, before you could even react, he would have already completed his work." Luo Ruling whispered her concerns to Lindsay, a flicker of anxiety evident in her beautiful eyes. Lindsay waved his hand dismissively, brimming with confidence. 7 steps to a poem? What of it? I can compose 100 verses with a cup of wine. 10 verses and 10 steps are well within my grasp. Chapter 61. I beseech you, do not compose poetry any further. Witnessing Lindsay accept the challenge, Chuanchang let out a heavy sigh of relief, as he had feared that the other party might be dissuaded by counsel. As for Lindsay's claim of 10 verses and 10 steps, none present believed it. Do you believe your mind holds a compendium of poetry that no one else has ever perused? Yet, you boast of 100 verses over a cup of wine. all the while spewing nonsense before the intoxication even sets in. In the spirit of fairness, let us each select a theme and see who can compose the most verses within the span of a single incense stick. However, let it be known that we shall not tolerate mediocrity. With a sly smile at the corners of his mouth, I shall commence. My fondness for flowers inspires my theme. At this, Lu Qing and his companions burst into smug laughter, while Luo Ruling and her group of female cultivators wore expressions of dismay. For it is well known that Duanchang excels in crafting poems centered around flowers. A wave of concern rippled through the crowd for Lindsay. At this moment, Lindsay raised an eyebrow, tauntingly declaring, "Ah, flowers. My favorite are the lavish blooms and the whimsical blossoms." With a chuckle, his sharp tongue would soon find itself silenced. Duanchang, with a flick of his fan, signaled for an incense stick to be lit and commenced forthwith. Initially, he had merely acted on Lu Qing's orders, intending to embarrass Lindsay and enhance Lu Qing's presence. Yet now, this contest had escalated to one of honor. How could a distinguished poet of the demon clan languish in obscurity? The flowers in Huang Xinyang's garden bloomed profusely, thousands upon thousands bowing low. With 7 strides completed, a poem was born. 1. Lu Qing shouted, and immediately someone recorded it. Frosty branches reflect the snow, a melody profound. Slender shadows dance in frost, their intentions unbound. Not vying for the splendor of blossoms bright, but alone, a pure dream beckons spring's light. 2. As Duanchang continued to compose, the grand hall fell into silence. His resonant voice the sole sound. Many admirers of poetry among the demon cultivators gathered, hastily taking out paper and brush to record his verses. This was poetry composed live by the little demon clan poet. Such an opportunity, once lost, could never be reclaimed. Nonetheless, they struggled to keep pace with Duanchang's rapid-fire composition. The incense stick burned swiftly. 7 poems. A total of 7 poems. Truly, Lord Duanchang is the greatest literary talent of our demon clan. Someone exclaimed loudly. Soon, the hall echoed with gasps of astonishment, all present moved by the display. It is known that composing a poem in 7 steps is already remarkable, let alone crafting 7 within the span of a single incense stick, and each of high quality. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Indeed, the little demon clan poet lives up to his reputation. Alas, I am not single. My writing speed is too slow. And I could only transcribe 5. What a pity. But my golden right hand recorded all 7 without fail. I shall frame them and recite them day and night. Lindsay, the prince consort, is surely destined to lose this time. Duanchang, eyes closed, stood in the center of the hall with an air of superiority. Relishing the admiration of the crowd, he reveled in this sensation, for it was the pursuit of his life. I, Duanchang, am the foremost poet of the demon clan. Lu Qing, equally excited, applauded him, exclaiming, "Well done. You have upheld our honor." Lindsay, the esteemed son-in-law, it is now your turn. Did you not claim that you could compose a poem with each step? We shall eagerly await your performance. As he spoke, a cunning smile flickered across Lu Qing's face. Young man, you are but a novice in this game. You dared to overshadow me yesterday. You dared to steal my beauty. Tonight, I shall ensure you lose all dignity. I shall make it so that you can never hold your head high before me again. Ha ha. Without warning, Lu Qing burst into laughter, startling Duanchang to his core. Ahem, Lu Qing, do not be so obvious. Hee hee, what is there to be proud of? Is it truly so difficult to compose 10 poems in 10 steps? Lindsay disdainfully shook his head, signaling Luo Ruling to light a stick of incense. The audience, witnessing his arrogance, shook their heads in disbelief, especially the poetry enthusiasts, who indignantly exclaimed, "Even if you can manage 10 poems in 10 steps, what quality can they possess? This is a complete mockery of poetry, treating it as a mere jest. Apologize. Admit your mistake." Lindsay nodded slightly, ignoring the scornful gazes directed at him, silently vowing, "Today, I shall let you witness what true cultural depth entails." Taking a deep breath, his demeanor shifted dramatically. With hands clasped behind his back, he stepped forward, his gaze suddenly becoming profound and melancholic. "I shall take my sword as the theme. The silver saddle adorns the white horse, swift as a meteor. 10 steps to slay a man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles." As the first poem concluded, its essence enveloped the audience once more. Upon hearing the verses, everyone's pupils constricted, their spirits shaken. This was no mere display of poetic prowess. These lines seemed to eclipse even those of Duan Chang. Yet before the crowd could fully absorb the meaning, Lindsay took another step forward. The ambience shifted yet again. In intoxication, I light the lamp to gaze upon my sword, dreaming back to the sound of horns in the camp. 800 miles divided under my command. The 50 strings echoing the sounds beyond the frontier. With each step, each poem was distinct. The audience felt as though they were continually enveloped by an ever-changing atmosphere of artistic essence. They barely had time to appreciate one sentiment before being swept away into another. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Duan Chang's expression transitioned from disdain to furrowed brows, then from concern to solemnity. Ultimately, it morphed into terror and disbelief. With each poem Lindsay recited, Duan Chang's complexion grew paler. By the 9th poem, his body and mind had already been overwhelmed by the weight of poetic brilliance. Nearing the brink of collapse, as Lindsay prepared to take his 10th step, Duan Chang turned ashen, filled with dread. Should he allow another poem to emerge, his resolve would shatter, and his once illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. No, I beg you, do not compose another poem. No. We agreed on 10 poems in 10 steps. One less is unacceptable. Lindsay cast a calm glance his way, unmoved by Duan Chang's pleas for mercy. He was determined to utterly dismantle his opponent's spirit. Lindsay's gaze sharpened, imbued with a hint of lethal intent, as he stepped forward once more. Words flowed from his lips, intermingled with a palpable aura of menace. The noble ones compel the unwilling. The dragon soars. The phoenix ascends. Their might is hard to restrain. A banquet of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. A single sword's frost chills 14 provinces. As his verses echoed, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth, filling the air. The onlookers beheld a multitude of swords soaring through the sky, slicing the atmosphere as they charged towards them. Their instinct was to flee, yet escape proved futile. Most strikingly, the focus of the assault was directed at Dui Chuang, with nearly every sword in the air aimed at him. Dui Chuang's countenance shifted dramatically. Before he could resist, thousands of flying swords pierced through him. A chilling sensation enveloped him. Time became an enigma as he endured agony, so profound it nearly rendered him unconscious. As if countless blades were relentlessly stabbing at his body, he felt as though he were riddled with wounds. Have you conceded? I have crafted 10 poems in 10 steps, and the incense has barely burned halfway. Lindsay's voice resonated within the grand hall. As the crowd regained their senses, their faces were etched with astonishment. Hiss! 10 poems in 10 steps, each a timeless masterpiece. Prince Lindsay has truly accomplished it. I thought he was boasting, but he is indeed extraordinary. Especially the final poem, it is utterly terrifying. I feel as though every orifice in my body has been pierced by flying swords. Prince Lindsay's poetry far surpasses Dui Chuang's. I must preserve it for posterity. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Dui Chuang realized he had irrevocably fallen from grace. The admiration once directed at him had now shifted entirely to Lindsay. Witnessing the accolades he had strived for throughout his life slip away so effortlessly, Dui Chuang spat out a mouthful of blood. He crumpled to the ground, utterly drained of strength. 10 poems in 10 steps, you truly did it. I, Dui Chuang, concede. Under the gaze of the crowd, Dui Chuang lifted his head and cried out to the heavens. Oh heavens, why must there be Lin, when there is already Dui? Another spurt of blood erupted, and Dui Chuang fainted on the spot. A few rushed to carry him away. Following this incident, countless individuals flocked to Lindsay, with women expressing admiration and men revering him. In stark contrast, Lu Qing sat alone on a cold bench, abandoned by his former sycophants who had swiftly fled upon sensing the tide had turned. Enraged, Lu Qing slammed his bowl onto the table with a resounding thud. Lindsay, I will not let you go unpunished. Chapter 62. Loud Conspiracy, Assassination Plan After the Banquet. In stark contrast to the jubilant Lindsay and his companions, Lu Qing's group was far from pleased. Having faced a setback and suffered humiliation, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he returned to his chamber, determined to plot loudly. Cursed be this fate. What a pitiful creature Duan Chang is. He boasts of his prowess, yet a mere word from Lindsay sends him into a fit of rage, causing him to bleed and faint. I have lost face because of this. Now the demon race is mocking me. Such humiliation. Lu Qing smashed a table in fury, cursing vehemently. Just as he spoke, The elders of the Mountain Pig and Serpent clan strode in. It was they who had introduced Duanchang to Lu Qing. Do not be angry, young Master Lu Qing. The issue lies within the information you received. Did you not claim he lacked knowledge of poetry? Yet what do we see? Every 10 steps he recites a poem, each one brimming with poetic elegance, as if the celestial Wenchang star has descended to earth. Indeed, Duanchang's spirit has been shattered, and he has fainted while muttering about life and death. The moment the two elders entered, they plopped down on their seats, frowning and sighing in discontent over the intelligence they had received. Upon hearing their words, Lu Qing, already in a foul mood, glared at them in fury. What? Are you blaming me? You are utterly incompetent. Truly, you are as foolish as pigs. The Mountain Pig elder rose, slamming the table in anger. You, bold and reckless. You are merely a scion of the Divine King Palace. Do not presume that your sect's backing grants you the right to speak to us in such a manner. Do not think we fear to act against you. Lu Qing, undeterred by the threat, sneered, You may attempt to lay hands on me, but I assure you, the next moment will see you succumbing to poison. As he spoke, a shadow concealed within him emerged into view. Dark tendrils of mist wafted through the air, entwining around the two elders. The Mountain Pig and Black Serpent elders fell silent, casting wary glances at the ominous mist before begrudgingly taking their seats once more. Do not forget, young Master Lu Qing, we are all in this together. We assist you in dealing with Lin Zhe, and you help us eliminate Mei Qianhua. Yet, you have yet to take any decisive action while Duanchang is left in tatters. What are you doing? Lu Qing smirked, responding with bravado. I am here in the corner, providing you with psychological support and encouragement. What else would you expect? The Mountain Pig and Black Serpent elders nearly choked, stifling their rage. Their alliance felt akin to one being beaten while the others merely spectated. The Black Serpent elder exclaimed in frustration, Young Master Lu Qing, if this is the case, perhaps we should cease our collaboration. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing erupted into laughter. My dear friends, at this juncture, do you believe you can extricate yourselves? What do you propose we do? Lu Qing's gaze suddenly hardened. Let us not hesitate. It is said that Lin Zhe will return tomorrow. You should lie in wait along the route to ambush him. What? Absolutely not. If we are discovered, we shall be doomed. Not to mention, Mei Qianhua will punish us, and the Empress of the Underworld will not spare us either. The two elders shook their heads vigorously, unwilling to become the scapegoats. Lu Qing's expression turned icy as he threatened them. You refuse? Then I shall send you on your way tonight. As the words fell, the dark mist once again enveloped the two, devouring their essence and vitality. Despite both being formidable warriors of the martial emperor realm, they found themselves utterly powerless against this eerie black energy. Sensing their life force waning, the Mountain Boar and the Black Serpent exchanged terrified glances and exclaimed, We agree. We shall strike at Lin Zhe tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing erupted into a satisfied laugh. Ha ha ha. Isn't that splendid? I await your good news. After the Mountain Boar elder and the Black Serpent elder departed, the shadow transformed into an elderly figure, inquiring, Do you truly trust those two? If they fail to eliminate Lin Zhe this time, the next attempt could prove troublesome. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. Old man Shinji, you worry unnecessarily. With two martial emperors joining forces, how could they possibly fail to dispatch a mere martial zone? He chuckled. Let us await the good news tomorrow, ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Zhe remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of two martial emperors. Lying in bed, with his spiritual energy blocking out the disturbances from the Fox Clan female cultivators outside his door, he slept soundly. Meanwhile, the group of Fox Clan female cultivators, noticing Lin Zhe's indifference, gritted their teeth in frustration, their gazes filled with sorrow, akin to heartbroken young maidens leaving in despair. The following day, before the gates of the Yao Yuan Palace, a large crowd of disciples gathered, with the number of Fox Clan female cultivators being particularly striking. Their eyes were all fixed longingly on a single figure just beyond the palace gates. Observing this vast farewell assembly, Lin Zhe scratched his head and turned to Mei Qianhua and Luo ruling behind him, saying, Patriarch Mei, Saintess, you are far too kind. I can manage on my own. Mei Qianhua smiled and urged, Prince Lin Zhe, are you truly not considering staying a few more days? I hear that my Fox Clan female disciples are quite reluctant to part with you. Why not wait a few days longer? I can have Luo take you around Yao Yuan continent. Lin Zhe paused momentarily, then shook his head vigorously. No need, no need. I have been away for several days. My wife must be missing me dearly. It is best I return home soon. The crux of the matter was that this group of Fox clan female cultivators resembled wolves and tigers, lurking at his door every night. Prolonging his stay might lead to an unexpected breach of his sanctity, and should his wife discover the situation, his very life might be in jeopardy. He could discern the difference between indulging once and indulging countless times. Mei Qianhua sighed with regret. If that is the case, I shall not press you further. Prince Linzai, travel safely. Nodding in acknowledgement, Linzai then placed his hand to his lips and gently blew. A whistle resonated forth, and in the next moment, a massive figure soared from the depths of the mountains, landing before Linzai. It was none other than the azure water golden-eyed beast. Linzai leaped onto its back and waved farewell to the crowd. Everyone, may we meet again by fate. Turning to the creature, he commanded, little Bai, let us return the way we came. Moo moo. At that moment, Linzai, the royal consort, caught the attention of Luo Ruling, who bit her crimson lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual gaze. This is the portrait I have painted for the royal consort. I humbly request you to accept it. With that, she summoned her spiritual energy, and a scroll gently floated before Linzai. He smiled and waved his hand at her, saying, Saintess, I graciously accept this artwork. The azure water golden-eyed beast galloped forth, ascending into the sky, transforming in an instant into a shooting star, vanishing beyond the horizon. Observing the distant figure fade away, a group of Fox clan female cultivators felt a wave of melancholy, sighing repeatedly at the missed opportunity for a memorable encounter with Linzai. The demon clan Saintess, Luo Ruling, gazed in the direction Linzai had departed, lost in thought. Though their time together was brief, the few verses they exchanged were indelibly etched in her mind, refusing to dissipate. What is this? Have you taken a liking to him, Luo girl? Teased Mei Qianhua with a grin. Chieftain, I have not. You speak nonsense. Luo Ruling's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly denied it. What is wrong with that? Chieftain, I support you. If you win that lad's heart, the Fire Phoenix will belong to us. A twofold gain. As she spoke, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Mei Qianhua's aged eyes, increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this plan. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruling felt both amused and exasperated. No, that won't do. If the ghostly empress finds out, she'll surely come to eliminate us. With me around, what is there to fear? Suddenly, Mei Qianhua furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the direction Linzai had departed. Why do I sense the presence of the mountain boar and the black serpent? Chapter 63, The Dragon Transformation of the Physical Body, The Arrival of the Empress. High above, Linzai sat cross-legged on the back of the azure water golden-eyed beast. Smiling as he inquired, Little Bai, where have you been these past 2 days? Why has your speed decreased? Mumu what? Hundreds of cow demons sought you for discussions on life aspirations? Linzai was taken aback. Breeding cattle. The azure water golden-eyed beast shook its head, seemingly conveying, next time. Don't come. I cannot bear the weight. Then fly slowly. Don't plummet from the sky, causing me to fall to my demise as well. Linzai expressed a hint of trepidation, for he was merely at the 4th stage of the martial sovereign realm. A vertical drop from 10,000 meters would certainly shatter him to pieces. Mumu Linzai patted it, and then immersed his consciousness in the system store, intending to exchange for some items. With money in his pocket, he simply couldn't resist. Great Tao Inheritance Card, as the name implies, allows one to randomly acquire a form of Great Tao Inheritance. Linzai had his eye on this and asked the system, can I specify a particular inheritance? Additional fees apply. Alas, this system is truly a leech. After venting his frustration, Linzai unhesitatingly opted for the exchange. In the next moment, 10,000 points vanished, replaced by an enigmatic aura emerging within him. Ding! Chess path. Inheritance has been activated. In the following moment suddenly, a plethora of chess strategies flooded Linzai's mind. Playing chess? That seemed acceptable. He could employ some tactics on his beloved upon his return. After digesting the inherited knowledge, Linzai opened his eyes. At that moment, he caught sight of a brilliant light emerging from the distant clouds. Just as he was taken aback, that gleam surged towards him with lightning speed. What the heck? It's coming for me? Linzai's pupils constricted sharply, and he gasped in astonishment. Without hesitation, he transformed into his dragonling form. Boom! In an instant, an immensely powerful force surged through his limbs and bones. Linzai's entire body relaxed, producing a series of crackling sounds. Following this, under the baptism of dragon blood, His muscles swelled, tearing his garments apart. During this transformation, his skin began to writhe, revealing a layer of fine black scales that enveloped his entire being. Simultaneously, his physical defense skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. Bang! The brilliant light struck him. The heavens seemed to tremble at that moment. What? The fourth stage of the martial sovereign has been thwarted. A voice filled with shock resonated from above the clouds. Immediately, two figures appeared not far from Lindsay, Elder Mountain Boar and Elder Black Snake. They had laid an ambush, ready to strike Lindsay down as he passed. However, when Lindsay appeared and the lethal attack landed upon him, he effortlessly deflected it. As the light dissipated, the unscathed Lindsay left both elders in a state of astonishment. The dragon transformation of the flesh. Elder Black Snake's expression soured. The recent attack had originated from him, and he had assumed it would undoubtedly annihilate Lindsay, yet it had been blocked. He was perplexed. At this moment, Lindsay had transformed into a dragonling. Coldly regarding the two, "Who sent you?" "Huh, what does it matter that you have transformed? I shall see how many of my attacks you can withstand." Elder Black Snake did not respond to Lindsay's inquiry. Instead, he let out a low growl, unleashing the might of a martial emperor. Boom! Another ferocious punch of light lunged forward. Again, this attack was incredibly swift, leaving Lindsay with no means of defense. Bang! The punch landed. Ha! This strike will surely obliterate him. What does his dragon transformation matter? Can a mere fourth stage martial sovereign turn the tide? Elder Black Snake laughed arrogantly. However, when the attack struck Lindsay, it was instantly thwarted by the scales covering his body. Lindsay remained completely unharmed. Lindsay blinked in surprise, scratching his head, somewhat astonished by the defensive prowess of his dragon lineage. The attack of a martial saint was actually thwarted. As the Black Snake and the Mountain Boar stood in awe, their mouths agape at the unfolding scene, the Mountain Boar swallowed hard and questioned, "Are you jesting with me, Black Snake?" To which Black Snake retorted, "Am I to play the role of your mother? Let us attack together." Above in the heavens, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, accompanied by dazzling light. Initially, Lindsay felt a twinge of fear in the face of their onslaught, dodging side to side. However, he soon realized that their attacks posed no threat to him whatsoever. Not even a single hair on his head was harmed. Deciding to be prudent, he summoned the azure water golden-eyed beast back into his spirit pouch. He then reclined upon the clouds, allowing his adversaries to bombard him without restraint. Time passed, and Lindsay languidly yawned, glancing at the two panting figures nearby, and mockingly inquired, "Do you wish to take a break? What is happening? My spiritual energy is nearly depleted, yet I haven't even harmed a single strand of hair." Black Snake exclaimed, raising his head to the sky in despair. The Mountain Boar wiped the sweat from his brow, a grave expression crossing his face. "Black Snake, we should retreat. If we linger any longer, we may find ourselves counterattacked." "Counterattacked? Are you jesting? He relies solely on his formidable defenses. Do you see him daring to retaliate?" Black Snake scoffed, channeling his spiritual energy once more. "Are you seeking death?" Suddenly, a chilling feminine voice resonated through the air. A brilliant blue light erupted from the space behind Lindsay, followed by an overwhelming aura of a martial emperor that swept through the surroundings. The very fabric of reality shifted. The sky flickered ominously, quaking under the pressure of the martial emperor's might. The Empress of the Netherworld. How did she arrive here? Panic filled the eyes of the Mountain Boar and Black Snake, their bodies trembling in fear. "It's over for us." At that moment, despair consumed their hearts. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heavens trembled. As the blue light dissipated, a graceful figure appeared beside Lindsay, none other than Iran. Her beautiful eyes regarded him with concern. "Are you all right?" "Fear not, my dear. They are rather inept and cannot breach my defenses," Lindsay replied with a grin. Reverting from his small dragon form to face the Mountain Boar and Black Snake, his eyes gleaming with derision. "Didn't he expect this, did you? I shattered the seal your lady gave me long ago, and yet you still breathe? Cough, cough. It's all a misunderstanding." Their faces turned pale, filled with despair. Unable to move an inch. The Empress, Lindsay, the Prince Consort, is under the directives of Lu Qing. It has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Lindsay furrowed his brow. "Is it he?" Black Snake hurriedly interjected. "Precisely. He claimed that you possess a treasure he desires, which is why he sent us to eliminate you." Upon uttering these words, Lindsay immediately comprehended that the treasure referred to by the other party was none other than the everlasting pearl. "Lindsay, my dear prince, We have already confessed our transgressions. Could you perhaps grant us leniency? The duo had yet to finish their plea when Yu struck with a swift palm, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that obliterated them entirely. The might of the Empress's strike was truly formidable. The corpses of the mountain boar and black serpent were utterly shattered, beyond any semblance of life. After vanquishing the two, Yu felt her wrath still unsated. She seized Linzai and soared towards the Demon Yuan Palace. Come, I shall lead you to settle the score with them. Chapter 64. The Struggles Between Two Women. Linzai's greatest challenge, Demon Yuan Palace. Linzai returned once more to the Demon Yuan Palace, this time accompanied by Yu. In an instant, the oppressive aura of a martial emperor at the 9th tier enveloped the entire hall. Countless demon clan cultivators trembled under this overwhelming pressure, gripped by sheer terror. Witnessing this scene, Mei Qianhua hastily flew to the forefront, bringing Luo ruling with him. What on earth has transpired? Even the Empress has graced us with her presence. He clasped his hands and, perplexed, inquired, Empress, what brings you here? Yu, with her cold and unfeeling gaze, inquired indifferently, where is that Lu Qing? Lu Qing, the divine son? He departed this morning. Upon hearing that he had already left, Yu furrowed her brow in displeasure, about to unleash her fury, but was halted by Linzai. He addressed Mei Qianhua, saying, Patriarch, on my way back, I was pursued by your demon clan's mountain boar and black serpent elders, and I nearly met my demise. What do you propose we do about this? He refrained from disclosing Lu Qing's covert instigation of the incident, merely summarizing the events. Mei Qianhua, taken aback, exclaimed, Is that true? Empress, Prince, I assure you I shall provide you with an explanation. Eagerly awaiting this response, Linzai extended his hand towards Mei Qianhua, smiling. In that case, Patriarch, since I have been hunted for so long, a measure of compensation seems quite reasonable. Does it not? Mei Qianhua's lips twitched as he cautiously asked, What, may I inquire, does the prince desire? I am not particular. Simply bestow upon me your clan's most treasured possession. Mei Qianhua was left utterly dumbfounded. Was this even a reasonable request? To give you their most precious treasure? It would be more straightforward to call it outright robbery. Amidst his hesitation, a stroke of brilliance suddenly illuminated Mei Qianhua's mind. Ahem, Prince Linzai. To compensate you, I am willing to offer you my clan's saintus. Linzai was instantly taken aback. What? Luo ruling, standing to the side, looked incredulously at the old man. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and in a flurry of embarrassment, she bit her lip and reproached, Patriarch, what nonsense are you speaking? With a proud countenance, Mei Qianhua declared, I speak no falsehood. Our demon clan's most precious treasure is indeed you, Luo girl. Not only is the bloodline of the Fox clan noble, with exceptional martial talents, but their beauty is also breathtaking. By the way, did not Prince Linza compose a poem for you? I believe he harbors some feelings for you. Oh, is that so? Before Mei Qianhua could finish his words, Yu suddenly interjected coldly, interrupting him. At that moment, an aura of chilling dread emanated from the Empress, causing Mei Qianhua's heart to tremble. Oh no, I inadvertently let something slip. He certainly did not wish to face the Empress's wrath. With a swift gait, Mei Qianhua replied, Well, being of advanced years, my memory is rather poor. I must return to check whether I have forgotten to wear my undergarments. With that, the old fox vanished in an instant. Yu slowly turned her gaze toward Linza, a slight smile gracing her exquisite features. However, this smile bore an unsettling chill, evoking a sense of dread. Linza's heart quivered, and he awkwardly explained, My dear, I did not. Many things are but hearsay, seeing is believing. At that moment, several female fox cultivators, upon spotting Linza, rushed forward and exclaimed, Prince Linza, you have returned. Could you compose a poem for me as well? The demon clan has a beauty, unparalleled and independent. A single glance topples cities, a second topples nations. Linza covered his face in horror, beads of cold sweat trickling down as he trembled. Please, no more. This poem is truly exquisite. Can you elaborate on it? Yu voice was undeniably melodious, yet carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down Linza's spine. My dear, I can explain. Explain what? Compose a similar poem on the spot, or else. Her words trailed off, for she understood the profound essence of such poetry. Crafting a single masterpiece could immortalize one in history. To create another of equal merit on demand was a feat even the greatest poets would find daunting. In frustration, She pinched Linza hard, venting her discontent. Ouch! Linza winced at the sudden pain in his waist and looked toward Luo Ruling, hoping she might come to his aid. However, faced with the plea in Linza's eyes, Luo Ruling merely lowered her head, pretending not to see, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Dear lady, what kind of mischief is this? My dear, allow me a moment to think. As Yui Ran's gaze grew increasingly frosty, Linza hastily distanced himself from the two women, pacing back and forth in a feigned manner, deep in thought. Ancestors, grant me another chance. Suddenly, he halted. Clouds think of garments, flowers think of beauty. Spring breezes caress the threshold, heavy with dew. Were it not for the sight atop the Jade Mountain, would we meet beneath the moonlight at Yao Terrace? Yui Ran was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed Linza was merely placating her. To her astonishment, within mere moments, he had composed another divine poem. She had never encountered such exquisitely perfect verses. At that moment, the tension within Yui Ran's heart dissipated significantly. Clouds resemble garments, flowers embody beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing, and the dew is abundant, Luo Ling repeated, savoring the lines. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze as she stared at Linze. Lost in her thoughts, Linze felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense gaze and swiftly moved behind Yui Ran, awkwardly chuckling. My lady, are you satisfied? Have you calmed down? Yet, Yui Ran still seemed to harbor some lingering anger. Then what about her poetry? Tell me, who is more beautiful, she or I? The Empress's gaze fixed intently on Linze. Is there any need to ponder? Surely, it is you, my lady, who is the fairest. Linze responded without a moment's hesitation. However, before he could finish, he felt a sharp kick land squarely on his backside from Luo Ling. Repeat that, she demanded, visibly agitated. Despite Yui Ran's presence, Luo Ling was unwilling to relent. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never dare to act so brazenly before the Empress, let alone kick her consort. But in this moment, the flames of jealousy and rivalry had consumed all rationality within her. Yui Ran smirked, playfully tugging Linze closer. Since the holy maiden of the demon clan wishes to hear it, then speak again. Remember, think carefully before you speak. Do not compel me to strike you in front of so many. Linze glanced around, feeling like a lamb caught in a tiger's den. What have I done to deserve this? Is it merely my handsome appearance that has drawn everyone's ire? Simultaneously, he recognized a profound truth. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, especially that of a jealous woman. Their words must never be taken at face value. Faced with the relentless pressure from the two women, Linze found himself at a loss for words. Empress Yusha, the monk has come to capture you. Amipa. Just as Linze found himself in a predicament, the sound of chanting echoed from afar. Everyone turned their attention toward the source of the incantation. A radiant beam of golden light ascended, dazzlingly brilliant. The demon practitioners present turned pale. This golden light exuded a profound aura of the Buddhist realm, accompanied by an indescribable sense of oppression. The monks from the Buddhist order had arrived. Chapter 65. Will the Buddhist high monk play chess? The first to react were the demon practitioners. As members of the demon clan, they could acutely sense the overwhelming power of this Buddhist light. This is the aura of the immovable king, exclaimed Mei Qianhua, who had just returned after changing her attire. Her expression solemn. Upon hearing this name, the other demon practitioners were filled with astonishment. Beyond the demon Yuan continent, there lay another realm known as the Buddhist Light Continent, home to the enlightened high monk, the immovable king. The Buddhist practitioners of the Dharma lineage were inherently formidable. Among them, Master Fa Shui stands out as a remarkable figure, possessing enough prowess to rank among the top 3 in the realm of Buddhist cultivation. Coupled with his years of dedicated practice of the Immutable King Sutra and the Great Might Heavenly Dragon Palm, his mastery of Buddhist teachings is profoundly deep. How could this bald monk have arrived? Linze, you should leave first. I will confront him. Yui Ran's delicate face bore a grave expression as she advised Linze. At that moment, the sound of chanting drew near. A bald head, gleaming and radiant, belonged to a white-robed elder monk who approached from a distance. Upon seeing this monk, the onlookers' gazes sharpened. Mei Qianhua, as the leader of the demon clan, was the first to speak. Master Fa Shui, what brings you to our demon territory? Fa Shui softly intoned a Buddhist chant. Amipa. Instantly, a golden Buddha appeared behind him, the immutable king of Buddha. The Buddha's light shone broadly, subtly affecting everyone present. Those of lesser cultivation immediately displayed signs of confusion. Even Yu Iran and Mei Qianhua, both formidable warriors at the 9th stage of martial emperors, found their minds momentarily befuddled. Elder Fa Shui sensed the presence of demonic beings in the western regions and had come to exorcise the evil. Standing not far from Yu Iran, Fa Shui, with a tranquil demeanor and hands clasped together, declared. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe suddenly understood. No wonder his wife was reluctant to come to the western regions. She feared becoming entangled with the Buddhist sect. He tugged at Yu Iran's arm and whispered, "My dear, let us flee." Yu Iran shot him an exasperated glance. This bald monk's strength was on par with her own, and escaping was not an option. Find a safe place to hide, and I shall exchange a few blows with him. On par. Lin Zhe's heart raced at her words. It was the first time he had heard his wife mention someone whose strength equaled hers. This old monk possessed such power. What if she were injured in the ensuing conflict? As a husband, he could not simply stand by and watch. That was clearly not in Lin Zhe's nature. Long time no see, Yu Sha, Empress of Darkness. Spare me the pleasantries, old bald monk. Yu Iran coldly snorted, raising her jade hand to strike first. Just then, Lin Zhe suddenly darted past her, positioning himself in front of Fa Shui. With a gentle smile, Lin Zhe remarked, "Master, as a monk, one should embody compassion. Fighting and killing are undesirable. Why not engage in a contest of intellect instead?" Lin Zhe's appearance immediately drew Fa Shui's attention. The old monk regarded him with a calm gaze, though a hint of astonishment flickered within. "I am pleased to hear you speak of compassion, but I am displeased by your association with the demonic clan." Several lines of black tension appeared on Lin Zhe's forehead. What an odd remark. "Master, I have heard that Buddhists advocate for self-cultivation. Surely, you possess skills beyond mere combat, do you not?" Lin Zhe feigned mockery, to which Master Fa Hui responded with a serene smile. "Heh, are you attempting to provoke this humble monk? I am not easily deceived. However, to demonstrate that a practitioner of the Buddhist path can also possess eloquence, I shall engage you in a contest." Lin Zhe burst into laughter, clapping his hands. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Master, let us play a game of chess. By the way, do you know how to play? It is the game of Go, a pastime of the secular world. Forgive my modesty, but I possess a smattering of knowledge," Fa Hui replied with a smile. Yet, his understanding surpassed mere superficiality. Throughout the entirety of the Buddhist-like continent, nay, the entire Western regions, he was renowned as the foremost expert in the game of Go. Thus, when Lin Zhe proposed this challenge, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. "Lin Zhe, perhaps you should reconsider. Master Fa Hui's prowess in Go is exceedingly formidable. Indeed, it is at least as high as a 5-story building." Luo Ruling chimed in, urging him. Unfazed by their concerns, Lin Zhe merely chuckled lightly and exclaimed, "No need for that. Someone, bring forth a Go board." Yu Iran approached him from behind, perplexed, and inquired, "What exactly are you planning?" Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with jest. "My dear, do you believe I can defeat him?" Yu Iran gazed deeply into Lin Zhe's eyes, and for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "Yes, I believe," she nodded, then added, "but do not overexert yourself. I do not fear him." Hearing this, Lin Zhe chuckled inwardly, setting the Go board between himself and Fa Hui. "Master, a contest must always involve stakes. If I win, you shall depart. If I lose, then I shall submit to your will." Yu Iran took the cue from Lin Zhe, glancing at Fa Hui with a resolute tone, her voice unwavering. This was indeed a testament to her trust in Lin Zhe. At this declaration, a flicker of surprise crossed Fa Hui's gaze, leaving him bemused. When did the cold-hearted empress of the demonic clan begin to entrust her fate into the hands of another? It was truly astonishing. Fa Hui, with a multitude of sentiments stirring within him, nodded in agreement to the wager. "Shall we determine who goes first?" Lin Zhe inquired. "I have always favored the white pieces over the black. Please, go ahead," Fa Hui replied. "Very well." Lin Zhe was unreserved, immediately taking a black stone and placing it in a corner of the board. His move was audacious, entirely divergent from conventional opening strategies. Fa Hui was momentarily taken aback. After years of playing, he had never encountered anyone who made such an unconventional opening. Did this individual truly understand the game? Yet, Fa Hui's doubt lasted but a fleeting second. After all, who would wager the Empress's life if they did not possess a profound understanding of chess? This move must surely harbor hidden significance. As Fa Shui set aside his complacency and focused his gaze anew, his expression suddenly shifted. On the chessboard, although there lay but a solitary black piece. For reasons unbeknownst to him, it appeared to dance before his eyes, utterly captivating his mind and spirit. A cold sweat broke out upon Fa Shui. For this single black piece concealed the profound essence of the game. He was filled with an overwhelming astonishment. What kind of dreadful existence possessed this person's chess skill? Master, it is your turn, Lin Zhe urged, observing Fa Shui seated there, staring blankly with wide eyes. Why the delay in making your move? We have only just begun. Trembling, Fa Shui picked up a white piece, his gaze sweeping across the vacant spaces of the board in search of a suitable placement. Yet he found none that seemed appropriate. Finally, steeling himself, he placed the white piece beside Lin Zhe's recently positioned black piece. The two pieces stood closely adjacent. Lin Zhe chuckled lightly, and then made his next move, placing a piece in another corner of the board. What? Fa Shui gazed at the board, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned the vast expanse of stars. Chapter 66. Lin Zhe's renown grows. What a terrifying manifestation of chess mastery this was. Fa Shui was engulfed in shock. At that moment, he felt like a mere ripple upon the ocean, a speck of dust beneath the vast cosmos. Gazing up at the path of greatness only served to amplify his sense of insignificance. He trembled uncontrollably. Seeing him in such a state, Lin Zhe grew somewhat concerned. Could this old monk be on the verge of a seizure? If he were to collapse here, would Lin Zhe be held responsible? Was it truly necessary to react this way over a game of chess? Lin Zhe dared not call out to him, fearing that a loud voice might startle the old monk away. After what felt like an eternity, Fa Shui emerged from the overwhelming shock of the celestial imagery. He stared blankly at Lin Zhe, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This individual's chess mastery is truly formidable. I cannot contend. With a sigh, Fa Shui set down his piece, conceding, the old monk has lost. His expression bore regret, yet it was overshadowed by admiration. Witnessing this moment, the onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. To realize one's defeat after merely a single move, they certainly did not doubt Fa Shui's understanding of the game, for he held a position of great respect on Buddha Light Island and throughout the western regions. Thus, only one conclusion remained. Lin Zhe's chess art had indeed reached an unimaginable zenith. Just one move had compelled Fa Shui to concede with genuine respect. How extraordinary! Lin Zhe, the esteemed son-in-law, a veritable deity for all time. In an instant, the crowd erupted in cheers, each face adorned with expressions of admiration and reverence. Lin Zhe maintained a smile as he rose and approached Yu Yiran. My dear, I have emerged victorious. Yu Yiran, taken aback, surveyed Lin Zhe with her enchanting eyes, her curiosity about him deepening. However, mindful of her dignity, she replied coolly, it was merely average. Lin Zhe winked and replied with a playful grin, my dear, I distinctly saw your mouth agape. Were you not astonished by my prowess? I must say, I never expected your delicate lips could stretch so wide. It seemed one could fit a fist inside. Upon hearing this, Yu Yiran blushed with indignation and shot Lin Zhe an annoyed glare. What nonsense! I was merely training my oral muscles. Lin Zhe chuckled and nodded. Ah, so that is the case. My dear, I have heard that kissing is also an excellent exercise for the mouth muscles. Would you like me to assist you? Yet, before he could finish his thought, he noticed Yu Yiran's flushed cheeks, and she promptly seized his ear, giving it a sharp twist. The air was thick with the scent of budding romance, and the assembled cultivators of the demon tribe, particularly those of the canine lineage, were enviously grinding their teeth. In broad daylight, you two are spreading affection. Truly, you are devoted dog lovers. Please, spare us. I can no longer stomach it. Have you considered our feelings? Not far away, Luo Ruling gazed enviously, her eyes shimmering with longing as she bit her lip, wishing to practice as well. Standing beside Lin Zhe and Yu Yiran, Fa Shui resembled a glaring light bulb, his shiny head seemingly radiating brilliance. Closing his eyes, he clasped his hands and declared, this monk accepts defeat and takes his leave. With that, he turned to depart. However, as he walked with his eyes shut, he slipped on a banana peel, landing flat on his back. Alas, Amitba, he exclaimed, inhaling deeply to suppress his fury as he stormed away. Watching the old monk's figure vanish, Lin Zhe rubbed his reddened ear and draped an arm over Yu Yiran's shoulder. My dear, Yu Yiran paused, questioning, what do you intend to do? Lin Zhe replied, Embrace me. It is time for us to return. Surely, you must carry me through the void. But there are so many people, she protested. Fear not. I can always carry you back later, he retorted. You only seek to take advantage of me. Yui ran, vexed, pinched a bit of Lindsay's flesh. Nevertheless, she soon wrapped her slender arms around his waist. Her delicate grip surprisingly strong, lifting him effortlessly in a princess carry, reminiscent of a groom carrying his bride into their chamber. Click! A soft sound heralded the appearance of a spatial tunnel before Lindsay and Yui ran. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the two swiftly vanished. Among the throng, Luo Ruling's eyes flickered with a hint of discontent. She clenched her delicate fists and turned away, as if resolutely determined. She must penetrate the depths of Lindsay's heart. Soon, the throng of onlookers dispersed, yet the verses composed by Lindsay, along with the game he played against Master Fa Shui, quickly spread among those present. Throughout the entire western region, tales of Lindsay flourished. Have you heard? The Lindsay, the prince consort from the ghostly Death Continent, is truly a celestial being of literary brilliance, spinning timeless poetry with ease. Not only have I heard it, but I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Every 10 steps he took, a poem would emerge, leaving his opponent bleeding and his resolve shattered. What does that even mean? I saw him challenge Master Fa Shui, and with just a single move, the master conceded defeat. Is it truly that exaggerated? Some expressed skepticism, only to be immediately besieged by the crowd. Exaggerated? The prince consort Lindsay was even mounted by a dragon at the dragon transformation pool. Indeed, I was present. Initially, these rumors bore a semblance of truth. But as they circulated, they grew increasingly absurd. The prince consort Lindsay is a reincarnated great being? Master Fa Shui traveled countless miles solely to bow before him? What do you know? I heard from my uncle's sister-in-law that when Lindsay was born, auspicious signs descended from the heavens, with a phoenix circling above. My brother-in-law's uncle lives on Qianling Island and has seen Lindsay as a child. He urinated farther than ordinary children by a whole yard. In short, Lindsay has gained immense fame in the western region. Many demon clan cultivators have hung his portrait in their homes. Some parents even insist that their children must urinate a yard away. If they get too close, the children are punished, and they can only relieve themselves while standing on their heads. However, Lindsay, the very subject of these tales, remains blissfully unaware of the absurdity of his newfound fame. In the ghostly Death Palace, Yui Ran gently floated to the ground. Yet, Lindsay, cradled in her arms, showed no intention of departing. Alas, such a soft and comfortable embrace made it utterly irresistible to leave. After a prolonged gaze into Yui Ran's eyes, Lindsay chuckled softly and finally descended from her embrace. My dear, after a long day, we ought to rest. Yui Ran did not respond. Instead, she gracefully closed the door with a swish of her sleeve. The creaking sound inexplicably set Lindsay's heart racing. My dear, what are you planning to do? A hint of mischief danced at the corners of Yui Ran's mouth, forming a dangerously alluring smile. Do you recall what I said to you before you departed? Suddenly, Lindsay felt a chill run down his spine, and with a forced chuckle, he replied, My dear, I have not strayed. Is that so? Yet I have heard that women line up at your door every night. My dear, that is slander. Chapter 67. Encountering Domestic Violence? Remember the duties of the prince consort. Lindsay suddenly let out a cry of despair. Suddenly, a magical array emerged beneath his feet. Several blue chains ascended from the ground, coiling tightly around his entire body, ensnaring him completely. Even his hands were bound by the chains, rendering him immobile, resembling a large dumpling suspended in midair. Lindsay's expression turned frantic as he called out, My dear. Almost simultaneously, Yui Ran appeared behind him. With a graceful gesture, she raised her jade-like hand and brought it down with a resounding slap. For your flirtations outside, today I shall enforce family discipline. The once tranquil chamber of the Empress was now filled with the echoes of sharp strikes. Numerous disciples of the Yusha Palace were awakened by the commotion, their gazes drawn towards the source of the thunderous sounds. What on earth was happening? Domestic violence? Not far away, Shangguan peered into the chamber with a worried expression. Concerned for Lindsay's well-being. You really shouldn't have suspended him like this. What if he gets hurt? Shangguan resided near the Empress's quarters, and the moment she heard the ruckus, she hurriedly made her way over. Initially, she thought it was merely a couple's quarrel, but to her astonishment, she stumbled upon a scene of apparent domestic abuse. Lindsay, worry not. Your aunt will surely concoct a divine elixir to remedy your ailments. I assure you. Iran shall not strike you again. Shangwan murmured to herself, mistakenly believing this was a conflict stemming from marital discord. Little did she know, Yu Iran's actions were driven more by jealousy and a desire to issue a warning to Lindsay than by genuine anger. Of course, the sound of the slaps was far more intimidating than the actual impact, which was hardly painful. Most of Lindsay's cries were exaggerated, perhaps fatigued. Yu Iran ceased her onslaught and released Lindsay, then sauntered over to the edge of the bed, settling down languidly. My dear, have you calmed down? Lindsay inquired, covering his behind and gazing at Yu Iran with an expression of feigned grievance, displaying a stubborn resolve not to cry. Yu Iran, seemingly still harboring some irritation, retorted, You must maintain distance from other women, do you understand? My dear, I have always kept my distance. I have never entertained any improper thoughts. The incident with the Fox Clan female cultivator blocking the door is not my fault. Oh, are you implying that the blame rests with me instead? Lindsay stammered, Well, you may not have ulterior motives, but who knows about others? It would be wise for you to wear a mask when you go out. It would maintain an air of mystery and deter those with ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Lindsay erupted into laughter. My dear, are you attempting to monopolize me? Not allowing any other women to gaze upon me? Yu Iran raised her delicate eyebrows. What? You're not pleased? Do not forget that you are the imperial consort. Remember your identity and responsibilities. I remember. The duty of an imperial consort is to please the empress. Just remember that, Yu Iran replied. Just as she was speaking, she suddenly noticed Lindsay starting to push against her shoulder, leaning his body towards her. She quickly dodged. What are you trying to do? Lindsay exhibited an air of determination as he declared, to please the empress with the allure of male beauty. I must admit, I have neglected my duties as a consort for far too long. As he spoke, he began to loosen Yu Iran's belt. Startled, Yu Iran quickly pushed against Lindsay's chest, breathlessly insisting, No, that won't be necessary. Just be mindful of your words and actions in the future. Lindsay shook his head resolutely. That simply won't do. I must demonstrate my sincerity to the empress. Oh dear, do not squeeze so hard. If you continue this way, I shall truly become angry. Yu Iran exclaimed, wincing from the pain, her delicate features betraying a hint of displeasure. Soon overshadowed by an imposing imperial aura, Lindsay had no choice but to cease his actions, offering her a mischievous grin. Yu Iran found herself exasperated by Lindsay's antics, yet felt a sense of helplessness towards him. After all, one could not simply strike him down, could they? Truth be told, she felt a twinge of reluctance. In the midst of her contemplation, Lindsay suddenly wrapped her in his embrace. Assuming he intended to take further liberties, Yu Iran squirmed in embarrassment and indignation. Are you not done yet? Lindsay replied with a calm smile. My dear, I am merely holding you as I sleep. Absolutely not. Yu Iran feigned a struggle. Lindsay insisted, Be reasonable, my dear. I am aiding you in suppressing the demonic flames. Nonsense. Only the essence of longevity can quell the flames. Indeed, I practice the secret technique of the Lin family, the essence of longevity. Thus, the spiritual energy within me is akin to that essence, perfectly capable of countering the demonic flames within you. Yu Iran furrowed her brow slightly, as she indeed felt a cool, refreshing current flowing through her skin into her being. The increasingly vigorous demonic flames within her were notably subdued. See, I have not deceived you, Lindsay declared with pride. Yu Iran nodded in agreement, ready to commend him, but was suddenly aware of an audacious hand that had ventured to her rear. The anger she had managed to suppress surged forth once more, gnawing at her with frustration. Lindsay, oblivious to Yu Iran's indignation, snuggled her close as he drifted into slumber. Is it too much to earn a few hard-earned points? As Lindsay peacefully embraced his beloved, the scheming Lu Qing, whose plans had been thwarted, unexpectedly appeared in the abyssal demon pavilion. Standing at the precipice, he called down, Empress Shui Yao, I have a lucrative proposition. Are you willing to collaborate? Instantly, a swirling cloud of black mist erupted from the depths below, revealing the formidable Yu Shui Yao. However, her attire had undergone a significant transformation during this time. Clad in flowing white garments, every movement exuded an ethereal grace. Even her gaze bore an icy, unfeeling quality. Should she manifest in the mortal realm, the populace would undoubtedly deem her a celestial being, never suspecting her true identity as a demoness. Not far away, Lu Qing caught sight of the suddenly appearing Yu Shuiyao, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Stirred by a hint of attraction, Yu Shuiyao cast a cold glance in his direction and inquired, "What business do the people of the Divine King Palace have with me?" Lu Qing, folding his fan, replied with a smile, "Empress Shuiyao, I can assist you in reclaiming the Ghost Shaman Palace." "Just you? A mere martial king?" She scoffed. "I possess an object that can strip a person of their cultivation." As he spoke, a viscous black aura coalesced within the palm of his hand. "If you help me eliminate a man named Lin Zhe, I shall present this object to you. Furthermore, I will ensure that the elders of my Divine King Palace provide covert assistance. What say you, Empress Shuiyao?" Upon hearing this, Yu Shuiyao was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Lu Qing with a peculiar expression. "You wish for me to kill Lin Zhe? Are you unaware of our relationship? How intriguing," she mused. Suddenly, a mischievous smile graced her lips. "Very well. Do you require me to slay him in your presence? Ha ha ha, that would be most excellent. If possible, I wish to do it with my own hands." Lu Qing's face darkened with resentment as he gritted his teeth. "Return and await my news." "Understood." Lu Qing departed with satisfaction, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "Empress Shuiyao, you are truly loyal. This favor, I, Lu, shall remember." "Ha ha ha, at last. I have found the right ally. Lin Zhe, I refuse to believe you can survive this time." Chapter 68. Gather a few experts to aid me in seeking vengeance. Once Lu Qing had left, a faint smile crept onto Yu Shuiyao's lips, as if she had conceived an amusing thought. "Ah, man, I am coming for you." With that, her figure vanished into the depths of the abyss. The following day, Lin Zhe awoke to the sound of the system in his mind. Ding. The host has accumulated a total of 2,000 points yesterday. Current points, 3331. Please continue your efforts. Lin Zhe chuckled and rose to approach Yuan. The Empress's tolerance towards him had significantly increased, with little resistance remaining. A gentle touch or playful pinch would only elicit a blush and a few playful reprimands from her, which sounded more like shyness than anger. "Darling, let me help you with your hair," Lin Zhe said, standing behind Yuan. She had evidently just bathed, droplets of water still clinging to her hair, and she wore a form-fitting azure dress as she sat before the vanity. The delicate gown accentuated her waist, creating a curvaceous silhouette akin to a gourd. Her rounded and firm form on the stool swayed slightly as she brushed her hair, showcasing her alluring femininity to its fullest. Despite the stirring emotions within him, Lin Zhe's steadfast resolve prevailed as he tenderly caressed Yuan's silken locks, skillfully tending to her hair. "Dearest, do you enjoy bathing in the morning?" "Nay, it is merely that I find myself drenched in your saliva," replied Yuan, seated gracefully before the mirror. Allowing Lin Zhe to caress her hair, her tone imbued with a sense of exasperation. Each time she awoke, she felt a sticky sensation around her neck, followed by a chilling draft upon her chest. A mere touch revealed a sizable puddle of moisture. It was evident, all of it was Lin Zhe's saliva. How bothersome he was. Before long, Lin Zhe had deftly styled the Empress's hair, and Yuan tilted her head to admire her reflection. "Dearest, does it not look splendid?" "Umph, it is passable." She feigned aloofness, though inwardly she could not help but commend his skillful hands. "Wait a moment. Why does a man possess such proficiency in styling a woman's hair?" Her smile faltered, suspicion clouding her gaze as she scrutinized Lin Zhe. "Why are your techniques so adept?" With a proud expression, Lin Zhe replied, "It is nothing but practice." Smack! No sooner had he spoken than Yuan delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling out of the chamber. Rubbing his backside, Lin Zhe sighed inwardly, realizing the Empress was quite the jealous one. She could not abide by anything without feeling a pang of jealousy. As he pondered this, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a waft of fragrant air. Lin Zhe's heart raced as he beheld the person before him. "Yu Shuiyao, have you grown so bold? Your sister is still in the room." The moment he uttered her sister's name, a vibrant, dangerous smile blossomed on Yu Shuiyao's face. "Do you think I fear her? Would you like me to introduce you to her now, or shall I present her with the recorded footage?" Lin Zhe hastily shook his head. "You have triumphed. What do you intend to do?" "It is too early for vigorous activities." A trace of disdain flickered in Yu Shuiyao's eyes as she retorted, "Oh, if you cannot, just say so. It certainly isn't the first time." Lin Zhe gritted his teeth in frustration. Their dynamic resembled that of a formidable wife and a weary husband. Yet, Lin Zhe felt no lack of strength. He simply found it tedious to contend with this woman. Yu Shuiyao lifted his chin with her hand, a teasing smile gracing her lips. A plaything must possess the awareness of their role, do you understand? When I choose to seek you out, it is my decision, not yours. If you wish to avoid discovery by Yu Iran, you shall obediently heed my commands. From now on, whatever I request, you must fulfill. Should you fail to satisfy me, I shall show that footage to Yu Iran, and she will be the one to end you. Such an individual, with an inherent desire for control, particularly someone like Yu Shuiyao, who exhibited a slightly obsessive nature, bordered on the pathological. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, his tone subdued. As you command. First, style my hair. Huh. Your hair appears quite tidy, she remarked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed. Yu Shuiyao emitted an expression of displeasure. Lin Zhe promptly removed her hairpin, tousling her hair and chuckling. It's all messy. Let me help you fix it. This was somewhat acceptable. Yu Shuiyao cast a triumphant glance towards the direction of Yu Iran's chamber. Once her hair was arranged, Lin Zhe inquired with curiosity, you sought me out. Not merely to style your hair, I presume? Yu Shuiyao snorted coldly, I am not that trivial. Do you know of Lu Qing? More than just knowing. He is a sworn enemy. Upon hearing that name, Lin Zhe was engulfed in a surge of anger. Yu Shuiyao smiled slyly, oh? Then your chance for revenge has arrived. She then recounted Lu Qing's plan from the previous night to confront Lin Zhe. What do you intend to do? Haha, of course. I shall play him to his demise. Let us choose the location at Zue Chunlu. I will gather a few allies first. A sinister chuckle escaped Lin Zhe's lips. Soon, he made his way to the Elder Hall, seeking out Ji Mingyun. Elder, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Your Highness, please speak. I would brave fire and water for you. Ji Mingyun exclaimed with fervor. Ever since Lin Zhe had rescued his daughter, he had longed to repay the debt. Yet opportunity had eluded him until now. Gather a few skilled fighters to accompany me in confronting someone. Your Highness, I shall accompany you personally. Very well, Lin Zhe replied. Pleased. Recruit more individuals. I fear one person may not suffice in delivering the necessary punishment. We shall depart shortly. After Lin Zhe's departure, Ji Mingyun swiftly issued a summons. The message broadly conveyed that the prince intended to confront someone and required several skilled fighters to maintain order. Anyone available was encouraged to volunteer. The summons was met with immediate responses from all, each declaring their availability. Ji Mingyun was left to sift through the candidates. You are merely at the martial king level. What purpose do you serve here? Are you to uphold the prince's honor or bring him disgrace? Your lack of diligence in training has led to your elimination. The one eliminated lamented, realizing that a rare opportunity to assist the prince had slipped away due to insufficient cultivation. Though the martial king level was not feeble and could dominate in certain dynasties, in the presence of the formidable figures of Yusha Palace, it was barely adequate. Ultimately, Ji Mingyun selected 4 elders of considerable combat prowess, along with over a dozen disciples skilled in severe interrogation techniques. Together with him, they formed a contingent of 5 martial saint-level experts, 1 at the 8th stage, 2 at the 6th stage, and 2 at the 3rd stage. Elder, I have gathered the fighters. Do you find it sufficient? If not, there is a reserve force nearby, readily available for reinforcement. Ji Mingyun indicated to the throng of eager disciples. Lin Zhe surveyed the enthusiastic crowd and felt a swell of satisfaction in his heart. It seemed that Lin Zhe was quite popular within Yusha Palace. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he waved his hand, declaring, let us set forth. Chapter 69. Provide me with 200 coins to deal with him. Upon learning that Lin Zhe had set forth with a multitude of formidable allies, the other sects of the Yusha continent were thrown into disarray. What? The Yusha Palace has suddenly gathered a significant number of strong individuals aboard flying swords. With their intentions shrouded in mystery? Is the prince heading out to confront someone? Could that someone possibly be me? The Black Demon sect is in grave peril. What? Lin Zhe, the prince, is actually on a mission to annihilate a major sect? In an instant, all factions across Yusha continent were fraught with anxiety, fervently seeking divine intervention and offering prayers. Soon, Lin Zhe and his entourage arrived at the Drunken Spring Pavilion with great fervor. Witnessing the imposing presence of Lin Zhe and his companions, the dancers and singers of the pavilion, along with a horde of chickens and ducks, turned pale with fright. The elderly proprietress, Zhang Pe, was particularly shaken, trembling as she stammered, Prince Lin Zhe, Elder Ji, elderly, I shall prepare the protection fee immediately. Lin Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to confront someone. You may continue your regular operations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Po's lips twitched uncontrollably, her entire body quaking with terror. How could one not be frightened? The assembly of such potent individuals was sufficient to obliterate a major sect. Please do not demolish my drunken spring pavilion. Meanwhile, the events unfolding outside were unbeknownst to Lu Qing, who was currently seated in an opulent private chamber of the drunken spring pavilion, savoring fine wine and indulging in the company of beautiful courtesans, thoroughly relishing the moment. Empress Shui Yao, this venue is splendid. I must visit more often. Though it is rather close to Yusha Palace, what if the Empress discovers our presence? Fear not, for I am here, replied Yu Shuiyao. Ha ha ha, with your assurance, I am completely at ease. When will Lin Zhe be brought here? My hands are itching with anticipation, Lu Qing declared, squeezing the waist of a courtesan with a sinister grin. A fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in Yu Shuiyao's beautiful eyes as she replied with a faint smile, soon, soon. At that moment, the door was abruptly kicked open. With a resounding crash, all eyes turned toward the source of the commotion. The door lay in splinters on the floor. Lin Zhe stood at the threshold, hands thrust into his pockets, his face a mask of cold amusement. Following closely behind were Ji Mingyun and Li Wuyo, who, upon spotting Yu Shuiyao, paused momentarily, hesitant to act. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Have they captured her so swiftly? His surprise quickly morphed into exuberant laughter. Ha ha, Empress Shuiyao, you truly are reliable. You even brought along such a formidable entourage to help me establish dominance. Oh, how embarrassing. Hearing this, Lin Zhe nearly burst into laughter. He waved his hand, attack. Pay no heed to the others. Ji Mingyun, ever loyal, wasted no time and with a single punch, toppled Lu Qing, stepping on his chest, only to pause with the spiked club in hand. Prince, what method shall we employ? Lin Zhe reclined in a chair, crossing his legs like a dignitary. Just provide me with 200 coins to deal with him. Very well. Ji Mingyun was about to swing the spiked club, but turned back to Lin Zhe. Prince, is that figure not a tad too precise? I fear I may not be that accurate. Enough with the nonsense. Attack him. Lu Qing was taken aback. How was this situation so different from what he had envisioned? Were you not allies summoned by the Snow Empress? Why are you attacking me? Lu Qing shouted. Snow Empress, what is happening? What is going on? Yu Shuiyao replied calmly. It's nothing. I am here. What do you mean, nothing? A wolf-tooth club just smashed into my face. Ji Mingyun and Li Wui had already begun their assault. The 5 martial saints struck simultaneously, deliberately restraining their spiritual power to ensure that Lu Qing would not perish too swiftly. In a mere second, they unleashed 6 strikes. Remember, it wasn't merely about delivering 6 blows. It was to demonstrate their unwavering loyalty to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe lounged in his chair, leisurely crossing his legs, feeling quite pleased. No wonder those leaders always brought a cadre of followers with them. Elder Ji, do take it easy. Leave some opportunities for those disciples waiting outside. Balance between work and rest is paramount. Switch out, Lin Zhe instructed. The dozen or so guards stationed outside rushed in to take over. Lu Qing was howling in agony. Yu Xiao urged from the side, this is my guest. What are you doing? Don't hit him so hard. Lu Qing was nearing madness. What was wrong with this woman? How could she utter such a phrase? Was this her idea of mediation? How hard was hard enough? He felt as though he might lose control of his bowels. Lu Qing, I heard you wished to kill me. Do you still feel that way? Lin Zhe inquired coldly. Ah, it seems you remain unrepentant. Continue the beating. Ah, Ji Mingyun frowned and said, Your Highness, we are nearing 200 strikes. I see this fellow is rather resilient. Should we extend it by 50 more? Upon hearing this, even Yu Shuiyao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. Truth be told, it was her first time witnessing such blatant bullying. This was far more entertaining than simply slapping someone to death. She resolved to adopt this method in the future. Just then, as Lu Qing was on the verge of collapse, a cloud of black mist erupted from his body. The old man hidden within him had finally made his move. He could no longer afford to remain dormant. Lu Qing was about to be beaten to death. In that moment, he disregarded the risk of exposing his identity and forcefully executed a teleportation spell, whisking the unconscious Lu Qing away. The instant he appeared, both Yu Shuiyao and Ji Mingyun felt a jolt of unease. Could this presence belong to the elder of divine machinery? He was still alive. In contrast to Ji Mingyun and the others' astonishment, Lin Zhe felt an inexplicable chill of dread wash over him. Lamenting silently, he has the ring, elder? How could Maru let him escape? My life is forfeit. The thought of the protagonists in novels, defying fate and turning the tables, sent a shiver down his spine. Ji Mingyun comforted, "Do not fear, my prince. I shall send someone to pursue him immediately. Will we be able to catch him?" Lindsay replied confidently, "Certainly. However, I still feel it may not be entirely secure." The Grand Elder proposed, "Let us mobilize the entire state's forces for a thorough search. We must leave no stone unturned, even filling every ant hole with cement." Ji Mingyun hesitated. "My prince, is this not somewhat overreacting?" Lindsay took a deep breath, his expression grave. "No, you do not comprehend the destiny that accompanies those elderly individuals who bear rings. Their lives can be remarkably resilient. I shall attend to this matter at once." Once Ji Mingyun and his entourage departed, Lindsay resolved to remain by Yu Iran's side during this period to prevent further mishaps. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Shuyao, who had been largely silent, suddenly spoke, "I have assisted you greatly. Do you not intend to show any appreciation?" Lindsay paused, turning to face her. The room was imbued with a flirtatious atmosphere, the scents and ambience intoxicating. The dim light combined with the swirling, colorful illumination rendered the scene almost enchanting. "Ahem, how would you like me to express my gratitude?" Yu Shuyao stepped closer, her movement bringing her face mere inches from Lindsay's. Under the light, her stunning beauty bore a resemblance to Yu Iran, with nary a flaw visible. With only a finger's breadth between them, Lindsay's gaze faltered, his breath growing slightly heated. "This is not appropriate." Chapter 70. A grave misunderstanding. The Empress approaches. "Is it?" Yu Shuyao smiled alluringly. Initially, she had not entertained such thoughts, but upon hearing Lindsay's protest, her obstinate nature was ignited. "If you say it cannot be, then I shall ensure that it can." Gradually, Yu Shuyao leaned closer to Lindsay. With only a slight distance remaining, their eyes locked. Lindsay found himself lost in memories of their past wild encounters, momentarily forgetting to evade. Gazing at her soft lips, he felt an inexplicable urge to draw near. Just as their lips were about to meet, the door swung open with a loud bang. In an instant, they separated. But it was rather too late. "My prince, second princess, what are you two doing here?" Ji Mingyun, returning with a puzzled expression, noted their awkward distance from one another. Upon entering, he had seemingly glimpsed the proximity of Yu Shuyao and Lindsay's faces. But why so close? Were they counting each other's nose hairs? Lindsay, forcing himself to contemplate, gravely stated, "Shuyao, she wishes to mend her relationship with the Empress, so she asked me for advice on how to please her." "Is that so?" A surge of excitement washed over Ji Mingyun's face. "Second princess, if you were to return, our ghostly shaman palace would undoubtedly soar to new heights, rendering us invincible." He reminisced. "Ah, how close you sisters were in your youth. Always inseparable, training together, sleeping side by side, sharing meals, even visiting the restroom together. You often vowed to find husbands who were one and the same." As an elder of the ghostly shaman palace, Ji Mingyun had witnessed the growth of Yu Iran and Yu Shuyao, and he held a deep affection for Yu Shuyao. "Second princess, please come back." Yu Shuyao furrowed her brow, her expression as frigid as ice. "There is no possibility of reconciliation with that woman." With that, she vanished without a trace. Ji Mingyun cast a puzzled glance at Lindsay. "Prince consort, did you not say the second princess intended to mend her relationship with the Empress?" Cough, cough, elder. "You do not understand. Women are inherently fickle." Ji Mingyun nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. "I must make a note of that, Prince consort." Lindsay smirked slightly. "Elder, why have you returned so suddenly?" Ji Mingyun slapped his forehead, recalling the urgent matter that had brought him back. "Oh, just now. The gatekeeper informed me that a woman claiming to be Xiang Zidi has come to see you, Prince consort." He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "I instructed that disciple to keep her hidden from the Empress." As he spoke, Ji Mingyun felt a swell of pride. "See, this is what it means to be resourceful." Lindsay shot him a glance of exasperation. "Elder, do not jump to conclusions. I have no relationship with that woman." I understand. Ji Mingyun retorted. "You understand nothing. Quickly, take me to her." For reasons unknown, Lindsay's right eyelid twitched incessantly, as if something imminent loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, having been rescued by the old man of the divine mechanism, awoke within a cave. As he opened his eyes, he instinctively attempted to sit up, only to be seized by a sharp intake of breath. "Ouch! It hurts." Every part of his body screamed in agony, save for his center, which remained untouched. You have finally awakened. The old man of the divine mechanism regarded him with a complex expression, filled with resignation. To be honest, I regret forming an alliance with you. You make me feel as though partnering with a pig would be more fortunate than teaming up with you. Lu Qing, already on the brink of collapse, could not restrain a mouthful of blood from escaping upon hearing this. Blood splattered across the ground as fury ignited within him. Damn, Lindsay, I will not let you escape my wrath. I will rally my allies. I have a background too. The old man of the divine mechanism shook his head in disdain. If it comes to that, perhaps it is best to reconsider. Your allies always seem to be either intellectually challenged or utterly devoid of development. Their presence merely serves to provide warmth to others. Shut your mouth. Lu Qing, eyes bloodshot, roared in anger, interrupting the old man. Do you dare to look down on me? I am, after all, the divine son of the divine king palace. My father is none other than the esteemed elder of the divine king palace, wielding immense power. How absurd that a mere Lindsay believes he is worthy of challenging me. Were it not for that treacherous woman, Yu Xiao, betraying me, I would not have fallen to such depths. I shall call upon my father to send reinforcements. Lindsay, your demise is imminent. Ha! However, in his exuberance, Lu Qing inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain, emitting cries of anguish. Lu Qing's schemes were unbeknownst to Lindsay, who was currently confronted with an even graver predicament. If not handled adeptly, he might not even have the chance to face Lu Qing. Yu Yiran could very well end his life with a single strike. In a secluded chamber within the Yusha Palace, Lindsay stared at the unexpectedly arrived Xiangze Dai, his mind reeling. Princess Dai, how did you find your way here? If my wife discovers this, I fear she may misunderstand, and I could end up in quite the predicament. I'm sorry, brother Lindsay, but I missed you dearly, she replied, her voice laced with sorrow. Since we parted, I have been unable to eat or sleep, haunted by dreams of you every night. Xiangze Dai lowered her gaze, her hands clutching her garment tightly, afraid to meet Lindsay's eyes. Lindsay's tone was firm. No, you must leave at once. Feeling a lump in her throat, Xiangze Dai's eyes brimmed with tears. No, brother Lindsay, I am willing to do anything you ask. Please don't send me away, don't abandon me. I do not seek your obligation. I only wish to remain by your side. Even if I cannot speak with you, just to see you from a distance would suffice to satisfy my heart. Her appearance was heart-wrenching, delicate and poignant, with tears glistening in her eyes, evoking a sense of compassion from Lindsay. Meanwhile, Ji Mingyun could no longer contain himself and burst into tears, exclaiming, "How touching! It is a rare thing to find such a devoted woman. My dear girl, you remind me of my late wife. Prince Consort, you must not let her down. Otherwise, I shall not allow it." Lindsay retorted with irritation, "Elder, what business is this of yours? Step outside and guard the door." Wiping away his tears, Ji Mingyun reluctantly exited the room. Once alone, Xiangze Dai immediately leapt into Lindsay's embrace, clinging to his waist, her head nuzzling against his warm chest. Lindsay, feeling overwhelmed, pleaded softly, "Princess Dai, please maintain some distance." "I do not want to," she insisted. This position was undeniably perilous, prompting Lindsay to gently suggest, "Let us sit down and talk slowly, shall we?" After pondering for a few moments, Xiangze Dai finally released him, nodding timidly, "Please don't send me away." Lindsay plopped down onto a chair, rubbing his temples, at a loss for how to proceed. "Brother Lindsay, allow me to brew you a cup of tea," Xiangze Dai offered as she lifted the teapot, eager to serve him. The one she longed for day and night was now right before her, and Xiangze Dai's focus was entirely consumed by Lindsay. As a result, the hand that was once preparing tea trembled slightly, inadvertently spilling the scalding liquid all over Lindsay's lap. I'm so sorry, Akizawa Chio hurriedly apologized, reaching for a towel to assist Lindsay in drying off. However, her crouching position and the area she was attempting to wipe were inevitably suggestive. Lindsay had yet to voice his objection. Bang! At that moment, the door was forcefully kicked open. Yu Yiran and Shangguan Yi appeared at the threshold, witnessing the entire scene unfold. For a brief moment, the atmosphere descended into prolonged silence, as if the world itself had fallen silent. All that remained was Akizawa Chio, her face flushed with guilt, hastily attempting to dry the tea from Lindsay's trousers. This action drew immediate attention to the large damp patch in the middle of Lindsay's groin, a sight that could easily lead to misunderstandings. Beast! Shangguan Yi's mood plummeted to an all-time low. In broad daylight, How could one dare to engage in such antics? She had gone to great lengths to smooth things over and advised Iran not to misinterpret the situation. Now it seemed, the young rogue would have to fend for himself. Akizawa Chiyo finally sensed that the atmosphere had turned awkward, ceasing her movements and standing there, visibly uneasy. At that moment, Iran suddenly remarked with a faint smile, "Why have you stopped? Continue wiping. Make sure it's clean. It will be more convenient later." Chapter 71. This emperor does not desire your little bird. My lady, it is all a misunderstanding. Look, it was merely an accident with the tea. And Princess Chiyo is just helping me wipe it off. My heart resists this. Lindsay quickly rose, gesturing toward the tea on his lap. Yet, as he looked at Iran, there was a clear sense of guilt in his demeanor. No one replied, and the silence resumed. Akizawa Chiyo, realizing the tension, understood that they had misconstrued the situation and quickly attempted to clarify. Your Majesty, Lindsay did not deceive you. We were simply doing nothing unusual. Then why are you here? Came a voice, icy as frost, from beside her ear. Akizawa Chiyo suddenly felt a chill wash over her. Hesitantly, she replied, I wanted to come and see Lindsay. Is that so? It seems you have forgotten what I previously told you. You may leave, Iran commanded. Despite the room's warmth, Akizawa Chiyo felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Your Majesty, please don't. Yet, no matter how she struggled, there was no room for resistance in the presence of Iran. The door closed, and she was pinned upon the bed, curtains drawn. Indescribable sounds followed in succession, prompting Lindsay to cover his ears, amplifying the sounds for clearer reception. Is this truly how my lady operates? It is utterly terrifying. Shangwan shot him a reproachful glare. Are you still finding time to gawk? After gracefully tidying up that girl, it was your turn next. Lindsay felt an urge to exclaim, if possible, please do punish me this way. After a while, Xiang Zidi, with tears in her eyes and her face flushed, dashed out. Elder, from this moment forth, she shall be a disciple of my Yusha palace, declared the empress in a chilling tone. Ji Mingyun nodded in agreement. Lindsay couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was this meant to keep someone here? Was his beloved unusually agreeable today? However, before Lindsay could contemplate further, a powerful force pulled him into the room. Gazing at the enigmatic smile of Iran, Lindsay anxiously glanced around. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he executed the spirit control technique. Look, my dear, I present to you a little bird. As he clasped his hands together and unveiled them, a small, luminescent green bird emerged. Iran's expression remained indifferent as she coolly replied, Do not mistake me for an ignorant maiden. I have no need for your bird. Embarrassed, Lindsay scratched his head and coughed. Ahem, Empress, shall we take a stroll? I can offer you a ride on my little bird. With that, Lindsay summoned the fire phoenix, Tang Tang, and transformed. In an instant, an inferno erupted from Tang Tang, and the resonant calls of the phoenix echoed through the air. The roaring flames coalesced and gradually took the form of a majestic phoenix, adorned with a three-tailed golden crown. The fiery phoenix soared gracefully, embodying both sanctity and grandeur, its cries reverberating with the weight of a colossal beast, cascading in all directions. Is this Tang Tang? Even Iran appeared slightly astonished. Indeed, that little plump bird had always played the fool. Had it not been for a visit to the demon clan, Lindsay would have remained oblivious. He waved his hand, and the fire phoenix, Tang Tang, descended gently outside the house. My dear, come aboard. Iran couldn't help but smile. A divine beast like the fire phoenix as a mount was indeed a rarity. I have never ridden a phoenix. With an elegant posture, she sat upon the phoenix's neck, while Lindsay settled comfortably behind her, his arms naturally encircling her soft waist. They were closely entwined, and Iran could even feel the warmth radiating from Lindsay's chest. The arm encircling her waist was decidedly bold. With a hint of reproach, Iran cast him a sidelong glance. You don't mean to take advantage of me just because I allowed you to have me ride, do you? I am still quite upset. Do you believe I won't kick you off? My dear, we are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. If I were to fall, I would surely perish. Would you truly wish for my demise? Lindsay leaned his chin against Iran's shoulder, teasingly. The once composed Iran struggled to maintain her icy demeanor, glaring at Lindsay with feigned anger. Lindsay smiled faintly, only to escalate his mischief by playfully nibbling on her earlobe. With a soft, almost imperceptible sound, Iran could not help but exhale a delicate sigh. Lindsay released his grip and chuckled. My dear, your voice is truly melodious. Yui Ran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Zhe's gaze. The moment had felt like an electric shock, and she pondered how she could possibly produce such a sound. It was utterly mortifying. Tang tang, descend, Lin Zhe instructed, patting the back of the fire phoenix. Soon, Tang Tang gradually landed just outside a city, still in its juvenile phase. Tang Tang could not maintain its phoenix form for long. Upon touching the ground, it drowsily reverted to its original shape and nestled against Yui Ran's chest, succumbing to slumber. My dear, shall we venture inside? Staying cooped up in the palace must be quite dull for you, Lin Zhe said, gently taking Yui Ran's hand and leading her into the city. Still dazed from the earlier incident, she absent-mindedly nodded, allowing Lin Zhe to guide her forward. The streets bustled with life, adorned with numerous stalls offering a variety of delectable snacks. Stopping before a stall selling sugar figurines, Lin Zhe found himself intrigued. My dear, shall we mold one for fun? He inquired. At our age, playing with such things? She replied, feigning indignation. I shall craft one for you, if you so desire. He offered. At this, Yui Ran's eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement. Then I want to mold one too, she exclaimed, taking a spoon from the sugar and turning her back to him, determined to shield her creation. Why are you hiding it so tightly, my dear? Let me see, Lin Zhe teased. I won't show you. I'll keep it for myself, she huffed, tightening her grip. By the way, what shape do you intend to create? However, she soon cast a furtive glance in Lin Zhe's direction. I want to tell you, he replied with a smile. You know what? I don't even care to know, she retorted playfully. Let us reveal our creations to each other once we are done, he suggested. Agreed, as they began to shape the sugar figurines. It might be a challenge for ordinary individuals, yet for cultivators, a mere infusion of spiritual energy sufficed to mold any desired form. Buzz, gradually infusing their spiritual energy. The two sugar figurines quickly took shape and solidified. Yui Ran concealed her figurine behind her back, while Lin Zhe did the same with his. What did you create? Yui Ran inquired, curiosity lacing her tone. Lin Zhe blinked playfully. Let us reveal them together. All right, I'll count to 3. And we must unveil them at the same time. No one can be late. Lin Zhe nodded in agreement. Very well. 3, 2, 1. As the words left her lips, both sugar figurines appeared before their eyes simultaneously. Lin Zhe and Yui Ran were momentarily taken aback, for each figurine bore the likeness of the other. However, Lin Zhe meticulously crafted and intricately designed the small sugar figurine, which almost flawlessly replicated Yui Ran's beauty and her ethereal demeanor. In contrast, the sugar figurine of Lin Zhe, sculpted by Yui Ran, appeared forlorn, with its head drooping and a frown etched upon its face, its hands seemingly clasped in a plea for mercy, embodying a pitiful visage. This sight rendered Lin Zhe momentarily grim, and he exclaimed in a huff, My dear, could you not fashion me with a bit more grandeur? Yui Ran, however, responded with a mischievous smile. Isn't this precisely the expression you wear when beseeching my forgiveness? Lin Zhe feigned annoyance, retorting, Oh dear wife, how clever of you. I shall flick your forehead. With that, he gently tapped the head of the sugar figurine, unwilling to be outdone. Yui Ran opened her mouth and bit off half of the figurine's head. The taste was sweet and delightful, leaving a lingering richness on her palate. Muffled, she declared, Crunch. Crunch, I shall consume your head. You eat, and I shall eat. No, wait, I want to lick my dear wife first. Lin Zhe extended his tongue, satisfied as he savored a piece of the sugar figurine, landing precisely where Yui Ran's bosom was sculpted. It must be said, Lin Zhe had a penchant for details, ensuring that the empress was portrayed with ample and rounded curves. Upon witnessing Lin Zhe's indulgence, Yui Ran's face flushed crimson as thoughts raced through her mind. No, give me the sugar figurine, she demanded. But I haven't finished savoring it yet, he protested. You are not permitted to lick it. In an instant, her cheeks grew even warmer. She stepped forward, snatching the sugar figurine from Lin Zhe's grasp and storing it within her spatial ring. Observing this, Lin Zhe chuckled, My dear, do you intend to keep it as a memento? How delightful. I shall simply dispose of it upon my return. Yui Ran huffed coldly and turned away. But at that moment, Lin Zhe suddenly embraced her, teasingly saying, Having taken my sugar figurine, do you not owe me a little interest? The passers-by on the street quickly took note of the couple's unusual interaction, as the handsome man and beautiful woman embraced, eliciting curious glances. Wow, this couple is so affectionate. They can't bear to part, even while walking down the street. An elderly gentleman reminisced, Ha ha ha. I was once as dashing in my youth. Kiss kiss. At that instant, the crowd spontaneously formed a circle, enclosing Lin Zhe and Yu Ran at the center, urging them on with playful shouts. Hurry, release me. Yu Ran pushed against Lin Zhe's chest, her eyelids fluttering, a hint of panic stirring within her. Yet Lin Zhe was unrelenting. He suddenly leaned down and pressed his lips against Yu Ran's rosy ones. Their lips met, melding together. Yu Ran let out a soft whimper, mm. In that moment, the bustling street seemed to freeze in time. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide, rendered speechless by the unexpected display of affection. Ding. Points awarded, 1,000. Current points, 4331. The system's voice echoed in Lin Zhe's mind, but he paid it no heed, wholly engrossed in the kiss with the woman in his arms. Only when he sensed the unsteadiness of his beloved's breath did he release her ruby lips. Then, resting his chin atop the delicate crown of Yu Ran's head, he murmured, "Thank you, my dear wife. I have received the interest. The sugar figurine is yours." Yu Ran exhaled softly, her eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. Her exquisite features were already tinged with a rosy hue, and the slender corners of her enchanting eyes glistened with moisture, while her lips were a luscious crimson, dripping with allure. Had she just been kissed forcefully by Lin Zhe, right there on the bustling street? Even now, her mind was still somewhat in a daze, the kiss having stirred an indescribable sensation within her. "Let us hurry," Yu Ran said, her cheeks flushed and her ears burning with embarrassment. She grasped Lin Zhe's hand, her steps slightly frantic as they took to the skies, distancing themselves from the crowd. The multitude of ordinary citizens gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. A celestial couple. So, they were indeed accomplished immortals. It must be so. Otherwise, how could mere mortals possess such striking beauty? Regardless of age or gender, admiration and envy glimmered in their eyes, accompanied by gasps of awe. Meanwhile, the vendor at the sugar figurine stall caught a glimmer of inspiration. Hastily wiping his hands and erecting a sign in front of his stall that read, "Even immortals finish and become single. Single folks, hurry and come smell the sweetness." High above, two figures soared through the air like shooting stars. Yu Ran pushed her flying speed to the utmost, soon leaving the city far behind. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She felt a mix of indignation and shyness. How could you dare to do that with so many people watching? It's all right, my dear. They don't know us. Did you not hear? They called us a celestial couple. Be quiet. Who is your celestial partner? How dare you kiss me without my consent? If I were not concerned about harming the innocent bystanders, I would have already slapped you into silence. If you dare repeat this, I will not forgive you," Yu Ran declared, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Zhe with mock severity. In all honesty, witnessing Yu Ran feigning a fierce demeanor was quite amusing to Lin Zhe. He nearly laughed aloud. How had he never noticed this adorably fierce side of his wife before? Concerned about harming innocent citizens? My dear, have you forgotten that you are the empress of the demon clan? Why are you silent? Yu Ran poked Lin Zhe's cheek. Suppressing his laughter, he replied, "My dear, I understand. I promise to inform you before I kiss you next time." Satisfied, Yu Ran nodded. "Well, that sounds reasonable. Wait, what do you mean by next time? There will be no next time." "Ha ha. My dear, your ears are red again." Lin Zhe laughed heartily, taking Yu Ran's delicate hand as they strolled slowly towards the Yusha Palace. "How do you intend to handle that girl, Aizaochia?" As they approached the palace gates, Yu Ran suddenly inquired, her captivating gaze fixed intently upon Lin Zhe's face. Lin Zhe appeared rather nonchalant. "There is truly nothing between us. I regard her more as a younger sister." Yu Ran responded with a playful huff. "Oh, a stepsister is it? My dear, I hadn't realized you were so adept at driving. Be quiet. You're being ridiculous." Their playful banter continued as they entered the grand hall. Upon crossing the threshold, they were met with the anxious and flustered figure of Shangwan rushing outside, her demeanor suggesting a grave situation. Yu Ran, intrigued, could not help but ask, "Auntie, what troubles you?" "I must hurry. My senior sister has been poisoned, and I need to assist her in finding an antidote," Shangwani replied, her tone urgent as she moved swiftly. The Empress inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" Shangwan shook her head. "No, but could you lend me Lin Zhe for a few days? The poison affecting my senior sister is rather peculiar, and I fear I cannot concoct the antidote alone." Upon hearing this, Yu Ran's beautiful eyes sparkled as she glanced at Lin Zhe, her delicate lips biting down thoughtfully. "Very well, but do return swiftly." Shangguan Yi chuckled lightly. Can you not endure a few days of solitude? Yui Ran, slightly vexed, retorted, Auntie, you jest. I would prefer to not see him daily. It would spare me the annoyance. With a series of soft giggles, Shangguan Yi covered her mouth, then grasped Lin Zay's shoulder, transforming into a streak of light as she soared into the sky. Shangguan Yi wielded her sword with remarkable speed, a testament to her prowess as a martial saint of the 6th tier. The wind rushed past Lin Zay, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Ahead, Shangguan Yi's hair danced in the breeze, occasionally brushing against his handsome face. The wind clung to her delicate attire, outlining her exquisite figure. Auntie, Lin Zay called out. Upon hearing him, Shangguan Yi suddenly halted, causing Lin Zay to collide with her. His hands instinctively found their place upon her full form, their bodies pressed closely together, radiating a shared warmth. Auntie, why did you stop so abruptly? Did you not call for me? Shangguan Yi replied, her tone betraying her discomfort. Her cheeks flushed crimson from Lin Zay's proximity. Her gaze was drawn to his hands resting upon her. Unaware of the placement of his hands, Lin Zay casually remarked, I merely wish to inquire where we are headed and whether it is far. It is not distant. We shall arrive by tomorrow morning. Oh, I see. Lin Zay nodded, pondering what sort of poison had afflicted his auntie's friend and whether he could be of assistance. Just as he mused, a soft, delicate voice broke through his thoughts. Why your hand? Lin Zay then realized that his hand had been resting on Shangguan Yi's after applying the brake. Had she not mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious. Curiously, he pondered how he suddenly felt so at ease. Shangguan Yi bit her lip and whispered, Aren't you going to let go? Embarrassed, Lin Zay hastily withdrew his hand. Ahem, my apologies. It's fine. Time slipped away swiftly. In the distance, a crimson hue began to illuminate the horizon as night gradually dissipated. High above, two figures descended slowly to the ground, Lin Zay and Shangguan Yi. Ahead lay a dense grove, within which was nestled a secluded valley. Eager to help, Shangguan Yi grasped Lin Zay's arm and strode purposefully into the valley. Lin Zay, with a curious gaze, continuously admired the scenic beauty surrounding them. Within the valley stood only a few quaint wooden cabins, surrounded by an array of rare and precious medicinal herbs. A gentle breeze swept through, allowing both to inhale the fragrant aroma of the herbs, evoking a sense of paradise. Before long, they arrived at the cabin's entrance. Shangguan Yi called out to the closed wooden door, Brother Ouyang, I'm here. How is my sister-in-law's condition? With a soft creak, the door swung open as if by an unseen force. Come in, junior sister. Upon hearing this voice, Shangguan Yi showed no hesitation and stepped inside with Lin Zay. Inside the cabin, a man with thinning hair, resembling an early-stage Mediterranean look, was hunched over a desk, diligently writing something while dressed in a simple white tank top. This was none other than Shangguan Yi's elder brother, the once-renowned master of poisons, Ouyang Jiang. Observing her brother's greatly aged face, Shangguan Yi sighed. Brother, you've aged considerably over the years. While others might remain unaware, she, as Ouyang Jiang's junior sister, understood all too well. In his youth, he had been an exceptionally handsome man, renowned for his striking looks. It was said that even passing dogs would lift their tails in his direction, chasing him for blocks. Yet, time had transformed this former beauty into a portly Mediterranean uncle. Ouyang Jiang, however, was unconcerned about his appearance. He regarded Shangguan Yi like a younger sister, giving her a once-over. You haven't aged, and you've only grown more beautiful. Is that young man your partner? Quite handsome. He chuckled heartily, old bull eating tender grass. Junior sister, you found yourself a good one. Surprised by his words, Shangguan Yi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted, Brother, don't speak nonsense. This is Iran's husband. I've brought him to help save my sister-in-law. Iran is married. I truly wasn't aware, Ouyang Jiang responded, astonished. Living in seclusion within the mountains, he was oblivious to the events of the outside world in recent years. Just then, amidst their casual conversation, a woman on the bed suddenly let out a painful moan. Ouyang Jiang's countenance suddenly changed, and he hurried to the bedside, leaning over the woman's face with an exceedingly gentle tone. Jiao, Xiaoyi has arrived. You shall surely be all right. Sit up slowly, and let Xiaoyi assist you with the diagnosis. Ouyang Jiang gently supported the woman's shoulders, allowing her to lean against him as she rose from the bed. Lin Zay cast a glance, and a flicker of horror passed through his eyes. Before him lay Jiao, her face ashen, lips tinged with purple, and her eye sockets sunken, resembling a withered corpse. Her frail body appeared as if it were merely a skeletal frame. Shangguan Yi was equally taken aback. She had never imagined that Ajiao's poisoning was so severe. Sister-in-law, I shall treat you at once. With that, she wasted no time. With a flick of her right wrist, a golden thread shot towards Ajiao, ensnaring her wrist. Her left hand's 3 fingers then delicately touched the golden thread. Sensing with utmost care, the atmosphere within the wooden cabin fell into silence, where one could almost hear their own heartbeat. Observing Shangguan Yi's face gradually darkening, Ouyang Zhang's heart sank as well. Minutes later, Shangguan Yi retracted the golden thread. With a trembling voice, Ouyang Zhang inquired, Junior sister, is there still hope? Shangguan Yi's brow furrowed deeply. I cannot guarantee. Saying this, she produced a silver needle, pricking Ajiao's finger and extracting a drop of black blood. As the silver needle was withdrawn, it turned pitch black. Shangguan Yi brought the drop of fetid black blood to her nose, and, with an expression of grave concern, stated, Senior brother, the poison that sister-in-law has been afflicted with is not unfamiliar to you. It is indeed the lethal toxin devised by that traitor from years past, capable of taking your life thrice over. Upon hearing this, despair filled Ouyang Zhang's eyes. Is it not the concoction made from the 108 most venomous herbs in existence, combined with 81 poisonous insects, refined over 49 days? This implies that Ajiao cannot survive. Ouyang Zhang's eyes suddenly turned blood red as he roared in fury. Chinshimi, I curse your progeny. How dare you inflict such a poison upon my beloved Ajiao? I shall ascend to the divine king's palace to exact vengeance. Chapter 74. It was once again Lu Qing who called out, The divine king's palace? At this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lin Zhe's eyes. Shangguan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Indeed, Chen Shimi was once my second senior brother, yet for the sake of wealth and glory, he poisoned our master. After being discovered by my senior brother and me, he has remained hidden in the divine king's palace. I never imagined that, after all these years, he would still be wreaking havoc. Ouyang Zhang's eyes were now filled with bloodshot fury. He gently laid Ajiao down and resolutely strode towards the exit, intent on revenge. Noticing this, Lin Zhe hastily advised, Senior Ouyang, now that we know the nature of the poison, it is imperative to focus on the antidote. Ouyang Zhang, enveloped in despair, sighed heavily, but this poison is incurable. Poor Ajiao shall likely not see the dawn of tomorrow. The toxin, capable of taking your life thrice over, is known to all and sundry. It was the Emperor Wu who fell victim to an extraordinarily lethal poison, one that would lead to eternal anguish if contracted. Once it took effect, the male would suffer explosive torment, bleeding profusely until death. The female, somewhat spared, would simply bleed out without the explosive agony. Lin Zhe was taken aback, pondering the nature of such a devilish toxin. At that moment, the atmosphere within the room grew exceedingly heavy. After a brief silence, Shangguan Yi, displaying a trace of despair, lamented, This poison contains too many components. A single misstep could render the antidote unattainable. A slight deviation could lead to catastrophic failure. Unless we can capture Chinshimi and extract the formula, we stand no chance of crafting an effective cure. Ouyang Zhang clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with a fierce coldness. Junior sister, keep a close watch on Ajiao. I must make my way to the Divine King Palace. I will annihilate Chinshimi and his entire family. Upon uttering this, Shangguan Yi cast a worried glance at Ouyang Zhang. Just as she was about to offer a word of caution, a brazen voice echoed from outside the wooden cabin. Ha ha ha, annihilate my entire family? I fear you may not have the opportunity. This valley shall serve as your burial ground. As the words fell, an immense force overturned the wooden cabin, exposing everyone within. Recognizing the familiar voice, Shangguan Yi and Ouyang Zhang were taken aback, hastily drawing their weapons and warily scanning the heights of the valley. There stood a man clad in a flamboyant robe, heavily made up, exuding an air of ostentation. Chinshimi, how dare you come here? Indeed, the figure atop the valley was none other than Shangguan Yi's second senior brother, Chinshimi. I have come in search of one named Lin Zhe. As for you, you are merely an afterthought. Chinshimi scoffed disdainfully at Shangguan Yi before turning his gaze to Lin Zhe with a mocking glint. You boy, having offended the son of Lu Qing, today marks your demise. I had intended to ambush you outside the Yusha Palace, yet you have conveniently presented yourself here. Ha ha. Once I eliminate you, I shall gain immense fame in the eyes of the sun. Chinshimi laughed maniacally, as if Lin Zhe and his companions were mere caged birds. His brazen demeanor incited fury in Shangwani. Observing the preparedness of his adversary, Linzai narrowed his eyes. Aware that Chen Shimi could not have come alone, he coldly called out, "Chen Shimi, summon your hidden allies." Chen Shimi waved his hand, and soon a dozen figures emerged from the valley. Shangwani focused intently, her body tensing, her expression turning grave. 3 were at the martial saint level, and 10 at the martial emperor level. This assembly was nothing short of luxurious. The sudden appearance of this group caused Ouyang Zhang's complexion to pale, exclaiming, "Poison dragon arm Laning, poisonous tongue woman Xiaope, poisonous I King Ching Si Hai. What are you doing here?" Those of advanced age would certainly have heard of these 3 notorious figures, the infamous triad of poisons from the Yusha continent. Though a rogue cultivator, he stood at the 6th level of the sacred realm, rivaling Ouyang Jiang and Shangwani. "Cheng Sihai, how could you be mingling with Chen Shimi?" With arms crossed and a smile, Cheng Sihai remarked, "One may indulge in a chaotic feast, but one must not speak recklessly. I, Cheng Sihai, have always been a maverick. How could I condescend to associate with others? Ouyang, I have no desire to confront you, but their offers are simply too enticing." A chilling smile crept across Cheng Sihai's lips, and a sinister aura radiated from his eyes. "We possess 4 martial saints. Cease your struggles and surrender Linzai. Otherwise, I shall." Before he could finish, the valley resonated with the sharp clang of a sword. In an instant, a cold light flashed, seemingly cleaving the clouds in the sky. Cheng Sihai turned to see a young man standing not far away, wielding a heavy black sword, its blade surrounded by a swirling black dragon. Cheng Sihai was momentarily taken aback, not by Linzai's fearsome sword intent, but by the audacity of Linzai in drawing his sword. They, for martial saints, were engaged in a verbal spar with Ouyang Jiang, and here stood a mere martial zone, daring to raise his sword against them? Was he out of his mind? However, that thought lingered only for a second. Astonishment morphed into shock as the sword intent surged forth with alarming ferocity, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Although caught off guard, his martial saint instincts compelled him to raise his hand. A dark radiance erupted from his fist to meet the oncoming sword intent. Yet, in the next moment, Cheng Sihai's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could retreat, a sharp pain pierced his chest. The sword intent unleashed by Linzai had inexplicably penetrated the dark light and struck him squarely in the chest. This is the grass character's sword technique. Cheng Sihai gazed down at the faint crimson mark on his chest, dazed for several seconds before he finally recognized Linzai's technique. Incredible. You actually master the swordplay of the sword demon. How about that? Cheng Sihai instinctively retorted, "Impressive, truly worthy of your reputation." Seeing this, Chen Shimi fumed. "Impressive, my foot. Attack. Cheng Sihai, Laning, you handle Ouyang Jiang. Xiaope, you and I will deal with Shangwani. Capture that boy alive, as commanded by the divine sun." With those words, 4 martial saints and 10 martial emperors channeled their spiritual energy and struck together. Naturally, Ouyang Jiang and Shangwani would not remain idle. They drew their weapons and met the onslaught. Boom. The mere aftermath of their clash sent tremors through the valley, collapsing half of it. Among those present, Ouyang Jiang proved to be the strongest. Even Cheng Sihai and Laning together could only manage a stalemate. Yet, with 10 martial emperors persistently harassing him, Ouyang Jiang's defeat was merely a matter of time. On Shangwani's side, the situation was dire. As an alchemist, she was not adept at combat, and now, facing the 2 formidable opponents, Chen Shimi and Xiaope, she found herself utterly at their mercy. As Shangwani faltered for just a moment, she received a forceful strike from Chen Shimi to her chest, causing her to be propelled backward. Fortunately, Linzai was there to catch her just in time. Turning her head, Shangwani intended to urge him to flee swiftly. But upon seeing Linzai transformed into a dragon-like figure, she could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, what kind of creature is this?" Chapter 75. Linzai's explosive outburst against the 6th stage of Martial Saint. Shaking the dragon horns atop his head, Linzai spoke gravely, "Auntie, step back and allow me to handle this." Despite Shangwani's desire to protest further, Linzai did not grant her the opportunity, forcefully pushing her back. Previously, he had regarded Shangwani as a formidable opponent at the 6th stage of Martial Saint, but just moments ago, during her confrontation with Chen Shimi, she was unable to execute even a simple martial technique. It appeared that even channeling spiritual energy was somewhat foreign to her. Linzai observed this and felt he possessed a greater chance of victory than her. although he was merely at the 4th stage of martial zone. The power of the dragon spirit endowed him with combat abilities equivalent to that of a 4th stage martial venerable. The transformation of his flesh into that of a dragon further provided him with the defensive prowess to withstand the attacks of a martial saint. Coupled with the grass character sword technique, he was not without the capacity to engage in battle. With a worried expression, Shangwan Yi shouted, "Preserving our lives is paramount. We must first avoid the oncoming peril." Lin Zhe, wielding the heavy black iron sword, coldly retorted, "Avoid his peril? Humph. My sword is not without its own advantages." His gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming sword intent surged forth. Once again, Lin Zhe manifested his sword intent. A colossal golden sword apparition slowly materialized, imbued with the essence of grass. Before the heavy iron sword was fully raised, dark mist erupted from its blade. Whoosh! The sword sang like a dragon's roar, echoing throughout the valley. Subsequently, a dragon-shaped sword energy ascended from the ground, piercing the air with the force of a rainbow, directly aimed at Qin Shimi, who wielded dual blades. Lin Zhe channeled the spiritual energy within his martial veins, unleashing his most potent strike in a state of full readiness, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Shangwan Yi, positioned behind Lin Zhe, felt an overwhelming pressure wash over her. Although she was not the target, she still paled in shock. In midair, Qin Shimi, witnessing a mere 4th stage martial zone cultivator unleash such terrifying might, displayed a glimmer of astonishment. However, despite his shock, it did not impede Qin Shimi's response. He was already aware of Lin Zhe's mastery of the grass character sword technique, notorious for its lethality. There was no avenue for evasion or defense, leaving him with no choice but to await the impending strike. Aware of this, Qin Shimi refrained from confronting Lin Zhe head-on. Instead, he concentrated all his spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier of qi that enveloped him from head to toe, leaving no gaps. This protective qi was precisely what was needed to withstand the sword energy of the grass character sword technique. At the moment the protective qi coalesced, the dragon-shaped sword apparition collided with the white barrier of qi. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the valley, causing Qin Shimi's form to sway uncontrollably in midair. The indomitable protective aura shattered into fragments upon the briefest contact with the sword energy. Logically, a 4th-tier martial artist should not have been able to breach Qin Shimi's formidable aura, even when employing the most rudimentary techniques. Yet, to Qin Shimi's astonishment, his aura crumbled before Lin Zhe's sword energy as though it were mere paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe's strike only inflicted a minor injury upon Qin Shimi. After all, a 6th-tier martial sage possesses an overwhelming advantage in realm, no matter how transcendent the sword technique. It cannot compensate for a disparity in raw strength. Furthermore, Qin Shimi had prepared in advance. As he deflected the sword energy, he perceived that Lin Zhe's internal energy had been entirely expended, prompting him to swiftly advance with dual blades raised, aiming a downward strike. In response, Lin Zhe did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward, declaring, "Do you think I possess only a single sword?" With that, the heavy sword in Lin Zhe's grasp erupted once more with radiant energy, thrusting towards Qin Shimi's heart. Fortunately, Lin Zhe had cleverly withheld his full strength during the first strike, waiting for Qin Shimi to lower his guard before launching a decisive blow. The might of the second strike was no less formidable than the first. Qin Shimi, witnessing this, was once again taken aback. How could this young man possibly execute sword techniques consecutively? Does he possess an abundance of energy? Despite his astonishment, Qin Shimi remained a 6th-tier martial sage. Even as Lin Zhe's sword approached, he instinctively reacted, crossing his dual blades before him for defense and rapidly condensing his aura for protection. In the next moment, a thunderous impact reverberated as the sword energy struck him. The blade finally found its mark, leaving a crimson scar across Qin Shimi's robe, a wound approximately an inch deep, blood staining the fabric. This spectacle left Shangwan Yi in a state of shock, holding her talisman in confusion, unsure of how to assist. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the ongoing battle were equally astounded by Lin Zhe's prowess, collectively halting their actions to gaze in disbelief at the figure before them. This young man, a mere 4th-tier martial artist, had managed to injure Qin Shimi? Is he even human? Cheng Sihai exclaimed in astonishment. Cheng Laoda, it seems he resembles that little dragon man, remarked a younger associate. Cheng Sihai shot him a disapproving glance. How long have you been with me? Almost 3 years, boss. Well, You needn't accompany me tomorrow. Huh. Chen Shimi, casting a glance at the wound upon his chest, smiled darkly. Very well, young man. You have succeeded in inciting my fury. I shall ensure your demise. As he spoke, a black mist enveloped his entire being. Wherever the mist spread, the vegetation withered, and all life perished. Even Qing Sihai and his companions retreated far from him. Such a master of sinister poisons instilled fear in the hearts of all who beheld him. With the intention to claim lives, he unleashed this abhorrent toxin. The black mist thickened throughout the valley, and all present held their breath, bracing themselves for what was to come. At this critical juncture, Shangguan Yi suddenly acted, producing a bronze mirror and positioning it before Lin Zhe. Behold! This unexpected spectacle left everyone astounded. The gazes of Chen Shimi and Cheng Sihai were drawn to the mirror in Shangguan Yi's hands. In that fleeting moment, a dazzling beam of golden light erupted from the mirror. Chen Shimi, enveloped in black smoke, was immediately immobilized. Lin Zhe recognized this artifact as the celestial mirror, a heavenly-grade treasure capable of restraining an adversary for 3 seconds. Realizing this, Lin Zhe swiftly embraced Shangguan Yi and without hesitation retreated forcefully. This was indeed an opportune moment to escape. Ouyang Jiang, seasoned in experience, quickly grasped Lin Zhe's intention, scooping up a jiao and finding a direction to flee with great speed. Meanwhile, Chen Shimi, initially frozen for 3 seconds, stood in a daze for an additional 3 seconds. It was only after a full 6 seconds that he regained his composure and barked at Cheng Sihai and the others. Why the hell aren't you pursuing them? Cheng Sihai responded defiantly. That kid is quite cunning. What if he has some tricks up his sleeve? If we chase, we might end up in trouble. Brother Chun, you are the leader. You go first. Chun Shimi gritted his teeth in frustration. Remember, I will report your performance in detail to Lu Qingshenzi. With that, he left the group behind and strode towards the direction Lin Zhe had taken. Lin Zhe, already depleted of spiritual energy, found that he could not match Chen Shimi's pursuit speed. Soon, Chun Shimi's voice echoed from behind. Stop running. I'll make it quick for you. Chapter 76. Auntie, I won't leave you behind. Two figures traversed the endless valley, one in front of the other, uncertain of where to run or how far. Shangguan Yi noticed the distance between her and Lin Zhe widening until the footsteps behind suddenly ceased. Lin Zhe? Shangguan Yi halted abruptly, turning back to inquire softly. Lin Zhe stood firm, wielding a heavy sword, his back to her as he transformed once more into his dragon-human form. Shangguan Yi, perplexed, cautiously scanned their surroundings and urged. Lin Zhe, hurry, they will catch up soon. Lin Zhe focused on regulating his breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Annie, you go ahead. I will hold them off for a while. A tremor surged through Shangguan Yi's heart. She was acutely aware that she was the one hindering Lin Zhe. Despite possessing the highest capability, she could not contribute in battle. Now, even in flight, she struggled to keep pace. The situation was dire. If they ran together, neither would escape. Perhaps if one stayed behind to confront Chen Shimi, the other might have a chance to survive. Shangguan Yi opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Run, Auntie. Go back and find Iran. She will help me seek vengeance. Lin Zhe inhaled deeply, gripping his sword as he advanced. Shangguan Yi hesitated for a moment, surveying the dense woods around them before casting a glance at Lin Zhe's retreating figure. With a resolute bite of her lip, she dashed forward, grasping Lin Zhe firmly. Do not act rashly. We must employ strategy. I have a plan. Lin Zhe paused, turning to Shangguan Yi, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. After all, the situation seemed dire, and if there remained even a sliver of possibility for survival, who would willingly choose to remain and face certain death? At this moment, Shangguan Yi steadied herself, pointing towards a towering treetop not far off. You should hide here. I shall employ a secret technique that can turn the tables on Chen Shimi. I have kept it hidden until now, but it seems necessary. As she spoke, Shangguan Yi produced a small handkerchief, offering it to Lin Zhe. By the way, this technique requires human blood. You must let a few drops fall upon it. In the face of despair, even the most improbable methods warrant consideration. Though Lin Zhe felt a twinge of doubt, he placed his trust in Shangguan Yi, slicing his finger with the blade and allowing his blood to drip onto the handkerchief. Auntie, can you truly retaliate against them? Of course. Just remember to hide well and do not let them discover you. Taking the handkerchief, Shangguan Yi hastened deeper into the valley. Meanwhile, the sounds of Chen Shimi's pursuit grew ever closer. Lin Zhe concealed his presence, climbing quietly into the treetops, waiting in silence to witness Shangguan Yi's secret attack. Before long, four figures emerged into Lin Zhe's view, advancing rapidly in his direction. Through the gaps in the leaves, he discerned Chen Shimi, wielding dual daggers, leading the group. Cheng Sihai and the other two followed closely behind, attentively scanning their surroundings. Lin Zhe held his breath, poised atop the treetops, keenly observing for an opportunity while also keeping an eye on the direction in which Shangguan Yi had vanished. He was eager to see what this secret technique of his Aunt S entailed, capable of countering four equally formidable martial saints. Regrettably, Lin Zhe waited in vain, seeing no spectacular display of power materialize. Instead, Chen Shimi and her companions drew nearer, ultimately halting beneath the very tree where Lin Zhe concealed himself. Confused murmurs echoed through the stillness of the valley. Has the presence vanished? It seems one is missing. Chun, I smell blood. It is that boy's blood. He has fled deeper into the valley. Pursue him, and leave Shangguan Yi for now, within the dense forest. Chen Shimi and her companions hastened towards the depths of the valley. Lin Zhe felt as if struck by lightning. He stared fixedly at the retreating figures. His breath caught in his throat, his body trembling uncontrollably. His aunt had learned a technique capable of countering their attacks, requiring only a drop of his blood. And he was to remain hidden, waiting for her. The words from moments ago echoed clearly in his mind, and Lin Zhe suddenly understood. The secret technique was merely a life-for-a-life exchange. If his aunt could lure Chen Shimi away, he would have the chance to escape. However, he never anticipated that his aunt would concoct such a deceitful tale and successfully ensnare him in it. Now, a path to survival lay before Lin Zhe. By merely running in the opposite direction of Chen Shimi's departure, he could escape this perilous place alive. Logic dictated that Lin Zhe should seize this opportunity. If he returned alive, he could seek out Yu Iran, and the Empress would undoubtedly aid him in avenging both himself and Shangguan Yi. This was the most favorable outcome, and the least costly method, far preferable to 2 lives lost in the valley under mysterious circumstances. Lin Zhe ought to act accordingly, yet he found himself unwilling to concede. Shangguan Yi had perished in her attempt to save him, while he could only retreat in a panic, setting aside his own gnawing conscience. How could he face Yu Iran if he survived? Lin Zhe tightened his grip on the heavy sword of mysterious iron. As the sword spirit seemed to sense its master's fury, vibrating violently, Chen Shimi had already distanced herself, and distant voices of reprimand and threats echoed. Shangguan Yi had been discovered. She could not escape for long. If he did not act now, the opportunity would slip away, and once Chen Shimi regained her composure, there would be no chance of escape left. Lin Zhe fixed his gaze upon the distant figures, and his feet began to move. Chen Shimi and her companions pursued for only a short distance before halting at the edge of a precipice. What is this? Where is Lin Zhe? Chen Shimi shouted in exasperation, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Standing at the cliff's edge, Shangguan Yi smirked disdainfully. Ha! He has already departed. Just wait. You cannot leave Yushazhou alive. How dare you deceive me? Then you shall die. Clang. Before she could finish her words, Chen Shimi suddenly felt a chill at her throat as a flash of sword light darted past. Instinctively, she turned and raised her blade to deflect it effortlessly. Ha ha. So you are here. Lin Zhe's unexpected appearance delighted Chen Shimi, while Shangguan Yi appeared anxious, even reproaching him. What are you doing back? To save you. Fuming, Shangguan Yi retorted, what good is your saving? Now we are both doomed. Lin Zhe swiftly joined her at the cliff's edge, tilting his head to glance at the sheer drop behind them, his lips twitching involuntarily. So high. Even if one can fly, a fall would surely be fatal, right? No. According to the tropes of these novels, as the protagonist of a transmigration tale, jumping down should surely bring fortune. I would either find an old master to take me in or encounter a beautiful lady in need of rescue. Yet here we are, with no other options but to leap into the abyss. As Chen Shimi and the others charged towards them, Lin Zhe grasped Shangguan Yi's hand and leaped off the cliff. What the hell? Witnessing this scene, Chen Shimi slammed to a halt, peering into the unfathomable depths of the chasm. Have they lost their minds? This is the Black Mountain Cliff, where a natural anti-gravity field exists below. Jumping down would mean certain dismemberment. Brother Chun, regardless of the circumstances, their fate is sealed. Should we not settle our rewards? Cheng Sihai merely glanced down, feeling dizzy, harboring no belief that Lin Zhe could still survive. Chen Shimi shared this sentiment. He waved his hand and went to find Ouyang Jiang, assuring that once everything was concluded, he would fulfill his promise to them. In a haze, Lindsay gradually opened his eyes. The surroundings were dimly lit, filled with jagged rocks, and a damp scent permeated the air. Struggling to sit up, he realized that Shangguani was resting upon him, her eyes tightly shut, still in slumber. Lindsay's mind raced. The protagonist is indeed the protagonist. I knew I wouldn't perish. Just as he reveled in his miraculous survival, the system's voice echoed. Beep. The system detected that the host's life was in peril and urgently spent 10,000 points to activate the emergency mode. Currently, the host owes this system a total of 5,669 points. Rounding it off, that amounts to 6,000. Chapter 77. Not Ant, but Senior Shangguan Lindsay was momentarily bewildered. Was it not his luck that saved him, but rather the intervention of the system? Lindsay, am I in the underworld? At that moment, Shangguani also awoke. Perhaps with a slight headache, rubbing her temples, and in confusion, asked, Lindsay, did we survive? Lindsay couldn't help but twitch his lips. Ant, we made it. I told you, jumping off the cliff wouldn't lead to our demise. Cliff? Shangguani echoed, a glimmer of realization flashing in her eyes. She recalled everything. You're insane. That was the Black Mountain Cliff. Even those in the Martial Emperor realm cannot traverse the skies. How dared you jump? Lindsay replied, dazed. I thought it was an ordinary cliff. Shangguani, in her exasperation, chuckled in disbelief, giving Lindsay a light smack on the head, retorting, if it were an ordinary cliff, would I have lingered there? It dawned on Lindsay. Of course, this was a fantasy, not a mundane world. In a realm of cultivation, who fears cliffs? Shangguani gradually rose, surveying the walls around her, and could not help but exclaim, yet. The fact that we did not perish is a stroke of good fortune amidst our misfortune. Is this a cave? Shangguani took a few steps forward, her expression suddenly shifting. Deep within the cave, there lay a skeleton. The robes on the skeleton had long since decayed, leaving only the white bones seated in place. Judging by the shape of the pelvis, it appeared to belong to a female cultivator. Lindsay noticed the skeleton as well. The cliff, the miraculous survival, the cave, and the enigmatic remains. Upon this realization, he cautiously approached, ensuring there were no traps before he began to sift through the bones. The cave was small, devoid of any other items, save for the skeleton. Lindsay was skeptical that there would be no treasures among the bones. He crouched down and searched, soon finding a jade slip buried beneath a layer of dust. A peerless cultivation technique. Lindsay's heart raced as he hurriedly brushed away the dust, picking up a jade tablet the size of his thumb. Noticing this, Shangguani leaned in closer, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Quick, let us see what it contains, she urged. Lindsay closed his eyes, focusing intently on the contents of the jade tablet. Initially, his expression was solemn, but as he continued reading, his brow furrowed in surprise. Yin and Yang complement each other, nourishing the yin and enhancing the yang through dual cultivation. He had not anticipated such a technique, his expression turning peculiar, yet he pressed on. The tablet contained a wealth of information. It recounted that over 2,000 years ago, a powerful figure from the Hahuan sect had attained enlightenment in this very spot. In a bid to leave a legacy for future generations, he had inscribed the entirety of his learned techniques, the Yushu Hahuan Jing, within the cave. Additionally, he had set up a restriction. Only those who could cultivate the technique to its first level would be permitted to leave. Otherwise, they would perish within the cave. Lindsay's expression was one of astonishment. How ruthless, he exclaimed. Shangguani, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, nudged Lindsay's arm and inquired. What does it say? Does it mention how to escape the cave? I just did a quick inspection, and it seems there is a restriction at the entrance. We can't get out. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lindsay replied, Auntie, perhaps you should read it for yourself. Shangguani, puzzled, took the jade tablet and began to examine its contents. A moment later, she let out a sharp scream. What? This is about dual cultivation. Her gaze momentarily froze, and upon reaching the end, she realized that only by cultivating the technique to its first level could one escape. Her mind went blank in an instant. At that moment, the only man beside her was Lindsay. If she wished to depart, was her only option to engage in dual cultivation with him? Suddenly struck by this thought, Shangguani froze, then quickly spat in disbelief, patting her own face as she scolded herself. What nonsense. Lindsay is Rant's husband. I am merely her aunt. Half a mother-in-law. Am I to discard all sense of propriety? Yet, the path before her seemed singular. Either she would age and die in this cave, or engage in dual cultivation. Flushed with indignation, Shangguan paced back and forth within the cave. The jade tablet clutched tightly in her hand, her mind swirling with audacious thoughts, to the extent that she overlooked Lin Zhe standing nearby. Annie, have you finished reading? Lin Zhe finally attempted to assert his presence by breaking the silence. Huh, what are you thinking right now? Shangguan shot him a fierce glare before feeling her cheeks burn, hastily turning her back to him as she asked. Lin Zhe's mind was in disarray, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He silently observed Shangguan, his gaze inexplicably drawn to her alluring form. Speak, Shangguan urged impatiently, coughing awkwardly. Lin Zhe felt hesitant to divulge his true feelings. He blinked, adopting a serious demeanor as he inquired. So, Elder Shangguan, what are your thoughts now? Elder Shangguan, has the address changed already? Shangguan glared at Lin Zhe with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. You little brat, if you dare to entertain any improper thoughts. Lin Zhe helplessly raised his hands and sighed. Oh, dear aunt, this is a dual cultivation technique. It is clearly stated that in order to leave this cave, we must practice the fishwater harmonization scripture to the first level. And we Shangguan interrupted. Then you practice it. How can I do it alone? Find someone else. I certainly won't practice this with you. Then I won't practice at all. Lin Zhe glanced around the cave, realizing that apart from him and Shangguan, there was no other living soul. Oh, there was a mysterious skeleton that had been dead for who knows how many years. He shook his head, inwardly cursing the one who left this inheritance. What a wretched predicament. Noticing Shangguan Yi's displeased expression, Lin Zhe solemnly assured her, Dear aunt, rest assured. I, Lin Zhe, am not a beast. Even if I were to die here, I would never harbor any wicked thoughts towards you. Shangguan moved beside Lin Zhe, standing shoulder to shoulder, and turned her head to gaze at his profile. Have you found a dual cultivation partner yet? Lin Zhe straightened slightly, his heart filled with doubt. Was there a hidden meaning in her words? Was she hinting at something? He turned to look at Shangguan, and upon seeing her calm demeanor, he suppressed his rebellious thoughts and shook his head. Not yet. How could I? There are only two of us here. A barely perceptible frown crossed Shangguan Yi's brow as she softly replied, Then what should we do? How would I know? Chapter 78. Dear aunt, please maintain your dignity. Shangguan Yi's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment as she nodded gently. Since we cannot find anyone, I suppose I will have to attempt to break the restriction by force. In truth, it was not such a grave matter. At most, it would result in death. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe quickly advised, Aunt, don't act impulsively. Life and death are no trivial matters. Since there are other methods, we should. Other methods? What methods? Shangguan Yi's eyes darkened as she fixed her gaze on Lin Zhe. If you can't find a partner for dual cultivation, you won't be able to practice. Do not expect me to resign myself to dying here, regardless of the outcome. I must try. I want to see if, with my martial sage 6th stage strength, I can break the cave's restrictions. At worst, I will die? That is better than languishing to death in this cave. Seeing that Shangguan had resolved herself to face death, Lin Zhe's expression grew urgent. Aunt, we cannot act recklessly. If there is no way, we can devise a way. Moreover, there are ways to leave here alive. Let me think. Shangguan looked into Lin Zhe's eyes, her brows slightly furrowing. From your words, are you suggesting that you still wish to dual cultivate with me? Lin Zhe's expression stiffened. Aunt, I have no such intentions. Unless you are willing, huh? Listen to what you are saying. Shangguan widened her eyes, her gaze tinged with indignation. Although dual cultivation benefits both our cultivation levels, it also allows us to leave here alive. I am aware that your intentions stem from a place of concern for my well-being. However, as I am but your aunt by title, despite the absence of any blood relation, how could you harbor such thoughts towards me? Lin Zhe found himself in a state of unease at these words. Did I ever express a desire to engage in dual cultivation with you? He questioned, bewildered. Moreover, your phrasing strikes me as rather peculiar. I concede that I entertain such notions, yet I assure you, I would never impose my will upon you. Should you dissent, I would willingly accompany you in this cave until the end of our days, Lin Zhe stated with solemnity. Su Guani furrowed her brow, her expression weary as if drained of spirit. Since you hold such sentiments, I find myself at a loss for words, she replied, turning away to sit quietly, resting her head upon her hands, presenting Lin Zhe with her back and choosing to remain silent. Lin Zhe opened his mouth, scratching his head in confusion. unable to decipher Su Guanyi's thoughts, and dared not speak further. He retreated to a corner of the cave, settling into a state of quietude. The cave was devoid of daylight, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Lindsay sought to calm his mind and dispel the chaotic thoughts that plagued him. Yet, how could he quell the turmoil within? With closed eyes, he attempted to center himself, but the contents of the jade slip and his recent conversation with Su Guanyi continually resurfaced in his mind. A sense of confusion and inexplicable regret washed over him. He felt as if he had overlooked something significant, though reason cautioned him against indulging in such musings. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps echoed through the silent cave, reverberating with unusual clarity. Lindsay opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the source of the noise. To his astonishment, he found himself momentarily stunned. "Aunt, why have you removed your clothing?" Su Guanyi's skin was as pale as snow, her delicate face turned toward him, her warm gaze meeting his. The outer layers of her attire had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a garment of red and green draped across her chest. Instinctively, Lindsay averted his gaze, but his eyes fell upon her long, smooth legs. "That is not." Su Guanyi's hands curled protectively around her chest, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She stood still, exuding an inexplicable allure of springtime. After all, her slender shoulders and rounded form radiated a mature and voluptuous charm. Lindsay remained rooted in place, lost in thought for an indeterminate period before regaining his composure. "Aunt, or rather, Senior Su, you." Despite her minimal attire, Su Guanyi's expression retained the warmth of an elder visiting a younger relative. She stepped forward, her petite feet gliding across the dark ground, a striking contrast. With a graceful wave of her hand, a gentle breeze swept through, clearing a space beside them as if preparing a small bed with neatly arranged garments. Lindsay instinctively took a few steps back, feeling a surge of panic. Senior Su, it may not be appropriate for a man and a woman to be in such minimal attire." Without a word, Su Guanyi swiftly approached him and pushed him to the ground. She lowered her gaze to the somewhat anxious Lindsay and said, "I have just contemplated that regardless of your thoughts, we must survive and leave this place. I believe that in such circumstances, Iran will understand." Lindsay attempted to rise, but found himself obstructed by the proximity of Shangguan, unable to get up. He exchanged a glance with her, feeling a touch of awkwardness. "Senior Shangguan, I am willing to practice with you, but should we not first engage in a bit of foreplay?" Shangguan furrowed her brow, kneeling on the ground and leaning forward slightly, saying, "Lindsay, before we proceed, I wish for you to comprehend one thing. I am Iran's elder, which makes me your elder as well. Therefore, we cannot harbor romantic feelings for one another. I am undertaking this cultivation with you solely for our escape and for Iran's happiness. Only in this manner can I face Iran with dignity afterward." Lindsay found himself somewhat bewildered, unclear about what Senior Shangguan was truly trying to convey. Nonetheless, he replied earnestly, "Senior Shangguan, I will take responsibility for you. I have always been grateful for your meticulous care. I confess that there have been times when I have entertained improper thoughts about you, often daydreaming while gazing at your figure." Clearing his throat, he added, "What I mean is, if you have any affection for me, I would be more than willing to cultivate together. If you are unwilling, there is no need for you to force yourself for my sake." Upon hearing this, Shangguan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. So that insufferable brat had always harbored ulterior motives. He often found himself lost in thoughts about her figure. Surely, he must be thinking of something indecent. Lindsay straightened his posture and cautiously asked, "Senior Shangguan, do you harbor even a slight affection for me?" Shangguan frowned, meeting his gaze for a few seconds before shaking her head. "No, do not overthink it. I am your elder and cannot develop feelings for you. This matter is known only to us. Once we leave, we shall forget it entirely. You can consider it merely an assignment." Hearing this, Lindsay scratched his head, pondering for a long time before speaking with unwavering determination. "If there are no feelings involved, then I cannot practice with you, Senior Shangguan. Treating it as a task is out of the question. I refuse." Shangguan was taken aback. She had already shed her garments and knelt before him. Yet he claimed he was unwilling. "You truly do not wish to?" "I do not wish to. Unless you acknowledge that you harbor even a hint of affection for me, I cannot engage in dual cultivation with you." Shangguan immediately interrupted, "That is impossible." If she were to admit any feelings for Lindsay, it would be akin to competing for a man with her own niece. How could she face Iran afterward? Observing her firm denial, Lindsay remained steadfast, declaring, "Aunt, you are an esteemed elder whom I respect, as well as a woman I am fond of. If you do not acknowledge any feelings for me, I absolutely cannot partake in dual cultivation. I cannot demean you." With no other options available, Shangwan-yi steeled herself, leaning forward even closer. The voluptuous figure leaned in close to Lindsay, her voice sultry and fragrant like orchids, asking, "Lindsay, do you find me beautiful?" In chapter 79, "I just want a hug, no mischief," Lindsay nearly gasped for breath. Raising his hand, he was uncertain where to place it, instinctively leaning back as he replied, "Senior, do not attempt to seduce me. I shall adhere to my principles. Training is permissible, but you must acknowledge your feelings for me." Shangwan-yi furrowed her brows, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. "As long as I am beautiful, what loss is it to you? Be good, and listen, little one." Lindsay shook his head vigorously. Shangwan-yi bit her lip, feeling a sense of helplessness. Initially, she had intended for Lindsay to seek a training partner, hoping he would propose it himself, thereby giving her an excuse to accept. However, this fellow insisted that they must reciprocate feelings before engaging in training. Should Shangwan-yi express her affections, their relationship would shift from passive to active. As an elder, how could she face Ran with composure thereafter? Moreover, Shangwan-yi herself was unclear about her own feelings. There was only one path ahead. Whether he trained or not, he must train. Suddenly, Shangwan-yi adopted a stern demeanor, akin to a strict teacher, commanding, "Lindsay, lie down." Lindsay's eyes were conflicted, his heart in turmoil. He realized something. In every intimate encounter with a woman, he was always the passive one, either pinned beneath or rendered unconscious and immobile. If this time unfolded as expected, it would likely be no different. Lindsay turned his head, suppressing the flames of desire within him. "No way. I will just step aside for a moment." However, no sooner had he risen than he heard a soft, pleading voice. Lindsay, please. The tone was gentle and intoxicating. Lindsay stumbled, unable to resist, and gradually sat back down. Shangwan-yi slowly crouched, kneeling before him, her lips gently biting in an alluring manner. Despite her composed and refined appearance, she exuded an enticing charm. Surely, no man could withstand such a test. If he remained unresponsive, would he not be less than a beast? Thus, Lindsay extended his arm, gently wrapping it around Shangwan-yi's shoulder. I call you senior. It is a matter of respect." Shangwan-yi reprimanded him lightly, her heart racing, her feet arching, yet her expression remained impeccably serious. Lindsay blinked, falling silent. In truth, he most enjoyed witnessing Shangwan-yi in her elder role. The cave fell silent, the atmosphere initially strange, then gradually becoming more intimate. Noticing the shift in Lindsay's demeanor, Shangwan-yi suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension. She pushed against his chest, establishing a rule. "From now on, you will follow my lead. At your command, dear aunt. Call me senior. During training, you must not refer to me as dear aunt." Shangwan-yi's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she maintained the demeanor of a senior, earnestly advising. Gradually, she ceased to meet Lindsay's gaze, contemplated for a moment, closed her eyes, and reclined on the ground. "Do not speak during the process. Simply follow the steps. Come now." The smooth and curvaceous Shangwan-yi lay perfectly still on the ground, her hands elegantly folded over her chest, eyes closed in concentration, awaiting the forthcoming repair. The position she assumed accentuated her graceful figure, yet it was her face that captured the most attention. Despite her evident nervousness, she feigned a composed and relaxed demeanor. With the slightest movement, her eyelashes fluttered, and her body trembled ever so slightly. Lindsay sat beside her, observing intently, taking in the scene before him. The tableau was difficult to articulate, yet it evoked an inexplicable amusement. After a moment's contemplation, he reclined beside Shangwan-yi, also closing his eyes. Though Shangwan-yi had lived many years, she remained an untouched woman. This was her first experience sharing a bed with a man. And despite her outward appearance of composure and seriousness, her heart was anything but at ease. She concentrated her thoughts, anticipating the moment Lindsay would eagerly approach her. She had even contemplated admonishing him against wandering hands and kisses, reminding him that they were merely to practice. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no movement came. This left a myriad of questions etched upon her brow. She cracked her eyes open a fraction and glanced sideways, only to find Lindsay lying as still as she was. Momentarily stunned, she turned to face him, propping her chin on her hand, and inquired, "Why haven't you begun?" Lindsay opened his eyes, revealing a hint of discomfort on his face. "Aunt, to be candid, I am always the passive participant. It is Ran who takes the initiative, so, well, you understand." Shangwan was taken aback. "You cannot be serious." Indeed, Lindsay was well versed in various techniques. Yet, in pursuit of a different experience, he replied earnestly, "As you know, I have no authority at home. Each time we engage, Ran restrains my limbs and senses." So Shangwan furrowed her brow. "That is excessive. Ran has gone too far." "Indeed," he concurred. "So, Senior Shangwan, the responsibility now rests upon you. I can only disrobe. Beyond that, I am uncertain how to proceed." Shangwan exclaimed, "But I don't know either." She had merely glimpsed some illustrations and grasped a few fundamental principles, yet in practice, she was utterly lost. Seizing the opportunity while Shangwan was momentarily dazed, Lindsay had already shed his outer garments, now clad only in his underpants. "Senior Shangwan, surely you can't be at a loss. What shall we do next?" Beholding the naked Lindsay, Shangwan Yi's cheeks turned crimson, almost as if they might bleed. Her expression was one of turmoil, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Clearly at a loss for words. In a flustered tone, she exclaimed, "You fool! Isn't this something one should inherently know?" Even Senior Shangwan was not aware. "What should we do then? How about we embrace for a moment to find the right feeling?" Shangwan Yi's eyes darted around before she finally nodded. "All right. But no reckless actions. Rest assured, I shall merely embrace you, nothing more." Lindsay shifted closer, raising his arms to encircle Shangwan Yi, drawing her soft, supple figure into his embrace. After a while, he inquired, "May I touch?" Chapter 80. I forgot to cultivate. Shangwan Yi noticeably trembled, her body taut. Yet her expression remained composed. Lindsay asked, "Senior Shangwan, is this all right?" You. Shangwan Yi's delicate form quivered, her body slightly lifting as she evidently sought to evade his hand at her waist. "Please refrain from speaking." As she reached the end of her sentence, Shangwan Yi suddenly intensified her tone. Lindsay halted his movements, reluctantly withdrawing his restless right hand from her. The blush on Shangwan Yi's face became increasingly difficult to conceal as she softly reminded him, "You may do what is permissible, but refrain from what is not." Lindsay smiled and asked, "What would you like me to do, Senior?" Shangwan Yi parted her crimson lips, but found herself at a loss for words. Lindsay placed his hand back. "Senior Shangwan, are you feeling tense? Why do you tremble so?" "Do not speak, Lindsay chuckled, leaning down to kiss her soft lips. Shangwan Yi's eyes widened, the blush on her cheeks spreading to her neck. She shivered, slightly tilting her head away. "No kissing. We are merely cultivating. Cultivation requires emotional investment." Soon, the warmth in Shangwan Yi's eyes softened again, her hands resting on Lindsay's shoulders as she attempted to resist. But her body had lost all strength. Gradually, her brows knitted together, her feet lifted off the ground, gently brushing against each other. Her delicate, snowy arms clung tightly to Lindsay's neck, her gaze becoming dazed, the blush on her face deepening. As dawn broke, a figure swiftly darted through the dense forest of the valley. Ouyang forehead was veined with tension as he carried Ajiao, having fled for an entire day and night. At this moment, the entire valley was surrounded by the people brought by Chen Shimi. He could only rely on his familiarity with the terrain to play a game of hide and seek within the valley. However, this could not continue indefinitely. Despite the vastness of the valley, there would eventually come a day when he would be captured. Ouyang paused atop the treetops to catch his breath while restoring his internal energy. He gazed towards the direction of the Black Mountain cliff, clenching his fists, his eyes moist with guilt as he lamented, "Junior sister, I am so sorry. If it weren't for my call, you would not have faced such calamity." During his escape, he had learned from Chun Shimi's pursuit that both Shangwan Yi and Lindsay had fallen into the depths of the Black Mountain cliff. That was a naturally forbidden abyss. Even a martial emperor would not survive such a fall, certain to be reduced to mere fragments. Ajiao, what troubles you?" At that moment, Ajiao suddenly succumbed to a violent coughing fit, a wisp of dark mist appearing upon her forehead, exuding an extraordinarily foul odor. Ouyang, a master of poisons, immediately discerned the ominous sign of impending toxicity. "Fear not, Ajiao. I shall remain by your side. You shall not be alone." His voice was soft, and upon hearing it, the unconscious woman managed a faint smile at the corner of her lips. Within the cavern beneath the dark cliffs, seemingly isolated from the outside world, she awoke once more, feeling as if she had embarked on a new chapter of her life. Shangguan Yi groggily opened her eyes, gazing at the pitch-black walls, her expression reflecting profound bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? A trace of fatigue marred her cheeks as she furrowed her brow, a torrent of fragmented memories flooding her mind. Turning her gaze, she found Lin Zhe, smiling, just within reach, peacefully asleep. You scoundrel! Wake up! Memories of embarrassing moments surged forth, igniting a spark of anger within her gentle demeanor. Lin Zhe, having never slept so blissfully in his life, was roused only by the sound of her indignant voice. Upon seeing Shangguan Yi beside him, her brows knitted in fury and her lovely face aflame with anger. He leisurely caressed her voluptuous thigh and chuckled. Good sister, you're awake. You. Shangguan Yi was incensed by his casual address of good sister. Her teeth clenched against her crimson lips, ready to unleash a torrent of reprimands. However, noticing Lin Zhe's peculiar gaze, she quickly glanced down, hastily grasping her skirt to shield herself. Lin Zhe, stretching languidly, yawned. Perhaps you should rest a bit longer, as I have exhausted myself during my practice. How dare you say that? Shangguan Yi was a tumult of emotions, feeling both furious and embarrassed. She was astonished to realize the myriad of ways intimacy could manifest between men and women. Unable to contain herself, she smacked Lin Zhe on the forehead, admonishing him. How can you still claim ignorance? We have never encountered such outrageous positions. With a shameless grin, Lin Zhe replied, perhaps it is merely instinct. You grasped it rather quickly. Esteemed one, you little rascal. Shangguan Yi exhaled sharply, her heart ablaze with indignation, yet she was at a loss as to how to express her fury. Should she drag Lin Zhe up and give him a beating? But the deed had already been done. What good would that do? The absurd scenes from earlier would forever be etched in her memory. She felt like a marionette, manipulated at will by Lin Zhe, enduring countless positions that left her blushing, unsure of where he had acquired such knowledge. In that moment, her head spun, her body felt weak and unresponsive. Even the thought of resistance was futile. You brat. Once we're out of here, I shall deal with you. Shangguan Yi suppressed her inner turmoil, donned a dress, and hastily approached the cave entrance to check if the restrictions had been lifted. Why can't we leave? Shangguan Yi expressed her confusion while examining her own cultivation. According to the Jade Slip, the Fishwater Harmony Sutra is a legendary technique that can rapidly enhance one's cultivation in a short period. However, after all the efforts she and Lin Zhe had exerted, why had there been no improvement in her cultivation or any change in the spiritual energy within her? Lin Zhe, have you experienced any growth in your cultivation? Shangguan Yi inquired, her face filled with bewilderment. Lin Zhe scratched his head awkwardly and confessed. It seems I forgot to channel my energy. Chapter 81. Once again, Ascension of Realms. You mean to say you forgot to channel your energy? So, everything we just did was in vain. Shangguan Yi's mouth fell open as she stared at Lin Zhe, utterly stunned. Lin Zhe lowered his head, feeling guilty and apprehensive. Dear sister, shall we try again? I promise I won't forget this time. How dare you? Shangguan Yi couldn't help but curse. It was truly hard to blame her. After mustering such determination, temporarily forgetting her identity, and willingly allowing herself to be toyed with by a man, only to end up with nothing but humiliation, who wouldn't be furious? Her lips trembled slightly, and despite her resolute mind, she could not suppress her emotions. Her lips pressed tightly together, revealing the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, concealing countless grievances. Don't cry, dear sister. What sister? I will beat you to a pulp. You scoundrel. Shangguan Yi regained her composure, realizing that Lin Zhe was the one truly at fault. Unable to hold back any longer, she pinned him to the ground, striking him with fists and kicks. You little rascal, was this intentional? Senior Shangguan, I truly forgot. I was too excited, and my head was spinning. I accidentally overlooked the energy channeling. It's fine, we can try again. I assure you, I won't forget this time. Shangguan Yi paused for a moment, looking down at Lin Zhe with a cold gaze. You think you can do it again? Lin Zhe nodded earnestly. Senior, I am in the prime of my youth. Of course I can. Shangguan Yi furrowed her brow, hesitating to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhe assured her, this time, I will concentrate on my practice. I promise not to act recklessly. Shangguan Yi shot him a skeptical glance, her eyes betraying a hint of distrust. Trust me, senior. This time, for certain, I will only move when you tell me to, and I will stop at your command. Everything will be at your discretion. After a prolonged silence, Shangguan Yi gritted her teeth, ultimately unable to withstand Lin Zhe's persistent coaxing, and nodded. Lin Zhe, if you dare to mistreat my body again, I will surely ruin you. Never. Please, dear sister, lie down. This time, Lin Zhe genuinely focused on his cultivation. Following the methods outlined in the Fishwater Harmony Sutra, he began to redirect the spiritual energy within him. Shangguan Yi also closed her eyes in concentration, invoking her own techniques. Soon, the spiritual energies within both of them began to merge as one. This sensation was truly profound. As if an invisible thread connected the two, even their spirits became intertwined. Not only did their absorption of spiritual energy accelerate, but their spiritual seas also expanded significantly with the aid of this ethereal bond. Furthermore, Lin Zhe noticed that the point of their union seemed to have undergone a transformation, emanating a soft white light. The sensation was one of warmth, with an intensified pull. Truly, this was the dual cultivation technique of the Hahuan sect, enhancing both their cultivation and enjoyment. Do you feel it? However, Shangguan Yi did not respond, merely gasping for breath. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening her hair and sticking it to her temples and ears, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Do not speak. Close your eyes. With a slight tremor in her voice, Shangguan Yi's breathing gradually slowed. The cave fell into silence, leaving only the sound of their gentle breaths. When Shangguan Yi opened her eyes and sat up, she sensed a change in her body. Martial Saint 7th stage. I truly broke through. After enduring so much, it seemed her efforts were not in vain. The barrier that had plagued her cultivation was finally shattered. The excitement in her eyes was unmistakable as she pushed Lin Zhe, who was still asleep. Wake up, wake up. How much has your realm improved? Hearing the commotion, Lin Zhe sat up, equally exhilarated. Martial Sovereign 8th stage. I advanced 4 minor realms. If we continue this daily, wouldn't our realms? Shangguan Yi shook her head. Impossible. The reason we achieved such breakthroughs is entirely due to it being our first time. I suspect future results will be significantly diminished. At this point, Shangguan Yi suddenly paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. There won't be a future. She swiftly reclaimed the jade slip. The cave's restrictions have been lifted, rendering this technique useless. You are forbidden from practicing it again. What? Such a marvelous technique. To waste it would be a shame. Give me the technique. I'll try it with Iran when I return. Upon hearing Shangguan Yi's expression turned cold. Try calling me that again. Lin Zhe immediately corrected himself, adopting a serious demeanor. Senior Shangguan. Then, Senior. As Shangguan Yi donned her clothes and turned to exit the cave, she stated, this is where our connection ends. Do not speak of this to anyone, and do not seek me out unless necessary. Lin Zhe followed her, head downcast, tentatively asking, Ahem, when will the next time be? Next time? You wish for another? Shangguan Yi clenched her fists, her voice icy. You should not entertain such thoughts in the future. With that, she turned and swiftly left the Black Mountain Cliff. Hearing her words, Lin Zhe dejectedly shook his head, but as he glanced inadvertently, he noticed a red and green garment scattered in the corner. This was the undergarment that Senior Shangguan had removed. She forgot to put it back on. Senior Shangguan. Wait for me. Seconds later, Lin Zhe shouted and soared out from the Black Mountain Cliff. The restrictions within the cave were shattered, and the constraints of the forbidden space dissipated, allowing both of them to easily ascend from the bottom of the cliff. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Jiang, why aren't you fleeing? Aren't you adept at hiding? How did I manage to catch you? Laughter echoed through the dense forest. 5 figures engaged in a fierce battle. The clash of combat reverberating throughout the valley, causing countless stones to shatter and trees to topple. Ouyang Jiang found himself at a disadvantage against 4 opponents. And in no time, Chen Shimi seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful palm strike to his back. Uffed. The internal energy within Ouyang Jiang surged chaotically, the force of the strike sending him crashing to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Shimi landed a short distance away and sneered. If I calculate correctly, Sister Jiao should be nearing her demise from the poison, right? Ha ha ha. It seems I am the only one of our 4 disciples to survive. Huh. You rejoiced too soon. At that moment, a disdainful female voice emerged from the depths of the forest. As the words resonated, Chen Shimi and her companions felt a shiver run down their spines, and they turned in unison towards the source of the voice. Shangguan Yi's gentle face was now filled with frost, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Ouyang Jiang. Her aura surged, the oppressive presence of a martial saint at the 7th stage enveloping the area, causing Chen Shimi to freeze in shock. This is impossible. You fell from the Black Mountain Cliff. How could you possibly still be alive? Chapter 82. Annihilating Chinshimi. Linzei aids in detoxification. Chinshimi's eyes widened in disbelief, and she screamed in astonishment. Ouyang Jiang turned at the sound, his previously despairing gaze now ignited with a glimmer of hope. Junior sister. Seeing her injured senior brother, Shangwan Yi felt a pang of sympathy. Her expression then grew cold as she directed her gaze at Chinshimi. Traitor, scoundrel. Today, I shall cleanse the sect of your presence, starting with you, beast. Chinshimi quickly regained her composure and, sensing Shangwan Yi's significant increase in power, turned to flee. Retreat, retreat. Even though Shangwan Yi was not particularly skilled in offensive combat, her overwhelming cultivation level was more than sufficient to subdue Chinshimi. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, she unleashed a palm strike, and the spiritual energy surged forth. A ghostly blue palm imprint shot forth in an instant. Witnessing Shangwan Yi's attack, Chinshimi's eyes widened. This strike was undeniably filled with explosive power. Bang! Chinshimi had no time to evade as the palm imprint struck her. In an instant, her chest caved in, and she coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Her body soaring backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into a tree. Realizing her life was in peril, Chinshimi hastily cried out, Junior sister. Spare me for the sake of our past camaraderie. Unmoved, Shangwan Yi coldly retorted, Ha! You think you are worthy of being my senior brother? You have betrayed the sect, harmed your fellow disciples. To join the Divine King's palace, one would even cruelly slay their own wife. How can a heartless and selfish creature like you, consumed by avarice, deserve to live in this world? You deserve to perish. Chinshimi's face was etched with terror as he repeatedly shook his head in protest. Yet, before he could utter another word, Shangwan Yi, in a fit of rage, raised his hand and shattered him into a mere pile of dust. Hiss! At that moment, Cheng Sihai, Lan Ying, and Granny Xia were all taken aback. They then turned to flee. Think you can escape? Is that even a possibility? Shangwan Yi's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as the celestial mirror manifested in his palm. With a swift motion, 3 beams of golden light shot forth, immobilizing the fleeing trio in their tracks. The imprint of his palm surged forth once more, even without martial prowess. Shangwan Yi's cultivation at the 7th stage of martial sage was sufficient to crush Cheng Sihai and his companions. Bang, 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 with 3 resounding thuds. Cheng Sihai and his companions collapsed, gravely injured. Spare us, spare us. We were misled by Chinshimi. We had no choice. Shangwan Yi snorted coldly. You do not regret your actions. Rather, you are merely aware of your impending demise. Ajiao, junior sister, come quickly. Ajiao is in dire straits. Just as he prepared to strike, Ouyang Jiang cried out in desperation. Shangwan Yi immediately darted to Ajiao's side, looking down with a changed expression. The black poison had spread across Ajiao's body. What should have been smooth, delicate skin now appeared a mottled purple-black, emanating an eerie aura. With a resigned sigh, Shangwan Yi lamented. Alas, this poison is beyond remedy. Even if I were to concoct an antidote, it would be too late. Oh, is that so? Allow me to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Linzei approached the two, gazing intently at the black mist enveloping Ajiao, lost in thought. What did you say? You can cure Ajiao's poison? Ouyang Jiang exclaimed, his eyes widening as he grasped Linzei's hand in excitement. Shangwan Yi also looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Since she had no means to dispel the poison, Linzei's potential solution ignited a flicker of hope within her. Senior Ouyang, do not rush. Let me examine her closely first. Linzei moved closer to Ajiao, placing his hand on her shoulder, closing his eyes as he summoned the energy of the longevity pearl to permeate her body. The poison within Ajiao seemed to sense something amiss, hastening its invasion. As it clashed with Linzei's spiritual energy, the poison raged even more violently, threatening to retaliate. Linzei furrowed his brow, comprehending the situation. Once again, it was the power of vengeful spirits. From Lin Changyuan's corpse to the ancient tree demon of the demon clan, and now to the poison within Ajiao. All bore the mark of vengeful spirit energy. It was no wonder even Ouyang Jiang, a master of poisons, was powerless against it. The power of vengeful spirits is inherently dark and enigmatic, seldom encountered by ordinary cultivators, with scant documentation available. As far as Linzei knew, only the longevity pearl could subdue it. Lin Zepping focused his mind, and with a subtle thought, Every strand of life force he infused transformed into ethereal swords, slicing through the encroaching darkness with precision. A jiao furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. At that moment, she was enduring the fierce clash between the vengeful poison within her and the life force of longevity. As she observed the dark mist on her visage gradually dissipating, Ouyang Jiang was overjoyed. It truly worked. Lin Zepping continued to channel the life force, weaving through a jiao's entire being like a graceful dragon. With an unstoppable momentum, he eradicated all traces of the toxic vapors. After half an hour, Lin Zepping slowly withdrew his hand, his complexion slightly pale. This endeavor had nearly exhausted his own spiritual energy. A jiao expelled a breath of foul air, awakening with astonishment as she sensed her body. It was gone. The deadly poison had truly vanished. Upon further inspection, she discovered an unexpected delight. The life force Lin Zepping had infused not only expelled the toxins, but also rejuvenated her skin and appearance. She appeared even younger and more beautiful than before her affliction. "Thank you, Your Highness." A jiao expressed her profound gratitude, immediately kneeling on the ground. Ouyang Jiang's eyes shimmered with tears, and he exaggeratedly bowed his head in reverence, solemnly declaring, "Thank you, Your Highness. The grace shown today cannot be repaid. From now on, I am willing to toil endlessly, facing fire and water, without hesitation." A jiao was his lifeblood. Lin Zepping's act of saving her filled him with immense gratitude, leaving no room for distraction. Lin Zepping quickly helped both of them to their feet. "No need for that. Please rise. My dear girl has indeed found a worthy husband." Ouyang Jiang wiped his tears, reflecting on the situation. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yi felt a tumult of emotions within her. Truth be told, if Lin Zepping were not the husband of Yue Ran, forming a bond with him would have been quite appealing. Alas, it was not to be. The events within the cave would remain a cherished secret, only to be reminisced in the stillness of night. After dispelling the poison, Lin Zepping approached Cheng Sihai. His target was Lu Qing, as his intuition suggested a connection between Lu Qing and the vengeful spirits. "Cheng Sihai, do you wish to live?" Cheng Sihai nodded vigorously. Yes, Your Highness. I understand the rules. Please ask anything. I will answer truthfully and completely." Lin Zepping then glanced at the other two. Xiaope and Lanning nodded in agreement. "We are the same. Where's Lu Qing?" We truly do not know," Cheng Sihai replied, a look of anguish crossing his face. "It has always been Chen Shimi who handled the meetings. We have never seen him." "Then what use do I have for you?" Cheng Sihai trembled in fear. "Your Highness, I am indeed of value. I possess a communication stone that can reach Lu Qing. Please, don't kill me." Chapter 83. Auntie. How do you know Lin Zepping likes the communication stone? Lin Zepping stroked his chin, a frown forming on his face. Chen Shimi has passed away. If I were to contact Lu Qing through the communication stone, and he inquired about Chen Shimi, it would undoubtedly reveal our situation. Should Lu Qing escape from the ghostly Death Continent and return to the Divine King's palace, capturing him thereafter would prove exceedingly difficult. Lin Zhe pondered meticulously, intent on entirely annihilating Lu Qing to eliminate any future threats. At that moment, Shangwan Yi patted his shoulder, urging him not to be lost in thought, and inquired whether they should kill the three individuals. "Wait a moment, Aunt," Lin Zhe replied, turning to Ouyang Jiang. "Elder Ouyang, is it possible to poison these three for easier control?" Ouyang Jiang nodded. "That is a simple task. While I am not adept at antidotes, when it comes to poisoning, there is no one more skilled than I." With that, Ouyang Jiang flicked his wrist and produced 3 black pills. "You must swallow these." Cheng Sihai's expression shifted. "Surely, this cannot be the bone-wasting pill." Ouyang Jiang chuckled with pride. "Indeed, it is my signature poison. If you remain without an antidote for 7 days, your fate is sealed. First, your meridians will shatter inch by inch. Then your bones will gradually dissolve into pus. And ultimately, you will be left with nothing but a putrid human skin. Moreover, only I possess the antidote. Should you entertain any treachery against the prince, prepare to be tormented by this poison." Ouyang Jiang threatened Cheng Sihai and the others. Having swallowed the poison, Cheng Sihai dared not retort, his face awash with despair. "As you command, I shall comply. Even if you instruct me to dig up my father's grave, I would wield the shovel without hesitation." "That is unnecessary." Lin Zhe chuckled, shaking his head. He intended to weave an intricate net, awaiting Lu Qing's inevitable entrapment. "Do you not desire the longevity pearl? I shall cast it forth and see if you possess the courage to seize it." Lin Zhe whispered a few instructions to Cheng Sihai, and after clarifying his intentions, he departed the valley with Shangguan Yi, heading towards the ghostly Death Palace. Along the way, Shangguan Yi could not restrain her curiosity, questioning, "What did you say to Cheng Sihai?" "Nothing significant, merely to promote the recent discovery of a secret realm of longevity," Lin Zhe replied. Shangguan Yi cast a disapproving glance at him, her expression grave. "Upon returning to the ghostly Death Palace, be certain to conceal our relationship. Consider the events in the cave as if they never occurred. Remember, do not allow Iran to sense anything amiss." Noticing her serious demeanor, Lin Zhe solemnly assured her, "Rest assured, I shall not utter a word." Shangguan Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Furthermore, in Iran's presence, you must still address me as Aunt, otherwise it would be rather odd." "Understood, Aunt." Time passed swiftly, and by evening, Lin Zhe and Shangguan Yi returned to the ghostly Death Palace. Upon landing, Shangguan Yi hastened to her chamber, closed the door, and immersed herself in a hot spring, scattering rose petals throughout the water to mask any lingering scent. She felt as though her entire being was imbued with Lin Zhe's essence, and without a thorough cleansing, she dared not venture out to meet others. Gazing at the vibrant rose petals, Shangguan Yi seemed to catch a glimpse of the vivid crimson hue adorning her dress from yesterday, and could not help but sigh repeatedly. Shangguan Yi, after all, was a novice in matters of the heart, and a myriad of emotions stirred within her. Yet, she was not merely a young girl. Her mind was mature, and she adeptly suppressed these feelings in the presence of others. However, in solitude, her thoughts became intricate as she pondered her relationship with Lin Zhe. Her heart was tumultuous, especially when recalling the myriad details of the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. More than anything, she felt vexed by Lin Zhe's myriad of antics. On the surface, he appeared quite earnest and innocent, yet once they reached the bed, he transformed into a lecher, revealing one embarrassing surprise after another. Was he simply adept at concealing his true self, or was this behavior typical of all men? Shangguan Yi contemplated for a long while, but could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. After all, she had never witnessed the interactions of other couples. After spending more than 2 hours in the bath, it was nearly midnight when Shangguan Yi finally emerged, fragrant and refreshed. As she donned a new dress, she spotted a figure standing outside her door, accompanied by a voice calling out, "Annie, are you there?" "Iran." Shangguan Yi's face paled momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, opening the door and inquiring with calm assurance, "Iran, what brings you here at this late hour?" Iran stepped into the room, and, upon noticing Shangguan Yi's damp hair and the water droplets glistening on her alabaster collarbone, was momentarily taken aback. "Auntie, you haven't been bathing until now, have you?" Shangguan Yi maintained a composed demeanor, unchanged from her usual self. "I stepped out for a bit and had dealings with various poisons. If I don't wash thoroughly, it leaves me quite unsettled." Indeed, Lin Zhe, that scoundrel, lacked such awareness. Upon returning, he was filthy and did not bother to clean himself before leaning against me. "You still smell delightful, Auntie." Rian linked her arm with Shangguan Yi's, leaning in to inhale her fragrance, unable to resist nuzzling against her. Shangguan Yi affectionately patted Rian's head. "You little rascal, why aren't you heading home to sleep? Why are you lingering here with me?" "I'm not going back tonight. I want to sleep with you, Auntie." As she spoke, Rian unceremoniously flopped onto the bed, lazily draping her long legs across Shangguan Yi's lap. "You impudent girl, your skirt is showing." Shangguan Yi playfully tapped her on the backside, reaching out to cover her. Rian shrugged off the concern. "Auntie, there's no one else here. What is there to fear? It's uncomfortable to sleep in clothes." She turned to sit up, pulling down her dress until only her undergarments remained. At that moment, the regal figure was fully revealed, her neck slender and delicate as snow, her bosom prominent, and her curves voluptuous. Her waist was petite enough to be grasped with a single hand, and from the side, her silhouette was enchanting. Her long legs resembled two straight pillars of jade, taut and powerful, yet elegantly contoured. Her beauty was beyond compare, and her figure was a paragon of perfection, truly exquisite. Even Shangguan Yi could not help but gaze intently, nodding slightly. "Iran, you have grown quite a bit." Upon hearing this, Iran's expression turned peculiar. However, the rapport between her and Shangguan Yi was so intimate that private conversations never made her feel bashful. Iran straightened her chest and measured herself against Shangguan Yi. Shangguan Yi's physique resembled that of a voluptuous matron, akin to a ripe peach, succulent and ample. Yui ran, upon comparison, felt a twinge of disappointment. She still could not surpass her aunt. No worries. Perhaps if Lindsay puts in more effort, he might eventually surpass me. Uft. Aunt, what are you saying? Yui Ran exclaimed in playful indignation, throwing herself into Shangwan Yi's embrace, rolling around like a spoiled child, completely shedding her imperial demeanor. Perhaps this was her true self. What's wrong? Is what Aunt said untrue? Does that lad Lindsay not enjoy? Well, you know. As she spoke, Shangwani suddenly covered her mouth, coughing awkwardly. Yui Ran looked at her in confusion. Aunt, how do you know Lindsay likes that? Shangwani instantly regained her composure and replied with utmost seriousness. You are inexperienced and do not understand. Some things are simply evident. Oh, I see. What does Aunt think of Lindsay then? Shangwani could not help but snort disdainfully. Him? One can know a person's face, but not their heart. I can only say he is, on the whole, a decent man. Yui Ran froze, surprised to hear Shangwan Yi speak unfavorably of Lindsay for the first time, which struck her as odd. She blinked and inquired, Aunt, did Lindsay offend you during this outing? The phrase know a person's face, but not their heart sounded rather grave. What had he done? Shangwan Yi forced a smile, inadvertently letting slip her true feelings, and quickly added, Aunt was merely speaking casually. Wasn't he just at the Zui Chun Lu? That matter needs addressing. Yui Ran nodded in understanding. I see. But he doesn't go there often. At that moment, Xiang Dai peeked through the door, whispering, Your Majesty, Lindsay brother has gone to the Zui Chun Lu. Yui Ran replied. Chapter 84. A night encounter with Luo ruling, caught in the act. Xiang Dai, peering and prying from outside, saw that the Empress had already disrobed and was preparing to rest, so she volunteered. Your Majesty, I will go and drag Lindsay brother back from such a place. No need. I shall go personally. Yui Ran rose from her bed, eager to discover what Lindsay was doing at the Zui Chun Lu in the dead of night. Could it be that he was secretly keeping a mistress there? If that were the case, he would certainly face dire consequences. After days of absence, returning only to visit the Zui Chun Lu was simply unacceptable. Meanwhile, Lindsay, ensconced in a secret booth of the Zui Chun Lu, was blissfully unaware that Yui Ran was hastening towards him. At that moment, he was employing his keen intellect to meticulously explain the nuances of business to Zhang Posi. Lindsay held a black silk stocking in his hand, tugging at it before remarking, The texture is quite pleasing, yet the quality is excessively good, which is rather undesirable. Granny Zhang looked puzzled and asked, Your Highness, how can good quality be a drawback? At Zui Chun Lu, we emphasize excellence. Lindsay chuckled softly, thinking to himself how little outsiders understand the intricacies involved. In this realm of attire, two fundamental aspects are paramount. First, the material must be light and sheer, not only to ensure comfort, but also to evoke that enchanting, semi-transparent allure. Second, inferior quality can prove advantageous, as it provides customers with an exquisite experience while encouraging repeat purchases. What good is a stocking that cannot be torn? Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Luo Ruling, clad in a flowing green garment, gracefully entered, her delicate feet bare against the floor. Lindsay noted that every time he encountered this enchanting member of the demon race, she was always barefoot, never donning shoes. Remarkably, her petite, jade-like feet left no trace of dust upon the ground, a feat in itself. With a gentle smile, Lindsay greeted Lady Luo. It is a pleasure to see you again. She replied playfully, Indeed, I have only just arrived today, and your highness summons me at such an hour. What are your intentions? Luo Ruling stepped lightly, taking a seat opposite Lindsay, her spring-like eyes naturally revealing a hint of allure. Lindsay rubbed his nose, thinking that this little vixen was trying to charm him. Were it not for his plans to capture Lu Qing, he would not have ventured here at such a late hour. If his wife were to find out, he would undoubtedly face her wrath. Yet, he reasoned, his discreet arrival would likely go unnoticed by her. Clearing his throat, Lindsay delved directly into the matter at hand. I wish to borrow a few of your demon lords. Hearing this, Luo Ruling furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, Why would you need to borrow members of my race when this is your territory? Lindsay explained, The current situation is somewhat unusual. The forces of the demon clan are not suitable for my needs at this time. His plan was to create a false realm of eternal life to lure Lu Qing out, subsequently ensnaring him in an elaborate trap. If demon cultivators were stationed there, Lu Qing would likely detect their presence and evade capture, as the aura of demons is seldom found in ordinary realms, while that of the demon race is quite common, often associated with ancient beasts and calamities. Perceiving that Lin Zhe did not wish to elaborate further, Luo Ruling nodded in agreement. Since your highness has made such a request, how could I refuse? Within Zue Chunlu, there are 3 powerful demon lords at your service. Grateful for her prompt acquiescence, Lin Zhe praised. You are truly beautiful of heart and spirit, Lady Saint. I shall cherish our friendship. Luo Ruling's laughter chimed like silver bells, her eyes glimmering with delight as she gazed intently at Lin Zhe. The gaze seemed to convey a silent plea, as if to say, I have assisted you. Will you not offer me some form of recompense? Instantly, the atmosphere within the room shifted with subtlety. Zhang Pa silently rose to depart, not forgetting to dim the lights and secure the door tightly behind her. That wretched old matron. Lin Zhe felt an unsettling prickle on the back of his neck. The notion of a solitary man and woman confined together in a chamber at such an hour was scandalous. Moreover, he was a married man. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe stood up, averting his gaze. Saintess, I shall take my leave. Oh dear, your highness, I feel faint. Just as Lin Zhe passed by Luo Ruling, the enchanting saintess suddenly pressed her forehead, exclaiming in a delicate tone. She then leaned into him, collapsing into his embrace. Lin Zhe was taken aback, glancing down to behold her alabaster neck, reminiscent of the snow-capped Tian Shan, and feeling the softness pressed against his chest. A sudden warmth enveloped him. To avoid any untoward incident, he awkwardly pushed her away and stepped back. Saintess, please, do not take liberties with me. Luo Ruling shot him a disapproving glance. Your highness, you truly lack romantic sensibility. Typically, a mere smile from her would leave countless admirers spellbound. Yet now, as she willingly nestled in the arms of another, she found herself rebuffed. This not only bruised her confidence, but also ignited a spark of feminine jealousy within her. If you want to embrace me, I shall embrace you. With that thought, Luo Ruling swayed her slender waist like a serpent and leaned against Lin Zhe once more. A tail emerged behind her, brushing gently against his cheek, its softness tickling him. Lin Zhe felt an immediate itch and instinctively grasped the fox tail in his hand. The tail was plush and silky, an irresistible sensation that made him wish to caress it frequently. What a sin to entertain such thoughts. He instinctively rubbed it a couple of times. At that moment, a flicker of alarm crossed Luo Ruling's delicate features. The peculiar sensation of her tail being played with sent her heart racing. She had intended to tease Lin Zhe, but she did not anticipate that he would actually engage with her tail. The foxtail was traditionally regarded as a taboo, strictly forbidden for outsiders to touch. Having never been caressed by another, the tail's playful handling rendered Luo Ruling's cheeks flushed, caught between embarrassment and anger. Your highness, do not touch me there. Release me. She protested in a soft voice before Lin Zhe could loosen his grip. Just then, the door was forcefully kicked open. Yui Ran, Xiang Zidi, and Shangguan Yi appeared at the threshold, witnessing the scene unfold before them. The room descended into a profound silence. Yui Ran's spirits plummeted, having just arrived at the door. She overheard Luo Ruling's sweet protest of do not touch me there. What had that scoundrel done? Beast. Shangguan Yi, equally incensed, cast a cold glare at Lin Zhe. However, constrained by the presence of Yui Ran, the principal character, she refrained from expressing her anger. I had a feeling that this man was full of devious intentions. Just upon his return, he couldn't resist the temptation to rendezvous with a seductress, and was caught red-handed. What a transgression. Yet, the eyes of Xiang Zidi sparkled with intrigue. If Brother Linza could accept a seductress, perhaps she too had a chance to be welcomed into the fold. This thought made Xiang Zidi stifle a giggle, her hand covering her mouth. At this moment, Linza stood frozen, astonished at how Yui Ran had discovered his whereabouts, and upon noticing Xiang Zidi beside him, he seemed to grasp the situation. Nonetheless, it was evidently not the right time to reprimand for betrayal. Yet, their gazes were peculiarly judgmental, as if they were regarding a scoundrel. Anger? Disdain? Contempt? But he had done nothing wrong. Linza lowered his gaze to the fox tail still clutched in his hand, as well as the flushed face of Luo Ruling. His heart sank. This could easily lead to misunderstandings. He quickly released his grip and turned to Yui Ran, mustering the courage to say, My dear, I can explain. Chapter 85. Quick, tell me how you became so familiar. Explain? Where did you touch her? Yui Ran's voice was icy, emanating a palpable chill and a strong hint of jealousy. The atmosphere suggested she was ready to take drastic measures. My dear, I merely came to borrow a few people. I did nothing. What? You still intend to? Oh no. After spending so much time together, Linza had come to understand Iran's temperament. Whenever she became jealous, her ears seemed to selectively hear only what she wished to, disregarding everything else. What was he to do? Seeing Linza standing there, flustered and scratching his head, only fueled Iran's irritation. However, she hesitated to unleash her wrath in front of others. She was still quite considerate of Linza's dignity. In the bustling atmosphere of the drunken spring pavilion, how could she truly allow Linza to lose face in public? Thus, she shot him a frosty glare, commanding, "Come back with me." In the bedroom, half an hour later, Linza adjusted his slightly disheveled attire. It was certainly not disheveled from engaging in any unsavory activities. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not misunderstand. In any case, after Linza's passionate and fervent defense, he had managed to somewhat redeem himself. Iran, still simmering with residual anger, sat at the edge of the bed, wearing a half-smile as she regarded Linza. "Is everything you said true? You and Luo ruling were merely discussing plans?" "Of course, trust me. As for touching her tail, it was solely because I found the fox fur warm. With winter approaching, I thought to gift you a cozy scarf, so I was merely assessing the quality." Linza could only insist earnestly. "Very well." Upon hearing that a gift was to be presented to her, Iran's irritation slightly subsided. Yet she maintained a cool demeanor and inquired, "How do you intend to lure Lu Qing?" Linza replied with a smile, "My dear, I have arranged for a counterfeit Chongqing's secret realm. He will undoubtedly take the bait. Now, it is time for us to rest." Noticing Iran's mood lightening, Linza grew bolder, stepping closer to embrace the Empress's slender waist, resting his chin naturally on her shoulder. You mustn't move," she admonished. Linza raised an eyebrow playfully. "My dear, if I remain still, shall you then move?" At his words, a look of surprise flitted across Iran's face, as if she found it hard to believe. "Oh, have you returned from your journey with newfound audacity? Now you dare to tease me? Is it the 8th stage of martial sovereign that has inflated your ego, or has my leniency led you to forget your place?" Linza narrowed his eyes slightly, unperturbed. He was well aware of Iran's temperament. As long as she was not in a foul mood, she would not truly be angered by their intimate exchanges. Thus, he refrained from responding, instead sitting up straight. He gently lifted Iran's chin, his gaze intense as he leaned closer to her luscious red lips. Iran stared at the man before her, her heart inexplicably racing. Thump, thump, thump. As Linza drew nearer, she suddenly regained her senses, leaning back slightly and exclaiming, "What are you doing? Is my allowing you to embrace me not enough? You wish to kiss me as well?" Linza's pout faltered, and he complained, "The atmosphere has reached this point. What harm is there in a kiss?" "A kiss?" Iran's eyes widened in disbelief, her face gradually flushing. After struggling to contain her embarrassment and annoyance, she grit her teeth and said, "You have become increasingly audacious. I once thought you quite proper, but now it seems your mind is filled with such thoughts." Linza, unflustered, smiled and replied, "Is it not only natural for a husband to kiss his wife? Moreover, since you forbid us from sharing a chamber, I have restrained myself for so long. Is it not permissible to steal a few kisses?" After a brief exchange of glances, Iran's hands clenched the hem of her dress tightly, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. Unable to conjure a retort, she bit her lip. "This is the last time. You must not do this again. Furthermore, I explicitly warn you, should you dare to disrespect me again, I shall truly be angered." Before she could finish her protest, Linza closed the distance, silencing her with a kiss. Iran's body tensed suddenly, feeling somewhat flustered. This was her second kiss with Linza, and lacking experience, her mind momentarily stalled, leaving her at a loss. She held her hands suspended in midair, too timid to lower them. Her beautiful eyes widened, striving to maintain an air of cold authority, yet the shyness and awkwardness in her gaze became increasingly evident. Sweet. Strawberry flavored. Iran held her breath, unable to move, a thin veil of mist clouding her eyes as they fluttered open and closed intermittently. Gradually, her gaze began to drift, and her restless hands slowly found their way to Linza's shoulder. Suddenly, Linza jerked his head up, wincing in pain, and exclaimed, "My dear, why did you bite me?" Iran's face flushed as crimson as an apple, her breaths coming in quick gasps, and she grasped the edge of the bed to steady herself. She pressed down on Linza's hand, glaring at him in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "How dare you ask? Just look where your hand is resting. You scoundrel." Her words were laced with both shyness and anger. Lindsay chuckled awkwardly, aware that his hand still lingered on her ample bosom, which she had seized with surprising force. He quickly grasped her wrist, attempting to explain, I couldn't help myself, truly. You shameless rogue. Tell me, how did you become so experienced? Reina demanded, gripping Lindsay's shoulders with a fierce expression. Besides me, who else have you been intimate with? My dear, I swear there's no one. At this moment, Lindsay felt a flutter of insecurity, as the image of Shangwan floated through his mind. Upon noticing Lindsay's guilty demeanor, Reina's mouth opened in rage, leaving her momentarily speechless. You dare claim there's nothing between you and that vixen, Luo Ruling? Get out of my room. With a forceful kick, she sent Lindsay sprawling outside before he could utter a word. He dusted off his trousers, sighing in regret. Had he known, he would have feigned ignorance. Who could have anticipated that Reina's focus would land here rather than on the fact that he had dared to touch her? Alas, he blamed his experience gained with Shangwan in the cave for this predicament. With that thought, Lindsay glanced towards Shangwan Yi's quarters. To be honest, he found himself somewhat addicted to this thrill. A day without indulgence left him yearning. Yet, he did not possess the audacity to seek out Shangwan Yi for intimacy just yet. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she had contemplated their future more thoroughly before discussing matters in depth. Just as Lindsay was lost in thought, a message from Cheng Si-hai arrived. Your Highness, Lu Qing has taken the bait. Chapter 86. Something is amiss. This secret realm is quite peculiar. After leaving the valley, Cheng Si-hai, following Lindsay's instructions, widely proclaimed the discovery of the eternal life secret realm within the primordial forest. As expected, Lu Qing contacted him that very night. Chen Shimei, can you confirm that there is indeed an eternal life secret realm in that forest? And has Lindsay met his demise? An impatient voice echoed through the communication stone. Cheng Si-hai cleared his throat and replied seriously, Divine Son Lu Qing. It is I, Si-hai? Why are you speaking? Where has Chen Shimei gone? Ah, Brother Chun has already entered the secret realm. He said he would scout the way for the Divine Son. Cheng Si-hai responded nonchalantly. Very well, and Lindsay? Is he dead? Not yet, but according to reliable sources, he intends to visit the eternal life secret realm tomorrow. Divine Son, would you like to personally deal with him? As the sound of footsteps faded, Lu Qing remained silent for an extended period. Cheng Si-hai, gripping the communication stone, felt a tremor in his hand, cold sweat beading on his forehead. After a few seconds, he burst into laughter, proclaiming, Tomorrow, this Divine Son shall go forth. We shall await your arrival at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Cheng Si-hai breathed a sigh of relief. With the task accomplished, his life was spared. The fate of Lu Qing tomorrow was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, after several days of recuperation and treatment with elixirs, Lu Qing's injuries had largely healed. He stretched his limbs slowly, a cold smile adorning his face. The opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived. However, the Elder of Divine Mechanisms held a different perspective. Could this be a ruse? The realm of eternal life has remained hidden for centuries. Why would it emerge now? With a smug lift of his brow, Lu Qing replied, Need you ponder? It is undoubtedly due to my exceptional fortune. This is a gift from the heavens. The Elder's tone turned grave. But what if this is a trap set by Lindsay? Lu Qing waved dismissively. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huh. Does he possess the intellect to outsmart me? Preposterous. Tomorrow marks his demise. The following day, to avoid revealing their plan, Lindsay brought only Erhu and a few ordinary disciples, not even informing them that the secret realm was merely a fade. After a journey filled with anticipation, upon reaching their destination, Erhu excitedly inquired, Holy Son, is the realm of eternal life truly here? Of course. Let us hurry inside to seek the legacy. Come. Lindsay feigned impatience, urging Erhu forward into the primeval forest. Yet, being a seasoned bodyguard, Erhu halted, raising a cautionary voice. Holy Son, it is said that the secret realm is fraught with peril. Shall we not prepare ourselves? Lindsay replied with ease, Do not worry, just follow me. Not far away, perched upon a grand tree, Lu Qing listened to their exchange, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Foolish swine, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. Do they think that the realm of eternal life is within the reach of mere martial lords and martial kings? As a dignified scion of the divine king palace, I would not dare to enter without a martial saint protector. Yet they, so naive, venture forth willingly? Truly, they seek their own demise. What say you? Lu Qing turned to Cheng Si-hai and the other two, who nodded vigorously, Qing Sihai affirming, "The Holy Sun speaks truth. They are indeed courting death. Should we not follow suit?" Internally, he mused, "These two fools lack any semblance of intelligence. Even as death looms, they persist in their posturing." Patience was key. Since they had already entered, they would conceal their presence and trail behind, allowing the fools to trigger the traps while observing whether Lindsay had any trump cards. In the end, they would merely reap the benefits. "Wise counsel, Holy Sun," Qing Sihai praised. "Indeed, I have always been prudent," Lu Qing replied with a smirk. Lu Qing concealed his presence and ventured into the primordial forest. Within the forest, the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms filled the air, surrounded by towering ancient trees. Upon entering, Eru tightly gripped his dagger, surveying his surroundings, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Saint Sun, why do I not sense any danger here?" "Be confident, there is no peril in this place," replied Lindsay. "But with such vastness, how shall we locate the inheritance?" "Simply follow this path straight ahead," Lindsay indicated. "How do you know this? Have you been here before?" Eru questioned, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Lindsay's heart skipped a beat, and he laughed heartily. "Isn't there only one path? We must proceed forward." He had yet to lead Lu Qing into the formation. Revealing their intentions now would be unwise. Last time, Lu Qing had inexplicably escaped before Yushuyao, so this time Lindsay had meticulously set up a grand array. Shortly after Lindsay and his companions entered the forest, a beast resembling a lion appeared before them. However, it was presently asleep, seemingly unaware of their arrival. A demon king at the 6th stage of the martial saint realm. Eru's complexion turned pale. As a mere martial king, he stood no chance against such a formidable opponent, destined only to be torn apart by the Lion King. He had not anticipated that the secret realm of longevity would be so terrifying. Encountering a martial saint demon king right at the onset, Lindsay, unfazed, chuckled and proclaimed, "Eru, what are you afraid of? Saint Sun, lower your voice. While it remains asleep, we must flee," Eru stammered, his sword at his waist feeling as if it were glued in place. He cast a fearful glance at the Lion King, his heart racing. Lindsay patted Eru's shoulder and reassured him, "Fear not. This is the sleeping lion. Once it slumbers, it remains oblivious even to being slaughtered." With that, Lindsay approached and, to Eru's astonishment, kicked the 6th stage martial saint demon king. "See, even when I kick it, it doesn't react at all." Eru, witnessing the Lion King continue to snore peacefully after Lindsay's kick, fully believed Lindsay's words and burst into exhilarated laughter. "Huh? How could there be such a foolish beast in the world? I shall give it a kick as well." Cautiously, Eru approached the Demon King and delivered a swift kick to its rear. The Demon King remained unresponsive, still snoring with bubbles emerging from its nose. "Enough of this. Let us move forward. This beast is nothing remarkable," Lindsay smirked mischievously. As they departed, the Demon King, having received several kicks, finally opened its eyes, glanced at Lindsay's retreating figure, and then closed them once more. Soon after, Lu Qing leaped down from a distant tree. Truly, this secret realm of longevity was extraordinary. Housing a Demon King at the 6th stage of the martial saint realm, he approached the sleeping lion and, laughing heartily, declared, "So, you are the sleeping lion? How could a beast as foolish as you exist in this world? I shall also kick you to see." He had overheard Lindsay's earlier remarks and was now intrigued by this creature known as the sleeping lion. It was the first time he had heard of such an unusual beast. Once it fell asleep, it would not awaken even if slaughtered. The mere thought of this exhilarated Lu Qing, prompting him to deliver a vigorous kick to the Demon King, shouting in delight, "Remember this. It is I, the son of the divine palace, Lu Qing, who has kicked you." Ha ha. However, in the next moment, after delivering the kick, Lu Qing suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelids, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Meanwhile, Qing Sihai had already retreated to a safe distance. To his astonishment, the Demon King, who had been soundly asleep, opened its eyes and glared at him fiercely after being kicked. Lu Qing rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. Wasn't he it said that once asleep, it would not awaken no matter how hard one struck? Why did it wake up after his kick? Could it have been due to the force of his blow? Pale-faced, Lu Qing took a few steps back. A Demon King of the 6th rank in martial arts was not to be trifled with. "Aren't you a slumbering lion beast? How could you possibly awaken?" Lu Qing stammered, pointing at the Demon King in panic. "Sleep, my foot. I am the golden-maned Lion King. What gives you the audacity to kick me?" The Demon King retorted, its eyes wide with rage, speaking in human tongue. "G golden-maned Lion King? How could that be? Lu Qing's words were cut short as the golden-maned Lion King lunged at him. So you're called Lu Qing, are you? Remember, it is I, the golden-maned Lion King, who has come to punish you. Lin Zhe, sensing the commotion behind him, wore a subtle smile. Holy Son, what brings you such amusement? Asked Erhu, who remained vigilant of their surroundings, puzzled by Lin Zhe's expression. Nothing much. Merely recalling some joyful thoughts, Lin Zhe replied. Shouldn't we leave? We have no idea what dangers lie ahead, Erhu said anxiously. Fear not, with me here. What is there to fear? After a fierce battle, Lu Qing fled, utterly disheveled. The once arrogant son of the divine palace now appeared ragged, his clothes torn and his body marked with scratches, resembling a beggar. Why did they escape unscathed while I was attacked? I do not comprehend. I do not understand. Lu Qing, I advise you to depart swiftly. Something feels amiss. At that moment, the elder of divine mechanisms suddenly appeared, his tone grave. Chapter 87. What? Have I truly been deceived? Cheng Sihai was taken aback, fearing he had been discovered. He hastily feigned ignorance, saying, something feels off? I find this secret realm quite appealing. Brother Chen mentioned he had ventured deep within. Holy Son, let us hasten our departure. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded in agreement, then addressed the swirling black mist. Elder of divine mechanisms, you are overly suspicious. This secret realm even has a demon king. It must be genuine, without a doubt. Ha ha ha. How could I, Lu Qing, be so easily outwitted by Lin Zhe? Let us pursue him. The elder of divine mechanisms nearly had a surge of blood pressure from frustration. He truly regretted selecting Lu Qing as his host. Cursed be it. Trailing behind this wretch, I see no glimmer of a bright future. Lu Qing hastened forward, finally catching up with Lin Zhe and the others. Why had they encountered no dangers at all? A frown creased Lu Qing's brow. In the next moment, a colossal wolf of the 7th rank of martial saint suddenly leaped before Lin Zhe. A 7th rank martial saint. Lu Qing, seized by fear, darted into a thicket, his heart swelling with joy. Ha ha ha. Now you are doomed. They had stumbled upon the Wolf King of the 7th rank. The wolf tribe is notoriously ruthless towards its enemies. Are you not to meet your end now? Having just been bested by the Lion King, Lu Qing found his spirits considerably lifted. Erhu, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Wolf King, turned pale, devoid of color. The majestic Wolf King. It stood 3 meters long, its body cloaked in black and white fur. Its piercing blue eyes sparkled with intelligence. The black and white fur on its forehead resembled flames, rendering the wolf an embodiment of wild defiance. Under the intense gaze of such a formidable creature, Erhu's legs grew weak. Fortunately, Lin Zhe supported him, or he would have collapsed on the spot. Fear not, everyone, Lin Zhe declared, stepping forward. He approached the beastly Wolf King and pointed at it, saying, its name is Husky. Do not be deceived by its fierce appearance. In truth, it is rather timid. As long as we do not provoke it, it shall not harm us. Erhu wore a puzzled expression. Holy Son, is that true? It doesn't he appear to be a friendly wolf? Indeed. If you do not believe me, go ahead and pat its head. It will wag its tail, Lin Zhe reassured him, stroking the Wolf King's fur. The Wolf King promptly wagged its tail and emitted a high-pitched bark. Woof, woof, woof. Erhu, as if discovering a new continent, exclaimed, so. This is how the Wolf King sounds. Playfully, he pulled out a piece of dried meat from his pocket and dangled it before the Wolf King, teasingly saying, come, spin around, and I shall give you a treat. The Wolf King, witnessing this mere martial king weakling daring to insult it, was immediately engulfed in rage. How dare it humiliate me so? It roared internally, feeling a profound indignity. Just as it was about to unleash its fury, Lin Zhe unexpectedly stepped on its tail and coughed, reminding it, ahem, be gentle and timid. Thus, the Wolf King, feeling wronged, lay down, trembling and quaking, 2 tears streaming from its eyes. I endure. Erhu, perplexed, scratched his head. Why is this dog crying? All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Here, have some meat. With a sense of impending mischief, Lin Zhe's expression darkened, pulling Erhu along to continue their journey. He genuinely feared that Erhu might provoke the Wolf King further. Lu Qing, concealed in the rear, observed this scene with great curiosity. He first tidied his disheveled hair, disrupted by the Lion King, and then confidently strode before the Wolf King. Come on, dog 2, let this deity step upon your back. As he spoke, he retrieved a memory stone, intending to strike a peace sign for a photograph to commemorate the occasion. He planned to return and boast about how he had subdued the formidable demon of the 7 stages of martial saints. Just as Lu Qing raised the memory stone and extended his hand for the gesture, the Wolf King suddenly spoke. His voice deep and powerful. "Are you taking a photo of your father?" "Damn it." Lu Qing's smile froze, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably as a familiar sensation washed over him. In the next moment, the Wolf King lunged at him, daring to insult the king. "I shall crush you." The Wolf King's speed rendered Lu Qing unable to react. He witnessed the Wolf King rise on his hind legs, while its forepaws, seemingly equipped with engines, frantically clawed at Lu Qing. "How about that? Still think you can mock me? Speak." 10 minutes later, Lu Qing lay on the ground, battered and bruised, feeling as though every bone in his body had shattered. The Wolf King had subjected him to unrelenting torment. Meanwhile, Cheng Sihai and his companions had retreated far, not daring to intervene. The Wolf King of the 7 stages of martial saints was not a foe they could contend with. Lu Qing struggled to speak. "Aren't you just a cowardly husky? How dare you? I am the North Plain Ice Wolf, the solitary, elegant wolf amidst the snow." Enraged, the Wolf King delivered a kick that sent Lu Qing flying into the center of a prearranged grand formation. Lin Zhe stood at the edge of the formation, a smile gracing his lips as he observed. "Oh dear, what a peculiar look. Is this the latest in avant-garde fashion?" "Lin Zhe." Just as Lu Qing clambered to his feet, the familiar voice and mocking gaze ignited his fury. His face contorted with rage, he bellowed, "What are you laughing at? This secret realm shall be your grave." Cheng Sihai, attack. Unleash the most heinous tortures upon him. Make him wish for death. Let him experience a fate worse than death. Lu Qing pointed at Lin Zhe, his expression frantic. However, Cheng Sihai did not respond. Instead, he stood behind Lin Zhe alongside Lan Ying and Xia Pe, collectively declaring, "Boss, the mission has been successfully accomplished. Please give us your orders." Now it was Lu Qing's turn to be dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. You are in the wrong position. I'm here, your boss is here." Cheng Sihai glanced at him dismissively. You pathetic little creature. Enjoy your last moments while you still can." Realization struck Lu Qing with sudden clarity as he incredulously muttered, "I was deceived? I was actually deceived? How could they have tricked me?" The elder of divine mechanisms could no longer contain himself, erupting in fury. "Do you really think you are something special?" Indeed, Lu Qing possesses a modicum of intelligence. Upon discerning the situation, he fled without hesitation. However, Lin Zhe merely waved his hand, activating the formation. Boom! A deafening sound erupted from the ground, and immediately, countless black chains surged forth from beneath the earth, ensnaring and sealing off the space around Lu Qing. He found himself with no avenue of escape. "There's no way out. There's no way out. Elder Shinji, you must exert your strength. Your efforts are more detrimental than beneficial." Elder Shinji let out a resigned sigh. Subsequently, he transformed into an expanse of black mist, intent on forcefully breaking through the grand formation. Despite his fury towards Lu Qing, he could not disregard Lu Qing's life. After all, they were partners, and unless absolutely necessary, Elder Shinji would not abandon him. The strength of Elder Shinji was peculiar. Although merely a spiritual entity, he possessed unimaginable power. Gazing at the enveloping black mist that darkened the sky, Lin Zhe instinctively took a few steps back. Meanwhile, the ceiling formation began to show signs of cracking beneath the shroud of mist. "Saint Sun, this power is terrifying. We must retreat." Eru, trembling, urged from the side. Lin Zhe waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to fear? I anticipated this outcome. My dear, it is your turn to take action." Chapter 88. The Empress Takes Action. The mysterious realm of the gods emerges. Boom. No sooner had Lin Zhe's words fallen than Elder Shinji violently shattered the grand formation, an overwhelming black mist engulfing everything around. Lu Qing, initially resigned to his fate, was taken aback by the sheer might of Elder Shinji. What was there to fear now? Once again, Lu Qing bellowed with arrogance. "Ha! Even if you have laid a trap in advance, what of it? Today, I shall show you that before absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are utterly futile. Elder Shinji, unleash your power." Without waiting for encouragement, Elder Shinji seized the opportunity, launching forward with a punch. His murderous intent toward Lin Zhe had already solidified, and now that his intentions were laid bare, he was prepared to fight with abandon. Although his strike was swift, someone was even faster. Just as he initiated his punch, he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of the Empress. Bang! A resounding slap met the back of his head, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling aside. A mere spiritual entity dares to cause trouble before me? I fail to comprehend the source of your confidence. Impressive. The Empress's kick nearly shattered Elder Shinji's spiritual form. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his lips quivering as his mind spiraled into chaos. This woman is far too powerful. In my current state, I am no match for her. I must find an opportunity to escape swiftly. At that moment, Lu Qing charged forward, shouting, Elder Shinji, stop being so reserved. Attack. Drain their vitality. Take their lives. Elder Shinji's face darkened, smoke practically rising from his ears in frustration. He could no longer tolerate this incompetent ally. Hey, why are you glaring at me? Go fight. Bang. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the Elder of Divine Mechanisms interrupted with a brutal kick to the face. How dare you? Do you not see Her Majesty? The Empress? Is this how you treat a formidable opponent? You display not an ounce of respect. What a wretched creature you are, inciting the Empress's ire. Consider the gravity of this occasion. It is not merely about violence and bloodshed. Not only is it wrong to injure a person, but even to harm the flowers and trees would be lamentable. Here's what you should do. Hastily bow to the Empress and Prince Linzai, transforming great grievances into mere trifles, and small grievances into nothingness. The Elder of Divine Mechanisms first cast a somewhat respectful smile at Yu Iran, then turned to the fallen Lu Qing and exclaimed, Ah? What is happening? Lu Qing, bewildered, rose from the ground, gingerly touching his lips. It hurts. That old man is truly ruthless. Were we not to fight with all our might? Why am I being beaten and compelled to bow in apology? Observing the Elder's obsequious demeanor, Lu Qing suddenly sensed something amiss. Elder of Divine Mechanisms. It is said that you were once vanquished by the joint efforts of the Eternal Life Ancestor and the Fire Phoenix. I never expected you to survive in the form of a vengeful spirit. However, today, I shall ensure your demise is more thorough. Remember, my consort is not someone to be trifled with. Yu Iran's cold gaze was devoid of mercy as her delicate hand rose, unleashing a rune-enshrouded 9-nether demon seal that surged toward the Elder of Divine Mechanisms with lethal intent. In an instant, demonic energy surged, engulfing the skies in ominous clouds. An endless chill of spiritual energy converged, forming a dark, oppressive canopy that blanketed the entire primeval forest. Boom. Merely sensing this aura caused Lu Qing's legs to weaken, his mind in disarray. Elder of Divine Mechanisms, what shall we do now? The Elder turned to Lu Qing, a sinister smile upon his lips. Lu Qing, there is only one course of action left. What course? You must sacrifice your body for me. As soon as the words fell, the Elder sprang into action, swiftly forming intricate seals with his hands and unleashing a complex, eerie possession rune upon Lu Qing. In almost no time, Lu Qing's consciousness began to dissipate, his gaze growing vacant. As Yu Iran's attack approached, the Elder didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he plunged into Lu Qing's body, extinguishing his soul and taking his place. He had originally planned to wait until he acquired the Eternal Life Pearl before proceeding with the possession, but the circumstances left him no choice but to expedite his plan. In the next moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Qing's vacant eyes. At the same time, he pivoted and pointed a finger. Swish! A blood-red beam of light pierced through the void, shattering Yu Iran's 9-nether demon seal with a resounding impact. Thunderous roars echoed as the heavens quaked, the collision of their powers reverberating throughout the primeval forest. Countless mountains fractured, ancient trees toppled, and rivers reversed their flow, leaving chaos in their wake. Yu Iran was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Lu Qing's sudden surge of formidable strength. Lu Qing's face twisted with malice. You all wait for me. This grudge shall not go unpunished. I swear by my divine craft. With that, he swiftly vanished into the distance. Seizing the opportunity, the Elder Shinji attempted to escape. Stay? A piercing command from Yu Iran erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of demonic energy that surged like a boundless ocean. She executed the 9 imprisoning claw, striking forth with a thunderous force that suppressed the Elder Shinji. What? Such strength! This is outrageous. Despite having usurped Lu Qing's body, his power still paled in comparison to the Empress. Under her assault, the Elder Shinji found himself imprisoned mid-air, utterly immobilized. In an instant, he was subdued by Yu Iran. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Zai's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, she is his wife. Her prowess is formidable. He was grateful she had called out, for otherwise, capturing the elder Shinji might have proven elusive. However, at that moment, whether due to the Empress's overwhelming force or not, a thunderous explosion erupted from the depths of the primordial forest. Under the gaze of the onlookers, a nearby towering peak underwent a tremendous transformation. The air was suddenly saturated with spiritual energy, causing the flora within dozens of miles to grow wildly. At the summit of the mountain, a colossal vertical fissure gradually revealed itself, narrow at the top and bottom, yet wide in the middle, resembling something ineffable. Soon after, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the crevice, piercing the heavens. Its power was so immense that it shattered the Empress's oppressive aura. From the elder Shinji's once despondent eyes, a glimmer of hope ignited. Ha ha ha, heaven has not forsaken me. He immediately summoned all his strength, breaking free from Yu Iran's grasp with a resounding crack and fleeing into the sky. This sudden turn of events took Lin Zhe and Yu Iran by surprise. Watching the vanishing figure, Yu Iran furrowed her brow. This newfound power seems to counter me. I cannot hold him. My dear, what is this? Lin Zhe asked, his eyes wide. Saint Sun, is this not what you referred to as the eternal life secret realm? Eru, the simpleton, chimed in. It just happens to have emerged now. Lin Zhe felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This fool. There is no such thing as an eternal life secret realm. It is all a deception. Indeed, it is a secret realm, Yu Iran replied with a serene gaze. However, it is not the eternal life secret realm, but rather the realm of the gods. Chapter 89. The convergence of the 9 clans and the establishment of rules. Several hours later, after the beam of light ascended from the primordial forest, the entire continent was in a state of shock. Subsequently, many leaders of various factions personally traversed the void, crossing continents to arrive. The Yusha continent buzzed with activity. Above the forest, the sky changed color as waves of terrifying auras swept through, manifesting dazzling bursts of light. At the pinnacle of the sky, a grand palace gradually emerged. Upon its lofty heights stood a figure cloaked in pale hues, discernibly adorned in a dark golden robe, with golden threads that shimmered like flowing grains of sand. This individual was none other than Hong Xian, the master of the Divine King Palace. Master Hong, it has been quite some time. I did not expect to see you here, remarked a refined middle-aged man, garbed in a white Taoist robe, who arrived riding a gourd. Gazing at the celestial palace with a smile. He was Jiao Tekong, the leader of the sun-enhancing sect of the southern region. Soon, the leaders of several other major sects hastily arrived, including those from the Jade Blossom sect, the Harmonious Embrace sect, the Supreme Profound sect, the Demon Source Palace, and the Heavenly Dragon Monastery. Among them, Lin Zhe recognized a few. He stood behind Yu Iran, cheerfully greeting Mei Qianhua and Master Fa Shui. The master of the Demon Source Palace, Mei Qianhua, waved back merrily, while Master Fa Shui joined his hands in a gesture of reverence. This act drew curious glances from everyone present towards Lin Zhe, their expressions laden with confusion. After all, each individual in attendance was a formidable presence renowned throughout the 9 continents, each a sovereign of their respective realms and peak experts at the 9th stage of martial emperor. Hence, the sudden intrusion of a minor cultivator from the martial sect casually greeting them sparked intrigue. Yet, despite their curiosity, none dared to scrutinize Lin Zhe too closely. The fearsome reputation of Yu Iran ensured that no one wished to court trouble. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiao Tekong, the leader of the sun-enhancing sect, spoke first. The emergence of the divine mystery realm presents a tremendous opportunity. According to tradition, this realm should be jointly explored by our 9 sections. Mei Qianhua nodded in agreement, continuing, as per the old custom, each sect shall send disciples to seek opportunities, with their realms not exceeding that of the martial sage. Shall we set the time for 3 days hence? What do you all think? The leader of the Jade Blossom sect nodded in assent, exclaiming, agreed. I have no objections. Disagreement. At that moment, Bai Jin, the leader of the Harmonious Embrace sect, voiced her dissent. Upon hearing this, many of the sect leaders turned to her, puzzled. It was well known that Bai Jin was one of the most beautiful women in the 9 continents, and with her status as the sect leader, her insights were highly regarded among the male leaders. Bai Jin casually tossed her hair and said, My eldest disciple is still in seclusion and won't be able to arrive within 3 days. We need to postpone the time. Ha ha ha, the lady makes a valid point. Delaying the time is no issue at all. Jiao, have no objections. So, when does the lovely sister wish for it to be? Inquired the leader of the Jade Blossom sect. How about 7 days later? That works, that works. Wait, is it really that easy to negotiate? Observing this exchange, Lindsay couldn't help but glance at Bye Jean, only to find her gaze elsewhere, prompting him to lower his eyes. Her face, as beautiful as a celestial being, radiated with a healthy blush, revealing